Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Underscore 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 underscore. The corner of Ilo's mouth twisted. What was he saying now? A duel? What are you doing? Not tearing him apart. Ilo barked orders, but the mobsters only glanced at each other. More than anything, the ugliness of Ilo's behavior now had the effect of disappointing many of the mobsters who had idolized him. Some of them wanted to follow orders, but the word discipline held him back. Huh? They're going to turn. Director Kursha barely held back a chuckle at the sight. Clever little bastard. This is how you set up the game, isn't it? Ordinarily, Blood would have been torn to pieces on the spot for disrupting the organization's big event, regardless of the reason. But Blood cleverly invoked the organization's discipline. The absolute rules that made the organization what it is today. As long as the boss broke it, the members were torn between discipline and the boss. The idea is not wrong, because there are a lot of guys in this organization who value discipline, but it's impossible to do that if you don't have the groundwork in place. Kursha's gaze shifted over his sunglasses to Ozian. The knight with Adrian Blackstone as a hostage and his ankles bound over there. They shocked us with overwhelming force, took control of the atmosphere stealthily, and then took advantage of the opening to take control of the flow by claiming it as their own. You can tell by the way his men are reacting right now, that he's bluffing. Ilo's presence is important here. Hey, old man. What are you doing? Show me you're not just a lump of fat that can't do anything. Ilo didn't become a boss for nothing. In addition to the extreme mindset of being able to do anything for the sake of desire, it is possible because he had at least a minimal amount of political power and the ability to deal with people. Ilo paused for a moment, wondering if he had read Kursha's desperation or if he was angry. Somehow, some way, he's going to get through this and win the people back to himself. But to his surprise, it wasn't Ilo who spoke first. I agree. Isela's words stirred everyone up. Isela, you. Ilo glared at her daughter in surprise, and Kursha frowned behind her sunglasses. It wasn't just anyone's opinion, but Isela's, the boss's own flesh and blood. Now that a person with integrity has said that discipline is important, the already rough waves have become uncontrollable. Isela, what the hell do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind? Am I crazy? No, I'm sane, and my father has to take responsibility for what happened. He's the boss, right? You. Ilo was speechless. His daughter's outburst made things worse. Just as she was wondering what to do, Baled spoke up. I told you to show it with your actions, but I don't have high expectations because I know your current physical condition. So, let's send a representative. A representative. Ilo's gaze naturally turned to Kursha. He couldn't ask for support from Blackstone. In that case, he had to select someone with real power from his own side, and Kursha was the only one. He knew it, and his fists clenched. He was about to be dragged off the stage. The problem is, Kursha's gaze flicked to Ozian. If they send a representative, it will surely be Ozian. If that happened, they would lose. If nothing else, this was the man who had taken down Blackstone's vaunted bodyguards in a matter of moments. I didn't see him freeze 4 of them to death just now. Baled read Kursha's uneasy expression, turned to him and spoke in a mock provocative tone. You needn't worry about that. I'm not sending out a proxy, I'm going to fight this fight myself, so quit your little head games and come forward, Director Kursha. Ha. With all eyes on him, Kursha forced a smile and walked slowly forward. I thought you were just some stupid savage, but you're really smart. Yeah, I admit it. I got a real kick out of you. Kursha took off his sunglasses and stuffed them into his breast pocket. Are you sure? You seem to think you created this whole situation, but I wanted to crush you, too. Kursha removed the coat he usually wore over his shoulders and tossed it to the floor. He gave his wrists a moderate twist to loosen the muscles. You little brat, you're in the wrong. Since you've created a situation where you're fighting me openly like this, are you ready now? It was a provocation, meant to somehow elicit an emotional response from his opponent, but Baled remained calm. Do you fight with your mouth? The words made Kursha look like he'd been punched in the face, and then he let out a smirk. Kursha signaled to his man, who promptly brought a large attaché case. Taking it, Kursha turned to Baled and asked, weapons. When did I ask for such a thing? Baled twirled the hatchet in his hand. Use a gun, use an axe, use whatever you want. That was the unspoken rule. A wide grin tugged at the corners of Kursha's mouth. Good. Kursha dropped the case in his hand to the floor. The impact of the fall caused the case to open, and the object inside jumped out. Recognizing it, Ozian narrowed his eyes from behind his helm. What is that? Gloves. Kursha pulled the gloves out of thin air and put them on his arms. They weren't just any gloves. They were red and sleek, with gems embedded in the backs of his hands. The gem glowed, and a red armor clung to Kursha's arms, starting with the gloves. The red armor reached over his shoulders and then wrapped around his neck, covering his face. It was far from an ordinary object. Even if Kursha was a director, it wasn't a weapon that he could use as a mafia member. It's done. Adrian muttered beside Ozian. What's that supposed to mean? It means that blood guy is done for, because that's our latest masterpiece here at Blackstone. Blackstone Defense Industries make weapons, but their main focus is on bionics. A bionic body is a mechanical replacement for a lost body part. But prosthetics don't necessarily have to mean chopping off existing limbs. Exoskeleton armor. It's a smaller version of the Full Metal Ogre. Strictly speaking, you could call it reinforced armor. Of course, that wasn't Blackstone's original weapon. They were copies of something else. Tyrna's executioners use specialized armor called arc parts. This is our own personal weapon, created to keep up with them. You mean you gave it to him? Let's call it a token of affection. That's not what you wanted. You wanted the data from the actual fight. Adrian fell silent at Ozian's sharp point. Whatever it was, it meant that Kursha was now equipped with a high-powered, state-of-the-art weapon that he didn't normally use. Oh, this is a nice touch. Kursha looked at his red-gloved hands and immediately slammed his fists together. That alone sent red sparks flying around. Kursha's eyes flashed red as he covered his face with the helmet. Hey, are you ready for this, barbarian? Blood stared at Kursha wordlessly. Kursha shook his shoulders in amusement. Ha ha ha, hey, what's with the sudden silence, did you get scared or something? But it's too late for regrets, I'd like to see your smug face contorted, so I'll start by slowly tearing you limb from limb. Kursha lunged at Blood. His movements through the rainwater were too fast for the eye to follow. The Blood family, who had known about Kursha for a long time, opened their eyes wide. He prefers melee combat. When everyone else was using guns, he preferred to beat people to death with his fists. He was skilled enough to do that, but his current move was different. This was due to the power of the red armor he wore. Ether water flows through the joints of the gemstone armor, giving the user's body a tremendous amount of power. Red sparks lingered in the air as Kursha followed his trajectory. Kursha, who had come within striking distance of Blood, raised his clenched fist. You're not going to die with this, are you? He aimed for Blood's jaw. The plan was to take him down, and then follow up with another blow. But Kursha's thoughts would have to stop there. Bam! Blood's raised hatchet blocked his punch. Blocked. I thought I told you that at some point. He increased the power of the red armor to push the axe away, but Blood didn't budge. If you call me a barbarian, I will kill you. Kursha felt a chill run down his spine as he met Blood's eyes beyond the axe. At that moment, Blood's other hand moved. The axe was aimed at his shoulder. Kursha snorted and threw out his fist, knocking the axe away. What do you think you're going to do with such an archaic weapon? Kursha curled his fist into a tight ball and a red electric current formed at the top of his fist. With one loud flick, the current mixed with the rainwater and struck Blood's body. A series of electric fists rained down, targeting Blood's opening as he stood frozen in place. Each blow sent red sparks flying around him. It's over. Adrian was sure of it. If it had gone that far, Blood would have become a rag. Ozian saw Adrian's reaction and spoke coldly. You're the one who doesn't understand. We're not the ones who are finished, quite the contrary. Ozian continued to watch, though the others did not as Blood calmly parried Kursha's fists with his two hatchets. He's a warrior of the north and the seed of a hero. He is qualitatively different from those who only rely on weapons and hit others in the back of the head. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Adrian's gaze turned to the center of the explosion. Kursha, who should have been the center of the blast, had fallen backward. Part of the red armor covering his chest was shredded. What the hell is going on? The fight was hard to follow with the naked eye, so the mobsters didn't quite understand what was happening. Just as Kursha was getting into position, Blood stepped in. Moving with lightning speed, he swung his hatchet. Blood glistened everywhere on his body, and the runes on his forearms glowed. The hatchet was coated with a frosty aura. Bang, 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 bang. Each swing of the hatchet sounded like a bomb exploding. Kursha struggled to block with both arms, but his body kept being knocked back. What the hell? Why? Kursha couldn't understand. Surely he had the upper hand and a much better weapon, so why? A truth he didn't want to admit flashed through his mind. Could it be that Blood was much stronger than he was? Regardless, Blood swung his axe indiscriminately. It was a series of strikes that made one wonder if he was even breathing. The blade of Blood's hatchet snapped under the force of the attack. Kursha seized the opportunity. Now that his weapon was gone, he could no longer exert his strength. Blood raised his hand toward the nothingness. What the hell are you doing? At that moment, Kursha saw it. A two-handed axe flew out of nowhere like a boomerang and landed in Blood's hand. His body jerked forward as he realized that his opponent had exposed an opening. Blood used the mysterious power that only Northerners wielded, but by the time Kursha realized his mistake, it was too late. Blood, holding a new weapon enchanted with the rune of restoration, brought his axe down. It was no ordinary axe, but one imbued with the power of the storm. Kursha instinctively crossed his arms to block the blow, but the incredibly durable red armor fell helplessly before the blade. Both of Kursha's arms were sliced off below the forearms. Chaos! Kursha's tearing scream rang out. Whether he realized it or not, Blood still kicked his opponent in the chest. Trampling over Kursha, who lost both arms and fell off balance, Blood raised his axe. Huo! The power of the storm in his axe mingled with the power of his frost, creating a swirl of ice crystals around him. That's it. Blood slammed his axe down on Kursha's head as a light blue light exploded, spreading a chill around him. The rain from the sky froze into ice crystals, then the crystals shattered under the impact of the explosion, scattering like stardust. At the center of the beautiful spectacle, blood descended from the white, frozen corpse of Kursha. Underscore 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 underscore. Snow fluttered in the rain and everyone stared at the sight with bated breath. The center of the banquet hall was covered in frost. The frost was just white, symbolizing cleanliness and purity. Balad walked out onto the white stage with a staggering step, clutching a two-handed axe. Kursha's body was unrecognizable. His red armor, made by Blackstone, had not protected him. The chill receded, replaced by the pouring rain. Ha! Balad let out the breath he'd been holding. His cold breath dispersed in the rain. There were many different views on Balad: respect, awe, fear, and jealousy. Even the family, who had always prided themselves on their knowledge of Balad, were surprised. Is he really that strong? He seemed stronger than before. It wasn't just an illusion. In fact, Balad's strength was stronger than ever before. The near-death experiences and extreme situations had blossomed his talent. Although Balad had been somewhat content with himself, that was not the talent he was born with. As his father had said, he had the qualities of a great warrior, but Balad didn't believe him. He thought his father said it because he was his child and he looked pretty. Even if he hadn't, he wouldn't have believed it. The words of his father, the barbarian who left his mother to die, felt more like an insult than a compliment. Full of strength. It was like hot lava coursing through his veins. The need to get it out somehow surged through him. Would it be better if he killed more here? Should he swing his axe more now? Then Balad's eyes met Isella's. He looked into her round eyes and felt his blood run cold. Isella was in tears. A single tear rolled down her cheek, out of place on her radiant face, and fell to the ground, lost in the rain. Balad felt his head begin to clear. Born with nothing, struggling to survive in the cracks of the world, inside the enclosure, where only the cunning and cowardly survived, he fought tooth and nail not to be one of them. There was only one reason, to become a man who would not be ashamed to stand by her side. His gaze traveled beyond Isella and saw something else. It was a timeless vision that took him back to the distant past, to his mother, who had whispered her love to him. His father, who had laughed at him, told him he would be a great warrior. The family that had warmly embraced him as a baby. The truth is that he wasn't ashamed of where he came from. He just wanted to prove that the Northerners of the North are not shameful people. They are people who love and live just like the others. Balad raised his axe to the sky. Behold, I, Balad, son of Bjorn, have won the battle of discipline. Balad shouted, his voice rising, and everyone's attention focused. Best of all, the way he introduced himself now was in the traditional Northern style. I am a Northerner, a warrior of the North, and a man of the North Blinders. I am never ashamed of my origins, for that is what I have lived for. There was power in Balad's voice. His family felt a chill run down their spines and a shiver run through them. In this moment, they felt their presence with certainty. They were warriors of the North. They may be barbarians, but that's why they are so pure and untamed by civilization. His whole body burned with a shiver and his heart pounded louder than thunder as it drowned out all the rain in the world. The North Blinders is an organization created and built by Northerners, and no one can ignore its roots. We have come this far because we are united and strong through discipline and tradition. Balad cried out, as if pouring out his inner honesty, as if washing away one's sick and worn-out self, stained by the world's stains, in the rain. The barbarian who had tried to deny his past was facing the end of his childhood. Who denies us? Balad's axe pointed at Ilo. Who excludes us? The answer is fixed. Moved by Balad's words, the Mafia followed the direction of the axe and stared at Ilo. Ilo looked at the other directors with a hoping gaze, but the others, realizing it was an irresistible tide, avoided his gaze. With Kursha dead, they saw no reason to intervene anymore. It was their loss, and their loss alone. But there was another reason they refused to help Ilo besides the profit and loss calculation. Balad's words were the cry of a man on death's doorstep, struggling to stay alive, but even so, it had a soulful resonance that penetrated deeply. Yes. Since when did they lose their pride? You might ask, what kind of pride do they have? But there's a big difference between believing they have it and not having it. It wasn't even pride. It's not like it's a hard creed to live by, to look out for your fellow man, or at least to help your fellow man. But the North Blinders didn't. Or, more precisely, Ilo didn't. Ilo Borbork. Balad shouted in a loud voice. You don't deserve to be the boss of the North Blinders. Deserved? Don't be ridiculous. This is my organization. I built it, I raised it. Are you saying that robbing someone else of something they built is something you built? What the fuck does it matter? You guys came in later and don't know shit? North Blinders is mine. Always has been and always will be. Ilo made no secret of his desire. You say it's for discipline, but you covet the position of boss. Don't you think I don't know that you're doing it so you can take my place and have your own organization? Ilo's face contorted and Balad watched him with pity. A once respectable man was now so ugly and broken. He may be what he is now, but he wasn't always like that. He's just a man who took from others to get something in this world, and he's been doing it for so long that he's broken. Gone are the dreams of finding jewels in the mud. All that remains is a monster who endlessly doubts and betrays those around him. Why do you look at me like that, you arrogant bastards? Do you know who I am? Do you know how I got here? Show me some respect. Don't look at me like that. Ilo was already in poor physical condition. Pushed to the brink, he hyperventilated and rambled like someone having a seizure. Balad tried to finish the job himself, not wanting to see any more ugliness. But it wasn't Ilo, his family, or the other mobsters who stopped him. Father. Isela Borborg, his only blood relative. It's all over now, so stop it. Isela, what are you talking about? It's my father's defeat. Ilo's face turned pale with shock. It must be an extraordinary feeling of betrayal when your daughter encourages you to give up. Shut up, you were in cahoots from the beginning, weren't you? Yes, you were? There was nothing real from the beginning? You're in cahoots with Balad, you see eye to eye with him, and now you're going to betray me? Just like your mother, who was only in it for the money. A helpless and isolated situation with no one to help must have been a difficult environment for the old Ilo to endure, even if it was his own karma. Isela looked up from her father's rambling and looked back at Balad with sadness in her eyes. Balad. Yes, my lady. Will you support me, no matter what I choose to do? Perhaps sensing something in her voice, Balad replied with a serious face. From the moment I met you, my lady, I have always been on your side. Thank you. Isela smiled wryly. She turned to her father, Ilo. She drew the dagger she had concealed beneath the thigh of her dress and stabbed him in the neck. Everyone's eyes widened at the unexpected sight. Ilo didn't understand for a moment what had happened to him. Cuck, cuck. He tried to cover his throat with his hands, but blood trickled down his hands and onto the floor. He gasped for air and slumped back in his seat. Isela looked down at him, then wiped the blood from her dagger with the skirt of her dress. A few drops of red blood splashed down her cheeks as well. Turning to the silence, Isela spoke. In accordance with the organization's rules, I personally ended my father who violated them. Any objections? Objections? They'd consider such things here? Of course not. Even if he broke the rules, wasn't he her father? But even before the question came up, Balad was quicker to react. I, Balad, support Lady Isela, as the rules of the organization dictate. And since the boss is dead, with no succession fully established, she is the next boss, according to the rules of the organization. Balad dropped to one knee, and as if on cue, his family rushed forward and knelt as well. Meet the new boss. At the booming voice of the Balad family, the other mafiosi stiffened, but bowed their heads or said yes. Meet the new boss. Meet the new boss. It wasn't just the regular members of the organization. Even the action leaders and directors all bowed their heads. Isela looked down at them with a cold gaze. She desperately suppressed the trembling in her hands. As much as she tried not to show it, she had just killed a man with her own hands. It was the first murder she'd ever committed with her own hands, and it was her own father. But this is Tirna, a place where brothers kill each other for money, parents sell their children, and children abandon their parents. Isela decided to pull herself together. Gone is the foolish girl who knew nothing. Just as a warrior was born in this reign, another boss was born as well. As of this hour, I am allowing Mr. Balad to return to the organization. Anyone with a complaint, please come forward. After all this time, there could be no complaints. When no one spoke, Isela nodded in satisfaction. Now, then, let's put an end to this nuisance. She strutted over to where Ozian was holding Adrian hostage. Now that the situation was over, Ozian removed the moonlight sword from Adrian's neck and stepped aside. Isela thanked Ozian with a glare and turned to face Adrian. Adrian Blackstone. We invited you for a good cause, but I'm sorry for causing you such an unpleasant experience. Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. Adrian flashed a weak smile. When you had this many surprises in a row, one tended to resign oneself to them rather than deny them. Isela spoke up. But in the end, this is an internal North Blinders affair, and since you've been swept up in it, I'll make amends later. Then the engagement is off, because I'm here to meet the organization's lady, not to have a private audience with the boss. Yes, but Blackstone and I can have a better relationship in the future, a solid alliance, not this flimsy one. Reason returned to Adrian's eyes. His mind quickly calculated the deal that lay ahead. That sounds tempting to me, too. I've lost several of my men in unsavory incidents, but... Adrian's gaze flicked to Ozian as he spoke. If I think of this as just the tuition fee for life's lessons, it's a cheap price to pay. Next time, we'll meet on better terms. We will. Adrian let go of her shoulder and flashed her a toothy grin. I don't mind continuing our relationship as it was before. At the very least, I find you even more attractive now than I did before. Oh, is that so? I'll take the compliment. Isela replied with a wry smile. But I'll have to politely decline. I have a job to do. Underscore 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 underscore. Adrian remembered his father's words. Adrian, this engagement is nothing more than a takeover disguised as a marriage. If you truly want to lead Blackstone, you're going to have to be able to swallow those mobsters whole. Adrian had been trained this way since he was a child, and he knew what he was getting himself into, so he didn't mind. If the arranged marriage had gone as planned, he could have easily taken control of the underworld organization known as the North Blinders. The boss, Ilo Borborg, was an old man, an anachronism, driven only by greed, and his only daughter, Isela Brooke, was a young, innocent woman who didn't know any better. But Adrian had to revise his assessment at this point. First of all, Ilo was a greedy old man. He didn't know how the situation was going and just insisted on doing his own thing, which made things go wrong. But Isela was different. I didn't realize she had such a strong side, and she's been deliberately pretending to be weak all this time. Or maybe it was a talent that blossomed in a moment of crisis. But whatever it was, he couldn't deny that a lot of his plans had gone awry. Rather than anger or embarrassment, Adrian felt a sense of relief. Even though he hadn't gotten his hands on the Mafia's force, it had been a good life lesson in more ways than one. It wasn't because of Isella's bravado or Balad's rousing speech. It was because of the knight who dared to hold a sword to his own throat and take him hostage. It was because of Ozian. Did you say fixer? Adrian asked Ozian when he finished talking to Isella. He wondered if it made sense. A fixer, if nothing else, who'd blasted his way into the middle of a mafia organization. Why don't you come work for us at Blackstone? Ozian chuckled beneath his armor at the way his young successor spoke so confidently to him. You have a lot of mercy for someone who killed your men and held a blade to your throat. Well, that surprised me a lot, but I've learned that being emotional only makes things worse. What happened today wasn't just an epiphany for Isella or Balad. Adrian, who was watching the scene, almost a third party in a way, also learned a lesson. Ozian stared at Adrian. His eyes were trembling, even if only slightly, as if it wasn't easy to say something like this. Still, he was trying to be brave. He didn't know how big it would be now, but it was sure to be big later. Unfortunately, I don't have any desire to go under anyone yet. You've got a lot of pride in your skills, though I'm sure you deserve it. I'm a fixer. If you need something, ask for it. I don't like dishonorable or dirty work, of course, so keep that in mind. Adrian's entourage sputtered at the cocky remark, but the more enlightened master stopped them with a wave of his hand. I will if the need arises. With that, Adrian left. Although it must have been quite a blow to his pride to be an attendant at such a banquet, he bravely went through with it. As Ozian thought that, Balad approached and said, of course. After seeing such force, what kind of person would openly show hostility to it? I haven't said anything yet. You can tell by the atmosphere. When you're confronted with a force that's one-dimensional, you feel one-dimensional emotions like humiliation and anger, but when you're confronted with a force that you can't comprehend with your head, you don't even think about fighting back. This is why Adrian was so easily overcome, and why the other Mafia members were dragged into the situation, unable to act. Ozian's overwhelming power and Balad had driven the final wedge made the situation possible. Even with that in mind, I'd say the future is bright for Blackstone, given how boldly they've handled it. You don't seem too worried. What if they take revenge on the North Blinders for kicking their son out? North Blinders is strong. Blackstone may be a defense company, but a fight isn't fought with just good weapons. Right now, it was axes and blades that ended this one. You have a point. The weapon doesn't matter. What matters is who's wielding it. Ozian shook his head, realizing he'd been worrying for nothing. So, since you're back on the board, should I congratulate you? That's one thing, but let's get to the important stuff first. Important. Balad inclined his head toward Ozian. The approaching members of the Balad family were stunned by the gesture, which the normally proud Balad would never have shown. But they, too, had seen Ozian's power, and knew that they had only made it this far alive with his help, so they said nothing. I was grateful. It was all because of your help that I was able to come back like this. I helped pave the way, but it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't done a good job when it mattered. But it is true that you laid the foundation for this. I heard that you were the one who saved Leger from death. I cannot simply repay this favor. The fixer was asked to do a job, and he did it. Is there more to it than that? The fee was. A single tear from Leger was the fee that set Ozian in motion. That was enough, and that's why I moved. With that, Ozian removed his full moon cloak. His bare face was exposed, revealing his newly purchased clothes. What's more important to you is what you're going to do with this organization. The rainy season had just begun, Balad had been falsely accused and nearly purged, the bosses had changed, and one of the directors, Kursha, had died. No matter how big and tight-knit the North Blinders were, such upheaval would take its toll. We have lost too much in today's fight. But at the same time, it's brought the rest of us together, and given how much we've tried to grow the organization in the past, it's a measles shot we all need to take at some point. That's when Isella came to Balad's side. Best of all, I'm not alone anymore. I see. What are you two talking about like that? Isella casually stepped between them and greeted Ozian. There we go again. You remember me, don't you? How could I forget? I can't believe it was you, the knight, the one I saw that day. I suppose I should thank you first, because it's thanks to you that I ended up in one piece. Are you safe? Ozian checked Isella's condition. She's trying to act strong, but she killed her father with her own hands and she did it in front of the entire organization. She couldn't have done it with a normal mind. Sensing Ozian's gaze, Isella spoke, her expression a little heavier. It was just a reality check, and I knew there was no point in doing nothing and hoping something would happen. For Isella, the past 2 days have been traumatic. Her father betrayed Balad, dragged him in and mercilessly purged him. He made the man she loved a traitor and tarnished his honor. Then he forced her into an arranged marriage with a man she didn't know. Isella might have met a similar fate, as most maidens do, but Balad did not die, and in the end, he came to this place alive. Even at the risk of his own death, he remained proud. Watching him drag his scarred body through the rain, soaked to the skin, and still wielding his axe, Isella realized something. You can't always wait for someone to come to you. If you truly value something, you have to fight for it even if it means carrying a burden too heavy to bear. You shouldn't be afraid to take action. I'm determined enough, and I know I can't do it alone, but I have someone who can. Don't worry. I'll always be here to protect you. Isella smiles at Beloud's reassurance. To Beloud, Isella's appearance seemed somewhat precarious. She was a young lady who had never seen blood on her hands before. So how determined must she have been to commit murder against her own father? Her fingertips trembled slightly, though he could tell she was trying to be strong. Thank you, Beloud. Ozian, however, gave the grateful Isella a strange look. He let out a small sigh, and then glanced at Beloud. Beloud was still gazing at Isella with concern. There was definitely love dripping from them. Well, Ozian had to fight back a smirk. So it's true, no matter how intelligent and cold-hearted you are, you can be blinded by love. I wonder if Beloud realizes that there's something else behind the emotion in Isella's eyes as she looks at him. I thought she was just a carefree tomboy, but she had a sinister side. Isella was deliberately acting weak now. Ozian could feel it, even if no one else could, in the tremor in her fingertips and her subtle gestures. It was all part of the act of being strong, but unable to hide her fear. Blood can't be ignored, Ozian thought to himself. She's got northern blood in her veins, and she's got a tough side to her, plus she's been the daughter of a mafia boss, so she knows the rules of this civilized world better than anyone. At that moment, Ozian locked eyes with Isella. The corner of her eye twitched slightly at Ozian. That alone was enough to convey her intentions. Isella was scarier than he thought. The fact that the remark about a drum barrel upon first meeting wasn't just something said out of ignorance is rather shocking. I wonder if Beloud knows that, or if he knows and is letting it slide. Whatever the case, the fact remains that what Isella and Beloud feel for each other is love. True love is won by being able to bear and accept the stigma of the other. Beloud has the qualities of a great warrior of the north, and Isella, the daughter of a mafia boss, fully awakened to her talents. They were a fitting pair indeed. You must be tired from cleaning up, so I'll just leave now since I'm an outsider. My presence will only make things more uncomfortable. With those words, Ozian turned to leave. Beloud started to grab Ozian, but was stopped by Isella. Beloud, just let him go. But, don't worry. I'll make sure he'll be paid, but right now I need to take care of some internal business. I see. My thinking was short-sighted. With that, the barbarian warrior bade the wandering knight farewell. Farewell. Take care of yourself, too. I'll see you some other time. Eyes followed Ozian as he left the backyard and headed out of the manor. The looks on the faces of the mobsters of North Blinders were varied. Some were in awe of Ozian's strength, while others resented him for killing one of their own. Although he had accepted the job as a fixer, he had become deeply involved in the mob's chores. I'll probably get into a lot of trouble afterward. It was definitely a loss and something any other fixer wouldn't have done in the first place. But, hey, bro, are you going? Leger spoke to Ozian, his voice heavy and booming. Are your injuries okay? I'm fine, thanks to you. I'm resilient, and with some good meat and rest, I'll be fine. It was a very serious gunshot wound. Even for Ozian, there was no way it would heal that easily. Leger was still on the verge of collapse, but he stood in front of Ozian, pretending to be fine, and spoke to him as he turned to leave. Leger bowed to Ozian, his eyes clear. Thank you. Because of you, my brother is safe. A simple smile formed on Leger's face as he raised his bowed head. You should come visit me personally sometime. I will treat you to a very strong drink, brewed in the traditional northern style. It was a poor reward for being swept up in danger. Tears, cigarettes, and strong alcohol. Leger's expression brightened at Ozian's next words. More than enough for a day's pay. Underscore 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 underscore. A dream is a piece of flowing sand. Under the burning sun, all you can see is an endless stretch of sand. Where do we come from and where are we going? What you see above the clouds are the last words of the souls of dying people. Sweat drips down from the burning thirst. In the sky, black birds circle around, waiting for the moment when they might die. The rumbling steps soon sank into the sand, and I lost my balance. My body fell into the sand. Before I could taste the rough, gritty powder in my mouth, lethargy engulfed my body. Alas, I might as well rest here. If only those birds would peck at my flesh, it would ease the heavy burden of pain. Too scared to think about it, someone pulled him to his feet and lent him a shoulder. Wake up. Are you going to stay here and die a senseless death? It was a bright voice that can be heard clearly even in a desolate world. You must be at your limit, but you never show weakness. The ivory hair blowing in the searing wind reminds me that this isn't all hell. We go home alive. No one dies, no one. The moment he hears those words, the dream ends. The man wakes up and looks down at his sweat-soaked body. He gasps for air and is forced to bow his head at the pain that burns through his eyes and into the back of his skull. After a few moments, the pain subsided, and he was able to recall the details of his dream. A terrible nightmare. Rising from the bed, the man immediately grabbed the weapon in the room. It was a sniper rifle with a clunky and long barrel, made to kill enemies from a distance. Black as if molten from the darkness, it looked far more ferocious than its intended use, as if it had taken on a form befitting its wielder. The man stepped outside, gun in hand, and spoke to the inky blackness. Time to move. Red flashes of light rose from the darkness. Let's go. Let's find a fight. Asterisk. So what? What happened next? It was a pouring afternoon. Unable to keep still in her seat, Lorraine stretched out her face and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Ozian asked, not sure what answer she wanted. He hadn't been able to figure out what she wanted from him after the last time he'd shown her around Leger and explained what had happened to the North Blinders. Oh, come on. You know, that. Lorraine smirked and made a ring with her thumb and forefinger. The blatant gesture gave Ozian a cold look, but it also answered his questions. I told you everything. I was promised a strong drink, and I left, and that's the end of it. What? You're lying, you're kidding me. Lorraine scrambled out of her chair in disbelief. Her gaze turned to Ozian, and she realized she was looking at an alien, not a human. I thought I told you I'd been paid enough for the commission. What, you really settled for a rain-soaked cigarette and the promise of a strong drink? Add a drop of tears to that? Oh, my god, yes, I didn't realize that was important. Yes, you didn't. A man's hot tears count. Arg. Lorraine slapped her chest as if something had gotten stuck in the back of her throat. Ozian crossed his arms, his gaze filled with displeasure. It's my commission in the first place, so how I get paid is purely at my discretion. If that's the case, then just volunteer. I'm a fixer, after all, so I should be paid. Don't you know that a fixer who works more for less is a fool? Lorraine slammed her hands down on the table in frustration. Diolan, who had been listening, jumped to Ozian's defense. Come on. I like being romantic. You shut up. Diolan pursed his lips. Lorraine closed her eyes as if she had a headache and pressed her fingers to her forehead. So listen, as a fixer, it's of course your discretion what you do with a request, but if you cut corners like that, you're asking for trouble later. What would you call a problem? Word gets around. Think about it. Imagine if you took on a job like this for a cigarette. And then a few days later, some asshole asks you for a favor, also with a cigarette. No matter how great the country is, it does not accept such a request. Yeah, that's true. But what about other people? Shouldn't they be asking questions instead? Why don't they do it for me? That person did it for them, so isn't that unfair? It's okay for them to do it. Just ignore it and let it go. The problem is that such things are eating away at the entire industry. My behavior? Isn't that a bit of a leap? Too much of a leap. Lorraine snorted at Ozian's retort. You really don't realize how awesome you are, do you? I understand, because the scale of what you've actually accomplished is almost unbelievable. That's why it's gotten less publicity than it deserves, but even so, you're a huge rookie in this industry that everyone's talking about. No, I don't even want to call you a rookie anymore. Ozian has solved a lot of big cases in his time as a solver. He's solved one case after another that most other fixers would only come across once in their career. His success was enough to earn him a reputation that he could drink to for the rest of his life. But look at what you're doing. If you're a super rookie who's known in the industry, and you're accepting work for a cigarette, how will others see you? It's not hurting you, but it's killing the new fixers. Clients want better fixers to work for them. They'd rather have someone who knows what they're doing than someone who doesn't know anything. But there's a practical problem. There's a real problem, money. The better the fixer, the higher the price. If you're going to spend money and fail, you should get what you pay for. Naturally, the less skilled the fixer, the lower their price. That's why the industry rarely uses rookies, or if they do, they're used as meat shields or substitutes somewhere. The rookie position is better. Rather than a newbie, they were skilled persons who had proven their skills in the industry. What Ozian did this time was a blow to rookies in general. You were only paid that much, but what would other people say to a rookie who was worse than you? Even super rookies were only paid this much. Are you better than a super rookie? You should lower your fee. Don't forget. In Tirna, money comes first. That's the reality. After listening to the explanation, Diolan nodded in agreement. Those who are recognized by the industry become a kind of barometer. The commissions they receive and the price they are paid become the overall reference point for the market. Naturally, as a super rookie, Ozian would have to set the bar high for the basic ransom. It was something he had to do, even if he didn't want to. Setting the commission fee is also a job. Yes. So if you accept a job in the future, make sure you get paid well. Ozian and Diolan were shocked. Lorraine had gotten so worked up about fees, and it was because she was concerned about the younger fixers in the industry. I see. I'm sorry I didn't know. I didn't realize that the reason you were so open about the money was for the good of the industry. Ozian said apologetically, and Lorraine's eyes widened in confusion. It's not like that. I just like money. It's so good to have a lot of money. You can eat lots of delicious things, buy lots of things you want. Money is the best. He. Give me back my sorry feelings. Just as Ozian was about to get serious, Violet Fox's door was opened with a rattle. Is Mr. Ozian here? The address says this is the right place. There are 3 people in total. I assumed it was a client, but judging by their attire and demeanor, they weren't here to ask for help from the fixer. I'm Ozian. This is the right place. And what brings you to me, then? We're late introducing ourselves. We're real estate agents. Lorraine's ears perked up at that. Her instinctive gut told her they smelled money. Real estate agents? Why on earth would you want that? Lorraine asked, but Ozian didn't know what she was asking. Did he have anything to say about real estate? He couldn't think of anything. Then a middle-aged man who introduced himself as a real estate agent offered Ozian something. It was a written document. There is a building available for rent in your future, Mr. Ozian. In my future. Ozian glanced at the document. It bore the seal of approval from the city of Tirna, as if this wasn't just a scam. They wouldn't lie outright in a place like this, so that must mean the seal was real. Let's see. It's from a company called Kirk Douglas, and they want to return the warehouse they built in Mr. Ozian's name. Kirk Douglas. I don't recognize the name. Just as I was wondering if anyone knew, Lorraine stepped forward and whispered to Ozian. Wait a minute. That's you? I don't understand what you're saying. It's some kind of paper company run by the Mafia. I'm pretty sure I heard about it somewhere. Mafia? The name of the North Blinders immediately flashed through Ozian's mind. Now that you mention it, I think I know what's going on here. Well, the Mafia has some ostensibly legitimate businesses, like renting out houses and doing construction work. It looks like they sent it without permission. Either it was Balad, or Isela's new boss. Whatever the case, Ashen was not foolish enough to kick away the blessings that had just rolled in. Worst of all, ouch. Lorraine's gaze was hard to resist as she squeezed Ozian's forearm, urging him to take it. Asterisk. You can sign here. Ozian scribbled his name on the paper the broker held out. When the realtor walked away, the waiting laborer approached. I heard that this place is in need of remodeling. The inside of this place has been gutted, so there's nothing left to clean up. Is there anything you'd like to build? At the worker's words, Ozian looked at the warehouse. It was a large, spacious warehouse. The faint odor of alcohol lingered in the air, suggesting that it had been used as a bootlegging warehouse before this. Now that it had been cleaned out, it looked more desolate than clean. It wasn't far from the Violet Fox Tavern, so it didn't take long to get there and back. It was the perfect place for aspiring knights to train. How much money do you need? Were there any conditions? Nothing like that. I was just told that the owner of this warehouse would pay for whatever you bought. In other words, they'd even pay for the interior decorating. It was just a moment ago that Lorraine was upset about accepting a cheap commission, and now this is happening. It was rather suspicious that they would give me just what I needed, but I couldn't refuse them. Considering that it wasn't a debt that he was erasing, but a reward for a legitimate favor I'd done for him, it seemed appropriate. Uzmir. Yes, heir. Uzmir, who had been lazy in training due to the recent rains, replied immediately. From now on, the trainees will be trained here. You'll talk to that worker and get what you need yourself. Really? Yes, heir. I was already realizing the limitations of training in an empty field. It was hard to run and lift heavy things without any tools. Wouldn't it be much more efficient to lift a barbell than a regular rock? In that sense, Uzmir carried on the will of the past, but his methods were adapted to the new age. I'm watching Uzmir chatting with a worker when someone elbows me in the side. Wow, you got a big warehouse for free. How cool is that? I turned to see Lorraine, who had followed me to watch, smiling broadly. Her face was smiling, but her eyes were not. Yeah, isn't that great? You're getting something I never got. 1 minute she was furiously demanding to be paid, the next she was staring at me with a blank stare, and I didn't know what to do. It's not like this hasn't happened before, and Ozian has gotten used to it, but a question popped into his head. Is there a reason you're so obsessed with money? Underscore 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 underscore. Lorraine's eyes widened at Ozian's sudden question, then she shrugged, as if asking the obvious. Is there a reason to make a lot of money? The more the better. Even money has a purpose, it just depends on how you use it. It's just nice to have a lot of money. It's a testament to how hard I've worked, right? Besides, if I have a lot of money, I can buy whatever I want. I can eat a lot of delicious food, buy pretty clothes, get expensive accessories. None of that has anything to do with you. Lorraine, who had been chattering excitedly, fell silent at Ozian's sharp point. The corners of Lorraine's eyes twitched. It was a fleeting moment, but Ozian could see it. What do you mean? You always say that, but in reality, have you never bought expensive clothes, goods, or cosmetics? You never indulge in luxury or pleasure, and you always have weapons on your person. You must have made a lot of money, but I've never seen you spend it. It may seem like he doesn't care about Lorraine, but that wasn't the case at all. Despite how she appears, Lorraine is a fixer who joined Violet Fox right before Ozian. Lorraine herself tried to act like a senior, and even tried to help Ozian in many ways. It's not like she didn't want to get a sense of what the youngest newcomer was capable of. But just as Lorraine was trying to figure out Ozian, Ozian was trying to figure out Lorraine. The Lorraine he knew, at least, was a woman who talked the talk, but never lived the luxury. If she spends money at all, it's on modifications to her primary firearms or bullets. Considering it was a necessary expense of her job, Lorraine was rather frugal. I didn't know that. I didn't realize you'd been keeping such a close eye on me. I could tell even if I didn't look closely, but I can't see why you're so obsessed with money. I told you, there's no reason, I just like money. Lorraine quickly changed the subject, as if she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Oh, by the way, I have a client today, so I'd better get going. Thanks for the tour of the warehouse, and I'll stop by later. Lorraine finished her sentence before Ozian could say anything else, and he just watched her go. The rain was still pouring down from the windows beyond the warehouse. The rainy season, it's not yet over. Asterisk. Shoot. The rain came down hard. It was like a hole in the sky, and the drops were so thick that it was hard to tell. Back in her quarters, Lorraine frowned at the weather by the window. Ugh. No wonder it's suddenly raining so hard. This is why it's so hard to go out on a mission. The request to Ozian wasn't just a lie to get out of the situation. Lorraine actually had a job. It was an escort job, a simple one that required her to stand guard for a set amount of time. Yuck. That doesn't feel good. The rain had been weaker lately, but now it was coming down harder, just as she was supposed to be fulfilling a request. She sensed something ominous. Still, she couldn't ignore the job she'd already been given, so she prepared herself for it. She pulled on her boots and slid her pistol into a holster at her waist. Her long, ivory hair was pulled back into a bun and a hooded poncho was pulled over it. Over her face, she wore a mask. She made a humming sound, and a modulated voice came out. Good. Few people would recognize Lorraine as a woman in the puffy poncho that hid her hair and obscured her figure. I don't usually go this far out of my way for a request. Today, something felt strange and she couldn't feel at ease unless she did something like this. Plus, this client was a pain in the ass. I hate it, but I have to work hard to make money. Lorraine looked around her room. It was just the right size for a single person. There were no trinkets or fancy items in the room, which made it feel rather empty. It was even worse than Ozian's housing, even though Lorraine must have made a lot of money. Lorraine had been living here for years. Well, then. Let's go. The last thing she packed was her favorite weapon, her sniper rifle. Lorraine's sniper rifle was a fairly expensive item, even in Tirna, as she wouldn't compromise on this even if it meant saving money elsewhere. With all her weapons in hand, Lorraine made her way to her client's location. The rain pounded down on her, but her poncho was waterproof, so she didn't get wet. Every breath she took dampened the inside of her mask, but in this weather, it didn't seem to matter if she took it off. If I finish today, how many days off can I take? Lorraine shook her head, though the thought was suddenly tempting. Normally, she would have given herself a little leeway, but after what she'd seen recently, she didn't feel like it. If the newest kid on the block is doing this, I'm not going to stand idly by. Since arriving at Violet Fox, Ozian has solved one big case after another. Some of them weren't his original assignments, but he was already a veteran fixer by the time he finished them. Lorraine felt jealous whenever she saw him, but she was actually quite proud of him. At the same time, she reflected on her own behavior. If Ozian was working so hard, she wondered if she had stretched herself too thin lately. She needed to finish today's request successfully, if only to ease her anxiety. This is what she told herself. When she arrived at the appointment, Lorraine was greeted by the first people to arrive. They were rough-looking men with black umbrellas on a rainy day. They saw Lorraine from a distance and reached for their weapons, but then recognized her and moved out of the way. There were a total of 3 black vehicles at the location. The back window of the middle one slid open and a young man in his mid-20s waved at her. Lady Lorraine, you look beautiful today, so please get in. I've saved a seat for you. Lorraine was glad she had worn her mask. Otherwise, her distorted face would have been all over the place as she heard the words. That's what the mask is for. The car door opened and the man patted the seat with his hand and motioned for her to sit over here. Lorraine didn't want to, but her client had asked her to, so she got in and sat down. Soon, the others entered the vehicle and the car pulled away. Lady Lorraine, thank you so much for taking my case today. The client, Armand J.C. He's a tycoon, as they say. His father and grandfather were both wealthy, and he was the owner of a fairly prominent business in Tirna. Even though he has yet to fully inherit the family fortune, Armand manages several businesses. His good looks and eloquent speech also made him well known in the social circles of high society. He was the kind of man who received love letters from the opposite sex every day. A man of his caliber didn't need Lorraine as his escort. Lorraine may be a brilliant fixer, but she doesn't deserve to be treated like this by a man of Armand's caliber. So why did Armand choose to have her as his bodyguard, and why did he give her a seat next to him that even his closest aides were not allowed to sit in? The reason is simple. How about, have you thought about my suggestion from earlier? Armand asks her softly, his gaze soothing. His pearly white teeth shone with each smile. Lady Lorraine, I truly believe it would be a great waste for someone of your caliber to remain a fixer, and only I, Armand J.C., can offer you the position you deserve. The tone of Armand's voice to Lorraine is one of blatant courtship. This young man, Armand, is now very much in love with the woman named Lorraine Punk. Lorraine was uncomfortable with Armand's gaze, and looked away from the window through her mask. This was why she hadn't been sure whether or not to accept today's request. If nothing else, listening to the rich man's ramblings made her skin crawl in more ways than one. Lady Lorraine, have you decided, or do I need to give you more time to make it? I thought I told you before. Lorraine's voice, returning to Armand's words, was cold and sour, quite surprising to anyone who knew her. My choice hasn't changed, so don't be so stubborn. Lady Lorraine, I've said it before, and I always mean it. I don't find people like you anywhere. Armand was sincere. He wasn't simply falling for Lorraine's looks and trying to make her his own. This was why Lorraine was so uncomfortable with him. It would have been easier for her if he'd approached her with nothing more than carnal desire. You can become the mistress of the JC family. Is that so unpleasant? Armand's words were astonishing. It meant that Armand was serious enough to take Lorraine as his wife. If the others had overheard, they would have asked Lorraine why she refused his proposal. Wasn't it every young lady's dream to marry a wealthy master? Given Lorraine's money-grubbing nature, a better opportunity will never come along in her life. As it should be, Lorraine's emotions were unmoved. Behind her mask, she glanced at Armand with a cold gaze and said firmly, I've told you many times, but I refuse. Why is that? Is it because I'm not good enough for you yet? If so, please tell me. I'll make it look as good as possible for you. Lorraine barely suppressed a sigh at Armand's plaintive tone. Who wouldn't want to be courted by a handsome, wealthy man of the opposite sex? Lorraine even dreamed of it sometimes. But, for me, it's a luxury. Lorraine didn't need to say that, so she ended the conversation without responding. Armand smiled curiously at her, even though she hadn't needed to say it. Hoo, saying so does not extinguish my passion. You'll see, Lady Lorraine. One day I'll be the right man for you, a very nice man, and I'll make you an offer you'll never be able to refuse. Another thing that bothered her about this man came to mind. His head was so full of vain romance, so unbecoming of a man of wealth, and that he wore it so proudly on his sleeve. Lorraine stared out the window. She could see Tierna's figure, drenched in rain and covered in dark gray. This request is nothing. It was the kind of easy assignment where she's just supposed to sit next to her client until he reaches his next destination. The other guards would take care of the rest. Just as she was thinking that, something caught Lorraine's eye. Stop. Instinct, combined with the experience of crossing multiple lines of fire, made Lorraine immediately shout out a threat. Poof! The driver's head explodes at the same time. Bam! The driver's head fell and the steering wheel twisted sharply to the side. The car skidded along the sidewalk and slammed into the wall. The bodyguard car, which had been following closely behind, screeched to a halt. What the hell? As Armand panicked at the sudden unfolding of death, Lorraine grabbed him by the hair and yanked him down. Watch out, sniper. The man in the passenger seat opened the door and got out. Immediately, blood splashed through the windshield. Lorraine's eyes darted around, but the sound of the shot was muffled by the rain. If a bullet of that caliber had been used, it would have made a loud sound. The gunshot was fired from so far away that the rain drowned out the sound. At least 500 meters, she estimated. How did he make such a precise shot in such poor visibility in this weather? She was a sniper of considerable skill. No, she'd call herself quite good, almost superhuman. The problem was, in a typical raid like this, the sniper wasn't the only one. The sniper's role is to hold their ankles. For a full-scale raid, Lorraine lowered herself, pressing on Armand's head. 2 bullets shattered the glass, piercing the spots where her and Armand's heads had been. Lorraine quickly drew her pistol from her holster and fired in the direction the bullets came from. Bang! Bang! The shots ricocheted off the shattered glass, but Lorraine's expression was not pleased. I didn't hit him. He ducked as soon as I fired. Lorraine felt like she was fighting an insubstantial ghost. Stay here and crouch down, it's not safe to go out. Yes, yes. Clunk. Lorraine reached for her sniper rifle and cocked it. I don't know who they are, but they're not easy, are they? Then I'm going full throttle. Underscore 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 underscore. The enemy was very cunning. They would remain silent after the first attack until the next. Did they retreat because the ambush failed? No, they did not. They were waiting for her to expose an opening. Lorraine's mind raced with thoughts. I understand that the attack was aimed at Armand, but the timing was just right. Armand was a wealthy man, but he didn't deserve to have his life so blatantly threatened. The other party's intentions were full of murderous intent, making it difficult to see this as an act aimed at his ransom. They literally wanted Armand JC dead. So is he the man of a competitor? However, Armand has no current business projects, and he hasn't gone anywhere or done anything to earn people's ire. Whatever it is, it's dangerous. We've been attacked, and they're very good. The bodyguards exited the vehicle and used it as cover to try and find the attackers, but it wasn't easy. Silent bullets were flying from nowhere, pierced the guards' foreheads one by one. Even for the most experienced and battle-hardened bodyguards, seeing a colleague go down with ruler precision is enough to send a chill down your spine. Shooting a guy right in the eyebrow, in the dark, in the middle of nowhere? What kind of vision do you have? Lorraine clicked her tongue as she surveyed the situation. It wasn't good. Panic ran rampant among the guards. They didn't dare show their faces outside of cover. To do so would make them easy prey for the sniper. And that's exactly what the enemy wanted. Swoosh. Lorraine's vision caught a glimpse of whitish shadows moving. Their main force was moving while the sniper was on their heels. Their movements were so stealthy that Lorraine could barely make them out if she didn't focus hard enough. The blur was like a phantom moving in the rain. The other guards might know in their heads that they were approaching, but they couldn't actually see them. Watch out, everyone, they're coming. Lorraine warned, but there was nothing more she could do. As much as she would have liked to give further instructions, the enemies heard her shout and opened fire on her. Damn, that's one hell of a reaction. It's no wonder such a complaint came out of her mouth. This isn't some street thug attacking, this is a well-trained group of people methodically applying pressure. It would be the feat of the century if anyone here remained calm. Crack. Thud. I could see blurry red spots in the rain, and then gunshots rang out and the guards fell one after another. The bodyguards fired back, but they vanished into thin air like a mirage, just as they had appeared. Meanwhile, those who were brave enough to fight back were pierced to the bone and turned into cold corpses. They were cunning and didn't reveal themselves just because they had the advantage, nor did they try to force their way in. Their movements were so precisely coordinated, like machines, that one wondered if they were fighting humans at all. Even a hunter wouldn't be this serious with his prey, but the raiders were vicious enough to set my teeth on edge. Where the hell do they come from? You never know when strange creatures will pop out of nowhere in Tierna, but it's a shame that she has to face them on their turf. Death is raining everywhere and she can't tell if it's rain or bullets. It doesn't take long for the bodyguards to be wiped out. Lorraine and Armand were the only ones left. Lorraine bit her lip. She'd trained hard for this, and it was all for nothing? Even if they had been ambushed in bad weather, it was an unbelievable result. but Lorraine took a calming breath and closed her eyes. The moment she stepped outside, there was a good chance she'd be honeycombed. She would have to hold out for a long time in the bulletproof car, but that wasn't an option. She couldn't hope that the soldiers would come to her aid in Tirna during the rainy season. Lorraine's thoughts were interrupted. Her eyes closed, her ears twitched, ever so slightly. It's coming. They were coming with silent steps in the rain, but Lorraine could feel them since her senses were heightened to the extreme. The sound of breathing and calm footsteps, as if they were trying to kill someone, slowly tightened the encirclement without lowering their guns. The acrid smell of gunpowder reached Lorraine's nostrils in the dank rain. She could feel death on her skin. It was a visceral sense of dread that should have frozen her muscles and shrunk her heart, but Lorraine felt strangely clear-headed. It was as if she had been transported back to an old, nostalgic time. Snap. She hears footsteps in the distance, closer and closer. The sound of puddles on the floor echoed from 5 directions. Closing her eyes, Lorraine mentally pinpointed the other's location. Not yet. Not yet. She had to see the opportunity. Armand, sensing Lorraine's intentions, clamped his hand over his mouth and held his breath. Not yet. Just a little more, just a little more. They had closed the distance to within sight. If they came any closer, they would be helpless. Flash! A thunderbolt raced through the dark clouds, bathed the world in blinding light. It was the signal Lorraine had been waiting for. Now, in a split-second burst of light, Lorraine scrambled to her feet and fired her rifle at the closest one. Then, with lightning speed, she grabbed a pistol in each hand and fired at the other 4, not even bothering to eject the shells. Bang! She fired so fast that the 5 shots almost sounded like one. Krrrr! A crashing noise followed as the heated atmosphere expanded. Thud. In Lorraine's vision, she could see her enemies falling. It was an exhilarating moment to finally put an end to the ghosts in the rainy season, but Lorraine's expression was not happy. I missed 2. Only 3 of the 5 had fallen. The other 2 twisted and turned in the heat of the moment, dodging the blow. It was a perfect ambush, but it didn't work. Lorraine's skills weren't rusty, but the enemies were that much better. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. In the distance, others opened fire. There were more troops in the rear than the 5 sent up front. Sparks flew as bullet holes began to pockmark the hull. In the brief moment she had to duck, Lorraine glanced at the fallen man. The attacker wore a gray mask with a horizontal red streak across his eyes. From the bullet belt around the upper body, to the multi-purpose pouch and grenades to the clothes visible through the rough-looking poncho reminded her of some special forces unit. The question of what they were doing didn't arise. All that mattered now was getting out of the immediate danger. Lorraine ducked low and moved quickly to the driver's seat. She tossed the blown-headed corpse out the wide-open passenger door and stomped on the accelerator. Hold on tight. Boom! A plume of compressed steam containing ether water was blasted out from the rear of the vehicle. This was what expensive vehicles were for. Even after being showered with gunfire, she could accelerate in an instant with a single push of the accelerator. Boom! The passenger door, which she hadn't closed, was ripped off by the car in front of her. But Lorraine didn't have time to think about that. Getting out of here was her top priority right now. The enemy must have realized this and opened fire. Armand screamed as bullets rained down on the back of the vehicle. Like it or not, Lorraine jerked the wheel without taking her foot off the accelerator. Driving at this speed in the rain was suicidal, but if she didn't do it, she was going to get shot. In a moment of crisis, she had to trust her animal-like driving skills. Boom! The car lost its balance and began to skid precariously and sideways. Lorraine immediately realized why. That son of a bitch. The sniper had blown the first driver's head off, but he also blew out the vehicle's wheels. When I hear gunfire, it means he's close. The only saving grace was that the vehicle was rear-wheel drive. The front tires lost traction, but she somehow managed to keep it under control. However, the sniper had no intention of letting go. Bam! The rear tire blew out as well, throwing the car completely off balance. Boom, boom, boom! The car spun out of control and slammed straight into the exterior wall of a nearby building. Lorraine's vision went white. The impact was not normal, as she was traveling at full speed. Thankfully, the car's restraints were working properly, or she would have been killed. Through her dizziness, Lorraine checked Armand's condition. Flat on the floor of the back seat, he was unharmed. We need to move. With trembling hands, Lorraine tugged at Armand's backside. Lady Lorraine. Come on, come on. Now, we have to get away. Lorraine spoke desperately, even as her insides shook. A few steadying breaths brought her back to her senses. Her body throbbed all over, though, and her tinnitus still pounded. Damn. I'll be in bed for at least a week when I get back. That was, of course, if she made it back alive. Lorraine got out of the car with Armand. She headed straight for the alleyway, partly to outrun them, but mostly to get out of the sniper's line of sight. Humph, humph. Lady Lorraine, are you okay? I'm fine, just keep running. Lorraine led Armand through the rainy alleyways. Her head was dizzy and she couldn't tell where she was, just instinctively heading in a direction that would take them away from their enemies. Who the hell did this? Armand was about to say when a whitish shadow emerged from the alleyway opposite. It was just in time to almost meet them around the corner. Lorraine drew her pistol like a ghost and fired. Ta-ta-tang! The rapid-fire bullet slammed into her opponent, 2 in the chest and 1 in the head. It was a Mozambique drill designed to go beyond the double tap and definitely finish the opponent. The enemy wasn't caught off guard. He had Lorraine's reaction time, but he was outmatched. His body was armored, but his head was not. The gray mask was durable enough, but not enough to postpone death. Behind her fallen opponent, she could feel the other's gaze. As Lorraine aimed her gun at it again, it launched itself at her. A hand was swung from the inside out, knocking the muzzle away. She squeezed the trigger, but fired into thin air. The other man pointed the pistol in his left hand at Lorraine's sharp nose. Lorraine lifted her leg and slammed it into his shin, then twisted his wrist around her pistol grip with her right arm. His fingers loosened and the pistol fell to the floor. Lorraine kicked the pistol away from him with her toes, but he wasn't finished. He struck again. Mask to mask, they clashed, and the distance between them grew. As Lorraine reached for the trigger, he had already drawn a dagger from his waistband and was stabbing at her. The distance was too close. Lorraine watched the dagger's trajectory, then ducked low and snaked her hand around the man's forearm. In an instant, the joint snapped. The creature didn't scream, even though its arm was broken. Lorraine hadn't expected that, either, so she snatched the dagger from its limp arm. As it flailed and struggled, dagger after dagger slammed into it. It was an astonishingly precise and quick move. He will not survive, for I plunged the last into the carotid artery at the nape of his neck. My God. Armand was dumbfounded by the carnage that had taken place in less than 5 seconds. He knew Lorraine was strong, but he'd never seen her in combat this close before. The Lorraine he knew was a sniper, and he had no idea she was this good in close quarters. The way she fought was amazing. She was brutal with her hands. It was as if she had learned only to kill her opponent with certainty. Whether it was or not, Lorraine glanced back with sharpened senses. Her sniper rifle was pointed at Armand's head as he watched. Lady Lorraine. A shot rang out as Armand asked in surprise. It was Lorraine who fired. Armand checked to see if he was still alive. Luckily, he wasn't dead. Only then did he realize that Lorraine had shot over his shoulder, behind him, at his pursuer. Now that he was alive, Armand turned to Lorraine and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Kerchak. Armand's words were unfinished because the bullet that entered the back of his head came out of his mouth. At the same time, a bullet blew off the scope on Lorraine's rifle. Boom. Shrapnel splashed and hit the mask. The mask, which had just been beaten to a pulp, cracked and shattered. Armand, her client, was dead, but before she could react, another bullet pierced her right shoulder. Gasp. The force of the bullet sent Lorraine flying backwards. As she did, the presumed enemy sniper walked over. "What a surprise, I never thought I'd see you here." The sniper in the gray visor mask recognized Lorraine and saluted. Unlike the other masks, where the eyes were single, this one had a round red lens on one side. Lorraine glared at him, her face contorted with pain. Who are you? Isn't that a harsh response for an old comrade in arms?" The sniper laughed, then pulled the mask off his face. Lorraine's eyes widened at the sight of his exposed face. The man with the scarred face smiled a twisted smile. "Why, are you not glad to see an old comrade you betrayed?" Underscore 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 underscore. Lorraine bit her lip. The burning pain in her shoulder was outweighed by the bewilderment of why the man in front of her was here. The unmasked man's one eye was a red prosthetic. The iris of the lens-like pupil closed and closed again. The red, clickety-clack lens reflected Lorraine's reflection. "Lorraine Punk. You look puzzled, and so do I. I didn't expect to see you here. Fade Wilson." Lorraine called the man's name. The name of her old comrade, the man she'd fought alongside. He looked much different than the last time she'd seen him. She recognized the scars across his face, the prosthetic eye that replaced one, but not the other. One arm was prosthetic, as were his legs. And the prosthetic eye wasn't what she remembered. They were even worse than the ones she'd seen before, like they'd been upgraded. What the hell happened to you? Why on earth would you do this? This kind of thing? Ah, you mean like killing these scums?" Fade laughed low and pointed the muzzle of his gun at the dead Armand. Lorraine's expression hardened. Armand was a young man who had not yet fully grown up, but he had never done anything bad. At least he didn't deserve to die and be disgraced in this way. The Fade that Lorraine remembered was never this disrespectful. Rather than insulting the dead, he would show honor and respect to his enemies. His personality was inherently loyal, and he would lay down his life for his comrades. But in the years she hadn't seen him, the Fade she knew had changed so much. "If you're the leader of the raid, are the others your men now? Minions?" "Oh, right." Beyond Lorraine, Fade spotted 2 bodies lying on the corner of an alleyway. Lorraine had killed 3 more as she fled in the vehicle, and she'd just killed the last one, bringing her total to 6. But Fade's expression showed no anger or grief at the loss of his comrades. A subordinate is a subordinate. Although, if they were scum that deserved to be taken down like that, they wouldn't have lasted long anyway. "Are you serious? What the hell changed you?" "I changed. The you I know, you would never do something like this," Lorraine said, looking straight into Fade's eyes. Fade met her gaze and smiled bloodily. The scar at the corner of his mouth, which she had never seen before, twisted in a sickening way. "How much do you think you know about me to say something like that? You betrayed us and left your unit, and from the looks of it, you've had a very comfortable life, while we lived in such terrible pain." Lorraine's eyes widened at Fade's accusation and her face stiffened at the ominous premonition. "The others, where are they?" she wondered. Even though she knew it couldn't be, Lorraine couldn't help but ask. "Where's Rosa? Where's Boris? Where's David?" Fade wasn't the only one of her old co-workers. They were co-workers she'd bonded with more closely than real family, even though they weren't connected by blood. Where is everyone else, and you're all alone? Fade looked at Lorraine with his one remaining eye. Before Lorraine could read the emotion in his eyes, Fade burst out laughing. Poo-poo? Where are they now, Lorraine punk? You really don't know anything, do you, or did you never care in the first place? I don't know. Yes. Otherwise, how could you not know that your former comrades in arms, your former colleagues, are dead? Lorraine's eyes widened to tears. Faced with the unbelievable, her first response was denial. Well, that's not possible. What kind of kids are they, and they're all dead? Why would you think they wouldn't die? Knowing how dangerous our job is, you shouldn't be surprised. That's how good you guys are. Lorraine opened her mouth to speak, then shut it. The realization of what Fade had already become, and the horrifying realization of what they had just encountered, brought Lorraine to a certain realization. Our unit is, what happened? Fade didn't answer. Instead, he twisted his lips into a smile. The smile on his distorted face was the embodiment of evil, like the world's malice gathered together and coalesced. The moment she saw it, Lorraine was certain. Fade, her old comrade in arms, had crossed the river of no return. Lorraine punk. It's good to see you here, but you weren't supposed to see me or, more accurately, recognize me. Fade pointed his loaded gun at Lorraine. If he was going to kill her, he'd had the chance before. Was it only for mockery, or at the very least, a final farewell to an old comrade in arms? Good riddance. If there is a hell, say hello to them for me. Fade was about to pull the trigger. Lorraine, who had been preparing in advance, fired a pinpulled smoke bomb. Boom! Even with the smoke obscuring his vision, Fade didn't panic and fired at Lorraine's spot. Bang! 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 Bullets pierced the floor as Lorraine tried to get out of the line of fire, flinging herself sideways as she blew away the smoke. Fade sneered at her. Do you still think I'm the same silly kid I used to be? The aperture in one of Fade's eyepieces narrowed with a crackle. Those red eyes pinpointed Lorraine's figure as she ran through the smoke. The muzzle of the gun, aimed precisely at her back, spewed fire. Lorraine's body slumped to the side. Fade clicked his tongue. He missed. The moment he fired, Lorraine felt something and threw herself to the side. Without any physical modifications, Lorraine would not have the ability to see through the smoke. That's a pretty good sense. You're not rusty. Boom! The shell popped out of its holster with a burst of compressed steam. Yeah, you are. You always were. You've always been ahead of the rest of us. Fade's gaze on Lorraine held a twisted emotion. Even as she collapsed, Lorraine pointed the gun at Fade's head and squeezed the trigger. Ting ting ting! But Lorraine's bullet was deflected by the ballistic shield of one of his troopers, who now stood in Fade's way. Fade spat on the ground as he checked the trajectory of the bullet. So you're just shooting for cover, then? In the midst of a life-or-death battle, you're willing to be so casual about it. You must be pretty shallow. Fade gestured, and his grey-masked troopers pointed their guns in unison down the alleyway. Just as they were about to open fire, a jet-black shadow leaped from the building. Fade frowned. What the hell was that? It was a beast with a huge, black shadow. Huge enough to fill a not-so-narrow alleyway. It stood in front of Lorraine as if to protect her. The troopers fired, but the shots failed to leave any marks on the creature's body. Stop. Not with that crappy rifle ammo. Use special ammo or change to a larger caliber. As the men switched guns in unison, the beast moved. Leaping on all fours, it bit into the nape of Lorraine's neck as she fell to the ground, then leapt up and disappeared up the building. The grey-masked henchman looked back at Fade, as if to say, what do you think? Fade pulled the mask over his face. Leave her alone. She's nothing more than a piece of junk now. She'll never be our enemy. Most of all, the black beast from earlier. The fact that it was protecting Lorraine meant that it had an agenda, and if they messed up, it would do a lot of damage. Collect the dead, a few of you stay behind and clean up the mess. The rest of you go back. Fade and his men melted into the pouring rain like ghosts. Asterisk. Ozian walked along Iron Street for the first time in a long time. The rain was pouring down like a torrent, but the streets still echoed with the sound of hot steel. The heat emanating from the night markets was so intense that not even the rainy season could cool it down. Ozian, who visited Eldon's hammer mill, had to exclaim in admiration at the warmth he felt inside. What? Eldon, hammering furiously, looked at Ozian, removed her goggles, and smiled softly. Look who it is, isn't this the super rookie who's making a name for himself? You've been making weapons. What else would I be doing? I'm always making stuff like this. If I take a day off, I'm going to get sore. Eldon rotated her shoulders once to loosen the muscles. It was this kind of passion that had kept her at the forge for centuries. But this weapon you're making looks like a normal cold weapon, like the ones I handle. Pure blood weapons. I've gotten a lot of requests for them lately. Why? Well, it's because someone solved all sorts of problems with a single knife, and the rest of the world saw it and wanted to do the same. I've been making a lot of pure blood weapons for a while now, so it's not bad, but you should at least consider your influence. Even so, it's only at the level of the fixer industry. That's right. Tirn is a big place, and even if you're called a super rookie, you're still just a kid in this city. Then I'll have to try harder. So, what brings you to me? Are you looking for repairs or something? After all you've been through, you deserve it. Ozian wordlessly handed the sword to Eldon. Drawing the sword from its scabbard, Eldon inspected the blade's condition and narrowed her eyes. What the hell, it's in perfect condition, no dents, no wear and tear. Did you even use it? I sleep with it by my side. Well, maybe it's because I made it so sturdy. What's the point of bringing it if there's nothing to fix it? Because I want to use this. Ozian cut to the chase and showed Eldon the enhancement stone. At first, Eldon wondered what it was, but then her eyes widened as she recognized something similar from her memory. Wait a minute, where did you get this? I found it the last time I went to the ruins. You know what it's for, seeing as you brought it to me. Yes. It wasn't something to hide, so Ozian nodded. Haha, this is amazing. A super rookie who asked me to build a pure-blooded weapon, and he's just had his stock price go through the roof, and now he's bringing me an ingredient that's known to have been lost. Eldon fiddled with the enhancement stone in her gloved hand. As for you, who the hell are you? I think I've told you enough. Yes, you have, and since you brought it to me, I assume you want to use it in your weapon. Yes. Do you know how to do that? I do, but I've never actually done it, though I did watch a dwarven blacksmith do it once upon a time. That doesn't sound very appealing. I told you I've never done it, but I know how to do it. I know the theory, I just never thought I'd actually do it. To Ozian, that was a good thing. In the game, you go to the blacksmith, you press the button to power up, and it happens, but reality is different. Is there a way? You can break this thing and channel the power inside into your weapon. It's very old, but there's still power inside, so it's possible. Then how long will it take? It's in the form of a stone, but it's very hard and cannot be broken by any conventional means. Even the most famous of the old warriors had to beat it for days and days before they could crack the surface. Indeed, this stone has the effect of making weapons stronger. The stone is imbued with a mysterious energy that is difficult to describe, making it much harder than most metals. So, as Eldon said, should he wait a few more days? Not necessarily. Hammering with a hammer is a thing of the past. Nowadays, you just drill it out with an industrial drill. I see. Science reigns supreme. Underscore 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 underscore. The process of enhancing weapons was quick. In the past, it would have been a matter of breaking down the enhancement stones through repetitive labor to unlock the power within. This was not possible for the average blacksmith, but only for those who had mastered the aura of fire and were more than adept with a hammer. For Eldon, this was of no concern. She was more dexterous than most dwarves. There was no need to repeat the process. With the advancement of science, it was easy enough to crush any amount of reinforced stone. As Eldon placed the stone on the anvil, a fire elemental in the form of a lizard appeared and breathed fire upon it. This was no ordinary flame, but the pure fire of Mother Nature, a flame that purified and destroyed many impurities. The tools the elves crafted with the help of the spirits were not named Elven for nothing. Thinking that this was enough, Eldon immediately brought the drill and placed it against the reinforcing stone. Kagagagagak! A terrifying burst of fire erupted. It was such a dangerous sight that even Eldon could have been burned all over. The flame elemental gathered the flames together and shielded Eldon's body. Heated by the spirit's flame and struck by the technologically advanced drill, the reinforced stone was pierced without a trace. Sword. The Eldon commanded, and a rock elemental no bigger than her waist brought Ozian's sword and placed it on the anvil. Eldon picked up the reinforcing stone with steel pincers and slowly poured the mysterious power from the hole over the sword. A thin, even layer of pure white liquid drizzled over Ozian's sword. The pure white liquid melted into the sword's surface. It was like applying cosmetics to the skin. There. That's it. This is the first time I've actually tried it, but I think it worked better than I thought it would. Eldon handed the sword back to Ozian with a satisfied look on her face. Taking the sword, Ozian examined it carefully. The tempering should have changed something. It seems to have changed a little. If it were a game, it would probably say Elven Longsword +1. Now that I couldn't, I had to rely on what I could see. It's subtle, but there is a change. For now, it was the translucent ripples that hovered over the hilt. Ozian gripped his sword and tried his stance. Sure enough, it felt different in his hand than before, and he could tell it was sharper. Let me know if you need it again. If I bring it, will you do it? Of course I will. But I'll charge you from then on, because this is the first process, and you only need a single enhancement stone, but later on, the materials will be more expensive. According to Eldon's explanation, it is said that a stronger energy must be added to the existing energy to make it effective. This isn't surprising, given the number of enhancement stones and other materials required as you progress through the game. I wasn't disappointed. In fact, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to improve my weapon even if I had the enhancement stones, so I was glad to find someone who could do it. With his weapon enhanced, Ozian returned to the Violet Fox with a lighter step. As he opened the door and stepped inside, his nose caught a familiar scent. It was the smell of blood. Ozian followed the scent up to the second floor. Diolan and Ronan were standing in the doorway, talking. They spotted Ozian and were about to say something, but he beat them to the door with a brisk step. "Oh, Mr. Ozian." Ena greeted him. The room smelled strongly of blood and disinfectant. The source of the odor was Lorraine, sitting on the bed with her bandages on. Lorraine looked at Ozian, and her face turned pale. What happened? It had only been a short time ago that she had left to go on a mission. He knew that being a fixer was dangerous, but knowing Lorraine's skills, he had his doubts. Besides, Lorraine's wound was clearly a gunshot wound. She knew more about guns than anyone, and she lost against a gunman? He couldn't help but think there was something wrong with Lorraine. Just a bad job, bad luck. No, I guess I let my guard down. Lorraine said it with a smile, but it was clear to anyone who looked at her that she was being coy. Ozian glared at her, then opened his mouth. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I didn't mean to pry. That's nice of you to say. Everyone has things they don't want to tell anyone, and it can be hurtful just to bring it up. Lorraine's expression turned bitter. So he'd noticed. But I'll tell you this, I'm your coworker. You ask me to help you, I'll never turn away. So sometimes it's good to lean on someone, isn't it? Ronan shrugged with an irresistible smile on his face. Lorraine was at a loss for words. A strange feeling of shame washed over her as she listened to Ozian's words, but the nightmare crouching in the depths of her mind washed it away. Yes, I'll take it to heart. Lorraine could only smile helplessly and say so. Ozian left the room, saying that was enough. Asterisk. Ena, who had changed Lorraine's bandages, also left, leaving Ronan and Diolan in the room. Diolan, can you give us a moment? Okay. Diolan realized Ronan was about to say something important and stepped aside. When they were alone, Ronan picked up a piece of apple that Ena had carved for him to eat. Recently, I came across some news. There's a group in Tirna that's been targeting only the wealthy and robbing them of large sums of money. Why are you telling me about that? I want you to hear it and judge for yourself. They are supposedly well-trained elite soldiers, and they retaliate in some way against those who refuse their offers. Most commonly, they will target their family, blackmailing a wealthy man and targeting his family. Lorraine's mind flashes back to the painful memory of her encounter with Fade. I don't know where they came from. They're like ghosts. They've only been active for a short time, and they haven't done any bloodbaths yet, but it's only a matter of time. They're so brutal in their hands. There, what the hell are they doing this for? I told you, for money. You said it was for money, but they didn't even take hostage, they just killed them right away. Are you sure it was for money? Lorraine asked, and Ronan took a bite out of the apple. After a long pause, he swallowed the apple and spoke his thoughts. I've wondered about that myself. When you look at what they're actually doing, money seems to be just a means to an end. If I had to guess, I'd say their true motives are probably more like wanton revenge. What do you mean, revenge? It's nothing new, the abandoned or marginalized turning against the world, guerrilla groups, terrorists, revolutionaries. The difference is that this time it's organized, disciplined, and well-trained people. Lorraine bit her lip hard. Fade Wilson's words came back to her. Her old comrades were dead. Lorraine hadn't been told that. Vaguely, she'd assumed they were doing well somewhere. Is that true? A voice spoke from somewhere in her mind. It was a voice that spoke to her true feelings. You know it's not true. It doesn't matter what happens to them. It doesn't matter what happens to you, because you ran away. Images of her old teammates flashed by. They used to laugh and joke, shoulder to shoulder, helping each other through the toughest missions, and then their smiling faces turned to bloodied corpses. Lorraine's head tilted lower and lower. No, I didn't run away. Lorraine. Ronan's voice brought her back to reality. But in that brief moment, Lorraine's face looked ashen, as if she'd been through a lot. This won't work. Deciding that this was no longer the time to talk, Ronan stood up. Alas, I'm afraid I must have spoken too much to the wounded. Get some rest. Lorraine had no response to Ronan's departure. Asterisk. Once back on the ground floor, Ronan had to face the curious stares directed at him. I guess we have a lot to talk about, huh? What kind of bastards made Lorraine like that? Ozian asked, and Ronan sat down in a chair in front of the round table. They're called the Ghost Army. They only target wealthy people, demanding money and inflicting brutal retribution if they don't comply. Judging by Lorraine's reaction, they were likely ex-military. Ena asked in surprise. Lorraine, was she ever in the military? You didn't know? No, I didn't know, because her usual behavior was. Ena realized her mistake and quickly backtracked. However, no one denied her words. Ronan nodded with a bitter smile. Ms. Lorraine was a soldier. I'm sure she was elite, very good at what she did. If she was elite, why is she working as a fixer now? Is it something to do with her past? I don't know because she didn't tell me. What I do know is that whatever's going on, the Ghost Army that's on the loose right now is most likely ex-military, someone Lorraine knew. They can't be in the military. They're either dishonorably discharged, or they've been expunged from existence, and they're just wreaking havoc. But it's a little weird. These are people who have nowhere else to turn, so they take out their hatred, but they go around killing rich people? Rich people always have a lot of bodyguards. They have expensive and very sturdy cars that can't be taken down by outside gunfire. If you wanted to kill them, you had to be prepared to fight an equivalent force. But they were one-sided. Lorraine, who was with them, barely survived the rush to escape. It would take more weapons and firepower than they had to take them down. It was not something a group with no connections could do. There must be someone in the back. Yes, I think so, too. They wouldn't do something this crazy without a backer. Ronan drummed his fingers on the table. Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with us. It hurts that Ms. Lorraine failed in her commission, but let's just be thankful she's alive. When it rains, stay out of it. He's right. When you're faced with people who just want to burn the world to the ground, it's wise to hold your breath and take cover. Asterisk. It was a dark night, with clouds obscuring even the moon. Lorraine, lying in bed, slowly opened her closed eyes and sat up. Lorraine checked her shoulder. The bullet had not lodged, but penetrated. The wound hadn't healed yet, but she didn't care. Pulling an ampoule from her favorite pocket, Lorraine forced the injection into her wounded shoulder. The pain was excruciating, her head turning white as it boiled and her teeth rattling. It was a dangerous substance that, instead of forcing healing, would force her metabolism and senses to spike, causing her to feel pain. Lorraine was mentally driven to the point of needing to use it. She endured the pain for a moment, then wiped the sweat from her brow. The pain of the wound was still agonizing, but her mind was sharper than ever. She gathered her things and slipped quietly out of Violet Fox. As the rain pattered down, she looked back. She wanted to go back now, to tell him to help her, but she couldn't. Thank you for everything. This was a remnant of the past that she had to end. Her current co-workers are all good guys and she couldn't let them carry the weight of this. Lorraine pulled the hood of her poncho deeply over her head and walked slowly through the darkened streets of Tirna. Are we going? Lorraine stopped in her tracks. In the corner of her eye, she saw Ozian standing still under a dim street light with an umbrella. Why would you? Because I knew you couldn't stay still and would come out. How did you know? I could see it in your eyes. You had a determined look in your eyes, like you were trying to untangle a tangled knot. Like you were ready to die. Lorraine smirked. To be seen through by a junior. I'm not even worthy of seniority. You can ask for help. I'm not stupid to turn down a favor from a senior. I'm disqualified as a senior at the point where I ask a junior for help. I want to be a cool senior. Is it cool to go to your death? Lorraine bowed her head, speechless at Ozian's stinging point. You know what? Do you want to hear my story? Lorraine was going to tell Ozian her old story. She felt like if she didn't do that, she wouldn't be able to leave anything behind in this world. Ozian glared at her and replied, no. Underscore 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 underscore. What? Why? Lorraine couldn't help but ask why. Wouldn't he be curious about her past if things had gotten this far? It was more than a little disconcerting for Lorraine to realize that she had offered to tell him, but he didn't want to hear it. Do you think that if a person who is about to die says something like that as his last words, you will listen to him? There is nothing more unpleasant than a will that is passed on without permission. Lorraine's nausea set in as he spoke as if she were about to die. Can't you even grant a last request from someone like that? You didn't tell me when I asked, and now you want a favor? I'm not the kind of person who grants wishes, so tell someone else. Oh, come on, that's so mean. What good would it do me? My mood. Listen to me, I'll tell you everything you want to know. I don't want to know anymore. I guess I can just go. Lorraine bit her lip in anger. It would have been a good idea to ignore Ozian and pass by without showing off her pride. However, doing so would have been quite aggravating. Still, she's a senior, and she can't ask for a favor on her way out? That's how small-minded he is. I'm going. No, you're not leaving until you listen to me. Let go of me. I'm leaving? No. Lorraine grabbed Ozian's leg as he tried to leave. Their roles reversed. The two argued in the rain for about 10 minutes. Asterisk. Lorraine squatted on the steps of the canopied store entrance. Her face was flushed as she remembered her behavior in hindsight as the emotions subsided. It was only then that Ozian, standing still with his arms crossed beside her, spoke up. How's it going? Have you calmed down a bit? Lorraine didn't answer, only nodded her head slightly. It was an embarrassment she would die to think about. But strangely enough, she felt more clear-headed than she had in a long time, after having that exchange with Ozian. She even felt a sense of relief in her chest. Did he do that on purpose? Lorraine's head snapped up and she looked at Ozian. You look better than before. As Ozian stared at her face, Lorraine realized that she had played right into his hands. But she didn't feel bad. In fact, she felt a little grateful. When Lorraine was finished, she spoke slowly. As you may have guessed, I was a soldier before I became a fixer. Ozian didn't bother to interrupt her calmly told story. Whereas before it had been the ramblings of a dying person, now it was the confession of someone who wanted to speak purely of her own volition. You know, Secret Service, Black Ops or something. From the name, it sounds like an organization that does things in secret without the world knowing. Yeah, the military, it's a big organization, and of course there are so many different branches within it. The thing is, they need permission from the top to move. The ultimate commander of the military is not a starry-eyed general. They're higher up, the mayor of Tirna and other council members. The soldiers were, after all, the tools of the people's elected leaders, the prefects, mayors, and councillors. If the military has the power to do as it pleases, its blade could be aimed at the heads of those above it. The army that was supposed to protect Tirna pointed its guns at Tirna. It was necessary to prevent a coup from happening in that way. In fact, something similar had happened in the past, just as the system of civilian control didn't come into being overnight. Yes, but that doesn't mean that the military does nothing and just follows orders from above. Just look at the recent assassination attempt of Princess Orlia. There are plenty of people in the military who act on their own. So the unit you were in was built for that. Yes. They bring in orphans with no connections from Tirna, force them to train, and turn them into nameless soldiers. Nameless soldiers, a unit that literally exists but doesn't, with no number and no rank. Its purpose was to be a dumping ground for those who could be discarded in the unlikely event of mission failure. I've been trained to death since I was a little girl who didn't know anything, but I'm okay, because, if I do say so myself, I'm very talented. Lorraine was very talented at marksmanship. Not just shooting, but in the handling of modern firearms, she was unrivaled. Even the instructor who taught her had repeatedly lamented the fact that she wasn't an official soldier. It was a natural progression for Lorraine to become the commander of a unit that didn't even have a name. There was no unit name. They just called us by our numbers for convenience. Like, 121st Ranger Unit. 15 men. It wasn't even a platoon, just a squad. There were more than 5 such squads. That's where I met my friends. Lorraine recalled their faces one by one as if she could remember them from the distant past. They all came from the same orphanage as me. Kids with nowhere to go, just desperately trying to keep up with their training. We almost died several times, but that's why we ended up helping each other. Lorraine's unit, the 121st Rangers, operated inside Tirna and around the world. They continued to successfully solve secret missions that were not supposed to be seen by the public, but there was no reward and no honor. Even when a fellow soldier died at the hands of the enemy, there was no small ceremony. Not even a tombstone for the meritorious, with their names inscribed on it. They were simply forced to bury their dead comrades in their chests. I was like, what on earth is this? Lorraine said it casually, but the truth was far more horrific than she let on. It started with training. The brutal training methods that pushed young children, regardless of gender, into the abyss of death were shocking even from a modern perspective where children's rights do not exist. It was called training, but disobedience to orders was met with summary execution on the spot. Sometimes you had to kill your fellow cadets. If you didn't kill them, they would kill you. Blood and mud, madness, and death. Lorraine, who survived it all, had to endure unimaginable pain and hardship. Perhaps that's why she became so attached to her unit. The army had turned them from children who knew nothing into cold weapons to fulfill a mission. Lorraine wanted to take care of them as colleagues so they wouldn't lose their humanity. We went on a lot of covert missions, crossed a lot of lines. It was hard and painful, but they had each other. They were more than co-workers now, they were family. She still remembered that day. When they were sent out into the desert on a covert mission, they sat around a campfire in the middle of the cold desert talking. The desert nights were bone-chillingly cold. But with only the countless clusters of stars in the sky, a warm campfire, and their trusty companions to keep them company, they were able to endure. Have you heard the story? When we're done with this tiresome task, we'll have a chance at freedom. Guess who said it first? David? No, it was Miller. His voice was unusually chilly and cold, but it was filled with excitement. What? What does that mean? We've been doing this for a long time, and they've decided to recognize us as an official unit. What kind of freedom is that? To have a proper name, to be a soldier with honor and pride, not a throwaway word that no one remembers when you die. David grumbled at Miller's words, wondering if they made sense, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if he was secretly looking forward to it himself. You know, Captain, what do you think? Rosa, a woman like Lorraine, asked. Since there were only 2 other women, they were as close as sisters. Well, it wouldn't be so bad if that's the case. Lorraine replied nonchalantly. She knew how unlikely it was, but she didn't want to blow the candle out of the water. If I become a proper soldier, I'll get a better paycheck, and then I'll marry a pretty wife. Boris, who usually likes to talk about his dreams, told Nada about his dreams. Boris, you can't tell me that with your face. David, you don't realize how attractive I am. I'm better than you. Boris, not even close. David is much better. Rosa, whose side are you on? Laughter erupted around the campfire. Lorraine, who would normally have warned them to be quiet, let it slide this time. Boris said, yes. Let's ask the question. What does everyone else want to do? I'm sure you have things you want to do once you're officially recognized. Dreams you want to fulfill. A dream. It's a word that would normally be scoffed at. For them, dreams are an unattainable fantasy. No dreams, no honor. That was the position of the nameless troops. Perhaps for all eternity, the word would never come to them, but today was an unusually good day. Part of it was the subtle reminder that this was their last mission, and part of it was the unusually beautiful starry sky. Yeah, it's only one day, but it wouldn't hurt to dream. I want to open a bakery, Rosa said coldly. It was fitting for the woman who usually cooked for her troops, even if she thought the battle rations were tasteless. Perhaps emboldened by Rosa's words, David said in a shy voice, I want to be a teacher. Rosa smiled and replied, you'd make a good teacher, David. What, you're not going to be a soldier anymore? Boris asked, and David scratched his head. I'm tired of shooting, and I don't want to live like this forever. If I become a regular soldier, I'll work my way up the ranks and become someone very high up. What, after all that insulting to the higher UPS, you wanted to be one of them? You idiot, of course not. I'm going to be very high up, and I'm going to have a bunch of guys like us working for me. Just as I'm about to say, that's so you, Boris adds, as if embarrassed. So they don't become like us. Oh, Miller responds to Boris's words by clapping, lest his courage be in vain. That's good. I want to be an airplane pilot. I've always thought it was so cool to fly in those things, Air Force guys. Are you trying to be Top Gun? That would be even better. Fade, what are you going to do? Fade. At the name, Lorraine stopped tinkering with her gun and looked back at him. He was the most timid of the group, and at the same time, the one who cared most about his comrades. He was as sensitive as a girl, and often gave his companions handmade trinkets as gifts. Fade replied with an awkward smile that didn't match his gruff demeanor. I want to open a little trinket shop, where I can make all sorts of things and trinkets and live in peace. Trinkets. It suits you. Can I come over later? You're welcome. If you come, I'll make you a nice accessory and give it to you, if you like. All eyes turned to Lorraine. Everyone else had spoken, and now it was the last remaining leader's turn. Lorraine met those expectant gazes, smiled, and spoke in a firm tone. Enough about me. The important thing right now is to complete tomorrow's mission. I'm afraid I'll get into trouble for saying it again. Captain, what the hell do you mean? You're going to back out now because you're embarrassed? You're loud, Boris. Keep your voice down. Don't you realize we could be spotted by enemy scouts? Lorraine spoke sternly, but her eyes were smiling. But if I may say so, I think everyone here will make it home safely. Captain, I'm sorry, I wouldn't call it a dream. But no one laughed at Lorraine's words. They all knew how much they cared for each other. The unspoken camaraderie between them was stronger than anything else in the world. Soon the stars were gone, and the first light of dawn broke over the sandy ridge. Come on, rise. At Lorraine's command, the men of the 121st Rangers extinguished their campfires with sand and sheathed their weapons. It's time for the mission. Anyone who lags behind will have their asses kicked. If you don't want to be beaten, follow me to the end. Yes, of course. Spurred on, they marched on toward the dawn to claim their future and to walk proudly in the sun one day. In the end, the mission was a failure, with the death of one of their own. Asterisk. What are you talking about? An angry old man's voice rang low in the large room. My son Armand is dead. With all due respect, yes. Confirming the report his secretary had posted, the old man, Viner JC, had to cool his simmering anger. But even the most level-headed of men could not be stoic in the face of the death of a kinsman. Especially when it's an only child, someone he trusted and cared for. Viner never asked who the killer was. He couldn't help but think of the men who had sent the most recent, similarly threatening letter. They demanded money for their cause, and if he didn't, they would kill his family. He'd gotten these prank letters before, so he shrugged them off. Of course, he increased the number of his bodyguards, just in case. But then Armand was dead and his bodyguards were wiped out. Viner's eyes sparked. Gather everyone, those who are resting, those who are off duty, those who have been away for a while. It's raining, sir. This is war. I'll show them what happens when they cross me. Ghost troops. True to their name, Viner intended to turn them into real ghosts. Underscore 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 underscore. The 121st Rangers' objective was to assassinate the mastermind of the terrorist organization and destroy the facilities they were secretly operating in the desert. They moved at the crack of dawn and raided the terrorists' secret base. Although the enemy's forces were large, the teamwork of the Ranger unit, which was like a family, was more than enough. In fact, it was so easy that I felt foolish for being nervous. All I had to do was complete the mission. Same old, same old. But the relief didn't last long. Evacuate? Wherever they were hiding, a force that could easily be twice the size of the existing security force poured out. The sight of enemies rushing in like they were covering the desert sands was like facing a sandstorm. Under Lorraine's calm command, they fought as best they could, but the overwhelming difference in numbers and firepower was not easily overcome. Moreover, the enemy had learned of the raid and had dug a trap. The 121st unit had no choice but to flee desperately. A hail of bullets, the beating sun, the scorching heat of their skin, the gritty taste of sand filling their mouths. The food they had brought with them froze, and the water in their canteens slowly ran out. But it was the sacrifices made during the retreat that hurt the most. Shit, Miller's dead. Boris was fuming in the desert heat. He stumped his feet, glaring at the sandy floor with bloodshot eyes. Miller had died trying to escape the trap. The others were speechless, for they were just as sad. Fade, on the contrary, sank down, unable to raise his head. In fact, it was Fade who was in danger during the escape. But it was Miller who died, for he sacrificed himself to save Fade. Fade could still see Miller's smiling face as he told him to go. What the hell? What's going on? This is weird. Why did they know we were coming? This must be a leak. Boris. Captain? Talk to me? This must be. I know how you feel. But now's not the time for that. Lorraine's blunt point made Boris snap. His eyes narrowed, and he looked up at the sky, before shaking his head in frustration. I'm sorry, Captain. I got too agitated. We need to move now. They're closing in on us, and we need to get out of this desert, at least. What about reinforcements? Have you called for reinforcements? When did we have reinforcements? Lorraine's words were almost self-helpful. Yes, they were a nameless army. They were nothing more than used and discarded soldiers. From the moment they failed their mission, they were destined for the scrap heap. So that was it. Just as everyone was beginning to despair, Lorraine stood up, weapons drawn. We don't need backup. We will survive to the end. There was a deep conviction in her voice. That was the kind of person Lorraine was. She never let anything break her spirit. There was no giving up. That one word, that one action, went deeper than 100 words of persuasion. She seemed to them, as orphans with nowhere else to turn, a kind of savior. She hadn't become the leader of the Rangers simply because she was skilled with a weapon, skilled in tactics, or good with people. It was her nobility and honor, above the nameless soldiers who looked down on them and despised them, that kept them from giving up. The march continued for days and days with little sleep. Food ran low and water ran out. The enemy stuck to them as tenaciously as desert sand. At every turn, fights broke out and wounds grew. It was during this time that one of his eyes was blown out by shrapnel from a blind bomb. I can't hold out anymore. Injured and fleeing from his enemies, Fade finally gave up and collapsed on the desert sands. His body and mind were at their limits. He had no strength to twitch a finger. He wondered if the heaviness of his body would be relieved if the birds in the sky pecked at him, but then someone pulled him to his feet and lent him a shoulder. Captain? Fade said, looking at Lorraine with a faint gaze. Rise, Fade. I have yet to allow you to fall. Captain. I'm done, leave me alone. I am already at my limit. You're still alive, seeing as how you're usually so quiet. Lorraine pushed the spout of a canteen into Fade's mouth, her personal canteen that hadn't lasted long. Fade squinted his one remaining eye. In this situation, a sip of water could mean the difference between life and death. Without hesitation, Lorraine gave it to Fade. Fade tried to resist, wondering why she would give him something like this, but his body's long-standing thirst forced him to accept the water through his mouth. His mind refused, but his body wouldn't let him. Fade was about to apologize for daring to drink the water of the captain he admired, but Lorraine smiled at him and said, You're lucky. Fade couldn't help but be mesmerized by the sight. Captain, how can you smile like that, when you're the one who's suffering more than anyone else, throwing your own life away like a dog to save this worthless creature? Lorraine is badly dehydrated, too. Her lips are chapped and her eyes are duller than before. Lorraine must be suffering as well, but she didn't utter a single weak sound. Fade's throat was dry and he couldn't speak. Dehydrated, tears were too much of a luxury for him. All he could do was follow Lorraine's lead and keep walking, not giving up. The desert chase under such extreme conditions came to an end when the entire squad was out of the desert. I remember how I felt when I stepped out of the searing heat and stinging sand and onto the first glimpse of greenery. I thought it wouldn't work. It was impossible to survive. But then Lorraine led them on and performed a miracle. Gentlemen. Especially Lorraine, standing at the front, looking back and smiling. Congratulations on your survival. I'll never forget that. Ding! A knock on the door caused Fade to open one of his closed eyes. The iris of his prosthetic eye opened, revealing a red glow. Fade stood up without a sound and opened the door. Fade's lips twisted into a smile at the report of his masked subordinate. The father who lost his child is coming. He's angry as hell, and he's bringing a lot of troops. Armin's father, Viner, brought many people to fill the numbers. There are more than 10 vehicles, and when you count the people inside, it's a large force. Even in the rainy season, the city of Tirna would be aware of this many people moving and fighting. Fade gave the ghosts an order. Move, and show those fat pigs what a ridiculous opponent they've chosen to fight. They are ghosts. Present in the world, yet non-existent. Their enemies would die before they had a chance to grasp the hem of their clothes. The red orbs in the darkness faded away. Left alone for a moment, Fade remembered the dream he had just had. His prosthetic eyeballs throbbed with pain. I've had a bad dream, he thought, and now I'm facing this place. The events of the day were a nightmare. He'd lost a friend, lost an eye, and failed a mission. He survived, but he wasn't alive. To this day, Fade wonders what it would have been like if he had died instead of Miller. The memories of them sitting around the campfire, gossiping and having fun, were painful to recall, accentuating the loss he felt now. If he had continued on with his life as it was, he would have hanged himself, unable to bear the self-loathing. But he's alive now because his lava-fueled rage has overcome his sense of loss. When was it? It was when he and Lorraine had returned to their original unit. They had failed in their mission and were destined to die at the hands of their enemies. But thanks to Lorraine's leadership, command, and viciousness, the 121st Rangers survived. The men who should have died had returned. No one was happy about it. Neither were their superiors. They were outwardly grateful to be back in one piece, but the look in their eyes was anything but favorable. The last thing they wanted to do was give them proper rank and name, and they'd put it off as an excuse for the mission's failure. It was all a trick, a charade. It must have been embarrassing. They've proven themselves in that hellhole, and it would be a shame to let them go, but to give them a proper rank would be like letting a pack of hounds into the house. So they wanted to be sure to keep the hounds on a leash. Fade touched his glasses with his hand. The cold sensation of the lenses was both familiar and unfamiliar. The military had proposed a new project, to create stronger soldiers by replacing body parts with machines. Although prosthetics were widely used at the time, the prosthetics proposed by the military far exceeded the standards stipulated by law. It was a dangerous weapon that could take the life of its user if used incorrectly. To have it replace eyes, legs, arms, organs, and more was to attach a ticking time bomb instead of a leash, but Fade was fine with whatever it was because he didn't know any better. If it meant he could get revenge on the people who had killed Miller, he was okay with replacing his entire body with a machine. He believed it would appease the dead Miller's soul, but Lorraine didn't. Why? Fade remembers how Lorraine's back was turned as she gathered up her gear and left. The others in the 121st had signed up to change their bodies, but Lorraine had refused. Fade didn't understand. Wasn't it the captain who wanted to be stronger than anyone else, to stay with the unit and lead us to the end? He couldn't help but feel betrayed when Lorraine turned down the project and said she was transferring to another unit. Why in the world would she abandon us? Fade. I would never abandon my people. Then why are you leaving us now, Captain? Don't you want to get revenge on them? Vengeance is a strong word for nameless men like us. There were many other arguments. Fade was mostly angry, and Lorraine was more of a silent listener. Finally, Lorraine flashed a bitter smile and went on her way. The dead Miller wouldn't want us to do this. She left him with that last word. Fade couldn't believe it. She was supposed to lead them. She was a true soldier, unlike those honorless cheats. She said she would fight with them to the death. Didn't we promise not to betray each other in order to survive in this rotten world? Traitor? Fade couldn't help but call out to Lorraine's departing back. Lorraine's steps paused for a moment at the words, but she didn't seem to care as she disappeared out of sight. Thud. Snapping back to reality, Fade checked the condition of his gun. His weapon glinted faintly in the darkness, as if in anticipation of the fight ahead. What happened next was obvious. After a gruesome procedure, he was fitted with a prosthetic eye. The others did the same. Limbs were cut off, parts of their intestines were harvested, and they were replaced with machines. Those who survived were driven by evil. The mission had failed, their freedom had been taken away, and their companion had died. It was strange not to. Forced to swap bodies, they had to live on drugs afterward. The high-powered bodies ate away at their bodies, burning away at their nervous systems, and they were forced to take narcotic painkillers whenever they could. Their bodies gradually broke down and their minds became exhausted. The smiles on the faces of my co-workers, who usually smiled at me no matter what, disappeared. At times, he wondered if it would have been different if Lorraine had been there, but Fade washed away those weak thoughts. Lorraine had abandoned them, she had betrayed her unit and gone off to live her life. Running into Lorraine was purely coincidental. To be honest, I was surprised. I hadn't expected my former colleague and captain to be working as a fixer in a place like this. The world is both big and small, I thought. In fact, when I met Lorraine, I was more pleased than surprised. But Fade was in no position to greet Lorraine in a civilized manner. He's broken, and he's the leader of a ghost army whose business is killing. That's why Fade laughed at her and wounded her. He should never have left a trace, but he saved a witness. I suppose I'm still nostalgic for the old days. But what if, instead, he had met her in a more normal situation? Would he still be able to smile and say hello? Fade pushed the thought out of his mind. The old, weak Fade Wilson was dead. What remained in his place was a murderous incarnation, united by hatred and vengeance. Fade finished polishing his gun and stood up. It was time to lay to rest those who had come to fight him without fear. Asterisk. A chill darkness descended on the night, but the rain hasn't stopped yet. The ghosts are on the move. They set off their traps, overturning oncoming vehicles. Quagwagwong? Light and flames burst out, the vehicle flips over, and bullets rain down on it. They weren't taking it lying down. They jumped out of the vehicle, took cover, and fired back. Ha! Fade breathed out. A chill darkness settled over the night and the rain still hadn't stopped. The ghosts moved, triggering the traps they had laid to overturn the oncoming vehicles. Fade felt the trigger on his finger and pulled lightly. With a thud, the bullet fired, piercing the enemy as they exited the overturned vehicle. One shot, one man. His skill was so neat and clean that it was chilling. The men Viner had called had been ravaged by the ghosts of the rain. At least there's one decent one. Fade's gaze slid down from the vehicle to the ghost troopers and the enemy. Perhaps it was because he was the elite of Viner's forces, but the man had already killed one of his men and was giving orders. Fade aimed his muzzle at his forehead, then turned away. The aperture of the eyepiece narrowed, magnifying distant objects. Immediately, Fade ducked low and rolled to the side. A bullet whizzed past him. As he lay flat on his stomach, a twisted grin formed on his mouth, like a man crawling out of hell. You should have left when I let you go, not swoop in like a moth to fire. What the hell was she up to, jumping straight into the fray when her injuries must be no small matter? I was interrupted, but not in a bad way. Yeah, I've always wondered who's got the better marksmanship, you or me. His prosthetic eyes, better than his scope, saw through the rainy darkness as clear as daylight. Quickly taking up a stance, Fade aimed his rifle. There was only one target for his gaze, an ivory-haired woman with a sniper rifle pointed at him. Lorraine Punk. Bang! He squeezed the trigger. Underscore 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 underscore. Before Lorraine started fighting Fade, Ozian turned to Lorraine and asked, "How are you going to find those ghost troops? From the sounds of it, they're very stealthy." "I have an idea." Lorraine pulled a beacon from her arm. It worked in real time, pointing to a location through a circular glass screen. "When I fought them, I mixed in a beacon," she said, "and you can follow it." "A flare. Did they take it with both eyes open?" "It's not a regular flare. It's a colorless, odorless compound that's sprayed on the firing site. When the bullet is removed, the trace remains for 3 days, even in the rain." In the midst of all the drama, she didn't miss her chance. Ozian looked at Lorraine again. As usual, her marksmanship and situational awareness were excellent. It saved him the trouble of trying to locate the blurry phantom troops. "What are you going to do? Stop them?" Lorraine didn't hesitate, her eyes determined. "I don't know much about this side of things, but at least I know that if they're full of evil and moving in an organized fashion, they won't be stopped. I know, because people who are willing to destroy themselves to accomplish something are not easily stopped." There was a certain realization in Lorraine's expression that only those who have been there can show. Ozian asked her in an uncharacteristically curious tone. "Does it have something to do with you working hard for your money?" Lorraine smiled bitterly and nodded. "That's right. What the hell are you doing?" It's nothing. I'm making a donation." "Donating? Why? Are you surprised?" Lorraine asked playfully, and Ozian shook his head. He shook his head, vaguely understanding why Lorraine was doing it. "I'm just sending them to the Bengali orphanage, because I know better than anyone what it's like to have no money. But that's not the only reason." Lorraine stared at the firearm in her hand. She held it because of her talent and love for weapons, but at the end of the day, it was meant to kill someone. In fact, in her time with the 121st Rangers, she had killed many men with her sniper rifle. Most of them were terrorist plotters, cultists, or others who would bring threats, great and small, to Tyrna, but were they all? Some would have been innocent, and the dead would have been someone's lover, family, and dear friends. She had already fallen into the quagmire, an endless downward spiral, an infinite spiral that she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. She had once thought she wanted to get out of it, but now she knew it was too late and couldn't escape anymore. However, other people were different. At least the children, the orphans in her situation, she could stop them from doing the same, so she donated money to the orphanage anonymously. She didn't care how the money flowed or how it was spent. When she earned money, she sent it, and she kept earning money by running from commission to commission. Like someone with OCD. As if she was labeled as not worthy of life if she didn't do it. It's not like anyone made her do it. Who could blame her for not doing it? If she had told me she was doing it to be praised, I would have been more understanding, but Lorraine wanted none of that. She remained silent. Like Sisyphus rolling a stone endlessly. She pushed herself to clear the endless karma she had created. I wonder if she really wanted to do that. The truth is, Lorraine could have made a lot of money if she wanted to, and she could have spent the rest of her life somewhere quiet. Donations? That's just an excuse. She could have done that and still enjoyed her life to the fullest. Maybe it's a kind of self-hatred. A kind of self-loathing. She hates herself for abandoning her troops and going off on her own, so she deliberately throws herself into the waves of pain. When she survives the waves and is washed ashore, she throws herself back into them before the water is dry, and so on and so forth. All the while smiling, lightening up, and feeling light and airy. She keeps beating herself up. Hey, Junior. Can you do me a favor? I wonder what else she's going to ask. What favor? If I ever fight Fade, please don't get involved. Ozian was about to ask if she was doing this just to die again, but the look in Lorraine's eyes forced him to push the thought away. The eyes of a dying man could never be that clear and bright. If that's your will, then so be it. Thank you. Instead, take care of the other guys. Lorraine smiled wryly. It was a weak smile, but at least it was the smile of a living person. Let's go, then. Lorraine rose from the stairs and walked in the direction indicated by the beacon. Ozian, about to follow, paused and looked up toward the rooftop of the dark building. There, he could see a black shadow darting about. Ashen smirked and followed Lorraine's lead. Asterisk. Ralph Ravel, bodyguard of House JC and former mercenary, gritted his teeth as the enemies poured in from the rain. They knew we were coming and had set traps and were waiting. They're well-trained and elite. I thought we were a formidable force, but compared to them, we paled in comparison. At least they're outnumbered. We'll just have to hold a defensive line and slow them down. Ralph gave his men instructions. The surprise attack had taken some casualties, but there were still plenty left. With the trained elite mixed in with the recruits to fill out the ranks, the movement was unified. Those with ballistic shields stepped up to protect the perimeter, while others used their vehicles for cover. They were about to launch a full-scale counterattack, but the situation was not optimistic. Sniper shots pierced the bulletproof glass without making a sound. One shot at a time. The most dangerous one was holding them by the ankle. The rain was pouring down so hard that he couldn't tell where the sniper was shooting from. He didn't even make a sound when he fired, so he couldn't tell which direction he was coming from. Meanwhile, one by one, his men fell, and he felt like he was fighting a ghost or a phantom. Ralph took the closest enemy by surprise and ordered his men to be more careful with their fire. We need to find the sniper. One well-trained sniper can do the work of 100 regular riflemen. A single sniper could hold back a company-sized force, but snipers weren't always easy to find. His bullets, which were fired regularly, took the lives of his men without fail. The bastard was cunning and ruthless. Just when it seemed like this was the end, the sniper's bullets stopped flying. What happened? Ralph thought. The man who had been delivering death had suddenly stopped shooting. Was it intentional? It couldn't be. It didn't feel like he was toying with his opponent. Something had happened to the sniper that forced him to stop firing in this direction. While this was good news for them, Ralph didn't like what was happening outside of his perception. Something happening in a place he didn't recognize meant it was out of his control, and sometimes that can be an added crisis. But Ralph was even more surprised by what happened next. The sound of a horse neighing can be heard from somewhere. Then, with the sound of pounding hooves, he saw something whitish approaching from beyond the darkness. What is that? Ralph was a man of the school of thought that things that happen outside of perception are the hardest to deal with. But at this moment, he had no choice but to suspend his beliefs. The reality he was seeing and perceiving with his own two eyes was making him even dizzier. His men were surprised, and so were the phantom troops who calmly continued their killing spree. One of the ghost unit soldiers at the front collided with the sacred Mark Warhorse's body and his bones were shattered as he was flung away. A horse in the city of Tyrna, let alone any other city, and the rider was a knight in full armor. What his eyes saw, his brain stubbornly refused to recognize. Even the most highly trained ghost troops froze in their tracks. Who are you? Ralph stammered, still unable to hide his surprise. Someone who has business with them. Ashen replied, staring at the ghost army. They were bewildered, unsure of what to do. Even the supporting fire was cut off because something happened to the captain. The ghost troops exchanged quick glances among themselves and came to a conclusion. Keep fighting. Even if they tried to flee, the White Knight on horseback would not allow it. It was more of a rationalization than a resolution. No matter what, the fight was still the same, and Ozian smiled contentedly through his helmet. I will be your opponent from now on. Ozian raised his long sword, now sharpened to a new level of precision. He swung the reins of his crimson steed vigorously and rode forward. Everyone helped that night. Ralph, seizing the opportunity, ordered. Bullet after bullet crossed in the darkness. It was a duel of one-upmanship, each man aiming for the other's vital spots. Ironically, each knew where the other was aiming and could respond with minimal movement. Fade's high-tech prosthetic eyes read the trajectory of Lorraine's bullets. So you're still trying to take me down. Each of her shots missed their mark, aiming only for the parts of her opponent that would subdue them. Are you saying that you intervened in your own noble fight with such complacent thoughts? Fade's irritation flared at the thought of being made a fool of. The price for ignoring me will be heavy. Fade pointed a gun at her, once a captain and an object of admiration. Lorraine's figure was hidden from view by the building's rooftop railing. Fade's red prosthetic eyes clicked and moved. The aperture tightened, zooming in on the distant location, revealing her as a translucent silhouette behind cover. Fade smirked and squeezed the trigger, the special penetrator bullet slicing through the brick chimney and railing in front of him, aiming for Lorraine's heart. Who could have predicted that her opponent would see her from beyond the cover, and that he would fire through it? But Lorraine's reaction was even more surprising. She threw herself to the side, dodging Fade's bullet. Between the moment he took aim and the brief motion of pulling the trigger, she must have sensed something. Fade looked stunned for a moment, then smirked. Yeah, it's not fun if you're weak. It was actually kind of nice. That bullet-dodging maneuver Lorraine was showing him was something he'd seen over and over again in the 121st Rangers. Lorraine reacted to the bullets flying by surprise as if she could hear their voices. I thought you'd gotten rusty, but are you feeling a little nostalgic? Yes. That look really suits you. The look of hearing the sound of bullets and cutting off the enemy's life more sharply than anyone else. The name that friends and foes alike have given you in fear and awe of your ruthlessness. Isn't that right, the witch of the battlefield? Fade's shout cut through the rain in the distance, and Lorraine answered with a volley of bullets. Ting ting ting. 3 bullets flew out. But they didn't hit Fade, and all of them struck nearby. In the past, she would have pierced his brow with a single shot, but the rust hadn't yet been removed. And the wound to her shoulder must have played a part. It doesn't matter. She wasn't at full strength, but this wasn't a fair fight in the first place. Fade scrambled to his feet and took off after Lorraine. As they leapt over the rooftops of the building, Fade sped away. There was a fine wire between the structures on the roof. A trap. If he rushed in blindly, he would be caught in the trap's explosion. It's a dark night, and it's raining. Most people wouldn't have found it but not Fade, who had replaced one of his eyes with a prosthetic one. He was still taking in all kinds of information with his eyes and relaying it to his brain. He could see things that a normal human eye couldn't see. There was a price to pay, of course, but Fade was willing to pay it. If you were targeting me with a trap like this, it was your own fault. Just as Fade was thinking that, there was an explosion beneath his feet. What? At the same time, the floor of the rooftop caved in, sending Fade tumbling downward. Underscore 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 underscore. The falling Fade landed on the ground, barely able to keep his balance. His poncho, made of a special material, was completely intact. So the booby trap was just a trick of the eye. Lorraine was sure that Fade would find the booby trap, so she dug a double trap. Immediately, Fade lunged forward and rolled. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets from the building across the street shattered the glass, aimed squarely at Fade. Fade sprinted forward and pointed his gun at the other building. Just as he squeezed the trigger, the muzzle of his gun exploded with a loud bang. Shrapnel from the barrel scattered in all directions, forcing Fade to shield his face with his prosthetic arm. The reason for the sudden barrel explosion was simple. A small metal rod that flew out like a throwing dagger had blocked the muzzle opening of his gun. The tip of the metal rod was coated with flammable gunpowder. It was no wonder the gun exploded when he fired it. Fade ducked low in panic, but no further shots came. He looked at his mangled weapon and laughed, his shoulders heaving like a man possessed. Cough, cough. That's it. This is how it's done, Battlefield Witch. The previous 3 shots were also decoys to get him to move. When he aimed his gun to return fire, the metal rod was thrown at the exact time and location. It was a tactic to neutralize the opponent's weapon by destroying it. Something that hadn't been seen from her in the past, but the extreme finesse with which she accomplished it was comparable to her prime. But you're still too weak. Did you think I'd give up just because you took away one weapon? Fade tossed his now obsolete pet out of the way and pulled a pistol from his waistband. The gun was black and murderous in design, with countless modifications. This fight isn't over until someone dies. Fade leapt outside, smashing through the glass, and then rushed inside, smashing through the window of the opposite building. Lorraine had already fled, but Fade's prosthetic eye zoomed forward, following her trail. A trail of rainwater was etched into the floor and Fade sped along it. Lorraine's movements were quick and agile and Fade felt like she was a hare running away in the mountains. Hiding under rocks, fleeing into tree crevices, ducking into bushes. But this one, on the other hand, is a boar. A wild boar that doesn't stop, smashing anything in its path. Quayo? His prosthetic hands weren't ordinary and he opened his palms and placed them against the wall, causing the structure to collapse with a tremendous vibration. A wall that had receded like that would easily crumble just by pushing with a strong arm. Fade charged as fast as he could, using his prosthetic hand to smash the inner walls of the building. His prosthetic eyes picked up Lorraine's body heat as she fled over the wall. Over here. Boom! Fade burst through the wall and charged straight for Lorraine. But as if she'd already anticipated his arrival, Lorraine braked sharply and pointed the muzzle of her sniper rifle at him. It was then that the prosthetic leg that replaced Fade's other leg moved. Key! With the sound of gears turning furiously, his leg shot out and kicked Lorraine's muzzle. The force of the blow knocked the weapon from her hand and a gap opened. As Fade pointed his pistol at Lorraine, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Wait a minute. You lose your weapon so easily. Seeing the button in Lorraine's free hand, Fade cocked the pistol and slammed it down on the floor with his forefinger. With a violent vibration, it crashed to the floor and plummeted downstairs. Above Fade's head, the detonator that Lorraine had been holding just moments ago dropped with a soft thud. As if to say, if you're going to push it, you might as well try it. Yee. Fade, realizing in hindsight that he had been tricked, glared at the ceiling, but Lorraine had already pulled away. You think running away like that is going to end this? Fade shouted, his voice tinged with evil. He grunted and moved after Lorraine. He knew Lorraine is blatantly leading him on and stalling for time. It was better not to pursue her and join the ghosts, but Fade wouldn't, or rather, he couldn't. He doesn't know why. He just knew that he had to bond with Lorraine at this moment. Some fate seemed to whisper to him that he must. It wasn't hard to find where she had fled to, for his mind had given him a path. It was an abandoned warehouse, untouched by man. The warehouse itself had been abandoned to dust and cobwebs, its contents forgotten by time. Lorraine was inside this warehouse. Fade tried to follow her trail with his prosthetic eyes, but the stabbing pain and dizziness in the corners of his eyes forced him to lower the output. Damn it. I've been on high power too long. The power of these prosthetics isn't just in the eyes. It also puts a tremendous strain on Fade's optic nerves and cranial nerves. Fade lowered the power of the prosthesis until the pain lessened. His eyes, which could see the darkness as clearly as daylight and convey all kinds of information, were soon reduced to normal vision. How long are you going to run? Fade's voice, filled with rage, echoed through the warehouse. Toward him, Lorraine's voice flew from wherever she was hiding. You can't chase me anymore, can you? Hearing the words, Fade opened his one remaining eye. He realized immediately what Lorraine was talking about. On purpose. Fade's eyes are different from normal human eyes. They were more like artifacts, made of monster byproducts, materials, and science. They can detect body heat, see through darkness, and pick up on the smallest details of their surroundings. Although it is crude, it has a built-in vision function. With just that, he can see the location of objects through walls. However, this prosthetic eye doesn't last forever. It puts a tremendous strain on the user, and when Fade gets tired, his prosthesis loses its benefits. Lorraine knew this, and had deliberately set up a trap, playing on Fade's nerves and stalling for time. She was able to learn all of my prosthetics' features and weaknesses in such a short engagement. The fight, which had been one-sided in Fade's favor, was now on an equal footing. Of course, the odds were still in Fade's favor since Lorraine was injured, and Fade still had the strength of his prosthetic hand and prosthetic legs. However, Fade knew that these prosthetics and prosthetic limbs are a double-edged sword. Like the prosthetic eye, they can eat away at his nervous system if he overuses them. Right now, that was the case. Bang! The bullet Lorraine fired in the darkness hit his prosthetic hand. Normally, Fade would have reacted, but this time, his movements were stiff. Realizing he'd been hit, Fade ducked back behind cover. You're moving a lot slower. Didn't I teach you that concealment is essential when fighting gunmen? Lorraine asked from the shadows. The words brought back memories of the distant past. It was the first time he'd met Lorraine, when he joined the 121st Rangers. Once they joined the unit, they had to continue training. Among them were mock battles. It was one-on-one, on a field with cover, where you had to take down your opponent with a pistol and a knife. Fade was matched up against Lorraine there and lost to her. The number was well into double digits, and in all that time, he had never beaten her. Mock dueling was dangerous because even though the name was mock, the weapons were real. A heated duel sometimes led to the death of the opponent. There was only one way for a duel to end as a duel, and that was for one to be so overwhelmingly superior that he or she could easily overpower the other. Lorraine had never killed an opponent in a duel. She always subdued her opponents, took them by the hand, helped them to their feet, and gave them advice. When fighting gunmen, concealment is essential. Remember that. Keep your shoulders back. Keep yourself well concealed. Keep your breathing steady. Keep your eyes wide open. Lorraine was a colleague, a captain, and a great teacher. Her teachings had been absorbed into Fade's body and helped him survive as a member of the 121st Rangers. But now, Fade had forgotten them all too quickly. In replacing his weak flesh with a superior machine, he had lost the fundamentals that had brought him to this point. Crack. Fade bit his lip hard as he clenched his fists. He pulled the ampoule containing the drug from the pouch at his waist and injected it into his neck. It felt like a bucket of cold water was being poured on his heated nervous system. It was a neutralizer for the body's overuse, but in essence, it was a highly addictive narcotic because it is made up of only things that are harmful to the human body. Using it actually shortens your lifespan. His men used it so much that their minds were ruined, their bodies worn out, and they were forced to retire. The retirement referred to here is not the official retirement of a soldier. They didn't have a title to give up, so the only time they could rest was when they died. Why didn't you kill me? Fade screamed as the effects of the drug wore off. The way he shouted, as if he didn't care that his location had been revealed, made him look like a child. With your skills, you would have aimed for the space between my eyebrows instead of my prosthetic arm just now. I wasn't trying to kill you in the first place, I was trying to get you to stop this. Your head has become filled with flowers while I was away. Did you think something like that would stop me? At least the Fade Wilson I knew would have stopped. Well, that's too bad. I'm not the timid coward you used to know, and I don't need to take orders from you, and I'm not such a child that you need to teach me. Fade pointed his pistol toward where he assumed Lorraine was, then paused. Is she really there? And if not, this is going to be a big mistake. Lorraine had said she wouldn't kill him, but his pride wouldn't allow him to take her word for it. But at the same time, he remembered that even this act of stopping him came from Lorraine's past teachings. My men won't stop when I'm gone, and stopping me won't end this. I'm not worried about that. I've got a companion. A very reliable one. At those words, Fade felt his head rise upside down. Lorraine hadn't meant to, but she'd touched a nerve. Colleague. Fade, faintly angry, unloaded his pistol in the direction Lorraine's voice had come from. A trusted ally. Several obstacles stood in his way, but the specially modified bullets pulverized them along with the discarded debris beyond. However, Lorraine was not there. We are. Fade felt like he was going to lose his mind. He felt like his body would explode if he didn't vomit out this rage. Weren't we mates? Rosa? Boris? Miller? David? Lorraine replied to my outrage. Of course you are co-workers. Very dear friends, too. Then why did you leave us? Because. Lorraine hesitated to answer. She had her own reasons. Things she could never tell her troops. But her hesitation only fueled Fade's misunderstanding and anger. You abandoned us? And now you're here, playing the role of a fixer with your colleagues. You can't. At least you shouldn't. Do you know how painful it was for us when you left, and we had to keep it inside, not knowing where to turn? We tried our best, fighting to survive, fighting to be accepted, fighting to throw away the body we were given, fighting to shorten our lives. No, you're wrong. Lorraine tried to say something, but Fade wouldn't hear it. Stop making excuses. It's not an excuse. I was really thinking of you. What? Thinking of us. Fade couldn't hold back the anger building inside him. He tried to keep it until the end. From the moment Lorraine left, anything related to her became nothing more than a dirty past. Do you know how Rosa died? She had both of her arms replaced with prosthetics. Her nervous system was destroyed from working with those dangerous tools that weren't meant for her body, and she lived in pain and medication every day. She couldn't take it, and she hanged herself, leaving a note saying she wanted to see her sister. From Fade's mouth flowed the final words of his former companions. It was the last thing Lorraine had ever wanted to hear, a terrible truth. Boris had a deep fondness for Rosa, and after her death, he became less talkative and more mission-obsessed, until he was led astray, fell into the hands of the enemy, was horribly tortured, and died without leaving a will. And Fade did not even recover his remains. David's body wasn't fit enough, so he had to be drugged every time he operated it, and the more he did, the crazier he became, until he couldn't tell friend from foe, and went on a rampage. Do you know how it felt to have to let him go without suffering? Lorraine's fingertips trembled in the darkness. Her mind replayed the final fate of her companions. You let them go, and then you tell me, the one who wandered the battlefield endlessly, unable to let go of the gun in my hand, to stop doing this? And what about the ones who are dead now? My friends who fought for the same cause? Why did they have to die? The output of Fade's prosthetic limbs increased and his prosthetic eye emitted a strong red light. Answer me, Lorraine, do you think the path I've taken is light enough to be stopped by a few bullets and a few words? Even if it was already the wrong path, Fade could not turn back. He had too much on his shoulders and had come too far for that. Kudang Tang? Fade now charged like a wild boar toward Lorraine's hiding place, whether she fired or not. Fade, who had smashed through the wall of rubble in front of him with his prosthetic arm, was in front of Lorraine. Answer me. Lorraine bit her lip in agony as she came face to face with Fade's face. His face was contorted like a demon, but he looked like a child crying in sorrow. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian and his sacred Mark warhorse charged fiercely, targeting the ghost unit's soldiers. A steed imbued with the power of a knight had the strength of a chariot in its own right, and a head-on encounter would result in more than just broken bones. It would be fortunate for the person who was hit to maintain his or her form. Shashashak. The ghost troops scattered in all directions without anyone giving orders. They were in formation, trying to lead Ozian into their center. Guiding? How blatant. The ghost troops who were unable to dodge in time were hit by the horse and were blown far away, crashing into buildings or rolling on the ground. However, the remaining ones moved mechanically, not caring even about the death of their comrades. The men lurking inside the building fired at Oshin and the steed. A capture gun combined with metal wires bound the steed's body. The steed was trapped like a butterfly caught in a spider's web. The steed pulled, but the wire remained under tremendous tension and refused to break. Seeing this, one of Viner's men approached and tried to cut the wire with his knife, but the blade of his dagger snapped off. It won't cut, it's no ordinary item, get off there. He said this out of concern for Ozian on his horse, but Ozian quickly swung his long sword and cut the wire with a snap. Huh. The bodyguard who exclaimed rather urgently felt like a fool as Ozian cut the stubborn wire as easily as if it were a strand of thread. The ghost troopers didn't take long to realize that the wire binding the warhorse's entire body was shrinking. Ta-ta-ta-ta-tang! They fired shot after shot at Ozian on his horse, so Ozian had to stop swinging his sword and put a shield on his left hand to block the bullets. The bullets they were using were too strong for him to trust in the strength of his armor. It feels heavy against the shield. Since they were attacking bulletproof vehicles, they basically used large-caliber bullets. The kinetic energy of the bullets and their penetrating power would not be completely stopped, even if he wore the Starlight armor. Despite the bulletproof coat inside the armor and his strong body, they haven't revealed all their tricks yet. The phantom troops begin to grab Ozian's ankles, while the others fire at Viner's men from the rooftops. Ralph and his men ducked behind cover and fired back, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. Besides, every single one of them is a skilled soldier. They didn't seem to have much fear against Ozian. Run! Ozian, who was blocking bullets with his shield, called out to his steed. The steed whinnied, moving its legs. The wires binding its body made an odd sound as they stretched taut. The capture wire was not held by the ghost troops with their hands. They had fastened the other end of the wire to the inside wall, ceiling, or floor of a sturdy building. It's more than a single horse can bear, but what they didn't realize was that this horse was no ordinary horse. Thud, thud, kugugugung. The wire, stretched to the limit, rattled. The outer walls and floors of the building where the wire was being held made strange noises and were torn apart one by one. Walls collapsed and shattered glass windows rained down on the ground. Finally, when the horse began to run, the exterior walls of the buildings on either side of them crumbled like fruit peeling. The steed, freed from the loose wire, whinnied and cried out in frustration. What the? Ralph wondered if he was dreaming or seeing things. A single horse had the power to bring down the entire exterior wall of a building? Was that possible? Even more surprising was the reaction of the ghost troops. Faced with something like this, they would naturally be terrified or disoriented by the unrealistic sight. But they still glowed a dull red behind their masks and pulled the trigger at Ozian. Some even jumped off the rooftops and aimed directly at him. Most of them fell helplessly to the ground, sliced to pieces by his sword, but somehow they managed to find a gap in his armor to drive their daggers through. Something feels off. It's as if fear or terror has been completely stripped away. Ozian frowned as he watched them dart at him like moths at fire. With such a disparity in skill, they should be able to do something, but they just kept coming. Ozian swung his sword at the closest one. This time, he controlled it properly, striking just the mask. Inside was the face of an ordinary man. However, its expression was devoid of any emotion. The face was dull, and the eyes were empty, devoid of color. It was eerie enough to make me wonder if something unseen was pulling the strings from behind. Unpleasant. Ozian gave the unmasked creature a clean blow to the head and stared out into the pouring rain. Beyond, Lorraine would be fighting her own battle. Ozian turned his attention from Lorraine to the ghost army. If you're going to come at me at once. I'd like to end this quickly. A pure white flash erupted from the tip of his sword. Asterisk. Since when? When she first left her unit, Lorraine had worried about them for days and days. Would they get along without me? Would they make it in the future? They weren't kids she'd be around forever, but as a leader and a co-worker, it was natural to worry. I thought about going back again and again. But the human heart is a deceitful thing. Lorraine trusted that they would do fine without her. That's exactly how she rationalized it. Everything would be fine. And now was the end. Fade threw out his prosthetic hand and an invisible ripple centered on the prosthetic's open palm. The blow sent Lorraine flying. Kudang-tang? After hitting the ground several times, Lorraine scrambled to her feet. Fade was now right in front of her, slamming into her leg. Lorraine rolled to the side and narrowly avoided it. Boom! Fade's prosthetic leg dug into the ground ankle deep, creating a spiderweb of cracks around it. Pulling his leg out of the ground, Fade glared at Lorraine as if to kill her. You abandoned us. Fade lunged again like a boar while Lorraine tried to ward him off, knocking over a nearby shelf, but it was no use. Lorraine quickly crossed her arms, and Fade's torso slammed down on top of her. Lorraine hit the dusty warehouse floor. With a grunt, Lorraine spat out a breath. Betrayed us, left us in the hands of those fucking bastards who wouldn't even acknowledge us. No. Lorraine staggered to her feet. The sight of her trying to excuse herself made Fade's brow knit. He staggered back, feeling wildly dizzy as he tried to lunge again. His body's nervous system was overheating from the overuse of his body in his rage. He should have reduced its output now, but Fade gritted his teeth. Instead, he pulled out a neutralizer and injected more into his neck. Lorraine's eyes widened at the sight. Fade, what are you doing? Stop it now. No, I can't stop. Fade's one remaining eye filled with blood. He whimpered as tears of blood streamed from his eyes. The threads around his eyes burst as his blood vessels couldn't keep up with the expansion. I can't stop, because from the moment you left us, everything changed. This was Fade's fight. It was the struggle of a ghost, forgotten in memory, still roaming the battlefield, still fighting. It could not be stopped. I had no idea you were having this much trouble, that you were doing this, because... Lorraine's trembling lips failed to form the words that followed. Her mind raced through memories of the distant past. After a mission in the desert, the 121st Rangers had barely survived, and they'd been put on probation. Fade knew that, but Lorraine was different. As the unit's leader, she had to meet with someone higher up, and there she was forced to make a choice. Lorraine Punk, you and your men performed admirably, but in the end, the mission failed. We were able to assassinate him, but you failed to destroy the facility. Are you trying to claim half a success, or should I say half a failure? In doing so, I lost one of my most valuable soldiers. At the very least, let me have his funeral. If you'd been successful in the first place, there wouldn't have been any casualties. The higher UPS are talking now. They say we should keep it under wraps, that we should cut off the tails for making so much noise. What do you want from me? You're a fast learner. I'll help your troops from being demoted somewhere. I'll take care of the wounded and get them back to the front lines quickly. Lorraine thought that sounded disgusting. But you're going somewhere else, not with the 121st Rangers. That's the deal. By stripping her of her command, he was effectively saying he wanted to get rid of her, but if she accepted it, her men could stay here, safe and sound. Lorraine was never given a choice in the first place. If she refused, all that was left was to cut off the tail of a failure. A promise you must keep. Deep down, Lorraine felt guilty for failing this mission. Besides, they were supposed to be dead, and now that they had survived, the higher UPS might be able to deal with them secretly. If one of us can step aside and save the rest, it's the right trade, so Lorraine relinquished her captaincy and stepped down. She didn't tell her troops why. It was part of the deal, and she knew they wouldn't accept it if she told them, so Lorraine tried to leave without telling them, but Fade begged to differ. Why are you leaving us behind? Fade shouted at her, wearing a green prosthetic eye on one side. Lorraine couldn't give him a straight answer. No, and be well. All she could say was this. If you leave us too, what will happen to us? Do you plan to abandon us and be comfortable on your own? She'd never seen Fade so angry, and every word he spoke drove a stake through Lorraine's heart, etching a scar. How could she like this? But she couldn't help it. They were weak then, without connections. If she stood up to the higher UPS, they would all be decapitated with a single gesture from them, so Lorraine was forced to make a choice. She's used to getting hurt, so Lorraine left the unit, leaving Fade behind. The rest of her memory is a blur. There wasn't much worth remembering. She bounced around from unit to unit, moving from one to another as they disbanded. At some point, the military decided she had outlived her usefulness and forced her to leave the army. They discharged her, not kicked her out. She was told to go wherever she wanted, and given a modest amount of luggage. But Lorraine felt free at last. It was ridiculous, the freedom she'd wanted so badly, to be given away at the whim of a higher authority. For some, it was something to die for others it was something insignificant, something to be ignored. Lorraine thought about going to see her old troops, but dismissed the idea. I don't deserve them. I'm the one who betrayed their trust and left. There's a level to being uncaring. Even if she had a reason, it was nothing more than a deception to seek them out after she abandoned them. Yes, they're good, and they'll do fine without me. So have faith. Everything will be fine. Lorraine gathered up her things and headed for the back streets of Tyrna, as if it was a world that suited her. Lorraine's throat closed up at the truth that flowed from Fade's mouth. The higher UPS in the military had lied to her. To give their men a better life? No, they had no intention of doing so in the first place. Surviving an impossible mission would only make them slightly more competent deserters. In fact, their competence made them even more domineering over their former subordinates. They forced them to undergo dangerous bodybuilding procedures that were far beyond safety regulations, and they kept sending them on dangerous missions. What if? A lot of ifs. What if he had gone to see her men the day she was forced to leave? If she had just said, let's run away together, would it have been different? Maybe it would have been different. At the very least, it wouldn't have led to the terrible situation she's in now. But no matter how much I regretted it and replayed it, the past was gone. The present was fixed on hell. Lorraine couldn't bring herself to shed a tear in the face of the unrelenting wave of self-pity. For someone like her, even shedding a tear seemed like a luxury. Stop making excuses. Fade's hatred for Lorraine made her harsh. No matter what, you abandoned us, and that doesn't change the fact, Lorraine punk. It was a hate-filled rant, but ironically, it steadied Lorraine's wavering heart. Am I guilty because I was deceived? Am I innocent? No way. Yes, you're right, and no matter what excuses I make, they won't work, but I know what I have to do now. Lorraine balled her fists and pushed herself to her feet. Her clear eyes stared unflinchingly at Fade, who was weeping blood. I'm stopping you here. For the sake of my dead comrades, I can't let you run amok in this hellhole any longer. Are you still saying that? Enough. Let's end this. Lorraine and Fade moved in unison. They sprinted across the dusty shelves. Each clutched a single pistol and they pointed them at each other. At the same time, they pulled the trigger and a series of hollow shots rang out. Underscore 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 underscore. Lorraine and Fade raced past the wall of shelves. They pointed their guns at each other and pulled the triggers. Bullets ricocheted through the dust, smashing discarded items and taking the other's breath away. Fade blocked the incoming bullet with his prosthetic hand, then returned fire at Lorraine, aiming for her temple. The wall in the middle limits her vision, but that doesn't bother Fade, who's already running his prosthetic eyes at full blast. But his bullet never pierced Lorraine, despite him pulling the trigger. Lorraine had ducked her head in time to the split-second movement of the trigger. The bullet only grazed her long, ivory hair. She avoided it without even looking. Is it just a coincidence? No, it's not. Lorraine is like that. She hears the voice of the bullet. It's what her co-workers half-jokingly told her when she refused to let a single bullet go by in a hail of bullets. In other words, they half meant it. Perhaps it is an ability that appears when certain human talents are pushed to the extreme. Her senses had been rusted away over the years, but her battle with the Fade had reawakened the senses she'd had in her prime. The gun in his prosthetic hand aimed at Lorraine while his prosthetic eye was burning as he transmitted the data. Lorraine's running stance, speed, and where she will be in a few seconds. In response, the prosthetic doesn't falter in her running position, calculating the trajectory and pulling the trigger with precision. Still, bullets can't touch them. Not even the life-sapping replacements, not even the drugs and torture they infuse into his body. It was once so overwhelming that he felt no jealousy, only infinite respect, but not now that she had become an enemy. Just as he was about to fire his last bullet, a bullet came flying through the dusty box and hit his prosthetic finger precisely. Bam! No matter how sturdy a prosthetic hand is, it's still a problem when it's aimed at a knuckle. When the trigger didn't pull, Fade switched the pistol to his other arm, fired the same round, and quickly changed magazines. However, with his hand lacking aim assistance, he couldn't even graze a hair on Lorraine. His head felt hot and his eyes and brain seemed to be pressed against his pharynx. His entire nervous system was on high alert, to the point where the slightest breeze made his skin tingle. His senses were extremely sharp, and he felt like all the information was coming in unfiltered. His mouth tasted sweet and he broke out in a cold sweat. His body, pushed to the limit, was rapidly breaking down, and his mind was becoming a blur. As he looked at Lorraine's sideways reflection through his prosthetic eyes, Fade saw flashes of the distant past. He remembered when he and Lorraine had practiced mock combat. The training ground was a sandy field with logs set up to create obstacles. A fight that would end only if he could subdue his opponent with a gun and a knife. Then, as now, Fade had run after Lorraine to take her down. The bullets fired from this side never reached Lorraine. This was the result of aiming for awkward positions for subduing rather than targeting vital points. Even if he had aimed for a fatal spot, he probably wouldn't have been able to land a valid hit on her. The same was true in close combat. Even with all the bullets in his arsenal and knife fighting with a military dagger, Fade couldn't beat Lorraine. The weight difference didn't matter to Lorraine. Not close combat, not knife fighting, not marksmanship. None of it mattered to her. But the young Fade never thought of it as a disadvantage. On the contrary, he felt a small sense of satisfaction in knowing that the opponent he admired was stronger. He just liked the situation of the exercise, and he enjoyed being in the palm of his captain's hand. They were comrades in arms, smiling at each other. The truth is, he didn't mean what he said when he shouted at her as she walked away. In truth, Fade wanted to say something else. He wanted to say that he was grateful. Lorraine. Fade's tone was a little slurred. The price of overusing his nerves was that some of his bodily functions were paralyzed. His body had been forced to degrade its non-combat functions in an attempt to stave off death. What am I doing now? Am I alive? Is my heart still beating? My head is dizzy. Thinking is not working. His goals have converged on one simple goal, to kill his opponent. The two reached the end of the warehouse at almost the same time. As soon as the wall of display cases that blocked them ended, Fade ran towards Lorraine, but there was no initial, sharp movement. It was a monotonous movement, driven by instinct, but his body, so long on the battlefield, made it menacing. Kill her, and then continue your fight. No, that's the captain. Why am I pointing a gun at the captain? That's not the captain. That's the enemy of our noble struggle. Thoughts and memories tangle and mingle. The body, following its instincts, raises the pistol and aims it at Lorraine. At that moment, the approaching Lorraine grabs his wrist and spins him around. Bang, 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 bullets shattered the ceiling of the warehouse. The roof collapsed, sending debris rushing down, rain falling from beyond. Fade gripped the knife with his prosthetic hand. He was still fully functional except for his trigger finger. He entered the knife fight, hoping to catch Lorraine off guard, but she drew her dagger, parrying or deflecting his blade. Her movements were perfect, as if measured with a ruler, without a single error. Fade tried to increase the power of his prosthetic hand, but overuse caused it to self-cool and decrease in power. Without missing a beat, Lorraine kicked Fade in the shin with her military boot, a leg made of bone and flesh, not prosthetic. Chaos. Off balance and falling to one knee, Fade shook with rage and squeezed the trigger of his pistol repeatedly as if he wanted to kill her somehow. He knew it couldn't be, but he was desperate to eliminate the enemy that stood in his way. The flame of the muzzle. The acrid smell of gunpowder. The feel of the trigger. It was a sensation Lorraine had come to recognize, to the point of sickening, since she had left them. A time when he silently followed orders coming down from above, regardless of who the opponent was. Sometimes it was terrorists, sometimes it was politicians trying to cut the military's budget. Not everyone was the enemy, and sometimes they killed innocents. I questioned why, but I didn't ask why. I didn't wonder when. I just walked, knowing that one day, at the end of this road, there would be freedom and honor. Among those he killed, along with his men, who had lost all their old comrades and were now replaced by nameless men, were elements of his old army. Fade stared at the dead man in his office with a gaping hole in his brow. The man wore medals proudly on his body, symbols of pride he would never earn. A man of wealth and honor, died at the hands of a street dog. Fade felt a strange sense of emptiness rather than pleasure. He said he would tell him the truth and such before he died, but that didn't even stick in his mind. He just burned the mansion down and left, but Fade was strangely interested in the papers he held like a secret. Even though he knew he shouldn't, he pulled it out and read it. It was a top-secret military memo. What it contained was astonishing. taking orphans, putting them through grueling training, and raising them to be rangers, and then forcibly modifying them in unethical ways to produce stronger soldiers. There was also information about the 121st Ranger Unit, the only unit that kept going when every other Ranger unit died and disappeared. The higher UPS didn't like their presence, so they sent them on a mission to eliminate terrorists and leaked their information to the terrorists. In fact, they actively participated in their elimination. It was a moment when all the strength in Fade's body was lost. There is no false information. It is not a copy, it is the original. It cannot be considered to have been manipulated. That day in the desert, that hellish experience, was the result of the military betraying them. Then why is Miller dead? Why did we have to go through all that trouble? Captain Lorraine. Why did she have to leave us? All sorts of emotions jumbled together, coalescing into one jet black thing. In that moment, Fade decided what he had to do. We shouldn't have killed our guest so casually. While he was furiously crunching the confidential information, a voice came up from behind him and said, "You can't just kill our guest like that." Fade glared at his opponent, gun pointed at him like a ghost. It was a kind of instinct that kept him from pulling the trigger immediately, or rather, the instinct that if he pulled the trigger, he would die. "You're quick. I'll take this over the dead guy any day." His eyes glowed in the darkness, and he turned to Fade with an offer. "Why don't you work with us? We can replace your current prosthetic eyes and body with something better. I'll also give you the power and troops to take revenge on the military." Fade stared at the other man wordlessly, then back at the crumpled document. "Will you do it?" He didn't need to ask who he was or what he was doing. At that moment, Fade wanted to hold that hand, even if it was a demon. Fade wordlessly lowered the muzzle of his gun, and the other man smirked. "The White House welcomes you." What happened after that was simple. Only the leaders had changed from the military to those guys. The troops were changed immediately with more competent soldiers that were better at following orders. They didn't refuse orders, no matter how unreasonable they were. They were worse off than he was. The sight of such subordinates, or rather, tools, encouraged Fade to operate as a ghost. His targets were wealthy men who had invested in the military. Those who directly or indirectly helped the organization he hated so much to survive. Kill them all, choke the life out of the military, and finally drive a blade into the heart of the enemy. That was Fade's plan. There was no more victory to cling to, no more honor to seek, no more freedom to grasp. All that remained was vengeance, even if it meant burning his life. "I will kill anyone who stands in my way. I cannot stop. I must not stop." His hazy eyes looked at Lorraine. The captain. The one he'd always wanted. The only comrade in arms he could trust with everything in this world, but at the same time, the face of an unforgivable traitor who stands in his way. Ideals and reality collide. His brain felt like it was on fire as he realized that the person he was supposed to protect and the person he was supposed to hate were the same person. Fade drove a blow into Lorraine's shoulder. The wound gaped open, smearing red blood across Lorraine's shoulder blade. Her grip loosened, and Fade's pistol was free once more. Steadying his swaying body, Fade ejected the pistol's magazine with one hand, replaced it in the spare magazine in his thigh pocket, and pulled the slide back with his mouth. In one fluid motion, Fade pointed the gun at Lorraine. Lorraine. Lorraine was him, holding a pistol in her other arm, pointing it at Fade. Her face was stained with sadness and anguish. Bang! A single gunshot rang out. It emitted a short, dry wail from inside the warehouse, not spreading out into the rain outside. Asterisk. Fade lay down and looked up at the sky. Then he heard footsteps, and someone approaching his side. He looked up at the other with one blurry eye. "Ah, Captain. Have you come?" The captain of the Phantom Troop was nowhere to be seen, and he was Fade Wilson, the timid, soft-spoken member of the 121st Rangers. His eyes were fixed on the hot desert beyond Lorraine, shadowed by shadows. "How did the mission go? Are our men, are they safe?" "Yes, sir. They're all safe. All thanks to you." Fade smiled faintly at Lorraine's solemn words. His one eye now held the image of his departed comrades in arms. "Yeah, well, I'm glad to see they're all safe." Rainwater dripped through the open ceiling, wetting Fade's face. "Captain, it's raining. It's the desert, and it's raining." "I see. Alas. The canteens. I need to fill the captain's canteen. I've drained it." "Don't worry about it. I've already filled it." "Ah, thank goodness." Finally relieved of the guilt that had been holding him back, Fade closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. He never spoke again. Lorraine stood in heavy silence as she watched him die. "May you reach the end of your glory, comrade." A tear rolled down his pallid face. Asterisk. The door to the old warehouse opened and two men emerged from it. Underscore 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 underscore. A man wearing a metallic mask and a trench coat stood next to another man with red hair, piercings on his lips and nose, and dressed in a sharp suit. They found the lifeless body of Fade Wilson and a sobbing Lorraine kneeling silently in front of it. "What's this? Fade's finally dead? I thought he was somewhat useful." The red-haired man scratched his head as if perplexed. With light steps, he approached Lorraine and glanced at Fade's face. Fade's expression, even in death, was peaceful. The red-haired man scowled as if the sight annoyed him. "Ha, you pick up a stray mutt like him, raise him, and this is how he leaves you? I guess a stray is always just a stray." Thud. Without hesitation, the man kicked Lorraine, who was still silently staring at Fade's body. She collapsed sideways with no strength to resist. You're the same. How dare a nobody like you ruin my plans? The man stomped on Lorraine and kicked her again while she remained defenseless. Finally, the trench coat wearing man spoke up. That's enough. I came here expecting some fun, but all I see is this mess. Or did you bring me here just to show me this? Of course not. This was completely unexpected for me too. Now I have to find another suitable pawn somewhere else. The red-haired man ruffled his hair roughly. From the ground, Lorraine, trembling, forced out a question with a strained voice. Who are you? What's your connection to Fade? What? Ha, ha ha. Look at this. Even while getting beaten, that's what you're curious about. The red-haired man chuckled, then crouched down to grab Lorraine's hair, forcing her to lift her head. Oh, you're not half bad looking. If you hadn't ruined my plans, I might have kept you around. He held her arm with his other hand. But your habits are terrible. With just a slight squeeze, Lorraine's face contorted in pain, and a gun fell from her grip. The man noticed her attempt to target him even in such dire circumstances. His eyes gleamed momentarily but then settled. Though potentially useful, he could tell by her gaze that she wasn't someone who could be easily swayed with sweet words or rewards, unlike Fade. A person with a strong will. The red-haired man disliked such people. Whenever he met one, he felt compelled to crush their spirit to feel satisfied. Let's see. Judging by your reaction, you seemed close to this dead man here. A mischievous smile spread across his face. The man in the trench coat shook his head in disapproval. His companion's bad habit was surfacing again. Who are we, you ask? As you can see, we're the ones who helped that Fade Wilson rampage as much as he wanted. You. Lorraine's eyes flared with rage. But drained from her fight with Fade, she had no energy to strike back at the red-haired man. Oh, those eyes? I like them. Anyway, as I was saying, I was thrilled to have found a hunting dog like him. It's not easy to get someone who's willing to risk their life using experimental prosthetics and drugs. Of course, we gave him some good stuff in return. Lorraine remembered Fade's prosthetics eyes that overstrained his brain, arms, and legs that wreaked havoc on his nervous system. His original ones had already been abnormal, but to pursue revenge, he equipped himself with even more dangerous enhancements. In essence, he had been a walking time bomb. And then you went ahead and killed him. Now my head's all over the place. The losses I'm taking aren't something your pathetic life can compensate for. The red-haired man released Lorraine's hair and turned toward Fade's body. First, let's take an arm. Slice. A blade formed from crimson energy in his hand, severing Fade's prosthetic arm at the shoulder. Lorraine's eyes widened in horror. Stop it. Seeing her comrade's body desecrated was unbearable. She tried to reach for her dropped gun, but pain shot through her arm. The man had broken her arm with a mere squeeze earlier. Even at full strength, she might barely have been able to fight him. But she gritted her teeth and picked up the gun with her fractured arm. Such tenacity. I like that. Breaking you won't be so easy, which makes it all the more fun. With a snap of his fingers, crimson spikes erupted from the ground, piercing Lorraine's hand and immobilizing her in a cage-like structure. Just sit there and watch while I recover your friend's prosthetics. The red-haired man swung his hand again. Slice. Another leg of Fade's was severed. Whoops. That wasn't a prosthetic. My mistake. Stop it. Stop, you bastard. Lorraine screamed, veins bulging in her neck as she struggled. But the spikes held her firmly in place. Blood dripped from her lips as she bit down in frustration. The red-haired man grinned with twisted pleasure at her anguish. Yes, this was what he wanted to see her spirit break. Yet, despite her torment, her gaze still burned with determination. That wouldn't do. He wouldn't stop until every trace of defiance was extinguished. Tell me. Give me one good reason to stop. His question was met not by Lorraine, but by an unexpected voice from the shadows beyond the rain. Why don't you tell me instead? Both men turned sharply. The voice alone sent a chill down their spines. Emerging from the darkness and pouring rain was a knight clad in brilliant white armor. Why should I not kill you both right now? The piercing blue light of his eyes glowed ominously from within his helmet. Standing in the rain, Ozian's gaze locked onto the red-haired man. He had come to aid Lorraine after clearing out the ghost troop and witnessed her suffering. Blood streaming down Lorraine's face was nothing compared to the tears marking her cheeks. Something stirred in Ozian's chest, a rage more intense than he had felt since arriving in this world. As the saying went, rage beyond a certain point turned cold. Ozian's demeanor and tone were icy, yet the killing intent in his voice was unmistakable. Who are you? The red-haired man scowled at the armored figure. The trenchcoat man narrowed his eyes. Ozian squinted at the trenchcoat man, recognizing him as the handler of the elite automaton he'd faced during his first mission. That mask and coat design weren't common enough to mistake for someone else. Thankfully, it seemed they didn't recognize him in return, as his full armor now concealed his identity. Still, the trenchcoat man's instinct screamed danger. Stop joking and focus. That one isn't ordinary. Yeah, no kidding. Dressed like that in this rain. Ignoring his partner's sarcasm, the red-haired man stepped outside. I'm already annoyed enough, and now this weirdo shows up. Doesn't he value his life? Stop provoking him. If this escalates, it'll backfire on us too. Fine, fine. I get it. We'll take him down together. No complaints, right? Sure, why not? Confident words, as if they thought taking Ozian down would be easy. Ozian's gaze didn't waver as he asked again. You still haven't answered my question. You're still on about that? Why shouldn't you kill us? Obviously, there's no reason, you fool. I see. Very well. Ozian turned his head slightly and spoke. One of them is yours. Confused, the two villains realized he was addressing someone else. From the darkness, a massive, black-furred beast with golden eyes emerged silently. What the hell is that? The red-haired man muttered, scowling. The creature resembled a scaled-up, menacing version of a feline predator, towering to the size of a tram car. Bearing sharp white teeth, the beast's hostility was clear. A knight in shining armor and a black beast? As if this city wasn't already crawling with freaks. Ignoring his partner's complaint, the trenchcoat man summoned two automatons, their trench-coated forms eerily human-like save for their towering 2-meter stature. Yet Ozian's piercing gaze remained fixed on the red-haired man. Even as the beast growled, Ozian declared firmly, "He's mine. This is non-negotiable." At those words, the beast's eyes flickered with dissatisfaction, but it neither denied nor resisted. The roles were set. Ozian would face the red-haired man. The beast would handle the trenchcoat man and the automatons. The first to move was the black beast. It charged at the trenchcoat man with tremendous speed, only to be intercepted by the two automatons blocking its path. Boom! The collision between the elite automatons and the massive beast caused a shockwave, sending the rainwater surging outward from the impact. Within this storm of collision, Ozian and the red-haired man locked eyes. "I must look like a fool to you. Imagine, stepping up to face me alone." The red-haired man extended a hand toward Ozian and curled his finger, as though taunting him to attack. However, Lorraine knew that it wasn't mere provocation. Watch out. It wasn't an empty gesture. Every flick of that man's fingers spelled a death sentence for his opponent. Splat! From beneath Ozian's feet, crimson energy erupted. It resembled mana, yet it wasn't. Normal mana shimmered in beautiful blue hues. This was entirely different. 8 pillars of crimson energy rose around Ozian, spiraling into a vortex like an 8-fold coil. The crimson power surrounded Ozian, transforming into the shape of a tightly shut flower bud. The man clenched his outstretched hand into a fist. The bud contracted to its limits, crushing its captive Ozian like a rag being wrung dry. Boom! But from the center of the flower bud, white light burst forth in an explosion. Standing unscathed in its center was Ozian, holding his radiant starlight sword. The red-haired man curled his lip. "So, you have something up your sleeve, do you?" He once again extended his hand toward Ozian. Whoosh! Crimson orbs materialized around Ozian, launching sharp spikes in every direction, leaving no room to dodge a merciless assault. Yet Ozian had already disappeared from the spot. The red-haired man only caught a glimpse of Ozian's armor, which had turned from white to a glowing blue before his power could reach him. Slash! Huh! The red-haired man widened his eyes as he saw his outstretched hand severed cleanly. Before he could react, Ozian, now cloaked in his full moonlight armor, was standing behind him. For starters, one arm. Underscore 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 underscore. The red-haired man couldn't understand what had happened to him for a moment. The moment he reached out, Ozian's figure disappeared, and his wrist was severed near the forearm and rolled on the floor. There was no blood gushing from the severed surface. This was because pure white frost was covering the wound and causing the skin to necrotize. Croc. The pain that froze even the blood vessels came belatedly like a wave and struck his entire body. The red-haired man screamed in pain. Then, recalling what kind of unseemly behavior he had shown, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. How could he, who wouldn't even flinch at ordinary wounds, cry out in pain? The red-haired man frantically looked behind him. If Ozian were to launch an additional attack now, he might die. But fortunately, or unfortunately, Ozian didn't take any additional action after cutting off one of his arms. Instead, he eliminated all the red thorns that were restraining Lorraine with a single slash. When the freed Lorraine was about to collapse, Ozian supported her with his hand. Ozian examined Lorraine's condition. She was covered in wounds everywhere and had broken bones. But worse than that was her mental state. Lorraine's gaze was fixed on the dead Fade. Ozian also quietly stared at Fade's corpse. With his eyes closed, what sight must he have seen before dying to have such a peaceful expression? Ozian silently patted Lorraine's shoulder once before standing up. Although it was the perfect moment for a surprise attack, the red-haired man couldn't move rashly. His mind wasn't working well due to the shocking events. What was that attack just now? I couldn't even see it properly. And what's with that changed appearance? It wasn't like he had simply changed armor, the armor itself had changed. Not only had its form changed, but Ozian's movements had also become distinctly different. Is it not just an artifact but something on the level of an ancient relic? If not that, then the arc parts that are said to be given only to executors. His head was complicated. Had it been a big mistake to dismiss him because he was wearing anachronistic armor? The red-haired man gathered red magical power in his intact left hand and then seared it against the surface of his severed right arm. The bright red magical power seared his wound as if it were flames, pushing away the moon scar's coldness. Though this alone would cause extraordinary pain, the red-haired man endured it. Rather, his wavering eyes became a bit clearer. The unnecessary thoughts retreated due to the pain, and what he needed to do now became clear. Ha! The heat makes my mind crystal clear. You, what's your name? I should check before killing you. The red-haired man's words were still arrogant despite his injury. Ozian, unconcerned by this, stated his name. I'm Ozian. 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 Yes, I've definitely remembered your name. My name is... No, there's no need to tell me your name. You're going to die anyway, and you're not worth remembering to me. The red-haired man's lips curved up crookedly. If this had been mere provocation, he wouldn't have gotten angry about it. But Ozian wasn't provoking him, he genuinely thought that way. Knowing this, he became considerably irritated. Not only had he cut off his arm, but now he was blatantly speaking down to him. Even if he had the skills to back it up, it didn't quell the existing anger. Fine. Then, let's see you die at the hands of someone whose name you don't even know. The red-haired man muttered coldly while surrounding his entire body with red magical power. Ozian quietly observed the red magical power rising like flames. It's definitely abnormal. The man was similar to a magician. But it was different from the magic used by magicians. It wasn't black magic either. Nor was it a mutant's supernatural power. There's probably no need to categorize what kind of power it is. The techniques in this world aren't simple enough to be categorized merely as magic, black magic, and supernatural powers. Just look at his own power as a wandering knight. The same goes for the red-haired man's ability. Though its operation method was similar to magic, its power and versatility were on a different level from other magic. The man raised his intact left arm to aim at Ozian. Just from that, crimson thorns shot up from the ground targeting Ozian. There was no sign of magical power flowing through the ground. He simply aimed his hand, and red magical power appeared there to target Ozian. However, before the thorns could touch Ozian's body, his figure disappeared hazily like a mirage. The thorns pierced empty air, and bluish ice powder scattered in that empty space. Where are you? The red-haired man heightened his senses. His bulging eyes stared at the rain pouring down like a downpour. An anomalous change caught his sight. Whoosh! The falling raindrops froze in midair and fell as ice, chilling cold. Upon confirming this, the man immediately stretched his arm toward that location. This time, thorns didn't surge up from the ground. Instead, the jaws of a massive beast emerged and swallowed the surrounding space in one bite. The man's face, which had anticipated victory, soon twisted horribly. There's nothing here. He reacted as soon as he saw the rain freezing, but nothing was caught. The man looked around. His sight caught the raindrops freezing and condensing in midair again. This time I'll definitely catch him. Thinking this, he stretched out his arm, and red magical power swirled and swallowed the surroundings. Naturally, Ozian wasn't caught. What in the? When he thought he saw him and tried to catch him, he had already disappeared. But when he came to his senses, he was showing himself somewhere again. It felt like fighting an illusion. Or else Ozian was blatantly toying with him. It was an indescribably filthy feeling. The red-haired man twisted his face and burst out in anger. Stop playing around and come at me all at once if you're going to come? Or are you scared? You think I'm scared? Though he hadn't expected an answer, surprisingly, Ozian easily responded. Close enough to be heard even if whispering. In fact, the red-haired man bulged his eyes and tried to swing his hand, but his hand aimed at empty air instead of Ozian's head. His body tilted as one of his legs lost balance. He belatedly realized that one of his legs had been severed below the thigh. This time, one leg. Ozian muttered indifferently as if he had just cut off one leg of a pig for slaughter. Krah, you bastard. The red-haired man swung his hand while raging. Following that trajectory, red magical power spread in a fan shape, crystallizing as it tried to swallow Ozian. But Ozian disappeared from his spot again. The red-haired man bit his lips tightly while looking at his severed leg. His right arm and left leg were gone. And Ozian still didn't seem to intend to kill him. This bastard dares. By this point, it was impossible not to understand. His gaze fell on the dead Fade. Right arm and left leg. These were the parts he had cut off, saying he would recover the prosthetics. Then next is. The moment that thought crossed his mind, a blue blade appeared in the air and was swung straight at his face. It was aiming for the eyes. The red-haired man exploded red magical power throughout his body. The recoil made his body float in the air and get pushed back. The tip of the moon blade barely grazed his eyebrow. The swung blade melted away into the air again as the puddles of water around had frozen. The red-haired man raised magical power. The magical power twisted like yarn replaced his arm and leg. Going further, he wrapped magical power around his entire body to create clothing and even put a hat on his head. The surging red magical power began to dominate the surroundings. It was like watching fungi expanding their territory. His eyeballs moved busily before fixing on one spot. Right after, Ozian appeared in the air as if parting an invisible curtain and swung his sword at him. The distance between them was less than 1 m. It was a surprise attack at point-blank range, and this time too, Ozian aimed for his eyes, but the red-haired man didn't fall for it easily like before. Kagagagak? The red magical power surrounding his entire body not only blocked Ozian's sword but pushed it back. The man raised his hand made of magical power and firmly gripped Ozian's blade. You thought I'd be stupid enough to let you hit me when I know exactly where you're aiming. His red coat tails surged and surrounded the area like high walls. Even if Ozian tried to hide his figure now, there was no space to escape to. Ozian, who wielded the power of moonlight, was certainly threatening. How eerie was his ability to deceive opponents with illusions like mirages, and the freezing cold that froze anything it cut. However, in a situation with no escape route, that power is reduced. The pure power output was higher on this side. I'll do the same to you. No, that's not enough. I'll tear off all your limbs and scramble your brain so we can modify you ourselves. Chijijijik. The red magical power pushed against Ozian's blade while gradually exerting its influence. The moment you got caught here, you were finished. That's when Ozian answered. Is that so? What? Armor change. Ozian's appearance changed again. From the bluish uniform with added armor to the pure white full-plate armor like when he first appeared. The blade of moonlight that freezes to the bone changed into a sort of burning starlight. The red-haired man was painfully aware more than anyone that it wasn't just the appearance that was changing. His proud power that had been pushing back Ozian stopped at some point. Beyond that, the pure white starlight rather pushed back his red magical power and gradually approached this side. He tried to endure by gritting his teeth, but it wasn't as easy as he wished. The power output difference was nonsensically large. It wasn't a clash of power against power holding steady, but Ozian was unilaterally crushing his power while approaching. After a brief power struggle, Ozian cut one of the man's eyes with the starlight sword. Arg. The man screamed at the terrible pain coursing through his brain. His face became terror-stricken as he staggered. Until now, he had tried to maintain a calm mind somehow, but now that became impossible. Gee, get away. I said get away. He scattered the magical power wrapped around his body while crying out and struggling pitifully. But Ozian dispersed all such magical power with the starlight sword. He raised his remaining intact arm to aim at Ozian. The action he took when faced with a life-threatening crisis was a kind of habitual trajectory he had often shown normally. A movement that had cut off opponent's breathing several times and brought him victory. In other words, it meant that the opponent could also clearly read that movement. The intact arm was cut off as Ozian emitted blue eye light from within his helmet. That ability requires hand movements beforehand to use. Either pointing with your hand, or flicking your fingers. I've seen it several times, did you think I wouldn't know that? Unlike magicians, though he demonstrated abilities that transcended space, naturally there were conditions required to use them. Namely, hand movements. It was already an incredibly overpowered ability just to launch attacks of this magnitude with a single hand movement. But those preliminary movements revealed what kind of attack he would make. Ozian had engraved in his mind those actions the red-haired man had shown several times, and lightly swung his sword to cut him down before he could even stretch out his hand. Quajik? A knight's kick was planted in the bewildered man's abdomen. The power was on the level of being hit directly by a car. The man who rolled on the ground tried to get up, but Ozian was faster in stepping on and breaking his one remaining shin. Quajik? Quayaa. Ozian looked down with a cold gaze at the man who screamed as if spitting blood. Considering the pain this guy had given to Lorraine, this was still far from enough. Moreover, that power of yours. It's in my memory. I was uncertain at first, but now I'm somewhat confident. Ozian's sword dug into his body. No matter how much magical power he concentrated to protect his body, it was nothing more than paper before the starlight sword. The starlight sword that easily penetrated the guy's body after pushing through slight resistance. The guy screamed at the top of his lungs with veins bulging in his neck. This was undoubtedly the first time in his life he had felt such pain. Answer me. Why do you wield the power of the Bloodflame Prince? Bloodflame Prince. That was one of the boss monsters in the game Ozian had played. This guy he encountered today was using that power which should have disappeared in time by now. Bloodflame Prince is one of the boss monsters that appear in the game. A magician who was immersed in ancient power opened some dimensional door, and became corrupted after inheriting power from a being that originated from there. The overall background story was that other magicians gathered their powers to seal him deep underground. Magic that was corrupted by ancient power. The reason why the mana used by the magician was dyed blood red and its properties became like flames was because of that. Ozian still remembers him. In fact, there wasn't a monster that Ozian couldn't remember. Bloodflame Prince was a humanoid monster who fought with red bandages wrapped around his entire body except for his mouth, with red mana surging around him, and was quite tricky to deal with. The fight is divided into two phases, and in phase 2, he unwraps all the bandages, making them surge like wings, and scatters the energy of blood in all directions. Since it wasn't a boss that needed to be cleared necessarily, it was one of those that most users avoided because they found it bothersome. It was closer to avoiding it because it was dirty rather than difficult. In fact, being dirty was the same as being difficult, but still. Bloodflame Prince made tricky attacks from phase 2. It was the same as what the red-haired man that Ozian just defeated used. The Bloodflame Prince hits attacks by jumping through space with just a hand gesture, regardless of how far away they are from the player. The pattern intervals are short and activation speed is fast, and once you get hit by Bloodflame, it sticks to your body and gives periodic damage. It even gave slight stiffness which greatly interfered with movement. If the player's class is priest or wizard, they experience absolute hell, because they just get hit indiscriminately without even having time to cast their spells. Moreover, it was also very difficult to distinguish his patterns. All preliminary movements were moving hands, but the range and method of attacks changed depending on how he swung or stretched his hands. The shape of the fingers was just as important. You had to react by watching the precursor phenomenon, but since it changed according to the subtle hand movements of the humanoid monster, it was quite tricky and infuriating from the perspective of dealing with it. Of course, I caught him though. It was a somewhat distant memory, but he was still confident he could catch him easily if told to. Blood flame is blood-colored flame, but at the same time, it's also like a curse and bacteria. The reason why the being from beyond lent power to the Bloodflame Prince was also a scheme to expand its influence in this world. Naturally, that scheme is thwarted by the player in the story. The problem was that in the 99th run, Ozian had passed by without catching the Blood Flame Prince. Even if I didn't kill him, the Blood Flame Prince wouldn't come out and rampage outside. According to the setting, he was sealed in the underground prison. Unless someone deliberately visits there, there's no way for him to come out to the outside world. But now the red-haired man was using the power of Blood Flame. The way he used it was exactly the same as how the Blood Flame Prince handled it. On top of that, he even modified it to wrap around his body and replace his severed arms and legs. There was no way there wasn't a connection. Where did that power come from? Did you learn it directly from him? If so, is he still alive? What are you talking about? Did you think I wouldn't recognize that power you're wielding? The red-haired man rolled his remaining eye while blood flowed from his mouth. He noticed that Ozian had figured out where his power originated from. This guy, what exactly is his identity? His head couldn't keep up because too many impossible situations were happening. Even though he himself who wielded this power didn't know much about its origin, from the way he spoke, it seemed Ozian knew something. Towards the man who was flustered, Ozian spoke coldly. You're thinking. Your tongue needs to become looser. Ozian slowly brought his starlight sword to the man's thigh. Sheik. The high-temperature sword melted his skin and slowly cut through muscle and bone. Aik. Stop. Stoop. Even for the man who had strong resistance to considerable pain, it was terrible pain that could burn his brain. He spilled everything he knew. This is a bestowed power. If it was bestowed, who gave it to you? Answer truthfully. The doctor? The doctor gave it to me? I don't know anything about this Blood Flame Prince or whatever. Looking at his desperate appearance, it seemed he wasn't lying. Ozian slightly pulled out the sword he had stabbed in. Just with that, the man breathed roughly as if he might live. The doctor. I don't know what kind of person that is, but I think I know where you belong to. You're from the White House, aren't you? How did you? The red-haired man was about to ask how he knew that but closed his mouth. After thinking, he suddenly recalled the conversation he had with Trenchcoat. What brings you here? It's not like I wanted to come here. The higher UPS ordered me to join because there was something to confirm. For you, who secretly infiltrated as a corporate secretary, to come out this far, it must be something important? The experiment in District 45 has completely evaporated. What? What nonsense is that? Not only the test subjects that were there but even the experimental results have disappeared. Even when we tried to check belatedly, we couldn't because the organization dominating the area was watching like hawks. You said you were experimenting with some strange liquid, but in the end it got exposed? He remembered the experiment in District 45. Of course he would. Wasn't it through a similar experiment that he came to wield this blood flame power? He had been somewhat wary because it was said to be a power of cold opposite to his own, and he had been secretly relieved when he heard the news that the experiment had completely evaporated. No way. The man's eyes were dyed with disbelief. No, that couldn't be. How could such an incredible coincidence exist? But different from denying it, his head drew the conclusion that the being Trenchcoat was looking for was Ozian who was in front of him, connecting District 45's experiment. You're from District 45? Yes. So it was you people after all. Ozian also became certain his guess was right the moment he saw the red-haired man. The Blood Flame Prince power he wielded was exactly the same as those who were experimenting with Moonlight as power in District 45. Then rather than learning directly from Blood Flame Prince, it's closer to them extracting power from him and implanting it. The real Blood Flame Prince probably either died or became a test subject supplying power. Ozian recalled the test subjects he fought in District 45. The output they could manifest varied depending on the level of the test subject. Most test subjects' bodies couldn't withstand it and collapsed, and among those who endured, the magician test subjects were much stronger. This red-haired man was probably the same. I was thinking of dealing with you people who were arbitrarily handling my power anyway, but to think you'd reveal yourself right in front of me. At least in Ozian's view, this red-haired man seemed to hold quite a high position within the White House. They probably invested considerable time and effort to make him able to handle blood flame power. At the very least, he wasn't a card they would easily discard after using. Where is your base? Can't you tell? Right. You wouldn't answer right away. I thought you wouldn't answer easily. When Ozian raised his starlight sword again, the man's eyes bulged. Damn it! It's not that I don't want to, I really can't. His voice was urgent because he knew how terrible the pain from Ozian's starlight sword was. Although he could endure considerable pain while handling blood flame power, Ozian's power was so opposite that it erased his blood flame. The pain that followed just from touching his body was so terrible that it would be better to die without knowing anything. Of course, all the desperate words he was shouting now were completely sincere. The doctor isn't such a careless person. No, he's such a cold-blooded monster that I wonder if he's even human. Do you think someone like that wouldn't have done anything? There was something that struck Ozian about the man's words. Did he put some device in your head or body to keep secrets? Yes. That's why I can't tell even if I want to. The moment I try, I'll be disposed of. He put restrictions even on someone of your level. And no, that's exactly why he put them on. Because I'm one of the few successful cases of handling this power. He thinks it's better to eliminate it than let it fall into others' hands. Blood Flame Prince power is a very excellent ability. It was only bad because the opponent was Ozian, but at the very least it was enough to gain absolute advantage against other people. No matter how important confidentiality is, to ruthlessly dispose of such an excellent result without hesitation? Does his decisiveness exceed his attachment to the results of long experiments? While there would be reasons why this doctor person has extremely rational and cold-blooded aspects, that wouldn't be everything. After a moment's thought, Ozian reached a more expanded conclusion. For example, the White House doesn't seem to mind disposing of you because they'll have other alternatives. Just from what you said earlier about being one of the few successful cases, you're not the only one either. The man showed a noticeably intense reaction to the words that hit the mark. Seeing the man's reaction, Ozian's guess became even more certain. While Bloodflame Prince's power was certainly amazing, looking at the overall project being carried out by the White House, it wasn't enough to call it the core. The fact that they could discard it so boldly was likely because there were several projects of similar level to Bloodflame Prince. Or there might be other test subjects handling Bloodflame Prince's power. For now, they just gave him important roles because the red-haired man handled it best and followed orders well. It's not like future plans would be hindered even if he was gone. I'm losing interest. He thought he had caught a big fish, but there was no substance. Then the one worth expecting is. Ozian's gaze turned to where the black beast was fighting the special grade automaton. The red-haired man became desperate. Though he thought dying would be better than being tortured, that didn't mean he really wanted to die. Damn it. Damn it. As soon as Ozian heard that he couldn't answer because of restrictions, his eyes changed. Rather than asking what he was curious about, he was thinking of killing him right here, with the thought that he could get information from that trench coat person anyway. This bastard dares to treat me like a toy. More than trying to kill him, being treated like an object in his palm that could be killed whenever he wanted made him angrier. How much effort had he put in to climb up here? He was someone who dominated and killed others, not a bug to be crushed while lying underneath like this. I'll kill you right now while you're letting your guard down. The red-haired man gathered all his power while Ozian was distracted. Without showing it externally, the blood flame power swirled inside his body and gathered in his heart. His heart beat frantically because he had never concentrated this much power in one place. Meanwhile, Ozian was still distracted by another fight. The man looked at Ozian and smiled slyly. Die. The moment he tried to manifest the energy gathered in his heart outside his skin, he felt his vision spinning. Huh? He tried to voice his question about why the world was spinning, but no voice came out. Of course no voice could come out since his throat was cut off with his vocal cords. Rolling on the ground, he saw his headless body. The gathered power scattered helplessly. Ozian was already in a sword-swinging stance, stepping on it while still fixing his gaze on another fight. How? Without even looking. The man closed his eyes without any particular words. The blood flame power that lost its master melted away and disappeared. Ozian ignored the corpse and watched the fight between the automaton and the beast. The cutting-edge machine and the huge beast created with mysterious power. Surprisingly, in the fight between these two opposite beings, the beast was gaining the upper hand. The automaton seems to have been upgraded more. It's stronger and has higher output than when I fought it. Looks like many new functions have been equipped too. When the automaton stretched its hand, bullets poured from holes in its fingers. It had enough power to turn anything it touched into rags, but that only works if it hits. The huge black cat avoided all the bullets by jumping around here and there. The way it changed shape up and down like its body was liquid while deflecting bullets felt like watching some surrealist animation. There's a saying that cats are liquid. A cat's body is very flexible, so it can easily enter narrow holes smaller than its size. That black beast was the same. Not only did it move through the rain of bullets, it even penetrated through the mana barrier spread by the automaton as if being sucked through gaps. Eventually the beast's sharp fangs and claws destroyed the two automatons. Only Trenchcoat remained. Oh no. The huge cat's front paw pressed down on the body of the flustered Trenchcoat. Underscore 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 underscore. No matter how much Trenchcoat tried to struggle, he was already no different from a mouse caught by a cat. Perhaps knowing this, Trenchcoat didn't resist from the start. Throughout the battle, he left everything to the automaton. Just looking at that, it was safe to assume he had no combat-related abilities whatsoever. Still, just in case, the giant cat extended its sharp claws to imprison his body like a cage. These were claws that even a special-grade automaton couldn't withstand and was torn apart by. The moment he tries to escape, they would slice his entire body to pieces. I wish you were a bit more reasonable. Despite the subtle threat, Trenchcoat silently stared at Ozian through his mask without answering. At that peculiar gaze, Ozian asked, "Do you have something to say to me? Fanit is dead." Though his temperament was nasty, his skills must have been real. How did you do it? You seem to have many questions. It seems you don't understand your situation. When Ozian gave a signal to the cat's claws pierced through his coat into his body. Though it should have been quite painful, Trenchcoat didn't make even a single groan. Rather, as if he sensed something in Ozian's voice, after a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth. "A voice I remember. You're that fixer who wiped out the Black Snake gang back then." To remember by voice alone. Though Ozian showed a surprised look, he answered, "You remember well. But so what? This time you don't have an automaton to protect you." Ozian pointed his sword at Trenchcoat. It was the Starlight Sword with blazing white flames. Looking at the Starlight Sword, Trenchcoat seemed to understand something and nodded. "I see. So you were the one who ruined the experiment in District 45. Though I don't know what method you used, with this power, it wouldn't be entirely impossible. Even in a hostage situation where his life could be taken at any moment, Trenchcoat's tone and voice remained very calm. Ozian frowned inside his helmet. He felt an unsettling feeling about such a relaxed response. No way. Ozian immediately thrust his sword into his forearm. It was a pain that even the red-haired man called Fanet couldn't endure without screaming, but Trenchcoat showed no reaction when Ozian's sword pierced his forearm. Ozian could quickly understand why. A machine? Don't tell me you're a modified human. Trenchcoat's arm wasn't human but a machine. It wasn't just the arm. Ozian belatedly realized that he showed no signs of normal human life activity. The first thing that came to mind was modified humans who replace their entire body with machinery. Like the steel devotees, those who try to shed their weak human bodies through harsh training. It's a bit unpleasant to be treated the same as those madmen wearing the mask of asceticism. But Trenchcoat denied Ozian's words. With a voice full of conviction that he had never modified his body, Ozian recalled the second hypothesis he had set aside. So you were controlling it remotely. Smarter than you look. When I saw you before, you seemed like someone who tried to solve everything with strength, but perhaps that's not entirely true. Ozian thought of David, the one who was once a fixer and now training to become a knight. David controlled automatons with threads of magic power in battle and was known by the aliases of Puppeteer and Commander. But could it be said that there was no one more skilled than David in this city? The result was right in front of his eyes. A human who controls automatons like his own body from a distance. Growling. The giant cat holding down Trenchcoat let out an angry growl and sharpened its claws even more. The massive claws easily penetrated Trenchcoat's body. With that impact, the mask he was wearing fell off, revealing the bare face underneath. Unlike the mechanical body, the face looked very similar to a real person. So similar that one couldn't tell the difference without careful observation. Why don't you stop? This may not look like much, but it's a very expensive body. Though the opponents spoke playfully like that, neither Ozian nor the beast bothered to respond. I guess it can't be helped. Even if you take out your anger by destroying this, there's nothing I can do. However, crack. The beast's leg crushed the body of the one who was about to say something like a press. It was a very violent action, as if it wasn't even worth listening to anymore. Ozian didn't bother pointing that out either. The White House guys, was it? As felt before, they were quite a cunning and unpleasant organization. Just when you think you've found a trace, they disappear like an illusion as if mocking you. A lizard that at least leaves its tail behind would be better. They're truly vicious ones. And organizations of similar level to these guys, while not many, clearly existed more in this Tirna. Ozian was about to check Lorraine's condition while ignoring the disabled automaton. That was until the automaton opened its mouth. Interesting. The automaton that should have been half destroyed and stopped was working again. Moreover, this time its tone and voice had clearly changed. As if someone else was conveying their intentions instead. This is a very interesting situation. A knight using mysterious power, and a beast of mystery that's not even a beast person. For me, research is no longer a desire or curiosity, but merely a task to be done. But it seems my heart is racing for the first time in a while. Who are you? Answer, or I'll kill you here. Ozian spoke in a cold voice. Though most people would have trembled at that chilling voice, he did not. Since he was watching and speaking from afar using the half-destroyed automaton's body, even Ozian's sword wasn't a threat to him. We both have many questions, yet you would destroy me just like that. You seem more curious about us than we are about you. Oh my, you've hit the nail on the head. I'll admit this round is my loss. The automaton that easily admitted its disadvantage continued speaking. I am Dr. Cromwell. I'm a scientist belonging to the White House you're looking for. If I had to specify, you could say I'm part of the leadership. Cromwell, borrowing the automaton's body, honestly revealed his identity without hiding anything. It was a situation where they unexpectedly encountered someone who could be called the core of those guys. Ozian calmly asked. To think you'd appear so boldly after hiding all this time. What's your intention? Let me point something out first. I wasn't being bold. I only came out like this because I'm borrowing this automaton's body remotely. Though it's operating on emergency power, it probably won't last even 5 minutes. Aren't you someone who should stay hidden? I'm not sure if it's okay to reveal yourself like this, even indirectly. I stay hidden because I don't feel the need to appear. But in such an interesting situation, I have no choice but to step forward myself. Especially regarding you all. Interesting, you say. Are you thinking of capturing us? To be honest, yes. Just as he didn't hide his identity, Cromwell didn't hide his desires either. I can't figure out where you got such power. But I think I have a vague idea. A power unknown to me. The mysterious energy known to have been lost in the distant past. It must be close to that? You seem to have better eyes than I thought. When you research that kind of thing a lot, you naturally develop an eye for it. Well, let's end the talk here. The reason I came out directly like this is one thing. Would you become my test subject? Hearing those words, Ozian momentarily thought his ears were mistaken. What? Become a test subject? Though the tone was respectful like recruiting a valuable person, the content was downright brutal. The giant cat also seemed quite dumbfounded. Regardless, Cromwell continued speaking without concern. You would make an excellent test subject. If I analyze and understand the source of that power, it wouldn't be difficult to mass-produce similar powers. That way, human science would advance dramatically, and overall military power could increase as well. Are you mad? How could one do such noble work without being mad? Of course, I intend to treat you properly. What do you say? Though Cromwell's voice was calm and peaceful, Ozian glimpsed the terrible madness hidden beneath. He doesn't distinguish whether his actions are right or wrong. It was like seeing a machine that acts without any emotion, desire, or belief, as if this was simply its given mission. You said you're Dr. Cromwell. I have a condition. What is it? I'm willing to accommodate as much as possible. Your neck. At that scathing response, Cromwell let out a sigh. Negotiations failed, I see. That's unfortunate. I thought you could understand for the sake of humanity's advancement. Cromwell really seemed to think he had made a good proposal. Ozian knew very well how to deal with this type. Don't listen to their words and cut them down in one stroke. If you didn't catch my eye, I wouldn't have bothered, but since I've become interested, though you might not agree, I really want to experiment. Ozian didn't even bother responding anymore. He had neither the energy nor saw any value in it. Regardless, Cromwell just said what he wanted to say. It would be appreciated if you came to find me. Let's meet when the opportunity arises. Cromwell's voice gradually grew fainter. The automaton operating on emergency power had reached its limit. Ozian silently swung his sword and vertically split the automaton's head. The faint smile was the last expression the automaton made before being split by Ozian's sword. Ozian looked down at the destroyed automaton and muttered quietly, I've gotten tangled up with something truly filthy and sticky. Whatever it was, the incident was settled for now. Ozian looked at the black beast, the giant cat. Though Ozian wasn't short himself, the eye level was higher than expected, so he had to look up slightly. Swoosh! Before Ozian could say anything, the black cat crouched down and then sprang up like a spring, leaping away beyond the sky. No footsteps despite that size. It was truly a beast that transcended the laws of physics. Didn't Cromwell also call it a mysterious being? After watching the departed black beast, Ozian turned and approached Lorraine. Even during that fight, Lorraine was still guarding Fade's corpse. Lorraine, what must it feel like to kill a former colleague who had hated and despised you with your own hands? Ozian couldn't even imagine that pain. However, Lorraine's face somehow looked relieved. Though Fade had lived only in pain, he found peace at the end. The peaceful smile on his face was proof of that. Though Lorraine had killed her former colleague, it was also salvation. She could carry his burden herself. That's how she had lived until now, and that's how she would continue to live. Are you all right? No, it seems I can't walk right now. I see. Ozian reached out his hand to her, who hadn't yet recovered from her injuries. Seeing this, Lorraine took Ozian's hand. Let's go back, senior. Yes. Ozian deactivated his armor and carried Lorraine on his back. The rain that had been pouring during the fight had weakened considerably. Seeing it drizzling, it didn't seem necessary to use an umbrella. At that moment, Ralph and Viner JC's direct subordinates came and bowed their heads to Ozian. Thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to keep our lives. Our goals just happened to align and we fought together. I didn't intend to help. Still, we owe you our lives. But the other ghost. Ralph looked at Lorraine on Ozian's back and Fade's corpse beyond her, then figured out how things had unfolded. That one's body. We will dispose of it. You can do whatever you want with the other ghost guys, but not him. But Ralph showed hesitation. Ozian seemed to understand why Ralph had come here. He probably wanted to take the body of Fade, who was no different from the mastermind of this incident. The order must have come from their superior, Viner. We will compensate you sufficiently. So, stop. Don't say any more. I've already expressed my intention. If you want to go beyond that. White light flashed in Ozian's eyes. As it was a dark night, Ralph and his subordinates clearly witnessed that dazzling light. There will be no mercy. Even at that warning, Ralph didn't know what to do. Ozian was about to draw his sword again to clear away the hesitation, but just then an expensive steam car approached from afar. When the vehicle stopped, Ralph hurriedly went to open the back seat door. From inside, an old man with fierce eyes holding a cane stepped out. Underscore 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 underscore. The atmosphere changed with the old man's appearance. Ralph and his subordinates began to squirm uncomfortably. The old man's name was Viner JC. He was Armand JC's father and a man who held a grudge against Fade. I didn't expect him to come personally to such a dangerous place, even if he was angry. Although it was for revenge against the one who killed his son, his temperament could be roughly guessed from the fact that he came in person. Just looking at how his subordinates squirmed, Viner's temperament must be like burning flames. Those fierce eyes turned toward Ozian, who was carrying Lorraine. Ozian was internally tense. Although Lorraine defeated Fade, who could be considered her enemy, conversely, Lorraine failed to properly protect his son. If he nitpicks about the failure of the escort duty, we'll be in trouble too. They should have fled before he got here, but it was too late now. If there was any consolation, it was that Lorraine couldn't feel this tension. Thanks to the hemostatic agent and medicine I gave her, she fell right asleep as her tension eased. It was better this way than facing Viner and getting into trouble. Regardless, Viner looked at Ozian and Lorraine, then immediately fixed his gaze on Fade's corpse beyond them. Though anger briefly filled his eyes as he looked at Fade, he maintained his tightly closed lips and cast his gaze elsewhere. There lay the broken automaton and Fanet's corpse. Viner tapped the ground with the cane in his hand. It was difficult to guess what he was thinking. The only thing that could be guessed was that Viner was also doing quite a bit of thinking in his own way. Everyone gathered there quietly waited for Viner to speak. Finally, Viner fixed his constantly shaking cane to the ground with a snap. Ralph. Yes, Lord Viner. Viner spoke in a stern voice to Ralph, who hurriedly bowed his head. Give this man a reward. What? Ralph unconsciously asked back. Then, belatedly realizing his mistake, he bowed his head. Viner didn't particularly point out Ralph's attitude. Instead, he stared intently at Ozian. Young man, you have good eyes. When Ozian hesitated to answer, Viner let out a snicker. Why? Surprised that I'm being more rational than expected. It would be a lie to say otherwise. I'm sorry about your son. Yes. It's unfortunate that my flesh and blood died. I actually came to see the face of the bastard who did such a thing. Viner raised his cane to point at Fanet's corpse. It's this one, right? This time Ozian couldn't hide his surprise. Without anyone explaining the situation, he had immediately recognized the one who had backed the ghost army from behind. It was suspicious from the start when these nameless ghosts were going around killing people from other households besides my child. For this many people to suddenly appear and move systematically, it would be impossible without some bastards behind them. Viner stared directly at Ozian's face with gleaming eyes. I must repay the favor for killing those who killed my son on my behalf. But I am someone who repays enemies doubly. So I'll ask, who are these people? Usually, people's anger spreads indiscriminately like suddenly spreading flames. The anger of Viner, a father who lost his only son, would be more than enough, never less. But Viner had a clear direction for his emotions. It was rational anger. Though they were incompatible words, Ozian couldn't think of a more appropriate expression. Not wasting the emotion of anger elsewhere, but making extremely rational judgments to accomplish a single purpose. In that sense, it felt even more chilling. It meant he was carefully folding and suppressing his current burning emotions to surely cut off the opponent's breath. But this was conversely an opportunity for Ozian. To deal with the White House that openly declared they would target him, this side also needed a reliable wall of sorts. In Ozian's view, Viner was more than enough to play such a role. Do you know about an organization called the White House? Asterisk. Viner left saying he would contact them separately later. Watching him leave, Ozian regretted not asking for a ride. But Viner had already left, so Ozian walked through the night streets carrying Lorraine. The rain fell steadily. It was just enough not to get wet, not needing an umbrella. Through the sky full of dark clouds, the night sky could be seen sparsely. Perhaps it was because a good rain had just fallen. The briefly revealed sky was so clear it made one wonder if this was really Tyrna. Clear enough to see the starlight and soft moonlight beyond that everyone had forgotten. Many things happened today too. People who were once comrades pointed guns at each other, and those who were less broken survived. Those who trusted each other more than anyone ended up killing each other. In time, in the flow of the world, people end up changing, and in quite a cruel form at that. Yes, the world changes. Sometimes it felt tiring because it was too fast. Under the starry sky, all things on Earth arise like bubbles and fade like mirages. Before one event ends, new things happen. Traces of the distant past, most would have disappeared, but there are still things that remain. However, just because something has remained from 1,000 years ago until now doesn't guarantee it's exactly the same as the past. Fanet, who handled the Blood Prince's power, was like that too. Though identical to the power in memory, that's not to say it hadn't changed. The Blood Prince had also changed over time. But that sky is different. This same scenery was seen even in the past over 1,000 years ago. And probably, beyond that sky will always look the same even after 1,000 years. That's why it's beautiful. Perhaps its value and beauty are multiplied because it floats nobly as if completely unrelated to the ugliness on Earth. In short, the epitome of perfection. Ozian suddenly felt as if the starlight in that sky was whispering to him that he too could become like them. So throw everything away and come up here. Ozian stared at the starlight as if entranced. Ozian couldn't move his feet for a while. It felt like the moment he took a step from here, his body would break free from the principles of the world and fly right up there. It was then that Lorraine, carried on his back, stirred and moved. Ozian turned his head slightly and asked, "Are you awake?" "Yeah, I must have fallen asleep for a bit." "You can keep sleeping if you want. We still have time before we arrive." "Yeah, but somehow, my eyes just opened on their own." Lorraine's voice was mumbling as if intoxicated by the medicine. But Ozian, who was carrying her, could clearly hear what Lorraine was saying. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have died meaninglessly. Even if not that, I would have died by those who made fade like that. It's all thanks to you. I only did what I had to do. It's not something to receive thanks for." "Right. You were that kind of person. Maybe that's why you felt really reliable." Lorraine let out a small laugh and asked, "Hey, you won't leave, right?" At those words, Ozian found himself speechless without realizing it. Whether she didn't notice Ozian's reaction or not, Lorraine continued with what she wanted to say. "I just got that feeling somehow. I'm worried that you might leave far away. Strange, right? There's no way that would happen. Right. It's a needless worry. Just get some more sleep." "Yeah, I should." Lorraine fell asleep again, but the words she had spoken remained in Ozian's mind. The question of whether he wouldn't leave. There probably wasn't much meaning to those words. If anything, Lorraine must be feeling great anxiety from the death of Fade, who was once her comrade. both physically and mentally exhausted. She just found someone to rely on for now, and that happened to be Ozian. But is that really true? Ozian didn't think Lorraine's question came from such rational reasons. Rather, it felt like Lorraine had sensed something with a very sensitive sense, and instinctively woke up to speak those words. Not worn out by today's fight, but rather as if a sharpened sense had activated after thoroughly washing away old stains. For a moment, I thought I wanted to break free from here. Change signifies imperfection. Because people are not perfect, they try to become perfect. That process is very arduous, causing many mistakes, and most people collapse, unable to endure the pain. There were many such collapsed and fallen people on Earth. Such people pile up, die, and pile up anew even more. That's why the sky spoke to him. Don't stay in such a dirty place, but come to where we are. But is that really so? Ozian saw Lorraine's figure. And he also saw dead Fade's face. Though that fight occurred due to twisted emotions and hatred, his departed face looked very peaceful. Was that dirty? Was it such an eyesore? No. Like how beautiful lotus flowers bloom even in mud, though their story was surely tragic and horrible. Nevertheless, peace and salvation existed at its end. Ozian looked up at the sky again. The dreamlike night sky was no longer visible as black storm clouds already covered the sky. Was it just an illusion? Ozian hurried his steps. He needed to get back quickly as the falling raindrops seemed about to get stronger. That's when he saw someone running urgently from beyond, splashing through puddles. It was Diolan in comfortable clothes wearing his trademark worn boots. He was running with several umbrellas in hand when he spotted Ozian and stopped in front. Diolan, are you okay? You suddenly disappeared so I came looking. Lorraine is. She's asleep. Seems today's events tired her out a lot. I see. Still, glad you returned safely. Ozian stared intently at Diolan. Feeling that gaze, Diolan flinched and showed an awkward expression. What? Why are you looking at me like that? No, never mind. Seems I was mistaken about something. What? So bland. Just thought the starlight was particularly bitter today. Forget such talk. Let's hurry. The rain will pour harder soon. Diolan spoke while putting an umbrella over Ozian. Ozian walked together with Diolan, letting out a snicker. When the three arrived at Violet Fox, the lights were on in the store that should have been dark. Upon opening the door and entering, Ena, Ronan, and Edgar were waiting for them without sleeping. What? You're back. Edgar saw Lorraine on Ozian's back and grumbled. Ha, damn it. Waited for nothing. That's enough now. I'm going to sleep. Though it seemed inappropriate words for seeing an injured person, Ozian could see the relief briefly visible in his eyes after checking on Lorraine. Edgar was the one who had been waiting most anxiously here. Despite how he acts, Edgar worried the most. Please don't scold him too much. He stayed up past his bedtime waiting. I know. He looked very tired. More importantly, did things end well? At Ronan's question, Ozian pondered how to answer. If things ended well was quite ambiguous. This incident wasn't simply about Fade and Lorraine. Furthermore, there was the Ghost Army seeking revenge against the military, and the White House's plot to use such a Ghost Army to incite chaos. Dr. Cromwell, a scientist and one of those in charge of the White House, had recognized Ozian's existence and was targeting him. Did it end? No. This was just the beginning. But too many things happened today, and Ozian recalled there was someone sleeping so deeply on his back that she wouldn't know who was carrying her. As always. Yes. Surely more things will happen going forward. There might even come days when we think today's events were better. Even so, at least in this moment, let's allow everyone to simply rejoice in the fact that we returned, without any worries or concerns. It was a clean finish. Underscore 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 underscore. Lorraine was sitting up in bed, gazing out the window. Ozian sat down on the chair next to the bed and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine. To be honest, I was wondering if there would be permanent disability, but after hearing the story, it seems rehabilitation will be possible soon. They said my recovery is incredibly fast." Lorraine spoke in her usual light tone. "I wasn't asking about your body." At his direct statement, Lorraine let out a bitter smile. "You're lacking consideration for a lady. In the past, when I returned after successfully completing a request, you told me that we are like family." Lorraine opened her eyes wide. She had never thought Ozian would remember that. Is it so strange to worry about family? You got me there. But what I want to say remains unchanged. I'm still okay. Spare me the nagging. I know. Logically, anyone would feel difficult and painful after experiencing such a thing. In fact, I still have some lingering regrets. But, Lorraine stared out the window where rain was drizzling. He resolved his parched thirst before leaving. So it's okay. Like rain falling on a desert that was never touched by anyone. The words seemed somewhat metaphorical, but Lorraine's intention was clear. Ozian nodded, saying he understood. Then I won't bring it up any further. Right. And I've got a goal now. A goal. Living like this is fine, but I can't completely forget the past, right? Especially those guys from that White House. Lorraine clenched her fist. She was recalling the memory of how they arbitrarily desecrated Fade's corpse to retrieve his body. I'll definitely put bullets into them with my own hands. That's a good resolution. For that, you need to focus on recovery now. I know. Everyone who's come has said the same thing. Lorraine stuck out her lips as if she was sick of hearing that. Anyway, no one visiting brings a gift. Isn't fruit enough? Says someone who didn't even bring fruit. That's true. Ozian lightly shrugged his shoulders. Then is there anything else you want? Of course there is. Lorraine's eyes sparkled as if she had been waiting for this question. She made a circle with her thumb and index finger and showed it to Ozian with a smile. This is the perfect hospital visit gift, isn't it? Ozian looked at Lorraine, whose eyes were tinted with gold coins, and shook his head with a sigh. He had hoped this incident would improve her obsession with money, but that seemed to be just his wishful thinking. Feeling Ozian's mood, Lorraine said desperately, why? When someone visits a patient, it's okay to give some money. What are you talking about? What kind of person brings money as a hospital visit gift? At that moment, the door opened, and Diolan appeared, holding a money pouch. Here's the hospital visit gift I mentioned. I'm going to make a request now. Diolan said this and handed the money pouch to Lorraine before leaving immediately. Ozian felt a headache coming on. Sometimes Diolan seemed disconnected from common sense, and he was reminded of that again today. Of course, the mastermind who instilled that lack of common sense was gleefully counting the money bundle. See, I was right. Diolan is an exception. Sometimes he lacks common sense. It's not sometimes, but a lot. And you're trying to extort money knowing this? Do you have no conscience? Anyway, you do? So you give me some too. No. Why? You have so much money, just give me some. Can't you even do that? Lorraine now started throwing a tantrum like a child. Ozian's forehead veins started to show. Did you entrust me with your money? As Ozian raised his fist, Lorraine urgently shouted. Violence is against the law? I'm a patient? A sick person? Absolute rest? Absolute rest? Will you take responsibility if my injuries worsen? Whew. Ozian lowered his fist, suppressing his anger. Of course, his trembling fingers seemed to be aiming at Lorraine's forehead. Lorraine watched the scene nervously, like someone facing a beast in the mountains. At that moment, Ena peeked her head through the opening door. I brought porridge. Ena, come quickly. I was just getting hungry. How perfect. Oh, Ozian is here too. Would you like some porridge? No, I have no reason to stay longer, so I'll be going now. Ozian left and Ena naturally sat in his place. Ena handed the porridge she had boiled to Lorraine. Are you okay? Sitting in bed and focusing on recovery, Lorraine ate the porridge Ena brought, blowing on it. Yes, I'm fine. It wasn't such a big injury. A bullet went through your shoulder. Is that so? But these things happen when you work as a fixer. I'm eating well and recovering, aren't I? Ena's gaze at Lorraine, who was trying to appear fine, was complex. Ena had heard the entire story about Lorraine's past and what happened this time. If she had experienced such things, she wasn't sure how she would have reacted. She might have completely broken down. Eat a lot and rest well. You need to recuperate for a few more days. Would you like another bowl of porridge? Don't worry. And if you offer, I'd be grateful. Usually when you're sick, you lose appetite, but this is really going down smoothly. Ena's expression didn't easily soften at Lorraine's joke. She couldn't shake off the thought that Lorraine was hiding her pain and trying to appear strong. Surprisingly, contrary to Ena's worries, Lorraine was not hiding her emotions. She had indeed gone through a difficult experience. It still remained as a knot in her heart. But Lorraine was not overly dwelling on it. If she had nothing now, she would have struggled repeatedly to hold on to the flowing past. However, people can only live in the present. Even if the mind is entangled in the past and the eyes look toward the future, their bodies are ultimately fixed in the present moment. In that sense, Lorraine was someone who knew how to live in the present. She does not forget the past. But she also does not become excessively immersed in it. Lorraine has her current colleagues, the people of Violet Fox. She enjoys and is happy with her life with them now. The past connections were filled with sadness, but her current relationships were not. People can overcome sorrow with just a little trigger. There's no need for it to be grandiose. Even something very small is fine. For Lorraine, her current human connections were that trigger. However, Ena, who completely didn't know her inner thoughts, could only be anxious like a mother worrying about her child. Wait. I'll boil a more delicious porridge for you. Can it become more delicious? If I add better ingredients, it will. Adding good ingredients doesn't necessarily make food taste better. It seemed like something a cooking novice would say, but Lorraine, who knew Ena's cooking skills, didn't doubt her at all. The porridge she was eating now was truly delicious, thanks to Ena's skill. Sometimes Lorraine even thought that this cooking ability, rather than the witchcraft Ena wielded, might be her truly more bizarre power. But she had grown so accustomed to it that she simply nodded, thinking that's right. Okay, then I'll make a request. Understood. Ena was planning to move immediately since the topic had come up. To buy good ingredients, she needed to go to the market early, and now was the perfect timing. Ena immediately draped her trademark red cape and picked up her umbrella. Miss Ena, are you going somewhere? Ena, who happened to run into Ronan, flinched slightly and responded in a cautious tone. Oh, well, I'm going to buy ingredients for the porridge Lorraine will eat. Hehe. You're working hard. But be careful. The weather outside isn't very good right now. Yes. Ena was still uncomfortable with Ronan. She knew he wasn't a bad person, but seeing him always smiling with squinted eyes gave her a biological sense of rejection. However, Ronan, unaware of her inner feelings, saw her off with a smile. If he had known the truth, he would have spent the day feeling dejected and depressed. Ena walked through the rainy street with quick steps, carrying her usual shopping basket in one hand and an umbrella in the other. Unlike when it was pouring like a waterfall, the rain's intensity had weakened, so quite a few people could be seen on the streets. Should I take a shortcut today? She had been caught off guard by a shortcut before, but some time had passed, and she felt this would be okay. Above all, what gave Ena this confidence was her vague awareness of the guardian angel protecting her. Though she called it a guardian angel, it wasn't actually an angel, and she didn't even know who it really was. She just knew for certain that someone would secretly help her if she was in danger. Because of this, she reduced her worry about potential dangers while also harboring a slightly mischievous thought that if she were in danger, she might actually get to see the person protecting her. She felt a slight guilt in taking advantage of someone's goodwill, but her curiosity about who was helping her was stronger. That was why Ena entered the alleyway. Of course, she wouldn't be in any real danger. The biggest risk in this alley she frequently passed through would be a pickpocket at most. If she truly wanted danger, Ena would have wandered around the areas beyond District 40. Walking through the alley was partly out of curiosity, but also the optimal compromise to avoid overly dangerous places. But today, was her luck bad? Ena had to face someone blocking her path. Hello. Oh, hello. When the other person greeted her, Ena also greeted back. But she didn't lower her guard. It was strange not to sense intent from someone deliberately blocking her path and staring directly at her. Are you Ena Grund? As expected, Ena's suspicions were confirmed. The other person knew her and had come looking for her. Ena calmly observed the other person. A girl wearing an ordinary dress, with brown hair braided into 2 strands at the nape of her neck. Her appearance was doll-like and cute, and she seemed to be about the same age as Ena. Her face was smiling with goodwill, but Ena felt something unsettling. Do you know me? Yes, of course. Because I'm like you. Like me means I'm a witch too. Oh, Ena realized the source of the strange feeling she sensed from the other person. A witch like herself. While feeling a sense of kinship, Ena still didn't lower her guard. Which group do you belong to? Why are you asking that? A witch like me came before and tried to forcibly take me away. Oh my, that must have been scary. The girl spoke with a worried expression about Ena's story. Was she empathizing with her words? Ena felt her wariness slightly ease. I just wanted to talk. Well, you're the witch who recently came to Tirna, right? Oh, yes, that's right. You can speak comfortably. We don't seem to have much of an age difference. Well, maybe. She didn't sense any hostility from the girl. Ena's gaze shifted to the girl's feet. They were beautiful shoes. Sparkling and shining, they seemed to be made of jewels. Since we've met like this, want to talk somewhere quiet? Oh, but I need to go shopping. It's okay. It won't take long. It's been so long since I've met a witch my age. How about it? It's not like there's anything wrong with that. Ena was still hesitant. She felt it might be too much to do this with someone she'd just met today. Perhaps because of her indecisive attitude, the girl asked almost whining. Don't you want to? It's not that I don't want to. Well, I don't think it's possible. Shopping is my priority. If not, shall we move together? I have a workplace. It's a good place to talk quietly. Places where people's eyes are on us might be difficult. Ah, then that won't work. The girl also visibly looked disappointed and nodded. It's so disappointing. I wanted to take you as politely as possible. Huh. Then I'll have no choice but to drag you. At that moment, with a trudging sound from behind her, something walked out. With a metallic sound, what appeared was a person made of steel, holding a massive axe in its hand. What? Facing the flustered Ena, the girl smiled brightly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dorothy Gale, a witch belonging to the Knight of Walpurgis, and my other name is. The Tin Man approached Ena. The witch killer. Underscore 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 underscore. A tin woodman with no oil coating approached Ena, holding a massive 2-handed axe. The 3M-sized tin robot moved with squeaking sounds that felt somehow grotesque. Why, you said we'd just talk. Yes, I was going to talk, but you were the one who first refused. So I'm inevitably forced to use force. It's a specious argument. Otherwise, it's nothing more than saying he came to find Ena to do exactly this. Ena tried to turn and escape but couldn't. The alley she had entered was now overgrown with countless straws, which clumped together and soon transformed into scarecrows that looked like demons. They had mouths torn down to the ears, straw swirling around, and in their hands were massive sickles. Get her, Scarecrow. There was no way for Ena to escape now. Quickly thinking, Ena immediately changed the subject. But what do you mean, witch killer? Did you really kill a witch? Yes, that's right. I actually killed a witch. See my pretty shoes. Dorothy showed the shoes she was wearing. They were beautiful shoes made of sparkling red jewels. This is the spoils I took after killing her. I smashed her huge house with a bang. Dorothy spoke with a laugh, as if killing someone was no big deal. Ena felt a chill running down her skin. Did you kill the same witch? The most shocking fact for Ena was that Dorothy had killed a witch like herself. Why? We're supposed to help each other. Witches are recognized in Tirna but are still subject to oppression and discrimination outside. Most witches either live in hiding or escape to Tirna. Witches who can't do this become prey to the Holy Kingdom of Petra under the name of heresy as their daily reality. Abandoned, hunted, forced to flee. Because of this, Ena held compassion and empathy for other witches. She could understand because of her experiences of being used or abandoned due to her special powers. But Dorothy was different. She boasted about killing a witch with her own mouth, without a trace of guilt. How can you do that? She was a witch just like you. Why are you asking that? It's natural to kill a witch if she's in the way. Don't people also kill each other? Beastkin, dwarves, elves are the same. Is there a law saying not to kill witches? That's. Stop the preaching. It seems you don't yet know your current situation. Dorothy's gaze grew colder. Ena realized she was like a mouse in a trap and her expression stiffened. What are you going to do with me? I'm just going to take you with me. Don't worry. We'll be fine soon. There was something unsettling about the phrase we'll be fine. Though she didn't know the intention, she was certain something bad would happen if she was taken away. If you touch me, there'll be big trouble. If you back off now, I can let it go. What? Ha ha ha. Dorothy burst into laughter, holding her stomach. You seem not to know your current situation. No, I know. You're trying to kidnap me, and I can't escape. And you're telling me to back off. Yes. Where I work, there's a very scary person. Really strong, amazing, and intolerant of injustice. Dorothy's eyebrows twitched. She didn't like the hope that had filled Ena's eyes, which had been trembling like a mouse moments ago. Dorothy twisted her lips. Yes, I've heard about it. Karen came once and then retreated, right? You seem to know well. But if you disappear here, how will your colleagues find you? Huh? That's. Even if you disappear, your colleagues won't know where you've gone. Because there will be no trace or evidence. I've been waiting for you to come out for that very reason. Dorothy also didn't want to create unnecessary conflict. That's why she was planning to quickly kidnap Ena. And it's useless to try to stall for time here. Do you think I don't know that? Dorothy snapped her fingers. Tin Woodman. Catch her. The Tin Woodman, who had paused during their conversation, began moving again. The Tin Woodman, moving with a squeaking sound, extended his silver shining hand towards Ena. Even if she tried to step back, she would be met with a wall of straw behind her. At the moment Ena was trapped, something pitch black suddenly dropped from the sky. Kiki kiki. The Tin Woodman immediately reacted. The rusty, squeaking movement vanished, and the Tin Woodman raised his massive axe to the sky with both hands. A red flash erupted from the falling black shadow at that moment. Quick-a-gag-gag. With an ear-splitting noise and sparks flying, it was a collision of forces. Surprisingly, the loser of this fight was the Tin Woodman. What? Dorothy was startled that the Tin Woodman had been pushed back. The Tin Woodman was one of her summons and possessed the most powerful force for sweeping away enemies. Despite his rustic appearance, the Tin Woodman's strength was so great he could tear apart a steam suit with his bare hands. She couldn't believe that her summon, whom she was confident of never being overpowered by anyone in terms of strength, was pushed back by a sudden attacker. Ena was equally surprised. A pitch-black full-plate armor, with a sword burning red in one hand. It was definitely a familiar figure. Lupona. Despite Ena's delighted cry, Lupona didn't respond. Instead, there was a growling sound from inside the helmet, and she was just glaring at the Tin Woodman. Just as I expected, she came to rescue me. Yes. She was definitely believing this. That if she was in danger, Lupona would definitely come to rescue her. The Tin Woodman, unable to withstand the collision, retreated and looked down at his axe with an emotionless face. Though it looked ordinary, it was an axe made with white craft, so it wouldn't even get scratched by ordinary impacts. Yet it was melting beyond repair. Whoever this interference is, it seems they've lost their courage. Dorothy frowned and gave an order. Don't touch Ena, kill that black guy. The Tin Woodman followed the order. Bringing the axe to his chest and taking a stance, the melted axe blade began to squirm and regenerate to its original form. The Tin Woodman, having regenerated the axe, rushed towards Lupona and swung the axe fiercely. The height difference was almost double. The weapon's size was proportional. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed Lupona was at a significant disadvantage. But that was only from the perspective of those who didn't know. Lupona was a variant doppelganger. She wasn't a standard human, and most importantly, the one whose abilities she had copied was Ozian. The dark energy flowing from her sword grew stronger. Killing Star Sword is a power stronger than the Starlight Sword that boasts the highest output in close combat. It not only blocked the incoming axe but also repelled it. With dark embers scattered in the air, the surrounding stagnant waters were all pushed outward. The Tin Woodman didn't retreat this time and immediately took a stance. Gripping the repelled axe, he tried to split Lupona vertically with all his might. Lupona raised her sword to block the axe. Kyung! The impact of the axe strike cracked the ground around Lupona. The Tin Woodman raised the axe again. Just as Lupona tried to swing her sword in that moment, straw flew like tentacles and wrapped around her body. Dorothy's summons weren't limited to the Tin Woodman. While the Scarecrow bound Lupona with swirling straw, the Tin Woodman swung his axe again. An axe swung like splitting firewood. No matter how strong Lupona was, she couldn't block this attack. The moment Ena was about to cry out in danger, Lupona, with her sword raised, simply deflected the axe sideways. The axe, flowing along the sword's surface at an angle, was embedded in the ground. Have you let it flow? It was a technique that Lupona had instinctively learned while fighting Ozian. Although their natures were contrary, her fundamental identity was ultimately that of a knight, a person who had no equal in the world when it came to wielding a sword. A master who could cross the ridge of death wearing armor and handle a sword as freely as if it were part of her own body. Not through reason or intelligence, but a talent etched into the body like an instinct was now shining. The powerful yet rough sword path was readjusted. A bit more fluid, soft, and natural. The dark crimson flash struck off the axe's handle. Although not easily cut even by the killing star sword with tremendous cutting power, after striking the same spot 3 times in an instant, the axe head was severed and rolled on the ground. The rag-like cape draped over her shoulder moved. The black cape that swept like a storm ground the scarecrow's straw to pieces. Lupona, who regained her bodily freedom, charged towards the Tin Woodman like a beast. She had grasped the knack of sword-wielding, but her movements were still guided by instinct. But that was enough. A knight's physical abilities could turn even a child's tantrum into a murderous act. Kwang! Lupona's kick landed in the Tin Woodman's abdomen. The Tin Woodman tried to stay standing by putting strength in his legs, but Lupona's cape moved and strongly struck both of his legs. The Tin Woodman lost balance and fell. Lupona, mounted on top of him, gripped the killing star sword in reverse and pierced the heart area of the Tin Woodman. Chiak! The Tin Woodman's hard shell seemed to resist the killing star sword at first but couldn't endure long. The blood-colored sword pierced the silver body, and the area touching the sword melted and dripped like mercury. The Tin Woodman's movement, struggling and waving both arms, finally stopped. Lupona, who drew out her sword, glared at Dorothy. A fierce red light flashed from inside the pitch-black helmet. Huh? What? Did you actually hide such a familiar spirit? Dorothy, whose specialty was summoning, instinctively understood what Lupona was the moment she saw her. This Black Knight was Ena Grund's guardian deity and familiar spirit. Truly, I'm coveting it. Though she didn't know where such a familiar spirit was obtained, Dorothy's intense jealousy towards Ena and desire for Lupona welled up. But before realizing her desires, Dorothy had to resolve the problem right in front of her. Lupona's anger at Ena being attacked. Holding the killing star sword emanating murderous intent, Lupona approached slowly. The air seemed suffocating, and the surrounding atmosphere became heavy. Even in this dense murderous aura where escaping, let alone standing properly, was difficult, Dorothy remained unperturbed. The corner of her mouth slightly lifted. Did you think I only had this prepared? As soon as Dorothy's words ended, a massive shadow draped over Lupona's head. Lupona reflexively pulled her body back. Immediately after, something huge fell with a thud. The vibration was enough to shake the surrounding buildings. What rose was a beast with a human body and a male lion's head. The outfit was a tuxedo that seemed about to burst at the muscles. Say hello. This is a lion. He's a coward, but he'll fight with his life for his friend. The lion was much larger than the Tin Woodman. But Lupona didn't get scared either, gripping the killing star sword and glaring at the lion. Dorothy laughed seeing this. Seems like you don't know something. The Woodman hasn't fallen yet. Get up now. At Dorothy's command, the Woodman, whose movement had stopped, suddenly rose. Despite having a hole punctured in his chest, he looked completely fine. The body that had flowed and solidified began to squirm like mercury, regenerating all internal wounds. Naturally, Lupona found herself caught between the Tin Woodman and the lion. And haven't you forgotten one thing? My original target was Ena, not you. A brief scream escaped Ena. A scarecrow's straw had extended and captured her body. Lupona tried to save Ena, but the Tin Woodman and the cowardly lion surrounded her, blocking her path. Don't worry. I won't kill you. A familiar spirit as excellent as you should be in a witch's hand. Of course, you'll need some training first. As Lupona tried to charge with murderous intent, Dorothy warned her. If you want to fight, go ahead. But I can't guarantee Ena's safety. I won't kill her, but I can do anything else. Right? Scarecrow. The Scarecrow, receiving its master's order, applied force to the straw binding Ena's body. As the straw, stronger than a thick rope, tightened, Ena had to clench her mouth shut. I'll praise you for not screaming. But how long can you really endure? Amid the pain constricting her body, Ena swallowed her scream. If she screams here, everything will flow as Dorothy desires. Endure. Just bear it. I've endured well until now. Ena closed her eyes tightly and repeatedly resolved to endure in her mind. Thanks to that, perhaps, the pain constricting her body seemed to have slightly subsided. Oh, no, it wasn't an illusion. Ena felt her body regaining freedom and opened her eyes that she had closed. What reflected in Ena's widely opened eyes was a pile of straw floating in the air. The scattered and fixed straw was burning in golden flames. And at its center, a boy stood wearing a gray hood. Underscore 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 underscore. The golden embers were dancing in the air. It was like seeing a golden wheat field in autumn, beautifully withering under the sunlight during harvest season. Ena felt beauty in that scene while simultaneously recalling past horrors. The Inquisitor from the Holy Kingdom of Petra who once chased her to kill her, Martinez the Purifier. The fanatic, who had been chasing Ena to kill her while she tried to escape to Tirna, now saved her. Ena slumped down on the ground. Martinez picked up the fallen umbrella and held it out to Ena. Ena unconsciously accepted the umbrella. Hey, how did you get here? I just happened to sense an ominous energy while passing by, Martinez said in a somewhat awkward, stiff tone while staring at Dorothy. Dorothy Gale. Oh, do you know me? Dorothy, who made eye contact with Martinez, smiled brightly. However, apart from smiling, her eyes were not good. She was displeased that someone suddenly appeared and released the hostage Ena. Moreover, the power he wielded was somewhat uncomfortable. A witch belonging to Walpurgis Knight. A madwoman who mainly handles familiars and has a history of killing other witches. I'm the type to memorize heretics' personal information. That's strange. If you know about me, you shouldn't be standing here so confidently. Dorothy snapped her fingers. The scarecrow, already angry from being burned by straw, swung a huge harvesting sickle. It was then that golden light settled in Martinez's right hand. Clang! The golden spark transformed into a cross-shaped shield, easily blocking the scarecrow's sickle. Dorothy's eyes widened at the sight. Is that holy alchemy? The unique power used by Petra Kingdom Holy Knights. The uneasiness and sense of alienation she felt when first seeing the golden flame, this was its identity. Kia AK? As the scarecrow screamed and tried to swing the sickle once more, Martinez moved. Beyond the shield, in his hand gripping empty space, a massive golden hammer suddenly appeared. The hammer, swung with great centrifugal force, struck the scarecrow's abdomen, and the golden flame that burst forth engulfed the scarecrow. Kia AK? The scarecrow screamed as it touched the sacred flame. With a bad constitution and a body made of dry straw, it was inevitably vulnerable to holy fire. Watching the scarecrow slowly fall in the golden flames, Dorothy bit her lip. Why is the Petra Order saving a witch? Dorothy couldn't understand the situation. Martinez was obviously trying to save Ena. Did he not know Ena was a witch? That was impossible. A member of the Order saving someone while knowing they're a witch, this made no sense. Who are you affiliated with? The Order in this city has no intention of crossing paths with us. I have no affiliation. No affiliation, and you're interfering arbitrarily? Don't lie. With that level of power, how can you have no affiliation? I don't know much about that. What matters is right now. So what do you plan to do? Martinez stared coldly at Dorothy. The golden hammer in his hand was pointed at Dorothy, as if he could strike her head down at any moment. Are you ending it here? Or will you continue? It wasn't just a verbal threat. Martinez was already letting holy power flow around him, ready to fight. Dorothy distorted her face. She was angry about being interrupted, but even more so by Martinez's extraordinary power. Much denser and greater holy power than an average Order's holy knight. The holy alchemy power that could knock down the scarecrow with a single strike. Wearing a grey hood that covered his face, his body type and voice suggested he wasn't very old. Someone this young with such skills existed in Tirna? Moreover, with the plan to take Ena hostage failing, Lupona could move again. All she was left with was the Tin Woodman and the Cowardly Lion. The other guys weren't brought, so these two were the only pieces she could handle right now. In contrast, the opponent was an unknown familiar and holy knight. Dorothy judged that continuing this fight was dangerous. How lucky. Dorothy, maintaining her pride, pulled back the Tin Woodman and Cowardly Lion. A strand of straw, burnt black, crawled like a snake between the scarecrow's charred remains and returned to Dorothy's hand. Next time we meet, it won't end this simply. Dorothy tapped the floor twice with the toe of her jewel shoes. Then she and the familiars vanished as if melting in the air. Whoosh! Ena, who had barely survived, could finally exhale. Lupona, confirming Dorothy's complete retreat, dispelled her murderous sword and looked at Martinez. Martinez also stared fixedly at Lupona in her black armor. That power. Lupona ignored Martinez's murmur, checked Ena's condition, then instantly leaped to the building's rooftop and disappeared. Martinez could only quietly watch Lupona leave. Although the power seemed ominous and dangerous just by looking at it, Martinez felt its essence wasn't entirely bad. That. Ena spoke then, so Martinez quietly turned around. Thank you for saving me. I didn't particularly mean to. Martinez was about to leave saying that, but hesitated as if something suddenly occurred to him. Ena looked at him curiously. Come to think of it, Martinez coming to save her seemed unnatural from the start. Wasn't I never really away from District 41? What was the reason for coming to this 30-something district, the Violet Fox office? Moreover, his hesitation to leave immediately. As Ena carefully started speaking, Martinez reacted sensitively. What? That is, we've met like this, and I've received help, so I thought it would be rude to just let you go. So, would you like to have a meal before leaving? The office is nearby anyway. Martinez pursed his lips and stared at Ena. Ena responded with an awkward smile. Inviting someone who tried to kill her to a meal. Was she at ease or just bold? Martinez closed his eyes, let out a deep sigh, and answered in a slightly resigned voice. Very well. Ozian became worried when Ena returned later than expected while shopping. Although Ena herself says she's fine, there were still many people targeting her in this city. Ena Grund is just a clerk at Violet Fox, a witch who is not officially affiliated with anywhere. As a result, quite a few people were coveting her witch's power, witchcraft. Notably, there were 2 witch groups existing in Tirna. Hadn't a witch from the Walpurgis Knight recently come directly to find her? I'm anxious, and this just won't do. At the moment Ozian was about to go out holding a sword, the store door opened and Ena, who had gone shopping, returned. I'm back. You're late. What exactly happened? Ozian discovered Martinez, who entered the store after a slight time difference. Don't tell me you've picked up another person. Mr. Ozian treats me like I'm some strange person who picks up stray cats. I brought him along to repay the help I received. Help you received? What help? Even though Martinez would no longer try to kill Ena like before, as a holy knight, he wouldn't be close to a witch. Could Martinez have helped Ena? As Ozian's eyes narrowed at the strange feeling, Ena stammered an excuse. Well, it wasn't that Martinez did something wrong, it was more like an accident. Explain properly. Well, as Ena couldn't answer, Martinez stepped in instead. I helped because she was attacked by another witch. That's all. What? Attacked by a witch? And Martinez helped? Ozian's eyebrows slightly raised. I told you to use honorifics. Yes. Martinez belatedly recalled Ozian's earlier words and timidly added one letter. Only then did Ozian nod with a satisfied expression. Wait a moment, Mr. Ozian. Are you more bothered by him not using honorifics than the fact that I was in danger? That can't be. But in the end, didn't you return safely? Though he said that, Ozian could roughly picture the situation in his mind. She would have probably stepped into the alleyway knowing there was danger, just to meet Lupona again. Ena's threshold for danger was too high compared to others. In situations where normal people would be cautious, she acted nonchalantly. It was likely due to the life she had lived. The problem was that she herself wasn't very aware of this. Therefore, Ozian didn't say anything more. Well, as Ena looked uncomfortable, Ozian immediately changed the subject. So, did you come all the way here just to get a meal? It was a question that struck at the core, despite attempting to change the topic. Martinez hesitated at those words, and Ena, sensing the atmosphere, quickly stepped aside. I'll go make some food. With Ena gone and only the two of them left, Ozian got to the point. Since you've come all the way here, you must have a separate purpose. What is it? Are you planning to request a commission? Yes, polite form. Although Martinez still struggled with honorifics, Ozian didn't point it out. He was more curious about why someone like Martinez would need a fixer's help. That is, I'm looking for a person, polite form. Looking for a person? Do you have an acquaintance in this city? No, I'm looking for a missing person. Using an even softer honorific, Martinez revealed his purpose. Looking for a missing person. Like a disappearance. Ozian nodded as if he understood. Fixers would sometimes use force, but they also often helped find missing objects or people. Even so, why did you come to me to request this? You should be able to do this yourself. I'm only specialized in finding heretics. I don't know where or what ordinary people are doing. The words ordinary people came from Martinez's mouth. Not finding a heretic or someone from another religious order, but coming to find an ordinary person. I'll need a precise explanation of what happened. Martinez nodded and began to tell the story of what occurred in District 41. Martinez's life after coming to Tirna was monotonous. At 6 a.m., he wakes up, dresses neatly, draws water, and offers morning prayer. Then he immediately starts cleaning the yard. When morning comes, Dorothea yawns and begins preparing meals. He slightly protested her not praying, but since she didn't listen, Martinez half gave up. At least she never missed preparing meals for the children. The rest of his day is varied. He fetches drinkable water, repairs holes in the orphanage building, or fixes the children's toys. Martinez didn't have such manual skills, but he had holy alchemy. When he made toys the children wanted, they were always overjoyed. Even though the power would disappear after a few minutes, who wouldn't be captivated by a toy shining in a brilliant golden color? Dorothea would grumble that using the power was cowardly, but she would look at Martinez fondly as he never refused to help when the children asked. Hey, isn't this job of playing with the kids actually more suited to you? Dorothea said this to Martinez, half-jokingly. With a blunt tone and an expressionless face without any emotional fluctuations, although Martinez was initially avoided and wary by the children, things were different now. Rather, it seems you like the kids more than me. The kids too. Oh, it's heartbreaking. Some people stayed here continuously, but this rolling stone takes everything away. That's not true. Oh, it is. Even while pretending otherwise, you take such good care of the kids. I have other things to do. I live only to eliminate heresy, and I have been given that mission alone. There you go again. If you have such sacred power, you could just live by helping people. Isn't it too painful to just see blood while possessing such a noble power? That is. Martinez held back his words. He had never thought about living such a life before. He had lived to punish evil with this power. Has he ever considered helping someone? Martinez thought of the orphanage children. Wearing shabby clothes but smiling purely, approaching him with pure innocence. Still, I must complete my mission. And someday I will leave this place to return to how things were before. Even if the children hate it. That's not important. Of course, it's your heart that matters. But as an adult giving advice, you can relax a bit. Why do you always carry such heavy things like nobility, mission, or destiny? You can be a bit more comfortable. And you're trying to secretly smoke a cigarette. Oops. I was trying to smoke naturally while setting the mood, but you're quite sharp. Dorothea ran away with a laughing face. Martinez let out a small sigh looking at her. She's truly an unrelenting person. Underscore 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 underscore. Another parish. 1. Martinez immediately started the next task. It was fixing the small playground equipment in the yard where children were playing. This seems like it'll be difficult. Was it because of the heavy rain? The old merry-go-round was already rotting and about to fall apart. He had no choice but to buy a new one. He thought about asking Sister Dorothea if she could buy one, but then shook his head. Even recently, when he said something similar, the answer from Dorothea was always the same. There was no money. No money. How could this be possible, being one of the branches of the Petra order, suffering from such a financial crisis? No matter it was Tyrna, he thought the main order would provide some financial support. But looking at the facilities of this orphanage, he couldn't sense that they were receiving any support at all. Even if he wanted to ask why, Dorothea would mysteriously sense it and mumble something before leaving. Creak. The merry-go-round, wet from the rain, creaked and fell to its side. It had finally given up and met its end. Children often rode on it, and some pure-hearted children would shed tears of sadness. Martinez didn't want to see that. Why should someone cry? They did nothing wrong. Money. Martinez had never felt any financial hardship when working outside. He had chased heretics to the end, no matter where they hid. Staying up all night was basic, and he had to sleep in extreme environments. This was possible thanks to his powerful divine power that could be called talent. And he never pursued other desires. The three common desires felt like unnecessary byproducts of the body to Martinez. Occasionally when money was needed, the order's people took care of it, and otherwise, his power and position solved everything. So he had never felt inconvenience. He didn't even know what inconvenience was. But it was different in Tyrna. While the order's people call Tyrna the city of sinners, others call it a city of opportunity and gold. If you come here, regardless of status, you could be treated according to your abilities. By doing so, you could seize enormous wealth. Truly what could be called gold. But beyond that brilliant light, there is always a more vivid and dark shadow. In Tyrna, those without abilities are eliminated, and those without money live a terribly harsh life. Martinez felt this fact deeply. It wasn't just that the children here couldn't eat properly. He could feel it just by looking around District 41. Children cleaning chimneys. Workers carrying heavy loads in brick factories. People who can't even sleep properly and suffer from work all night. They can't even lie down comfortably. They had to lean their bodies on ropes. And they even had to pay money just to lean on those ropes. On rainy days like this, those living in semi-basements or underground suffer an even more terrible disaster. The drainage doesn't work properly, streets flood, and people often drown. Corpses would float in the middle of the street. When such corpses appear, instead of reporting to the police, most people would rejoice as if they've obtained the dead person's empty house. Martinez had seen such scenes. Not everyone in this city was like this. The situation changed when you reached District 30. People in District 30 lived lives worse than ordinary, but better than those in District 41. It was hard to understand how the environment could change so instantly just by crossing one district. Only then did Martinez realize the infamy of this golden city. This was something that needed deep consideration. He realized that factors he hadn't cared about before were important parts of life, and now an urgent problem had arrived. Do I need to earn money? But Martinez didn't know how to earn money. He thought about getting advice, but there weren't many people he knew in this city. Someone I know. Two faces immediately came to mind. Ozian and Ena Grunt. Just as he was slightly shaking his head, thinking that couldn't be right, he sensed multiple presences below the hill. Martinez stared with half-opened eyes at the wide-open front gate. Although the seasonal rain had slightly weakened, it was still raining. No matter how he looked at it, there was no good reason for multiple people to visit this orphanage on a hill. Vagrants. On days like this, there were not a few vagrants who commit robbery because they had nowhere to stay. Especially places like orphanages or child care centers that receive support funds were often targeted. In fact, there had been several robbery attempts since Martinez arrived here. Of course, Martinez had easily chased them away each time. There are many of them. But before, it was only 1 or 2 people, and the presence approaching now seemed to be more than 20. Just as he thought it might be difficult to handle, a priest in a pure white robe appeared at the front gate. Martinez was not unaware of what the robe and the golden emblem embedded in it symbolized. Brothers of the Order. At their center was a man in his 60s dressed more glamorously than the others. Thin, with sunken eye sockets and protruding cheekbones, his appearance felt somewhat eerie. Even though the priests around him were holding an umbrella for him, he looked consistently displeased. His expression was as if directly protesting why he had to come to such a place. At least during Martinez's stay in Tyrna, he had never seen such a face. Who is he? If he was from the Petra Order, he was most likely from another branch in this city. From his attire and the fact that he brought other order members, his position seemed very high. Why did such a person come here? Whatever the reason, this might be fortunate. From their appearance, they didn't seem to be short on money. He could ask them to share some support funds. With that thought, Martinez slowly approached them. The leading knight noticed Martinez. Hello, brothers. Martinez greeted them, and the knight at the front took a step forward. He was at least twice the size of Martinez, and his arms were as thick as a child's head, suggesting he hadn't neglected his training. Who are you? Are you a child staying here? Martinez could easily be mistaken for an orphanage child due to his actual young age. Martinez corrected him in the gentlest tone possible. I am merely a believer who serves the Father in heaven. It was an introduction typical among members of the religious order. Under normal circumstances, the other party would have respected this. However, the knight in front of him was different. What nonsense are you talking about? Kid, stop playing around and move aside. We are very busy people. His tone was overtly condescending. Even though Martinez had introduced himself as a member of the order, the knight didn't seem to believe him. That was understandable. Martinez was not wearing the typical vestments that symbolized the religious order. Moreover, he looked quite young, so from the knight's perspective, his identity was unclear. Martinez was well aware of these circumstances and wanted to calmly clear up the misunderstanding. Brother, although I am young, I am definitely a knight assigned to this place. Martinez was genuinely happy to meet members of the order after a long time. Because of this, his voice was unusually soft and respectful, unlike his typical self. If Ozian or Dorothea had seen this, they would have been surprised, asking, "You can speak like this?" Martinez pulled out a medal from his chest, something that could be considered a knight's insignia. The knight's expression darkened upon seeing this. This is a symbol given to paladins. However, the one Martinez had brought out was slightly different. The symbol could only be received by a regular knight who had passed the apprenticeship and been officially recognized. Such a symbol for regular knights was typically silver. When promoted to a senior paladin, they would receive a gold symbol, the same color as divine power. And beyond that, if one becomes a commander leading a unit or equivalent to a knight, they would receive a new symbol. The flames surrounding the cross on the symbol were proof of this. The flames symbolized purification. Using the flames of purification was a characteristic of inquisitors. In other words, the symbol Martinez brought out was the only item symbolizing him among the 13 divisions. Is it fake? But he's showing it too confidently. If it's real, is it even possible? This young boy possessing a special insignia. The paladin in front of him had been a silver insignia holder for nearly 20 years after shedding his apprentice status. The symbol before him was beyond his comprehension. Who could even imagine that this young boy with a stern face would purify all heretics? It was a natural reaction. Martinez was a unique case among the 13 divisions, primarily working independently without forming a group. He always wore his hood deeply pulled down, so only those in the main order knew his bare face. It was natural that knights in Tirna wouldn't know him. Even those who knew Martinez somewhat were occasionally surprised that such a young child was a purification judge, so those who didn't know him would be even more so. Just as the regular knight was unsure how to handle this, an irritated voice from behind spoke up. "Hey, what are you all doing? Do you plan to leave me standing in this dirty place for long?" I'm sorry." The regular knight immediately apologized and then spoke to Martinez. "Kid, step aside. Impersonating a knight is a very serious crime. Since you look young, I'll let it slide this one time." While his words seemed merciful, underneath was a firm refusal to acknowledge Martinez. This was due to a narrow-minded attitude of not wanting to admit that this young person could be a more superior knight. Right. How could such a young guy be a better knight than me? With a superior officer complaining behind him, he tried to push Martinez aside. "Move. If you continue to annoy us, you'll taste something unpleasant." "Brother, I believe I clearly showed you my credentials." "What? This kid?" Although the knight glared, Martinez naturally passed by him. "Huh?" The regular knight couldn't stop Martinez from passing by. Not only was it an unexpected situation, but the knight couldn't properly track Martinez's movement. More accurately, he couldn't properly recognize it even though he saw it with his own eyes. Martinez naturally passed the knight and stood before the elderly man under the umbrella. The old man's sharp eyes were directed at Martinez. Martinez met his gaze without avoiding it, remaining calm. "Which diocese do you belong to?" Was that irritating? The old man's eyebrows twitched. The priests and knights who usually attended to the old man immediately sensed that his mood was very bad. "Answer. This kid." The regular knight, losing his composure at the thought of letting Martinez slip away, erupted in anger. He tried to grab Martinez's head with his large, thick hand and press him to the ground. However, no matter how much force he used, Martinez maintained his upright posture. Instead, the knight's forearm began to tremble. What is this?" No matter how much force he applied, Martinez didn't budge an inch. Even when he pushed with muscles bulging, it felt like he was desperately trying to crush a metal lump disguised as a child. Realizing this wasn't working, the knight reached for the mace at his waist. At that moment, the door inside the orphanage opened, and Dorothea's roar burst out. "What are you doing right now?" Her voice was so loud that it was natural for everyone's gaze to converge, and the knight about to grab his weapon flinched. Regardless, Sister Dorothea walked out into the rain without caring and approached Martinez, dragging him away. Martinez, who had been immovable despite the knight's desperate attempts to restrain him, was easily pulled along by Dorothea's hand. "What are you doing blocking the guests?" "Sister Dorothea." "Never mind, get inside. Quick." Dorothea scolded Martinez in a deliberately angry voice, then immediately changed her expression and smiled at the old man. "Ahaha. Long time no see. What brings you here? Is there a place I cannot come to?" "That's not it. It's just that today is not the right time. I came early because I was worried something might go wrong due to the weather." "Even so." The old man cut off Dorothea's words and frowned. "Do I need to report everything to you?" Dorothea's expression darkened slightly. Regardless, the old man quickly brought up the main point, as if to quickly take care of his business and leave. "Bring the children I was promised." "Well." As Dorothea hesitated, the old man's eyes sharpened. Before anger could settle in his eyes, the priest beside him was quicker to step forward. "How insolent." The priest struck Dorothea's cheek. Her head jerked to the side. "This bitch who was overlooked is now rising up. Who do you think you're talking to like that? We don't need your opinion. We'll take care of it, so get out of the way." Dorothea said nothing in response to the priest's rebuke. However, by not moving from her spot, she showed that she would not yield. This woman, until the end. Boom! A massive vibration that shook the entire room interrupted the priest's words. Everyone's gaze turned to the source of the vibration, Martinez. Martinez, with an even colder face, stared at the priest and knights. His gaze lingered especially on the priest who had struck Dorothea. Please explain what is happening right now. His voice pierced through the sound of rain and reverberated in everyone's heads. This is what you should do while I'm asking nicely. Underscore 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 underscore. Another parish, too. No one here failed to hear Martinez's voice. And even those who did not understand what he said. The first to step forward was the knight, who already harbored inner resentment towards Martinez. He ultimately could not contain his anger at Martinez's arrogant behavior and stepped forward. This cheeky brat is going beyond what I thought would pass smoothly. As if he did not care about the other person at all, the knight pulled out a suppression mace. Martinez's indifferent gaze turned towards the knight. The knight felt a chill in his chest upon meeting that gaze. Even as he rushed towards Martinez with his weapon, there was no fear in Martinez's eyes. Instead, he himself felt fear at that sight. The knight bit his lip and stood right in front of Martinez, then swung the mace. Quang! And the knight's head was smashed into the muddy ground. The result of Martinez's small hand grabbing the knight's head and slamming it down. A soundless shock reverberated through the scene. They had only thought he was an insolent child, yet he subdued a silver badge average knight in a single blow. The other knights reflexively drew their weapons. The fallen average knight had pulled out a suppression mace, but his situation was different now. Click. Most of the knights were armed with guns. The barrel was pure white, blessed and reinforced with holy water and holy law. Most were shotguns that showed intense efficiency in close combat. This was a common scene in the current era. As time passed and knights disappeared, holy knights also had to undergo significant changes. While old holy knights would have used maces, iron maces, halberds, and other long spears or blunt weapons, much changed with the emergence of guns. Their purpose in handling weapons was to imbue them with divine power. And divine power could naturally be imbued into guns as well. Then, wouldn't there be no need to handle close-range cold weapons? They were different from wandering knights who stubbornly adhered to close-range weapons. They did not focus on martial arts but considered what was more efficient. There was a problem. Imbuing divine power into guns was very inefficient compared to close-range weapons because of the low holy power conductivity. However, what was important was that despite this, the performance of the gun itself easily surpassed the low holy power conduction efficiency. In any case, it was about striking the enemy faster than a highly trained holy knight's weapon from a distance. And the issue of divine conductivity was gradually resolved over time. By engraving holy law onto the guns themselves, strengthening them, and using metals with high holy conductivity, the lacking parts were filled one by one. Therefore, modern holy knights are now recommended to mostly use guns. While everyone carries a mace, it is only for suppression and not a proper weapon. In other words, the fact that they were drawing guns meant they intended to kill, not suppress. Martinez was well aware of this, but his attitude remained unchanged. I warn you, do not expect my mercy beyond this point. The holy knights swallowed their saliva. They could fully understand that Martinez's words were not mere bluster, just by witnessing the scene he had just shown. However, separately, their colleague had been attacked, and most importantly, their high-ranking church official was present here. The holy knights' gazes changed. They had decided to punish Martinez no matter what. Martinez knew this, so he let out a light sigh and lightly rolled on the floor. That was enough. The golden flame-like divine power overflowing from his body became a large barrier protecting him. Holy alchemy. The holy knights widened their eyes. They could also handle holy alchemy. But the holy alchemy Martinez demonstrated was different from the start. Extracting divine power and materializing it was never an easy process. A silver badge average knight could create a moderately handheld weapon with mental concentration. A gold badge knight could easily create weapons, but making them large was difficult. Therefore, most holy knights learn how to imbue divine power into weapons. That was the basics, and they never deviated from that foundation. But Martinez was different. From empty space, he created a brilliant barrier with massive divine power. Facing a wall that clearly would not allow entry would make anyone lose motivation. Holy knights who never retreated, regardless of the opponent, would change their minds if faced with this. Just from the divine power alone, it meant Martinez was an extraordinary holy knight far beyond comparison. Is this even possible? At such a young age, with such divine power and holy alchemy, what exactly is his identity? Though they did not speak, their eyes were asking numerous questions. Are you only now willing to talk? Martinez said with a voice that could not hide his disappointment. Who are you? One of the priests mustered courage to ask. When Martinez looked at him, the priest fell silent. Because it was difficult to withstand Martinez's reproachful gaze. I introduced myself from the beginning, brothers and sisters. But you did not listen or believe me. Martinez naturally broke through the golden barrier. Now that I have used force, you finally believe me. As for me, I am truly at a loss for how to react. Then, the badge you just showed is really. One of the holy knights muttered in disbelief. A golden badge with flames engraved. It was a sword wreathed in flames that existed solely to eliminate heretics. 13th Division, Purification Judge. Martinez nodded in response. They might have known he was not an ordinary holy knight, but they would not have imagined that the 13th Division Purification Judge would be staying in this humble orphanage. Martinez's gaze turned to the priest who had just laid hands on Dorothea. You apologize to Sister Dorothea. Yes, yes. I said, apologize. The priest showed hesitation. Apologizing to the nun he had hit was something his pride would not allow. However, these were the words of the 13th Division Purification Judge. Moreover, it was almost a command, not a suggestion. The priest's eyes trembled. You mean you won't apologize? First, this woman blocked the way first. Ultimately, the priest, unable to lower his pride, spat out a crude excuse that the other party was at fault first. Martinez's eyes narrowed. Wasn't it you who first came without any appointment? Even if she blocked the way, laying hands on a brother or sister who shares the same father is unforgivable. That is. Or would you be convinced if I use my position to press you down in the same manner? Martinez took a step forward. The priest unknowingly stepped back a pace. Though Martinez was alone and the other side was close to 20, only one side possessed presence. I'll say this once. Apologize. This. Just as Martinez was about to open his mouth towards the hesitating priest, the old man who had been silently watching the situation stepped forward. That's enough. We're people of the same order, yet we're seeing an unsightly sight. With the old man's intervention, relief spread across the priest's face. Conversely, Martinez frowned at the old man's obviously obstructive behavior. I've already seen enough unsightly sights. The fault of subordinates is the negligence of superiors. So I'll take responsibility and properly persuade him. Do it right here. Although we are of the same order, our specific affiliations are different. Are you thinking of arbitrarily interfering in someone else's internal affairs? The old man showed no fear or worry even at Martinez mentioning he was from the 13th Division Purification Judge. Moreover, as far as I know, someone of the 13th Division would rarely stay in an orphanage without any notice. Isn't it practically a demotion to come here? Then pressing down with position would not be right. The old man's words were so natural that even Martinez, who was trying to push strongly, could not properly refute. Who are you? I am Ezekiel Malaspina, the 29th District Bishop of Tirna. 29th District? But the church branch in Tirna is here. Tirna is such a large city, would there be only one branch? That doesn't mean we have 29 branches, it's just called that because it's in the 29th District. If we put it that way, this would be the 41st District. More importantly, who are you? Martinez. Martinez. To meet the famous purification judge in a place like this. Martinez asked with eyes full of suspicion. What brings Bishop Ezekiel here? What business do you have to harass Sister Dorothea and take a child? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. This is a matter of our district. A matter of the district? Since when has the order built such closed walls? Ezekiel laughed as if Martinez's objection was absurd. Rather, I want to ask, when did you think it wasn't like this? The order has always been like this. Are you now insulting the order? Oh, if it sounded that way, I'm sorry. But this is just reality. Most are like this. You just chased heretics alone outside, so you wouldn't have known. Though it seemed like he was criticizing Martinez, Ezekiel spoke sincerely. So step aside. No, I cannot step aside because I have not yet heard a proper explanation. Didn't I say the explanation is unnecessary? Is that your will? The order's will? The order's will? The words went against his feelings and a subtle but surging anger rose in Martinez's eyes. Arbitrarily coming to harass Sister Dorothea and trying to take the children without explanation, yet daring to speak of the order's will. Can you bear that statement? Feeling the extraordinary momentum in Martinez's voice, everyone around tensed. But Ezekiel remained unchanged from the beginning. Bear it? That's not something someone demoted here would say. If you're worried, you can send a telegram to the headquarters to confirm. So, will you step aside for now? I have work to do. Ezekiel's expression and actions were truly those of a confident person. But Martinez was also stubborn because his instincts whispered that something was not right. Still, I cannot. At that stubborn attitude, Ezekiel slightly furrowed his brow before lightly nodding. Very well. Then do so. What surprised Martinez was how easily he conceded. He had expected at least a few more words of argument, but Ezekiel had bent his thoughts more simply than expected. Since I was the one who first came without contact, I'll come back formally later. When Ezekiel gestured, the holy knights finally put away their weapons. They slowly disappeared into the falling rain. Martinez could only watch their departure silently. Only after everyone had withdrawn did Dorothea let out a deep sigh. Phew. It was really tough. Sister Dorothea. Martinez's voice calling Dorothea was laden with many things. As if he had many things he wanted to say right away. If it was her usual self, she would have tried to divert the topic and flee, but Dorothea knew she couldn't do that this time. All right. I'll tell you everything, so relax your expression. You know, your face right now is incredibly scary. Martinez did not answer. Instead, he approached Dorothea and lightly brushed her cheek with his hand. The divine power in his hand seeped into Dorothea's cheek, returning the slightly swollen skin to its original state. As the pain flickering on her cheek disappeared, Dorothea opened her eyes wide in surprise and then chuckled. Aren't you touching a woman's body too lightly? You seemed innocent, but you're a more dangerous boy than I thought. Pardon? I was simply trying to heal. Stop being flustered. I know. I was just teasing. Dorothea, who had eased the atmosphere with a light joke, spoke. Let's go inside first. We have a lot to talk about. Yes, that's right. Underscore 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 underscore. Another parish. 3. What should I start talking about? First, it's true that the children are being sent to District 29. Dorothea, after pondering what to say first, acknowledged that what Zekiel said was true. Martinez showed no particular reaction, but was inwardly surprised. Why exactly? Rather, it's strange to be asking. Even after seeing the current state of our orphanage, you're saying this. That is. Martinez realized his mistake. He was well aware of the financial condition of this place. Dorothea, reading the sense of guilt from Martinez, smiled and said not to worry. Don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. It's just something that can't be helped. Dorothea continued with a sigh. If it were the Petra Order, they would provide at least minimal support in any country, but Tirna does not do that. As you know, Tirna is different from other countries. Opportunities are given to anyone based on ability, but conversely, those without ability are treated excessively harshly. Martinez nodded. Having lived in District 41, he had seen how people here live. Of course, he couldn't claim to know everything just from that. The scenes he had seen were merely a tiny fraction of the darkness this city harbored. Even seeing just that small part was this severe. You know that Tirna shows no mercy even to children. They make children do other harsh tasks just because they are young and small in stature, tasks even adults cannot do. So running this orphanage is essentially a difficult task. It's not just difficult. It's pure madness. Dorothea's voice was filled with complaints she had never shared with anyone before. Though she always acted cheerful, she was not without stress in an environment where she must continue to care for children amid such financial difficulties. Perhaps her smoking as a nun was just a temporary measure to relieve stress. Children keep coming in. Either their parents die, or they are sold for money, or abandoned. That's why here, once a child turns 14, they naturally must leave the orphanage. What do the children who leave do? How would I know? They should do their own work based on what they've learned, but is it really that easy? 14 years old. Young. Far too young. Martinez, who is considered young even outside, is several years older than these children. In such a harsh city-state, what could a 14-year-old child possibly do? Forget about doing proper work, they'd be lucky just to survive. They would naturally be likely to fall into crime. That's why District 29 offers help, saying they will take and raise children who turn 14. Indeed. Was there such a backstory? Martinez remembered the attire of Zekiel and his fellow brothers and sisters. Despite the Petra Order having little influence in Tirna, their clothing was quite neat. They even seemed more elaborate than brothers from other countries. They had likely adapted to the environment while staying in Tirna. What can I do? I can't raise the children to the end, and since another district offers education, I have no choice. She was in a position where she should rather support the children staying in a warm embrace for as long as possible, not going out to harsh environments. But their attitude was certainly not hospitable. Martinez remembered their behavior of arbitrarily coming and causing a scene. Dorothea also understood and gave a bitter smile. That's right. But that's because the place I stay is messy. Surely not? Think about it. District 29 is quite a bustling street. Though less than the 10th district, it's a place where everyone lives above average. If they come to this 41st district from such a place, how would they feel? Moreover, running this shabby orphanage while being treated like the same Petra Order. I would be irritated too if I were them. Martinez remained silent. He should have argued that fellow believers of the same God couldn't have such narrow and petty minds. But those words didn't come easily. Instead, he found himself somewhat agreeing with Dorothea's words. Well, I understand being treated like that. Honestly, I'm not even a proper believer. Sister, you have faith. The Father of Light in heaven would never make such distinctions. Maybe. But would other people really be the same? When Martinez couldn't answer, Dorothea laughed softly. Don't be like that. In fact, you're amazing for saying such consoling words. I don't care. As long as I can properly take care of the children, enduring this level of criticism is nothing. Sister Dorothea, have you ever thought about going to another branch? Martinez was surprised by his own question. He didn't understand why he had asked this himself. But the water was already spilled, so Martinez could only wait for Dorothea's answer. Dorothea thought for a moment, then shrugged her shoulders lightly. Not really? Oh, I did have thoughts. When I first arrived here and saw this beggar-like environment, I wanted to quit. Then why didn't you leave? Because I was the only one. Dorothea's voice saying this was flat. The ones originally here all ran away with various excuses, and what remained was dumped on me, a novice nun. I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm just the only one left. Because I'm the only one who can do this, so I did. Martinez was slightly shocked. If Dorothea wasn't lying, she was essentially pushed here halfway. Still, now that someone has finally come under me, things have improved a bit. Though it won't last long. Sister Dorothea, don't make that expression. Well, the only thing I can do is complain like this. At least I'm glad I'm not getting nagged by my superiors. But even so, Dorothea didn't show any signs of disliking it. Though she would verbally complain about how difficult and painful this work was, her actions never stopped. Sister, you really... enough. Are you trying to say something embarrassing again? This conversation ends here. so go inside. It's bedtime for the kids, so take care of them well. Martinez couldn't say anything to Dorothea, who was forcibly trying to end the conversation. Martinez had no choice but to get up and head towards the room where the children were staying. Standing at the door, he felt movements rustling inside. Martinez pretended not to know and opened the door, going inside. In the dim interior, due to the gloomy weather, shabby bunk beds were tightly packed together. The children were lying down, covers pulled over them, sleeping soundly. Since they're all asleep, there's no need to talk. As Martinez muttered to himself, the children opened their eyes and rushed towards him. Ah, brother. That's not fair. That's right. We're curious too. It's bedtime, what are you still doing? The children hesitated and stammered. Eventually, the oldest among them stepped forward. Kallio, who was turning 14 this year and would soon have to leave the orphanage. We're just curious, that's all. Kallio, those people came outside, right? The people from the other order. Did you know? Of course I knew. I've seen it several times. Since I was young, the older brothers and sisters here have left first. Now it seems to be my turn. And now it was his turn. Knowing this, the younger siblings clung tightly to Kallio. No, Kallio, you can't go. That's right. Who will we play with if you leave? Kallio was well liked among the children. Unlike his 14 years, he was mature and took care of his younger siblings without finding them annoying. Already so composed, if he could receive proper education here, Kallio was a person who would grow up to be great. Even Martinez, who wasn't particularly perceptive about people, felt this way. Don't you want to go? Yes. I want to stay here. I like my siblings, I like Sister Dorothea. And Brother Martinez too. People say this place is bad, but I don't know. These are such good people. In Kallio's eyes facing Martinez, a faint but expectant light flickered. You know, can I continue to stay here? That is. Martinez was about to say it wasn't possible, but suddenly a thought occurred to him. Really? If it's because of lack of money, wouldn't having money solve it? Then how would I earn money? Setting that aside, how should he answer whether Kallio could stay here or not? Dorothea's complicated face emerged in Martinez's mind. Simultaneously, the poor facility appeared. Rotting wooden floors, water leaking from the ceiling, musty beds, a broken rocking horse. In contrast, if Kallio goes to District 29, how would it be? Better clothes, better food, better education. Dorothea knew this and said it couldn't be helped. It might be difficult. Why? Kallio's expression darkened, but he didn't get angry, because he knew that shouting here would be futile, because the sister decided so. But I don't want to go. I don't want to be separated from my siblings. If you go first, you can meet your siblings. You'll meet the older brothers and sisters who went before. You're lying. Kallio bit his lip tightly. It's a lie. If my older sisters and brothers had gone before, why didn't they write me even one letter? Everyone must be busy. Anyone would need time to adapt to a new environment. Then if I go there, I won't be able to contact my siblings either. That is. Martinez observed the children's reactions. The other children's faces became teary, agreeing with Kallio's words. Martinez didn't know what to say. He lacked the eloquence and social skills to comfort these children's complex inner feelings. Everyone go to sleep now. We'll talk tomorrow. Eventually, what Martinez could choose was to avoid answering. Kallio, watching Martinez's reactions, carefully said, Brother, then, can't you show me that one more time before sleeping? That again? Yes. All the kids want to see it too. Martinez scratched his head a bit awkwardly but didn't refuse the children's request. Their sparkling, expectant eyes were too burdensome. This is the only time. But he would say the same next time too. He had said something similar last time. Still, this was cheap for avoiding an answer. Martinez raised his holy power on his palm. What started as a small flame soon transformed into an octahedral shape through holy alchemy. It instantly divided and expanded, filling the entire room. The scene of gold and jewels sparkling in the dark room was almost spectacular. Martinez transformed some into cute animals, and some into wonderful toys. The children watched with shining eyes. Someone brought their finger to the light and laughed. The dark, stuffy orphanage was filled with brilliant light. Martinez found this scene unfamiliar. For heretics, this power was a symbol of fear and death. But these children were different. They liked his power and looked at it with admiration. While people of the same order would feel reverence or sometimes fear, pure children were different. Therefore, Martinez liked this place. Even when the children whined to play, he found it cute. Perhaps because he too had grown up in an environment without family, receiving harsh teachings from a young age. That's why he felt a sense of kinship with these children. Still, it was good. If even this small sense of kinship could bring joy to these children. Let's sleep now. Martinez retracted his holy power. The children lay down on their beds with regret. After confirming everyone was in bed, Martinez quietly closed the door and left. He thought this matter had ended safely, but 2 days later, Kallio went outside and was missing. Asterisk. Is that how it happened? Ozian nodded. The child had disappeared, and with no proper way to find him, he had come to seek advice. How could this not work? It's not that it can't work. It's just that the direction is wrong. I'm not very good at finding people. Ozian's expertise was combat. He wouldn't lose to anyone in anything related to combat, but finding a missing child was not his forte. That is. Martinez's expression darkened. Ozian was the only competent fixer he knew. Even if he looked for another fixer here, there was no guarantee they could handle the job properly. Perhaps reading Martinez's expression, Ozian immediately spoke. I said I'm not good at it, but I never said I would refuse the request. Then, not all fixers solve everything by themselves. Ozian stood up. Let's go, because there's someone who can give appropriate advice. Huh? Where are you going? It was just as Ena was approaching with a completed food platter. A sweet fragrance brushed past the noses of Ozian and Martinez, who had stood up. It had such an excellent smell that it stimulated appetite even with a full stomach. But first, filling the stomach is a priority. If we don't eat, the tasks we need to do won't go well either. That's right. The two who had been standing awkwardly sat down naturally again. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian and Martinez began their meal. For Ozian, Ena's cooking was something he always ate, but it always felt new and it was simply delicious. He asked how this could be possible, but Ena herself didn't know the reason. She just made it according to the recipe. This is more like witchcraft than showing illusions with matches. Surprisingly, Martinez was thinking similarly to Ozian. Why is it delicious? He had guessed from the aroma. But after actually eating it, the dish Ena made went beyond just satisfying hunger. As a judge, Martinez had never cared about taste. For him, meals were merely a means to continue living. It was nothing more than supplementing minimal energy for his lacking body. He had eaten general meals since coming to Tirna, but his thoughts remained unchanged. Originally, it was impossible to have such a high-quality meal in an orphanage with insufficient funds. That thought was now being completely shaken, as if cracking from the roots. The two scraped their plates clean. Ozian thought he had eaten well, and Martinez felt a strange sense of gratitude. He felt conflicted not just because he was defeated by appetite, but also because the one who made the food was the witch he had once wanted to kill. Let's go. Yes. Martinez followed Ozian's lead. He felt his values would be greatly shaken if he didn't do so. The place Ozian took Martinez to was a large warehouse. Inside the warehouse, where items were supposed to be stored, loud shouting echoed. Hyup. Hyup. Huh? It sounded like a groan of pain, or a shout of passion. Martinez opened his eyes wide. What could be happening inside to produce such sounds? As Ozian opened the warehouse door, a hot heat rushed out. Outside it was raining with humid weather, but the air inside the warehouse was twice as intense. The fortunate thing was that Martinez had traveled through harsh territories to hunt down heretics. Therefore, he didn't feel much repulsion in this peculiar environment. Inside, various iron tools were visible, and people with bare torsos, drenched in sweat, were lifting them up and down. They all stopped hammering and stared at the wide-open entrance. The air in the heated training ground, or warehouse, became slightly cooler. Oh, everyone recognized Ozian and hurriedly stood in formation. Azmir, who could be called an instructor or assistant, was also among them. Martinez unconsciously stepped back. It was overwhelming to have muscular, sweat-glistening people suddenly rush over. I've never felt this way even when dealing with heretics secretly committing terrible acts. What should he say? It was unfamiliar. You've arrived. Regardless, Azmir bowed politely to Ozian. The knight apprentices behind him did the same. Now they could be called apprentices rather than aspirants. What brings you here? Is there something I need to do? No, I'm not here for that today. Ozian's gaze turned to David. David, who used to have a gentle demeanor, had changed dramatically with significantly more muscle. I need some advice. Advice? Is it about the fixer's work? David, still sharp-minded, immediately caught what Ozian was getting at. A child has gone missing. I need a way to find them. A missing child. It's something even fixers are somewhat reluctant about. It's difficult. Why? Martinez inadvertently interjected with a question. David saw Martinez for the first time but sensed something from the child Ozian brought. Therefore, he didn't mind the seemingly rude informal speech. Well, of course. Because such cases are not just one or two. There are too many, which is why it's difficult. Many, yet difficult. How many people do you think disappear in Tirna in just one night? Martinez couldn't answer. He could only guess it was a lot. The proportion of missing children is very high. Dozens of children disappear every day. Requests to find missing children are at that level. The unofficial number of missing children is more than double. Unofficial? Even when children have gone missing. David let out a slight chuckle. He seemed capable, but lacking in experience and knowledge in this area. Those who sell their children for money or kill them to make money in Tirna would fill multiple trucks. Though, this isn't just a Tirna problem. The outside is the same. If a child goes missing from a relatively safe 20-something district, they might at least try to search somehow. And that's only if you come from a well-to-do family. If you're a middle-class kid, everything becomes irrelevant. Martinez felt a chill run down his spine. This was in the 41st district, a neighborhood that was notorious for its lack of security. There was no way around it. By the look on his face, it's not a good premise. In that case, I don't really have any advice for you. Why not? Willpower alone won't make things better, but at least it's better than doing nothing. Start by checking the scene to see where the child disappeared. If not, at least find a witness. David looked at Ozian and scratched his head, wondering if that was too obvious and basic. I'm sorry, I know you trusted me and came to me, and I didn't give you the help you deserved. No, I'm glad I came to you. Is that so? So, how's the training going? It was killing me at first, but now I can't sleep if I don't do it. It was a voice full of sincerity, no pretense. David's expression actually brightened considerably. Wow. I don't know why, in the past, I've given up on my physical body and only cared about that lump of hot steel, David said with pride in his voice as he looked at the muscles on his body. Ozian looked at David in surprise. Ronald and Reginald were David's favorite automatons. He'd made a name for himself as a fixer thanks to them, but to look down on them like that? Hearing that, Esmer crossed his arms and shook his head in amusement. Yes. That's a good attitude. You deserve to be a knight. Well, I'll leave you to your training. Yes? Oh, but first, I need to talk to him for a moment, do you mind? Ozian nodded, and David approached Martinez, expecting to offer some hopeful words of encouragement that the missing child would be found, but the words that came out of David's mouth were unexpected. Boy, you've obviously been out of shape. How about you join us for a little hammering later, when you have time? Martinez didn't quite understand what he was hearing. You're so skinny. Are you eating right? You don't seem to be getting enough protein. As if that weren't bad enough, other aspirants came up behind him and threw in a comment or two. Look at these biceps. Holy shit. You can barely lift a single dumbbell. Boy, a man is a muscle. His muscles tell the whole story. Muscle is power. Join the club. Little do they know, Martinez, the skinny, weak guy they saw is the purifying judge of the Order of Petra. But even he has grown weary of the physical assault of David and Jonathan's knight aspirants. You want to be like us, don't you? He asked. No. The honorifics rolled off Martinez's tongue. Asterisk. I thought we could get some help, but I guess it's not as easy as I thought. Ozian muttered softly as they left the training center. Martinez didn't answer. The sight of the training grounds was still fresh in his mind. He was afraid of Tyrna, even if only a little. Could there be such things in the city of sinners? Of course, if a resident of Tyrna had heard this, they would have been outraged. The knight aspirants taught by Esmer were very alien to Tyrna. Unfortunately, there was no one to correct Martinez's misinformation. And so, in Martinez's mind, one more line was added to the City of Sins list of sins. Do you have a next stop? Martinez asked, using the respectful tone that was now more natural to him. I asked a fellow fixer and he didn't have an answer, so I'm going to do what I was told and do some basic investigative work. Ozian's solution was simple, go to the location where the kid disappeared and search the area around it. Martinez nodded, knowing it was the only answer. At that moment, a passerby recognized Ozian and approached him with a look of recognition. Oh, aren't you brother Ozian? The man was quite large, with a gruff face and bushy beard and was wearing a suit. He looked like someone who did dangerous work in the underworld. Are you? Oh, I'm Skirgun Narsan. We met once before. I see, you're one of Beled's men. What can I do for you? I was passing by and thought you looked familiar, so I said hello. Other than that, where are you going now? With nothing to hide, Ozian said he was going to find the missing child. That's not an easy task. But I have to do it. It's an assignment. A request. Skir had a strange look on his face. He knew what Ozian had done to the North Blinders with Beled's help. It was his organization, but he felt no anger that Ozian had turned it upside down. Rather, his actions were hardening, even for a northerner. In what district has it happened? 41, he says. District 41. Skir hesitated, and Martinez tried to talk Ozian into letting him pass. From the way Skir was talking, he assumed he was a mafioso. Mafia are criminals. If not heretical, it was evil enough for him, as a member of the order, to declare it so. But since he could not judge him, it was best to pass him by uninvolved. Perhaps I can be of some assistance. But the words out of Skir's mouth made Martinez look surprised. The mafia's suggestion that they could help made him suspicious. How? Martinez blurted out, and Skar stared at him with a blank stare. He quickly realized that Martinez was the client and explained. There's a guy I know who operates out of the 41st district. If you contact him and ask around, you might be able to find something, but don't hold your breath. Do you have any connections in the 41st district? Well, I'm in the business of information, so I have connections with the guys over there, nothing major, just a little bit, and sometimes if there's someone useful over there, the organization will take them in and keep them. The motivation, of course, is criminal behavior, but Ozian doesn't point to that. In that case, would you be able to get in touch with them? Yes, I can. Please wait a moment. With that, Skir pulled out his communicator and made the call. It was a modest connection, but if they could communicate with each other like this, it wasn't as bad as it sounded. I've relayed the message. You should be on your way. Thanks. You're welcome. You helped my brother out, and it's the least I can do. Skir smiled cheerfully, as if he didn't mind. It was the kind of smile that only someone who wasn't looking for favors would wear, someone who was doing it purely to help the other person. Martinez thought that was surprising. The mafia, at least the ones he knew, were criminals in the guise of legitimacy. It was a symbol of vengeance, brutal and unforgiving. It was only after Skir left that Martinez revealed his mixed feelings. I never thought I'd get help from the mafia in a place like this. Why? Did you think they wouldn't help you because they're evil? To be honest, yes. A favor from an evil man, I don't know how to take it. Every evil person Martinez had ever met was hateful, and so was their reaction to him. You'd better get used to it. You'll see a lot more of it when you live in Tyrna. At Ozian's words, Martinez nodded in small realization. At the same time, he saw Ozian, and by extension, the city, again. And what a narrow well he had been living in. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian and Martinez returned to District 41 again. Martinez, who got off at the crowded station, muttered in a tone suggesting this was something new and somewhat strange. There aren't many people here. Tirna had railway lines that circled all districts, so naturally there was a train station in District 41 as well. Looking at the station overall, it was crowded with people, but the platform line where Ozian and Martinez had gotten off was relatively empty. This is where outsiders board. The tickets are more expensive than other trains. As Ozian spoke, his gaze turned toward the opposite platform packed with people. Unlike this side with few people on the wide platform, the opposite side was clustered like a bustling marketplace. With just a slight exaggeration, it looked like there was no room to even place a foot. Most were workers dressed in shabby and dirty clothes. Soon after, the train arrived. While the train Ozian rode had released pure white steam carrying ether water, the other train burned coal, with pitch-black smoke flowing out like dark clouds. The train seemed quite old, with its exterior paint peeling and rust visible in various places. As the doors opened, people poured out, and new workers filled the inside as much as the train had been emptied. The train moved with so many people. Its destination didn't even need to be questioned. Even though it seems like many are riding, only a small portion of workers can actually do so. Tirna was a place where more people walk because they can't even afford a cheap train ticket. It was so bad that some couldn't even return home, and might instead lean against a nearby rope to spend the night. Martinez felt conflicted looking at those workers. They are not villains. If anything, they are people who need protection from evil. But their faces were covered with a deep gray shadow. That shadow would neither disappear now nor in the future. What causes their suffering? This city? But such things don't only happen in Tirna. Could the entire world be wrong? Let's go. At Ozian's words, Martinez reluctantly moved his steps. Most of the mansions in District 41 were old and dilapidated, and the nearby streets were flooded with sewage that wasn't properly drained. An old truck crossed the road, spraying water onto the sidewalk. The people lying on the street were completely soaked but didn't move. Looking closely, their skin was pale and they weren't breathing. They were already dead from hypothermia, the final fate of those who couldn't escape the rain in this weather. A passing vagrant glanced over and began rummaging through the corpses' clothes. The entire scene was so unnatural that Martinez felt a strange dizziness. At that moment, the vagrant searching the corpse made eye contact with Martinez. "What are you looking at, bastard?" He opened his eyes wide and walked aggressively toward Martinez. Seeing Martinez looked easy to bully, the vagrant grew bold. "What are you looking at, kid? Huh? Are you deaf? Or can't you speak? Who are you?" Ozian approached and spoke to the vagrant. The vagrant hesitated when Ozian, who looked more robust, stood before him. His gaze quickly scanned Ozian's body, with greed entering his eyes. Even just looking at the clothes he was wearing, they seemed quite rare. "Tui. How unlucky. Consider yourself fortunate." The vagrant spat and stepped back. Martinez felt even more oppressed, so he was determined to focus all his energy on finding Kallio. If he could just do that, he felt this oppressive feeling might somewhat subside. Ozian and Martinez headed to the place Scar had directed them. Since they generally knew the geography, finding it wasn't difficult. Thugs who clearly claimed this is our area welcomed the two. Most appeared to be late teens to early 20s. "Who are you? Who said you could come here?" The man who tried to pick a fight first stopped speaking when restrained by his companion. Instead, his companion asked, "Are you the people we were contacted about?" "Yes, I see. Please come in. We'll guide you." The thugs, who had been hostile just moments ago, instantly became polite and guided Ozian and Martinez. The place they arrived at was a small mansion that was unusually well maintained even in District 41. Ozian and Martinez were able to meet the person Scar had introduced them to. "Oh, welcome. I'm Honor, the person responsible for this place." He was a sturdy man in his early 30s, dressed comfortably. Unlike the other thugs, he clearly seemed to be well-groomed and managed. "So you're a northerner. Haha, didn't Scar tell you? He just said you knew each other. Back in the north, we're from the same town." "Well, we basically knew each other's faces and were somewhat distant. But meeting in Tirna, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. People from the same hometown often feel no particular connection when they're home, but when they meet in a distant land, they're usually the most delighted. Won't you go to North Blinders?" "I'm not quite like that. Rather than being in a place with such strict hierarchies, I prefer moving freely like this. Moreover, I have people I'm responsible for." Honor was unlike a typical northerner, displaying leisure and wit. He gulped down the milk he had prepared in advance. "Krrr. Well, there are good points because of that. Through Scar, I maintain a collaborative relationship with North Blinders. This way, I can drink fresh milk without being swindled. That's certainly an advantage." One of North Blinders' regular businesses was food distribution. Milk was particularly effective. Until now, milk distributors couldn't keep milk fresh and would mix limestone into spoiled milk to make it seem fresh. Sometimes, some would even lobby high-ranking Tirna officials to spread rumors that slightly spoiled milk was good for health. It might even be better now. Rather than internal organizational politics, appropriate business partners seem more appealing. Haha, fortunately. People find it strange that I, a northerner, have this kind of personality. Not all northerners are the same. It's ultimately just individual differences. At Ozian's words, Anna's eyes sparkled. Oh, most people hold negative thoughts about northerners, but you're different. I like this very much. Then shall we get right to the main point? How can I help you? Ozian shrugged and looked at his companion. Martinez, sensing it was his turn, stepped forward and spoke. We're looking for a missing child nearby. A child. Name is Kallio, 14 years old this year. Distinctive features include dark brown hair and intelligent-looking eyes. And he's a child cared for by an orphanage belonging to the religious order near here. A religious order means, that place on the hill, right? Oh, so you're the recently arrived person. Anna seemed to know who Martinez was, even though Martinez hadn't introduced himself. This suggested not only Martinez's significant presence but also Anna's impressive information network. If a child has disappeared, it would certainly be difficult to find him in a place like this, especially during the rainy season like now. Isn't there a way? I'll ask my subordinates to discreetly inquire. There should be at least one person who might have seen something. Anna said he would check right away, and Martinez nodded, saying understood. He immediately picked up the dial telephone in the room and contacted someone. After exchanging a few words, Anna put down the receiver and spoke. It won't take long. Someone will bring back information. In this weather, was there someone walking outside? Ozian, curious, threw out a question to kill time. It seems you mainly gather information about this district. Haha, not just information. We do all sorts of miscellaneous work. Among those, information gathering just stands out. Even so, the weather isn't good, so there might not be anyone watching, right? No, that's not the case. Certainty was evident in Anna's voice. Even Martinez, who had been silently listening, couldn't hide his curiosity. Why? Because in weather like this, something is bound to happen. For example, an ambush by an organization that doesn't get along with us. Are there other organizations? Yes. We basically have many young and robust guys, but frankly, others just see us as thugs. We're not even a proper gang. It was a cynical statement, but it was curious that Anar himself said it. Anar, who had been giggling, became serious at that moment. The force that opposes us is precisely the vagrants. Vagrants. Ozian understood. In a district with many poor people, beggars and vagrants were inevitably intertwined. Naturally, when many people gather, they would connect and band together, becoming an organization. The vagrant gang, contrasting with Anar's group of so-called thugs, was exactly like that. An organization formed by beggars, vagrants, and the poor. It was similar to Anar's organization in nature, but slightly different in tendency. While Anar's group would touch various matters, taking subcontracts or collaborating with other organizations, the vagrant gang was no different from a gang, just not called one. Their territory overlaps a lot with ours. Except for clearly defined areas, most are messy fights. It's like that usually, but in bad weather like this, it's even more so. So naturally, you're on high alert and prepared. Gathering other information is just a bonus. Something like that. We gather interest in even trivial matters like which worker in the neighboring house died. We can't help it. How long had they been talking? Suddenly, a presence was felt outside the door, and then a knock was heard. Ah, they're here. Come in. Permitted to enter was a young man around 18 years old, just at the age between boy and man. Wearing a bread cap and clothes soaked from the rain, he glanced at Ozian and Martinez before speaking to Anar. I heard you were looking for me. Oh, do you know about a child who went missing the other day? Me. The youth heard those words, opened his eyes wide, and chuckled. How can I know about all the kids disappearing here? A 14-year-old boy with brown hair. Don't you know? Oh, only then did something seem to come to his memory, and he spoke what he knew. I saw him. He just looked like an orphanage kid. He was walking alone boldly, so I didn't think much of it. We're not going to extort kids, and he's an orphan anyway. You're an orphan yourself, yet you talk like that? It's not talk, just facts. Anyway, I was just watching, thinking that's how it is, and then that kid suddenly went another way. Another way? What does that mean? Exactly what I said. He was walking down the main road, stopped, and stared at the alley. Then he went inside. Anna looked at Ozian and Martinez with a icy expression. Then the youth continued. Ah, but I'm not sure if that kid will be okay. What do you mean? Martinez asked, feeling uneasy. The youth looked at Martinez. He clearly looked a year or two younger than himself. How could such a kid use informal speech? At that moment, Anna sent a look from behind and shook his head. The sharp youth, understanding from that alone that Martinez was not an ordinary person, stopped questioning. Ozian, watching this, quietly admired it. As expected of someone making a living in such a place, his intuition was ghost-like. Well, it's because the area happens to be where those beggar bastards are. It was easy to understand who the beggar bastards were. The vagrants Anna had mentioned. More precisely, the gang they formed. We might just drive them out with a few words and punches if someone accidentally enters our territory, but those bastards are different. Whether it's an orphanage kid or whatever, once they come, they grab them and completely strip them. To Martinez's disbelieving look, Anna nodded. Unfortunately, that's true. The vagrant gang has many vicious members. Some even catch children to sell to human trafficking organizations. They make money that way, or remove and sell organs. Martinez's expression turned serious. Seeing that things might go wrong, Ozian spoke up. Then which direction did Kalio disappear? What? Are you going directly? It'll be dangerous. Ozian slightly showed the sword tucked into his waistband. The youth smiled broadly and nodded. Then I'll guide you. I'm always happy if something bad happens to those bastards. Underscore 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 underscore. The Vagabond Gang, 1. Ozian and Martinez walked following the young guide who introduced himself as Marco. Martinez said nothing. From the moment he heard that Kalio had disappeared from the vagrants area, all kinds of terrible things had been swirling in his head. Oh, the atmosphere is so heavy. Marco, walking at the front, opened his mouth and made a witty remark. As a guide, he only needed to show the way, but the momentum emanating from Martinez behind him was far from ordinary. Like someone continuously poking his back with a well-sharpened sharp needle. Ozian could have brushed it off, but Marco couldn't do that at all. What would it feel like to guide with a beast that could pounce on you at any moment behind you? Hey, can't you somehow calm down your companion? Ozian shrugged at Marco's words. As if I would have a suitable way. It would be better to increase the guiding speed. The faster we arrive at the scene, the shorter these uncomfortable moments will be. Ozian also couldn't do anything specific. If he had the talent to calm someone's anxiety with a few words, would he be wielding a knife while working as a fixer? Marco, unable to deny those words, increased his walking speed. Still, if we continue like this, I'll give you a warning. The moment we arrive, those vagrant guys will rush at us. Is it that serious? They usually test the waters, but one side is wearing what looks like expensive clothes, and the other side looks like an easy target. When Marco stopped walking, Ozian and Martinez also stopped. Here it is. Do you see the alley across the street? That kid named Kalio went inside there. My role ends here. Right. Thank you for guiding us. Ozian pulled out a coin and casually tossed it to Marco. Marco, receiving the coin, put it in his pocket with a delighted face. Hehe. Thank you. Oh, and even though they're street kids, they're numerous, and their leaders are quite capable, so you should be careful. That's not something to worry about. Well, anyway, I wish you luck. I hope you find the kid safely. In Tirna, tips had the power to make one say words they didn't truly mean. As Marco stepped back, Ozian spoke. So what are we going to do now? We should go. It seems you're quite worried about that child. At the very least, I want to confirm whether he's alive or not. Then we can't delay. Ozian and Martinez crossed the street and entered the alley. The alley was damp, slimy, and even smelled foul. Even the pouring rain couldn't wash away the ingrained stench. As they went a bit deeper, they felt gazes directed at them. First, wariness, then interest, then desire. Like hyenas eyeing prey, no, even less than that, ragged individuals began to drift closer. They were vagrants, all improperly dressed. Oh, you. Someone among the vagrants recognized Ozian and called out. Ozian looked to see who it was. Sunken cheeks, protruding front teeth, and a long mustache. He seemed familiar, and then he remembered, the vagrant who had picked a fight with him before meeting Anar. You bastard. You got caught well. The guy seemed pleased that Ozian and Martinez had conveniently approached, having already been eyeing them. Holding a rusty iron pipe in his hand, he fixed his gleaming gaze on Ozian's clothes. I'll ask something. Regardless of the vagrants surrounding them, Ozian spoke his piece. Has anyone seen a 14-year-old, brown-haired child here? That statement, inappropriate for the situation, made the vagrants look at each other before bursting into laughter. Ho ha ha, what did he come for? Looking for someone? Are you crazy? Why look for a kid here? Even if he came, he would have been sold or become a corpse. The vagrants laughed and mocked among themselves, but Ozian calmly observed their condition. Most thought he was joking, but some showed subtly unusual reactions, as if they knew something. A short vagrant who seemed to be in his early 50s flinched when he met Ozian's eyes, while others would deliberately furrow their brows to intimidate when making eye contact. His reaction was different. It's you? Ozian had a feeling that this vagrant was the key holding at least some information. Thinking they were being ignored, the vagrants who were laughing stopped and distorted their expressions. Does this guy think we're funny? Looking at his sturdy body, his organs would sell for money. We'll hand over the remaining corpse to that black magician. They had already calculated how to dispose of Ozian. This was the usual fate of someone who entered such a place. The buck-toothed guy who had previously fought with Ozian approached. As if to show he had first claimed this prey, he stepped to the front. You got caught well this time. Didn't you look down on me? He swung the iron pipe at Ozian without hesitation. It was a weapon that could kill if swung incorrectly, but his attitude showed no hesitation. This suggested such actions were familiar to him. The price of abandoning ethics and morality. Thwack. Ozian grabbed the iron pipe with his bare hand. The buck-toothed guy struggled, but the pipe didn't budge. You know nothing, so you're unnecessary. Squeak. As Ozian applied force, the iron pipe bent with a grotesque sound. At the superhuman strength of bending an iron pipe barehanded, the vagrants widened their eyes. Simultaneously, Ozian's fist struck the buck-toothed guy's face. His nose collapsed, and teeth scattered. The guy flew far and slid across the ground, smashing his head into a building wall. He was still moving, so not dead. Ozian had deliberately controlled his strength. If he hadn't, the facial bone collapse would have been much worse. His future life would be more painful than death. What is this guy? Damn! Attack all at once. Though the vagrants were frightened by Ozian's strength, they didn't retreat. Usually, such a ragtag group would scatter after seeing overwhelming force once, but these vagrants were different. I heard they exist as an organization, but they seem gutsier than I thought. Of course, there was a reason this was District 41. These were people whose lives had already been pushed to the bottom. Anyway, they had nowhere else to retreat, and all that was left to them was their grit. Ozian dodged the flying weapons while throwing punches. A vagrant who got hit in the abdomen flew away and tangled with another vagrant. Ozian, seizing that gap, kicked another vagrant, slapped his face, and threw him by grabbing his collar. With just one gesture of Ozian's superhuman body, 6 vagrants rolled on the ground. It took very little time to subdue over dozens of vagrants. Most had broken arms and legs and were rolling on the ground, and the only person standing in that place was the suspicious-looking potato-faced vagrant. You know why I left only you behind, right? Eek. He had even given up on running away. Hadn't he just seen Ozian rampaging like a beast with his own 2 eyes? How wise. Even if you tried to escape with those short legs, you would have been caught by me immediately. As a bonus, you would have been beaten for the crime of being insolent. Your task here is simple. Quickly spill out what you've seen and what facts you know. If you do that, there will be no cause for concern. I'll also promise a tip. Ozian said this while flicking a coin with his fingers. The vagrant's eyes involuntarily flickered as he received the coin. This is an advance. If a satisfactory answer comes, I'll give additional payment. But if you can't do that, or if you try to squeeze out more money with even a slightly clumsy lie, Ozian lightly stomped on the ground. The pooled water splashed up with a swish, and an imprint of Ozian's footprint was etched on the ground. I guarantee that compared to your colleagues who have already fallen, your condition will be the worst. What do you want to know? The potato-faced vagrant immediately became submissive. Ozian used an appropriate carrot and whip, a method that effectively worked in the underworld. I'll say it again. I'm looking for a 14-year-old boy who passed near here a few days ago. A male child with dark brown hair. And he's from the orphanage on that hill. Why yes, that's right. Do you know that child? Yes, I know him. He boldly came here alone. Came? Not forcibly taken by someone. Well, exactly what the situation was at that time. Just as the potato-faced vagrant was about to pull out his memory and speak. Hey, you dog bastard! Want to die? One of the vagrants spat a curse at Ozian. When he turned his gaze, there was a vagrant who had taken Martinez hostage from behind. One arm was broken and dangling, but with the other hand, he held a knife to his neck. If you don't want to see the kid you brought get his throat slit, hand over everything you have right now. I thought I'd treated you moderately. Ozian frowned. However, the expression was just a slight annoyance, with not a single trace of worry for Martinez. Puzzled by this, the potato-faced vagrant asked, "Isn't this dangerous? Your companion has been taken hostage. Isn't the one who took the hostage your colleague?" Well, that's true, we're not really close. Let's say that's the case. Anyway, don't worry. If it's dangerous, it's not the child who's in danger, but the guy who took him hostage. Huh. You look curious. You'll know soon. The potato-faced vagrant didn't understand why Ozian would say such a thing. Soon? What kind of irresponsible statement was that? Surprisingly, Ozian's words were immediately fulfilled. Golden holy power began to flow from Martinez's body. The vagrant who tried to take Martinez hostage couldn't come to his senses. His hand holding the knife was so hot that he unknowingly dropped it. Cheek. The knife, now engulfed in golden flames, became intensely hot and then began to melt and droop. The heat was so intense that it sprayed pure white steam where it touched the pooled water. How dare you take someone hostage? Martinez reached out, looking down at the vagrant who had sat down hard. At the moment, the golden flame at his fingertips was about to burn the vagrant. That's enough. Ozian grabbed Martinez's wrist. Martinez's gaze, with golden flames flickering, turned to Ozian. To the silent question of why he was interfering, Ozian answered. Trying to burn to death just a vagrant is too excessive. Wasn't that power meant to be used only against heretics? The pointed remark brought Martinez back to his senses. The golden flames swirling around Martinez's body disappeared in an instant. I seem to have been too excited. Martinez obediently acknowledged his mistake. Perhaps because it was related to Calio, he had uncharacteristically acted emotionally. Though he's the best in talent, is age the problem? Compared to his peers, he's calm, but there are still parts that are not mature. He tried to appear calm, but he was still young. Moreover, for Martinez, what had happened this time would not be easy to handle. He had never formed a close, deep relationship with anyone before. Even when pursuing heretics, he had always moved alone. When does one realize misfortune? Precisely when one has felt happiness. A person who has lived alone and lonely their entire life does not feel solitude. But the moment they form a connection and build familiarity with someone, they begin to feel the absence of happiness. People adapt, grow stronger, and develop by experiencing misfortune and happiness alternately. But Martinez was young, and for him, who had lived alone until now, even the slightest absence of happiness would feel significant. So what happened next? Ozian threw the question to the potato-faced vagrant while diverting Martinez's attention. That kid, he came into our place on his own. Came? Not forcibly taken by someone. No, that child had shown his face several times, so we knew him too. Showed his face. Ozian furrowed his brow. Kallio was not unaware that these back alleys were dangerous. Yet he came inside of his own will? Moreover, it wasn't just once or twice. Martinez's expression also grew serious, not knowing this fact. Do you know the reason? I don't know that much. At that moment, an entirely different voice provided the answer. How many reasons could a child have to be brave enough to come here? He's trying to find his family. Ozian and Martinez's gazes turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a person wearing an old fedora, a shabby coat, and carrying a large walking stick on his back, leading over 10 beggars. Underscore 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 underscore. The vagabond gang, too. A new group of beggars had appeared. They wondered if they had come to avenge their fallen comrades, but it didn't seem so, since Ozian and Martinez couldn't sense any hostility from them. More than anything, what felt different from other beggars was that they seemed surprisingly calm and possessed a somewhat neat demeanor. Who are you? I'm roughly the boss of those you've knocked down. A man in his mid-40s slightly lifted his pressed hat and revealed his face. His features were quite neat. Would someone handsome in their youth look like this when they age? It was in stark contrast to the beaten-down vagrants who had been knocked down. For a beggar, he had such a well-organized feel that it was hard to shake off the sense of dissonance. Would someone like him have any reason to be a beggar? Did you come to avenge your subordinates? Revenge? That's something you do depending on the opponent. I'm not the type to charge like an angry wild boar without assessing the opponent's skills. You're more perceptive than you look. So what did you just say? The boy you're talking about, Kallio, isn't it? Martinez, who had been listening quietly, pressed him. Do you know about Kallio? I know him well. I've met him a few times and we've talked. We know each other's names. For what reason would Kallio be here? Didn't I say? He came to find his family. Martinez still looked like he didn't understand, which made the boss chuckle. Can I take those who've fallen over there? They're beggars, after all. How unexpected. I thought if you were the leader, you would immediately try to skin us alive. I said I'd assess the opponent's skills. Moreover, I'm somewhat different from these fallen subordinates. If we delve deeper, it's even dubious to call us the same organization. Weren't you all from the same beggar gang? To outsiders, we might all look like beggars and vagrant groups, but more precisely, we're a vagrant alliance. Those guys will do anything for money, but I'm against creating unnecessary conflicts. Martinez didn't hide his skepticism and retorted, if that's the case, you should have stayed out of it. An organization doesn't always move exactly as you want. Even if our affiliations differ, we're all from the same beggar background. If we don't step up, who will? The boss's words contained multiple meanings. Immediately, there were factions with different intentions within the vagrant organization, yet they united to help each other. They were weak and poor, so they had to stick together. Only then could they become strong. Boy there, you're surely from the church. Let me ask you one thing. Do all church people move according to a single will? That is, think carefully before answering. Martinez, who was about to say yes, swallowed his response. Were church members truly moving with a unified purpose? The Martinez before coming to this city would have certainly answered affirmatively. But Martinez had seen many things since coming to Tirna. In colloquial terms, his perspective had broadened, but simultaneously, his values were experiencing countless conflicts with reality. The boss shrugged his shoulders. We're the same. We're a gang formed by weak and struggling people to support each other, but as too many people joined, that intention has faded. They say they're managing carefully, but it's not easy. We didn't come here to discuss such trivial matters, Ozian coldly interjected. The boss nodded, understanding. Kallio is a child whose head works very well, despite his young age. He's remarkably talented for someone born in a place like this. Because of that, his thoughts are deeper than those of his peers. The boss's subordinates began carrying away the fallen vagrants one by one. With the space clearing, only the boss, the land seller, Ozian, and Martinez remained. What do you think such a child would be seeking? Is he looking for recognition from adults? More precisely, recognition from his parents. At the mention of parents, Martinez flinched. I know it sounds absurd. Why do orphanages exist, and why is Kallio living there? Obviously, he has no parents. More precisely, his mother abandoned him. Ozian looked at Martinez. Feeling the gaze, Martinez shook his head, indicating he had never heard such a story from Kallio. How can I believe that? Believing or not is up to you. Just know that our vagrant group knows many things. For instance, the orphanage where Kallio stays is an abandoned church district on the hill, under the Petra Church, and his guardian is Sister Dorothea. This time, Martinez spoke. Let's say what you're saying is true. But why did Kallio come to where the vagrants are? Because his mother was originally from here. Oh, didn't you know? Not all vagrants are men. That's what people who don't know much think. Deep inside, in places beyond people's eyes, there are many women. His mother was from here. I don't know who his father is. I also don't know why Kallio was born. He was just born, and what choices does an unmarried mother have? With no means to earn money and now with a child, she had little choice. However hard she tried, the practical problems were far too vast to be solved by willpower alone. Eventually, like most parents, Kallio's mother also abandoned him at the orphanage. Why give birth at all then? That's not just Calio's problem. Beggars might have no money, but they have so many children. Surprisingly so. I'm not married, so I don't know, but everyone must have their reasons. Martinez fell silent while the boss continued in a soft voice. It was a very long time ago. Calio was only 3 years old then, so it was almost 11 years ago. That brilliant little kid remembers that time. He thought that if he came here, he might find his mother, that if he studied hard and became respectable, his mother might take him back. What happened to Calio's mother? Why? Are you planning to question her? About why she abandoned her child? At the very least, a mother shouldn't do that. Sadly, she died. The boss said this as casually as if talking about a neighbor's dog dying. About 10 years ago, she didn't survive the winter. She was never particularly healthy to begin with and was also mentally overwhelmed. Does Calio know this? Would he be here if he knew? He still knows nothing. Why didn't you tell him? Oh my, our young holy knight is forcing too much righteousness on me. The boss chuckled and then fixed his gaze more seriously on Martinez. What if I had told him? Telling a child, your mother abandoned you and died of illness a year later? Would that make it right just because it's the truth, not considering the wound such words would inflict on the child? The boss's voice dissected each point, but contained no anger. Instead, it was more like an elder gently admonishing a child who doesn't yet understand the world. The world doesn't always run on truth and righteousness. Sometimes, you must hide the truth or lie. So you lied to Calio, saying his mother was alive? Not quite that far. I just said I didn't know. It was too long ago to know who was who. She might have gone somewhere. A suggestion that she went far away is easier to accept than saying she died. The thought that his mother might be alive somewhere. The hope that while living in the world, he might somehow meet her again someday. That's how people can live more enthusiastically. But Calio was persistent. Unable to give up, he came to me several times, boldly asking me if I could tell him anything about her whereabouts. So that's why he came to a place like this. I always warned him that this place is dangerous and he should go back. Recently, I told him there are dangerous people who kidnap children. At that moment, Ozian, unable to bear the strange atmosphere, interjected. Wait. People who kidnap children? Are you saying it's not you? What are you talking about? The boss also frowned, hearing this for the first time. The other day, Calio didn't come here. Yes, that's right. I saw him, the boss replied. As always, when he tried to ask me something, I scared him off, telling him it was dangerous and to go back. There were suspicious people wandering around the area. Suspicious people. Human traffickers. I don't know where they came from, but they were targeting this area where people can disappear without the guards caring. Wait. At this point, the boss trailed off, seemingly sensing something was amiss. Didn't Calio return to the orphanage? We came here to find that child. That can't be. No, it's not a lie. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been searching this area so thoroughly. You said you sent him away. Yes. I confirmed he was sent out of the alley. This friend also saw it. But Calio didn't return. Which means, Martinez, who had been silently listening, spoke the worst possible scenario, which was essentially the truth. The human traffickers kidnapped Calio. That seems to be the case. Where are those bastards now? Martinez's voice boiled with anger. The atmosphere rippled like a heat haze, as if the barely suppressed flames were about to burst again. Calm down. I understand your feelings, but venting here won't solve anything. Ozian also placed a hand on Martinez's shoulder to restrain him. It's not like we have no way forward. Now that we know what kind of people they are, we can chase them. The trail isn't broken yet. Martinez slightly bit his lip, and as the air returned to normal, the boss let out a sigh of relief. We're also closely monitoring who these guys are. We'll definitely be able to find something out. Then I want to seek help. Help. You're the only one who might know when and where these guys appear. Was Ozian's statement too unexpected? The boss, who had been acting cunning, let out a bewildered sigh. The person who broke all my subordinates' limbs is now asking for help. You were the one who started the conflict. It was clearly self-defense. Didn't you say your affiliations are different? Still, we're all beggars. It's not just talk. Let's make a kind of deal. Oh, what deal? What can you do for us? It could be money, or perhaps we'll need force. Martinez stared at Ozian with a surprised look. Feeling the emotion in those eyes, Ozian quietly asked Martinez, why are you looking at me like that? No, I just thought it was unexpected. What? Asking beggars for help? Most people wouldn't do that, even out of pride. Who would think of getting help from beggars? It was an unexpectedly practical observation, but Ozian spoke nonchalantly. Even if they're vagrants or beggars, if they can help in a situation like this, we should seek help. Wouldn't it be exhausting to live by measuring such social status? Just as everyone is equal before the Heavenly Father. Martinez was secretly impressed by Ozian's words. Ozian's statement was both righteous and clearly penetrating one of the Petra Church's doctrines. All are equal before the Heavenly Father. It was a good and beautiful statement. At the same time, Martinez reflected on himself. He had arbitrarily concluded that the vagrant gang would be of no help. I should reflect on this. As Martinez thought this to himself, one of the vagrants who had stepped aside approached the boss and whispered something in his ear. Today is a busy day. An uninvited guest has arrived. After some contemplation, the boss quickly made a decision. It seems the newly arrived guest is quite a troublesome opponent, so if you help us sort this out, we'll also contribute to finding Calio. The deal is set. It was time for Ozian to demonstrate his specialty. Naturally, this meant using force to drive out the outsider who had rudely intervened. Ozian and Martinez followed the boss and his subordinates to a location. The beggars who were confronting each other welcomed the boss urgently when they saw him. "Boss, that crazy woman is acting on her own. Calm down. I've already called in a specialist in this area." As the boss gave a look, Ozian and Martinez naturally stepped forward. The beggars who didn't yet know the two looked puzzled as a young man and boy approached. Stepping forward, Ozian could see the uninvited guest the boss mentioned. Elise Dinarova, a beautiful black magic user girl with her usual cold face. As Ozian looked puzzled by her appearance, Martinez asked, "Do you know her?" "She's a black magician belonging to the Black Magicians Guild, and an extremely skilled practitioner." Martinez observed Elise Dinarova. "Despite her young age, I can sense an extraordinary black magic power. She's a remarkable talent. To possess such magical power at that age, she must have been born with tremendous talent." The church, which once defined black magicians as heretics, had now formed an ambiguous relationship as black magicians gained recognition and came into the light. They no longer hunt them indiscriminately as heretics, but neither are they particularly friendly. In any case, Elise Dinarova was certainly a genius. She also looked at Ozian and slightly widened her eyes, clearly indicating they knew each other. So he's acquainted with a black magician of this caliber. Indeed, he forms equal relationships with anyone, regardless of who they are. He had such relationships with witches and the mafia, so it was natural he would be familiar with a black magician. Martinez looked at Ozian with a slight, reverent gaze. He was truly a person who was equal to everyone. At that moment, Ozian looked at Elise and spoke in a cold voice. "What are you doing here, you dirty black magician?" Underscore 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 underscore. Martinez's slightly budding respect for Ozian was doused with cold water. The emotion Ozian showed towards the black magician was clearly disgust. For Martinez, this was incomprehensible. If it's a request, even a witch would be saved, and they'd even become close, so why not with a black magician? If asked whether he viewed the black magician favorably, Martinez would answer that he was neutral. Unlike the distant past, the black magicians had come out to the sunny side and were being recognized by people. Among them, there were still black magicians breaking the law and doing bad things, but this wasn't a problem exclusive to black magicians. Even among magicians, there were those who performed horrific human experiments, and there were quite a few other villains as well. The power used by black magicians was unsettling, but it was becoming naturally accepted in society, so there was no absolute severe hatred or hostility. Therefore, for Martinez, black magicians were neither good nor bad. Rather, witches, who could be considered definite heretics, were the ones the order should hunt. Regardless, Ozian looked at Elise once more. "What purpose have you come here for? What dirty schemes are you trying to pull?" Martinez wondered if this level of hostility was necessary, but Elise Dinarova was also a person of an unusual personality, so she answered nonchalantly. "I came to collect corpses." "What?" Ozian couldn't understand Elise's words. "Corpses? Collecting corpses in this weather?" What naturally came to mind first was killing people during the rainy season and turning those corpses into zombies or skeletons. Ozian's gaze became even more piercing. Elise, seemingly unaware of the emotions in that gaze, added an explanation. "When it rains, many people die. So I can smoothly obtain corpses that I couldn't normally." "You're not trying to kill people to create corpses." Elise tilted her head slightly, as if questioning what he was talking about. "Killing people is illegal. This isn't a request, it's material collection, so it must be done legally." In other words, Elise meant that killing people for corpses was illegal under Tyrna's law, so she would collect naturally deceased corpses. His head was already starting to feel dizzy, and they're saying this is actually legal. That meant there were illegal black magicians as well. What nonsense about illegal black magicians, this isn't even a turning point. What was even more surprising was that Elise's words weren't exactly a lie. In fact, Elise hadn't used physical force since coming here. The commotion among the beggars was simply a request for support because they couldn't do anything about her. "What? Do you know each other?" The gang leader who had been silently watching also stepped forward and asked. Ozian was about to say no, but Elise answered first. "Yes. A friend's brother's acquaintance. Isn't that basically a stranger? We met while working. We're also business partners." Ozian, frowning with a throbbing headache, shot back. "Enough. So you came here just to collect corpses?" "Yes. The 40-something district is easy to find corpses in. I told you to use honorifics." "Yes." Martinez, listening to their conversation, felt a strange sympathy for Elise. At that moment, the gang leader clapped his hands and summarized the situation. "Well, since you know each other, can't you ask this young lady to leave?" Looking at her words, she doesn't seem to be a bad black magician, but our subordinates still feel uneasy. Black magicians are all bad. Why are you saying she's not a bad black magician? Huh? Well, that might be how it looks. But isn't there something else important right now? I see. Ozian, reluctantly nodding his head, spoke to Elise. "Did you hear? There are no corpses here. So if you want to collect them, get out and go somewhere else." "No corpses." Elise widened her eyes and spoke in a trembling voice. It was the first sign of agitation from her, who normally showed no emotion at all. The doll-like beautiful girl talking about corpses on a rainy alley street created an indescribable eeriness. That's right. There are none. So hurry and go. Find them somewhere else. I've already looked everywhere else. Only here is left. Then haven't you collected enough corpses? I was trying to, but there were guests who came before me. So I couldn't secure the corpses. Use honorifics? Yes. Ozian belatedly detected something strange in Elise's words. What do you mean by guests who came before? Are there other black magicians wandering around this area? I don't know if they're black magicians, but there were quite a number of them. You don't even know if they're black magicians, and they're moving in a group? What were those guys doing? They were putting corpses in sacks and loading them onto a truck. Putting corpses in a truck? Could they be public officials clearing corpses from Tirna City? At that moment, the gang leader interjected with a serious expression. Wait a minute. Something seems off. What do you mean? The public officials in District 41 don't do their job properly. They're essentially abandoning and neglecting things. You'd know if you saw the streets on the way here. Ozian and Martinez recalled the streets of District 41. Drainage pipes were blocked, causing sewage to overflow, and several buildings had collapsed due to rain. The roads and streets were also quite dilapidated due to lack of maintenance. The guards were nowhere to be seen. It was essentially saying they wouldn't care about anything that happened. Could such people mobilize multiple people to diligently remove corpses? These guys seemed to be them. The guys the gang leader mentioned were human trafficking organization members who had been kidnapping people in this area. Ozian, with a hardened face, asked Elise. You said you saw where those guys were? Do you remember where they are? Yes. I saw them just before coming here. Guide us. Elise responded to that. But the corpses. I told you there are no corpses here. I need corpses. Ozian was exasperated by her appearance, like a child unable to buy a toy. This was why he didn't want to associate with black magicians. Wait a minute. A good idea crossed Ozian's mind, and a glint appeared in his eyes. I can secure the corpses you want. Really? Yes. So guide us. And use honorifics. Okay, yes. Asterisk. Ozian and Martinez followed Elise, but the gang leader was also with them. Why are you following? Don't be like that. I want to see the faces of those guys who randomly invaded our territory, collected corpses, and kidnapped people. The gang leader pointed to the long stick hanging on his back. I won't grab your ankles, so don't worry. I see. Oh, right. We haven't introduced ourselves. What's your name? Ozian. And this is Martinez. The black magician is Elise Dinarova. I'm Yuan Bahar. Nice to meet you. In fact, the first impression was certainly not a pleasant one, but Yuan didn't seem to care. Even if they had beaten down his own gang members, no one had died, and Ozian had essentially fixed those who never listened to him anyway. The four of them eventually arrived at a location. It was a deserted narrow street surrounded by old, tall buildings on all sides. Where are those guys? Martinez narrowed his eyes and looked around. However, no matter how much he looked, he couldn't see any human traffickers. Ozian's gaze was directed towards the ground. Traces. On the ground, there were traces of dragging mud and tire tracks presumed to be from a truck. It seemed the guys had finished their business and left before arriving here. It seems they haven't left long ago, but because of this weather, we can't tell where they're going. Because it was raining, chasing them by sound was also impossible. At that moment, Elise stepped forward and said, "There's a method." As everyone looked at Elise, she extended her right palm and raised black magic. A pitch-black flame that rose like a fireball eventually transformed into the shape of a bird. It was a 2-star black magic dark gaze. And it wasn't just one, but 10 of them. No matter how simple a 2-star magic might be, creating this many simultaneously wasn't easy even with considerable skill. Find. At Elise's low command, the shadow birds flew up simultaneously and scattered in different directions. Their wing beats made no sound, and their movement speed was as fast as a hummingbird. Elise closed her eyes and concentrated her mind. All the visual perspectives of the 10 shadow birds scattered in different directions were visible in her mind. Eventually, among the 10 scenes, a truck in motion was seen. Found it. Elise said, opening her eyes. The distance isn't far. But since it's moving now, we'll lose it if we go like this. Just tell me the direction. Elise obediently pointed in the direction the truck was heading, and Yuan looked at her with an incomprehensive reaction. The truck had already departed, and even if they chased now, there was no way to follow, so what good was knowing the direction? At that moment, Ozian crouched his legs and leaped off the ground. His body easily climbed to the rooftop, stepping on the building's exterior materials as if defying gravity. Yuan couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. He knew Ozian was strong, but he didn't expect this level. While blankly staring at Ozian, who had already disappeared from view, Martinez said, "Let's chase too." Yuan nodded with a bewildered face. Asterisk. Ozian, running on the building's rooftop, soon saw a blackbird flying far away. It was the bird tracking the truck. Found it. White starlight energy formed on Ozian's shoulder as a pure white cloak with fur-covered collar wrapped around Ozian's body. Behind the nebula silk, starlight powder scattered, and Ozian's speed accelerated. Now almost flying, Ozian discovered the truck running below the buildings. It was a considerably large truck, large enough to carry dozens of people inside. A truck of this size roaming District 41 looked suspicious at a glance. Ozian jumped directly from the rooftop. And with all his might, he stumped on the truck's hood with both legs. Quang! The front of the truck moving at a moderate speed was crushed, causing the vehicle to jolt up and down. The front wheels popped out, and the driver's window shattered. Among the scattering metal fragments, airbags could be seen deploying in the driver's and passenger seats. What? Who drives like that? Perhaps due to the aggressive truck stop, those in the cargo area frowned and stuck their heads out towards the driver's seat. And what he saw was a hand approaching him. Yuh. Ozian grabbed the guy's collar and a body of considerable size was dragged out like a lifeless doll. KRK? You what? Instead of answering, Ozian stared at the cargo area revealed as the guy came over to the driver's seat. Inside were stacked sacks containing corpses, and some sacks seemed to squirm, suggesting living beings. It's you guys. So what exactly, Ack? Ozian's sword moved like a light ray and pierced the guy's thigh. From now on, answer my questions well. This bastard Arg. Since he wasn't subdued yet, Ozian lightly twisted the sword he'd stabbed into the thigh. During this time, the person in the driver's seat drew a pistol and shot at Ozian. Ozian used the nebula silk to block the bullets. Even if he didn't block perfectly, the coat had bulletproof effects, so there was no damage from bullets. Quick reflexes. Indeed, not an ordinary human trafficker. Ugh. People in the cargo area took out weapons and rushed down. They were about 10 in number and instead of being flustered seeing Ozian, they immediately tried to pull the trigger. Ozian held out the guy whose collar he was gripping as a shield. His colleagues were startled by the capture. Just a bit naive. While they were holding weapons but unable to act, Ozian casually threw the guy he was holding sideways. Leaving the guy rolling in the overflowing sewer street, Ozian lightly landed on the truck. Abandoning the hostage meant to protect himself? Intending to mock his audacity, Ozian advised those about to pull the trigger. And you guys would do better to be more careful behind you. Bullshit? Such a cheap trick. The human trafficker trying to refute Ozian had no choice but to turn his head at the burning heat felt behind him. What's that? And they saw Martinez, covered in golden flames, glaring at them. Underscore 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 underscore. Following the trail, 2. Swoosh. The golden sacred power swirling around Martinez shot towards the human traffickers, bound by iron chains. They tried to resist by shooting, but Martinez's sacred alchemy was unfazed by the bullets. The human traffickers, bound by the massive iron chains, collapsed to the ground without even being able to resist. Martinez, who seemed like he would burn the human traffickers alive, displayed an astonishing level of patience and subdued them without killing them. But it wasn't a simple suppression. The heat of the sacred flame embedded in the chains penetrated their skin, causing those bound to scream in pain. What? The man who had been grabbed and thrown by Ozian pupils trembled as he watched the scene. He thought his colleagues would turn the attacker into a beehive, but instead, a strange guy had intervened. Moreover, the golden power he was wielding, wasn't this the sacred power of the Petra Order? What are you doing to us? We did everything we were told. Seemingly half confused by the unbelievable situation, he blurted out whatever came to mind. Don't tell me you're trying to cut ties now, after making us kidnap and bring those kids and using us however you wanted. Upon hearing those words, Ozian's expression hardened coldly. Elise, Yuan, and Martinez, who had just arrived at the scene, had the same reaction. The human trafficker's words carried such impact that they could potentially escalate to something very serious. What are you? The moment he saw Martinez's expression, the human trafficker realized he had made a grave mistake. How else could they be so shaken by his outburst and raving? But the water was already spilled, and it was too late to take back those words. The pain of being stabbed in the thigh made him snap to his senses. Ozian, now right in front of him, was looking down at the man with a pure white sacred light in his eyes. You're going to explain that statement. Very carefully. Asterisk. Of course, the man did not immediately open his mouth. He tried to brush it off, claiming he was just spouting nonsense out of fear. Naturally, it was an impossible excuse. The kidnapped children had already emerged from the sacks inside the truck. What were these children going to be used for? What reason do human traffickers need for kidnapping people? Obviously to sell them for money. As he chuckled and spoke, Ozian frowned. It seems more pain is necessary. Ozian inserted his sword between the muscle fibers of the man's thigh. Even that alone would be a pain that would bleach his hair, but the human trafficker continued to scream while refusing to reveal the truth. Ozian pulled out his sword. Looking at the man's pale complexion, he thought if he continued, the man would not survive. At that moment, Elise raised her hand. I can do it. Formal speech. Yes. What are you planning to do? Can find information. Ozian looked at Elise skeptically, but it was true that he didn't have a better method. Give it a try. Once Ozian gave permission, Elise approached the human trafficker. What now? I know nothing. Elise looked at the human trafficker's thigh and then used black magic. The flowing blood returned to the wound, and the torn muscles and skin were sewn together. As the wound healed, the human trafficker looked up at Elise with a bewildered expression. His face questioned why she was healing him instead of torturing him. To interrogate, you need to be in a stable condition. That's how it works. What? Now it begins. Elise slowly extended both her hands towards the human trafficker. Her fingers curled as if grasping an invisible large sphere in the air. Black magical power emerged between her fingers like thin lines, forming a shape. It was a black brain. Black threads, like tentacles protruding from the brain, touched the human trafficker's head. The human trafficker tried to resist but couldn't, having been beaten to a pulp by Ozian. The black lines burrowed into his skull and penetrated his brain. Hick, hick. The human trafficker rolled his eyes and trembled. Elise, ignoring his reaction, confirmed the magic had been properly activated and turned to Ozian. Can ask questions now. Ozian frowned at the sight. The black magic Elise used seemed to be a mental manipulation type. Directly inserting black magical threads into the opponent's brain. Wasn't this a grotesque method? However, Martinez seemed to focus on its effectiveness and nodded quietly in admiration. A black magic that controls the opponent's mind to extract information. Black magicians have created such efficient magic in their own way. If only the Order had such an ability. Lest anyone call him out for being a heretic hunter, Martinez did not show any shock at Elisa's use of black magic. Tisk barbaric. Ozian couldn't help but click his tongue in disdain. Martinez looked at Ozian with wide eyes at those words. His eyes seemed to say, "You said that. Which is more barbaric, constantly pulling out a sword to torture, or using black magic to control someone's mind and extract information?" Martinez, at least, thought the latter was more efficient and less barbaric. Most people would probably think the same, but Martinez didn't voice these thoughts. He knew Ozian would get angry if he said such things here. Martinez approached the human trafficker and asked, "What's your name?" Salo. Salo. Who are you? And what are you doing? We are a gang. We kidnap people and sell them for money. Besides that, we do various other things. A string of evil deeds committed under the guise of making money flowed from Salo's mouth. Are children so profitable to kidnap? And no, these kids, they're not profitable. Rather, other work goes better. If you know that, why are you kidnapping children? I received an order. Especially on a day like today with cloudy weather, it was the most optimal condition. Information flowed out of his mouth more smoothly than his previous resistance. Martinez closed his eyes and took a deep breath. From here, the truly important story began. Where were you planning to take the kidnapped children? Who requested this job from you? Salo let out a strangled sound. Even while being mentally controlled, his subconscious resisted revealing this. But when Elise added a bit more magical power to the brain she created with black magic, Salo's resistance instantly subsided. The client is the Petra Order. And the hidden truth flowed from Salo's mouth. We were taking the kidnapped children to the 29th district. Yuan's face sank heavily. Even Elise, who always maintained an expressionless face, eyelids trembled slightly. Salo's revelation was that shocking. The Petra Order had commissioned a gang specializing in human trafficking to kidnap children. Martinez, with his eyes wide open, spoke with murderous intent. Is that true? If it's a lie, I'll burn you alive for blasphemy. It's true. The Petra Order definitely paid us to forcibly bring the children. Could Ezekiel, the district leader, be involved? I don't know that much. I just did what I was told because I was paid. The questioning ended there. As Martinez stepped back, Elise retrieved the black magical threads from Salo's head. Salo, who had been trembling, regained his original focus. What is this? He seemed unaware of what had just happened. But based on the atmosphere of Ozian's group and the black magic Elise had used on him just before losing consciousness, he could sufficiently guess what occurred. Oh, no, Salo, who had leaked an absolutely confidential truth, tried to escape but failed. His body had no strength, despite his mind being clear. What is this? Why can't I? Salo was bewildered. He had no sensation in his body. His head was fine, but from the neck down, his body seemed to be acting separately. While Salo was confused by this strange feeling, Elise spoke as if she'd just remembered something. Oh, it's a side effect of the magic. Because I slightly mishandled the brain, the nervous system is paralyzed, making movement impossible. What? It's an extremely low probability side effect. You were just unlucky. You bastache. Before Salo could finish cursing, Yuan, the vagrant boss, swung a staff heavily towards his chin. Boom! Salo collapsed weakly to the side. He would likely spend the rest of his life lying down. What will you all do now? Yuan asked. The situation was far from pleasant for him. They had caught human traffickers and extracted information, but the Petra Order was involved. Even if one was a leader of an organization, for someone who was essentially a vagrant, it was too big to handle. I'll step back here. It's too much for me to intervene. Please understand with generosity even if I withdraw. I know. Since this was a deal to find human traffickers, our transaction is practically over at this point. Don't worry, I have no plans to talk about this anywhere. Yuan spoke while being conscious of Martinez. This was a matter where the Order's disgrace was exposed. Martinez might suddenly massacre the witnesses here. The 29th district. Is that the next destination? Ozian muttered softly to himself. But no one missed hearing those words. You're not thinking of going to the Order, are you? Why not? Martinez was also surprised. He turned to Ozian and asked if he was serious. Go to the Order? That's madness. Why? It seems Kallio is in the 29th district. We need to go find him. It's the Petra Order, for heaven's sake. No matter who you are, going to such a place is. Don't you want to save Kallio? That's. Martinez hesitated and wavered in his response. Due to the shocking events occurring in succession, his mind was tangled in a way difficult to express. Martinez ultimately said nothing. But his silence was not an affirmation of Ozian's words. Do you still want to believe the order is good? That's. If they truly intended to treat Kallio well, why did they commission human traffickers to kidnap him? What about the other children? From their story, it seems they've done this not just once or twice. Martinez could not refute anything. Even with 10 mouths, he would have been the same. He actually knew that district leader Ezekiel was scheming something and kidnapping children. This was not just about Kallio. Perhaps this had been happening before, maybe for quite a long time. The older siblings who had first left the orphanage and the other children who had left even earlier. And you want to end this here while making excuses? Aye. Martinez responded with a trembling voice. I don't know. What should I do here? What should I believe? Martinez had believed in the Order's teachings his entire life. The Order's teachings were the doctrine of the God of Light. He thought that performing the teachings of the Heavenly Father was his life and purpose. That's why he could be thorough and hunt heretics with his outstanding talent. But coming to Tirna changed many things. His living environment changed, he met new people, and saw a broader world. As he saw more, he not only realized things he didn't know but also witnessed truths he didn't want to know. Just like now, the Order never does bad things. They are justice itself, goodness, eradicating the world's evil. I don't need such pathetic words. Ozian cut off Martinez's words without mercy. You don't know what to do and what to believe? That's all just an excuse. What you need to do is very simple. Simple, you say. Yes. Go directly to the 29th district and confirm. See what's happening there and what happened to Kallio. The moment Martinez saw Ozian's eyes, he involuntarily took a breath. Those eyes. The black pupils with unwavering conviction, like when he fought to protect Ena Grund in the Golden Field. In those pupils, he saw the image of a boy struggling and wandering. Martinez couldn't respond. Ozian didn't want an immediate answer right now, so he decided to give him some leeway. Tonight, set a place. If you want to confirm the truth, come. What if I don't come? Ozian spoke casually, as if asking what kind of question that was. I'll go alone anyway. Underscore 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 underscore. I'm going to head out now. Elise packed the corpses of the gang members. She didn't need to carry them alone. By now, individuals wearing black masks and tattered military uniforms had lined up around Elise. What are those exactly? Zombies. Ozian furrowed his brow. Usually, when one says zombie, one would imagine a corpse that groans yuag and crawls around sluggishly. However, the zombies Elise handled were like well-trained soldiers. From the outset, they looked different from typical zombies. First, their appearance was very neat. Just in case, when Ozian slightly lifted a zombie's mask, he saw a decaying, rotting face inside. It's definitely a zombie. As the sight was unappetizing, Ozian quickly put the mask back on the zombie. Elise explained the reason. Just leaving them like this would result in complaints about how disgusting they look, so we need to put masks on them. The reason for the complaint wasn't that they were zombies, but that they looked gross. Did you dress them the same way? Yes. Dress them and put hats on their heads. These preparations are necessary to handle zombies in Tirna. In other words, to handle zombies legally in Tirna, you had to dress them. Of course, the clothes had certification marks to distinguish whether it was a zombie or a human. The pitch-black flame logo symbolizing black magicians was proof of this. It was a funny situation. Not prohibiting zombies themselves, but allowing zombie handling while being conscious of people's gazes and caring about aesthetics. Manipulating corpses is itself an insult to the dead, and yet they're distinguishing between legal and illegal. This was the result of black magicians rising to the surface and lobbying as they entered capitalist society. Yuan clicked his tongue while watching the zombies moving corpses from the truck. To see zombie laborers like this. Zombie laborers. Don't you know? They're famous. They're very nasty guys who steal workers' labor rights. Though it was currently the rainy season and things were quiet, various regions of Tirna were constantly experiencing worker protests. This was precisely because of the labor force possessed by zombies and skeletons controlled by black magicians. Zombies and skeletons were not good at delicate work compared to ordinary people, but conversely, they could easily perform simple chores like moving cargo. They didn't need to eat, didn't need to sleep, and never refused orders. As a result, capitalists colluded with black magicians to obtain zombie and skeleton labor. The reason was simple. It was cheaper to use zombies than to pay workers wages and daily rates. This was the birth of zombie laborers. Naturally, problems followed such practices. Zombies, skeletons, and ghouls are reducing job opportunities. Black magicians who desecrate the dead, step down. Guarantee our labor rights. Workers united to protest, capitalists suppressed these workers, labor unions instigated workers from behind, and black magicians made money in between. For workers, it was a matter of livelihood, having their jobs stolen, so they had no choice. As a result, there's even a movement to liberate zombie laborers. Under the pretext of restoring the dead's rest, but essentially it's just to prevent losing their own jobs. Zombie rights activists. Zombie labor liberators. Human rights for corpses? The word combination was so mismatched it was dizzying. Many priests are often at the forefront. Priests from Petra. Not all priests who believe in God are from Petra. Though small in scale, there are many who believe in their own gods. The Petra Order was just the most widely and popularly known religion on the continent, not the only religion. In this world, there are many gods, and individual faiths exist corresponding to their number. Of course, some are considered heretical. Some are entangled with ancient foreign gods like the Smoldering Sisters. However, even if their scale was small, there were also holy and good gods. They attack zombies and skeletons working in factories and turn them to ash. Or they use holy blessed hammers or iron pipes to smash zombies' heads. This was a kind of exorcism, or purification ritual. With workers attacking like this, capitalists also suffered significant losses. The zombies and skeletons they handle are clearly rented from black magicians for a certain period. At this point, talking about renting corpses was a very impersonal statement, but Ozian let it slide. There were too many other things to point out. Anyway, if the rented skeletons and zombies were damaged, capitalists had to compensate the black magicians. Because black magicians also had to go through various processes to legally manipulate corpses. Just look at Elise, who came all the way to Sector 41 to look around for corpses. This happened because they couldn't kill to obtain corpses, so they had to collect naturally occurring corpses. Of course, not all black magicians operate legally. Some might create corpses themselves. But as they say, a crime is not a crime if you don't get caught. At least that would be their mentality. Capitalists hired fixers, mercenaries, and Retton private security to restrain workers, and workers carried out liberation movements with priests and paladins backing them. As a result, fights broke out, and several factories were forced to close. Some capitalists with significant losses were forced to sign pledges not to employ zombies. Ozian, listening to the story, was so bewildered that words wouldn't come out properly. Is this a dark fantasy version of the Luddite movement? Such complicated matters happening over zombies. Perhaps because it had become a capitalist era, actively utilizing black magicians' usefulness had created an unparalleled black comedy. Anyway, there was such history and background to Elisa's zombie laborers. So are these zombies also made from collected corpses? In response to Ozian's question, Elise shook her head. Her rain-soaked hair sprinkled water as it swayed. Some are workers, but the rest were signed over. Signed. Yes. A pledge to donate their corpse after death. There are people who would donate their corpses for black magicians to use. They get money for signing. Support funds. These were so-called post-mortem corpse support funds. In other words, people signed pledges to hand over their corpses after death to earn money immediately. Ozian was about to argue how foolish this was but then closed his mouth. Upon careful consideration, this wasn't particularly foolish. After death, a corpse is meaningless. Whether cremated or buried in a communal grave, it's the same. Of course, if the corpse is humiliated or damaged without consent, it would feel unpleasant. But conversely, if the person consents, what they do with the corpse, whether using it for labor or not, doesn't matter. More important than what happens after death is the money received now for signing the pledge. What could be sweeter for people struggling to earn a day's living? Ozian understood. Thus, he let out a sincere sigh inwardly. It wouldn't be just pennies, but neither would it be a large sum. Yet people sign away the right to do anything with their corpse after death for that money. Ozian truly thought this way. This is a dark fantasy. What else could be dark fantasy? No, more than that. Ozian, realizing what he'd been missing, stared at Elise. Why? When Ozian stared intently, Elise asked what was wrong. Normally, when someone looks at you like this, one would realize they're not using honorifics and correct themselves, but Elise remained resolute. Was she genuinely unaware, or was she deliberately playing ignorant? Ozian eventually shook his head and surrendered. Okay, just speak as you normally do. Thanks. Elise first thanked him, feeling that Ozian had permitted something. Martinez looked at Ozian with a resentful, glaring gaze. Why would he show leniency to Elise but not to him? Ozian, of course, understood the meaning behind that look, but deliberately did not explain. Could he say that when someone shows potential, you can correct them, but for someone who is clearly hopeless, it's easier to just give up? Anyway, are you going like this? Yes. I've obtained the corpse I wanted. What about you? I will do my job. Elise looked back and forth between Martinez and Ozian. Want me to help? At this pure question, Oshin let out a chuckle. How unexpected. I thought you'd back off since it's not your business. But I have a condition. I won't do a pledge. Elise looked at Oshin with a how did you know expression. Wasn't she the one who had offered a corpse transfer pledge since their second meeting? Of course, Ozian knew she wasn't offering help with the corpse pledge in mind. If pressed, the corpse transfer pledge was just an excuse, and she was genuinely trying to help out of goodwill. Still, his refusal would not have changed. This is a task for me and this kid. If you try to help, things might get even more complicated. Martinez is from the Order, and Ozian is a freelance fixer, but Elise is a young black magic practitioner belonging to the Black Magic Union. If she interferes with the Order's business, the flames would become uncontrollable. But still, do you think you can avoid being discovered in the 29th district? It's the Order, which could be considered the natural enemy of black magicians. Though they don't fight in public view, if they were to fight, black magicians would be at a disadvantage because divine power inherently overwhelms dark magic. Eventually, Elise had to step back. Yuan left, and Elise left too. Now only Ozian and Martinez remained. We should start moving. Come to the designated place this evening before the appointed time and wait for me. Ozian left as if no further conversation was needed. Martinez could not stop him and just stared fixedly at his retreating back. Asterisk. When the heavy rain had somewhat subsided, Martinez arrived at the orphanage. Sister Dorothea was gathering children in the chapel and reading them a storybook. Her appearance was reminiscent of the Madonna from old stories. It was funny. The Madonna always carried a beautiful radiant light, her image accompanied by the brilliant light of stained glass. Her clothing was luxurious, white, with golden embroidery. In contrast, Sister Dorothea was the opposite. A shabby church connected to the orphanage. When it rained, water leaked from the ceiling, and an unpleasant musty smell lingered. In a gloomy weather without light, even the shadows were dim. Only a few precariously flickering candles were lit. Yet Martinez saw Madonna's image there. As the storybook ended, Sister Dorothea sent the children back to their rooms. What? How long have you been here? Dorothea approached Martinez with a towel. What were you doing outside? You're completely soaked. You'll catch a cold like this. Martinez felt the warm sensation of the towel over his head and spoke. Are you all right, Sister Dorothea? There was no need to ask what was all right. Dorothea gave a bitter smile. I'm not saying I'm not worried. But if I can't keep myself together here, what would the remaining children think? As their caretaker, I have to try to seem okay. Have you ever thought that the order might be wrong? What's with that question? It sounds a bit scary coming from a former purification judge. Dorothea, who had jokingly laughed as if it sounded scary, looked at Martinez's face and immediately erased her smile, contemplating seriously. While I've thought it might be wrong, I'm not sure if that's an issue with the entire order. Sure, they don't provide support here, but that doesn't mean the order only does bad things. Why is that? Because I received so much help. I was also an orphan from this orphanage. Martinez's eyes widened as if hearing a shocking truth. If I hadn't received help, I might have continued a terrible life. That's why I came here. Even if it's not perfect, I want to put in effort for the next generation of children. Of course, the reality is challenging, but it's better to at least try something. Dorothea awkwardly smiled as if she had said something unnecessary. Anyway, my point is that the entire order isn't wrong. Of course, there are mistakes. It could be people, or perhaps outdated doctrines. But can't these be corrected? Just as everything changes with time. Is that so? How's that? A satisfactory answer. I still don't know. Martinez passed by Dorothea with weak steps. Dorothea silently watched his retreating figure. Asterisk. Night had fallen. Ozian checked the time beneath the gas lamp rising in the midst of a murky fog. It's time. After putting his pocket watch away, Ozian looked around. Martinez had not arrived. Well, I guess that's how it goes. Muttering to himself, Ozian walked in the direction of the 29th district. The sword hanging at his waist swayed with his movements. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian arrived at District 29. Is this District 29? It was a place quite different from District 41, where pitch black oil and workers full of helplessness reside. District 29 of Tirna is a zone where the genuine middle class lives. Even when boarding and getting off the train connecting each district, security was maintained to the point where staff directly checked tickets and identification. Ozian naturally walked out of the station with an umbrella. Through the moderately falling raindrops, the overall appearance of District 29 was roughly captured. Because this seems to be a district where people live like humans, the streets are generally well maintained. Not only residential and commercial areas, but a citizens' park and green spaces rarely seen in other districts were also created. The transportation system was excellent. Thanks to the monorails and trams circulating everywhere, there was no need to walk long distances within the district. Even the small tram stations were made with elaborate metal decorations. Moreover, some people were riding bicycles. Though it didn't rain much, they were quite skillful. This is different from other districts where one could be shot at any moment. It means it's that much safer. Next to District 30 was even a magic academy, so District 29's location was not bad. However, behind the seemingly peaceful place, a quite serious incident was occurring. First, I need to find where the church is located. That wasn't a difficult task. The location of District 29's church wasn't hidden, and it was easily accessible if one wanted to go. Not quite in a bustling area, but on a relatively well-organized street, a large spire stood prominently. Its size and scale were magnificently different from other churches, suggesting significant investment in its construction. While District 41 lives in poverty, unable to even make proper repairs, here it's so splendid. At the wide-open entrance of the church, priests were present, warmly welcoming visitors and healing them with their warm divine power. Those who received treatment inserted money envelopes into the donation box. The structure clearly showed how the church made money. As someone with divine power, there's no more certain advantage than healing people. Generally, healing wounds or broken bones using divine power is much faster and more effective than receiving treatment from a doctor. Of course, making money this way would be against the church's doctrine. Thus, they claim to provide healing without compensation. The money in the donation box is just the voluntary goodwill of those receiving treatment. The actions were ultimately the same, but the justification was cleverly operating. There's nothing strange about healing with divine power. Most people living here are middle class, so they can afford to pay some money. But it didn't seem possible to build and maintain such a magnificent building with just that. Likely, this was just one of the means of earning money. Moreover, the priest's level is suspiciously high. Normally, using divine power requires significant rest to recover. Therefore, priests usually take turns treating patients. However, the priests treating patients now were continuing to heal every patient without showing any signs of exhaustion, even as Ozian had been observing them from just moments ago. Even when carefully observing, thinking they might be deliberately hiding their fatigue, no signs of exhaustion were felt. Considering they should be tired by now, the amount of divine power must be substantial. At this level, they would be on par with an average high-ranking priest. A high-ranking priest is a clergy member who receives special treatment within the church. Ozian is not well versed in internal church affairs, but he knows that at least such high-level people wouldn't be tending to patients at the entrance. If it were one or two, he might think they voluntarily stepped forward, but if all 10 priests standing at the entrance possess similar levels of divine power, he couldn't help but feel something was off. But there's no immediate way to find out. Normally, he would have summoned his sacred armor and charged in, but this time the opponent was not ideal. While the city might ignore him dealing with the mafia, Petra Church was clearly a public organization. Attacking them without any evidence would make Ozian a terrorist. Even if he claimed they kidnapped children to do something, without concrete evidence, it would be nothing more than unfounded slander. Finding evidence is the priority. Originally, Ozian's request was not to expose the church's misdeeds, but to find the missing Kallio. Moreover, I'm not confident about breaking through these 10 priests single-handedly. He didn't think he would struggle against the priests. But if they deliberately blocked the entrance, it might be difficult to break through. Most importantly, the church isn't just composed of priests. Paladins. Paladins using divine chant also exist, and they are robust enough to be called the close combat trio along with wandering knights and barbarian warriors. Just as the priest's average level is high, the paladins of District 29's church would likely be equally skilled. Charging in without clear information isn't courage, it's just stupidity. So I'll change my approach. First, he needed to find where Kallio was. Simple speculation suggested a high likelihood of being inside District 29's church, somewhere within that large church. Then, how to get inside? Human traffickers kidnapped children and brought them to District 29. But there are no rumors that District 29 is holding the children. In other words, they brought the children secretly, avoiding people's attention. Naturally, they wouldn't use the main entrance, so there was likely a back door or another passage away from public view. Human traffickers and gangs kidnap people in trucks and forcibly transport them. So, it must be a location where trucks can come and go. He just needed to find a back door or a side road where vehicles could pass. Being a place where large trucks could come and go, it couldn't be easily hidden. Ozian headed behind the church. Moving away from the main street and reaching a slightly shady location, he felt a sense of familiarity. Even in District 29, where people live well, there are back alleys since it's a city. And such back alleys typically exude a dark atmosphere. Indeed, several burly men were crouching and, upon discovering Ozian, slowly approached. Their appearance felt strangely welcoming. Seems like I've gone a bit crazy myself. Ozian spoke in a slightly excited voice. Who wants to start by getting hit first? The thugs who were about to pick a fight with Ozian frowned and then rushed at him like mad. Asterisk. In an instant, Ozian subdued the thugs with his fists and made them all kneel. So, is that all you know? Yes. Correct. The back of the church is connected to a warehouse, and trucks periodically come and go there. I see. Since they lived in this area, they knew small details well. Thanks to them, Ozian could understand where the human traffickers were taking the kidnapped children. From now on, live more honestly. Since they hadn't drawn knives or guns, and compared to the people he'd fought before, they were almost laughably weak, Ozian let the thugs go without drawing his sword or being excessive. The thugs scattered quickly, likely not daring to show up in this area for a while. Well, I'll head out now. The warehouse mentioned by the thugs was easy to find. It was close to the church, and especially because of the people guarding the entrance. A warehouse with an unknown purpose being guarded by paladins. They weren't wearing the typical paladin attire and were pretending to be ordinary people, but the robust body and muscular arms subtly revealed were not something an ordinary person would have. Looks like this is definitely the place. At that moment, a truck arrived. The paladins opened the warehouse door when they saw the truck coming. Before entering the warehouse, sacks were stacked at the back of the truck. It seems they've committed similar acts in districts other than District 41 as well. Ozian hid himself and watched what they were doing. The paladin who closed the warehouse entrance spoke as if grumbling. Is this it for today? No, 2 more still need to come. 2 more means we're almost done. It won't take long, so we'll just guard appropriately and then rotate. They didn't discuss what was inside the truck. They can't be guarding here without knowing anything, so they must know everything. Ozian, who was about to directly charge this warehouse, momentarily reconsidered. The 2 trucks that hadn't yet arrived, one of them was surely the one he had destroyed in District 41. That meant 1 truck was still left. Ozian quickly climbed onto the roof of a nearby building. Moving as nimbly as a beast, he gazed at the street as if piercing through the night's darkness. Beyond the dim gaslit street, a truck could be seen approaching. Asterisk. The person driving the truck, precisely a human trafficker from a gang, moved naturally along the usual route. As the night was now completely deep and people were starting to return home, the truck naturally entered a secluded and narrow path. It would reach its destination, the church's warehouse, after turning a few more times, if the headlights hadn't caught the figure standing in the middle of the road. Oh, damn. Screech. Fortunately, they were driving slowly. If they had increased speed even slightly, an accident would have occurred on the wet road. The colleague in the passenger seat frowned. What kind of crazy bastard is this? Want to die? Get lost. Regardless, the man with his back to the headlights stood still. The gang member in the passenger seat opened the door and got out of the truck. Is this guy deaf? You're in trouble. Anyway, there's no one in this place, so even if I kill you, who would know? The moment the gang member approached the man naturally turned to look at him. Right. No matter what happens, no one would know. Ozian stretched his fist towards the gang member's face. As teeth scattered and broke instantly and his colleague was sent flying, the driver was shocked. He tried to drive the truck again, but his body wouldn't move easily. It was because Ozian was staring directly at him from beyond the passenger side window. Get out. Yes. The driver was quick-witted. If he didn't get out here, he would surely face a rough situation. Hat. H here. Clothes. Oh, clothes? H here. The driver handed over his hat and took off his coat. Ozian nodded his chin and said, pants. Yes. No arguments. T that is. As the driver hesitated, Ozian picked up a nearby iron pipe. He was worried Ozian would hit him with it, but fortunately, Ozian didn't do such a violent act. Instead, he showed something even more impressive. Creak. Ozian easily bent the iron pipe with both hands, intertwining it as if making a ribbon knot. The driver stared blankly at the scene. Ozian then casually threw the metal knot on the ground. Pants. The driver quickly took off his pants. Asterisk. As the truck approached, 2 paladins guarding the warehouse entrance blocked its path. The truck stopped, and the window of the driver's seat opened. A janitor with a hat pulled deep was visible. You're alone today? Yes. My colleagues had other matters first. Tisk. Well, you'll be doing the hard work alone anyway, so we don't need to particularly care. The paladin didn't find Ozian particularly suspicious. Rather, he seemed to want to avoid getting involved with Ozian, having only done a perfunctory check. Ozian's eyes gleamed sharply from under his hat. Do they not want to get close because they're gangs or human traffickers kidnapping children? How ridiculous. They're already accomplices. For Ozian, this was actually convenient. As he lowered the window of the driver's seat, the warehouse door opened. Ozian slowly drove the truck into the warehouse. The inside of the warehouse was much larger and wider than it appeared from the outside. The lighting was poor, and the gas lamps were dim, creating an eerie atmosphere. The trucks that had arrived earlier were illuminated by the truck's headlights. Ozian stopped the truck and got out of the driver's seat. The knights guarding the entrance told me to go inside and take care of things myself. This meant they were not guarding the inside. Moving the kidnapped people was entirely the gang's responsibility. From their attitude at the entrance, it seems they are aware that they are doing something dirty. Perhaps they didn't want to directly interfere with whatever was happening inside the warehouse, just to obtain some sort of absolution for not directly laying hands on such matters. It was ridiculous. From the moment they condoned the kidnapping, they could never be free from guilt. Now I need to check what's happening inside here. Ozian headed to the back of the truck he had driven. Although he had knocked out the driver and passenger, there were still kidnapped children inside. Ozian immediately approached the sacks loaded in the cargo area. As if hearing his footsteps, the movement in the sacks became tense. SHH, don't worry. I'll free you soon. The children, who had been worried about kicks and curses, unconsciously relaxed at the soft voice. Ozian used a knife to untie the children. There were 5 in total, 3 boys and 2 girls. They appeared to be between 11 and 14 years old. The children stared at Ozian with round eyes. It was natural, as standing before them was not a rough gang member, but a young nobleman. Who are you? The oldest girl among the 5 kidnapped children asked courageously. Someone who came to rescue you, Ozian answered briefly. Relief spread across the children's faces, but Ozian added. But not right now. There are watchers outside, and I have something to take care of here. Something. There are other kidnapped people besides you. I need to rescue them too. Then we'll. For now, hide yourselves here. He had considered freeing the children before entering the warehouse, but that wasn't the best method. It was still raining outside, and even if children from another area were released, they couldn't do much in District 29. It was better to bring them to this warehouse with no prying eyes and tell them to hide until everything was over. I'll come back once I'm done. Please don't go. The youngest boy spoke to Ozian and then began to sob. At such a young age, and having been kidnapped, the mere thought of the person who rescued him leaving was terrifying. Knowing he shouldn't cry, the boy couldn't hold back his tears. The quick-wit 14-year-old girl tried to comfort him, but the tension releasing only made the boy's crying more pronounced. This is awkward. While the sound wouldn't be heard outside, the problem was inside the warehouse. The boy's sobs, though not loud, echoed like a whisper inside the warehouse. Like a shark sensing blood in the deep sea, a response came. What fucking brat is crying? Who is it? Huh. The rough and unrefined voice made the child instantly stop crying. He was terrified by a voice from the same type of people who had kidnapped him, but the one who detected the sound seemed unwilling to let it go. Oh, what organization are they from? Letting kids cry like this, is this how you manage things? One of the gang members from earlier was slowly approaching, hitting the side of the truck. He came close to the cargo area and looked at Ozian. When kids cry, you should beat them with your fists or kick them until they're a bloody mess. Things are going well right now. That's right. Things are going well. What? Seeing a guy like you running around. Ozian approached the gang member and kicked him directly in the chin. He carefully controlled his strength so the chin wouldn't break, and the gang member fell back, losing consciousness. The children's eyes sparkled at Ozian's heroic appearance. It was like watching a hero take down the gang that had kidnapped them. I'll be back soon. When Ozian turned back, the children nodded. Admirably, they also remembered to keep their mouths shut. The children wrapped themselves in sacks to camouflage themselves while Ozian dragged the unconscious gang member far from the truck. He was likely one of the kidnappers who had arrived earlier, probably waiting here while his other colleagues were away. Ozian immediately slapped the unconscious man's cheeks. After a few slaps, the gang member regained consciousness with a blurry gaze. What? From now on, you'll guide me. Who are you? Ozian, now tired of persuasion, gripped the man's arm and slowly applied pressure. Ayok, umph. As the man tried to scream, Ozian quickly stuffed his removed coat into the man's mouth. Applying more grip strength, the man trembled like an aspen leaf and shook his head. Seeing surrender in his eyes, Ozian removed the cloth from his mouth. Puha, cough, cough. It's better if you don't do anything stupid. First, I'll ask a question. What were you doing here? I was left behind to wait for the colleagues who went inside. Were you the highest ranking one? I was lucky. I got selected by drawing lots. Seemingly aware of his situation, the man began to spill information. What are the guys who went inside doing? They took the kidnapped children. They're doing something called selection there. Selection. As Ozian raised an eyebrow at the strange word, the man quickly explained. We're checking if they have talent. Most are children, so they naturally have high growth potential, but among them, there might be particularly outstanding children. Guide me? If he doesn't know exactly what's happening inside, he'll have to check directly. That's. As the man hesitated, Ozian drew the sword from his waist. The gang member's eyes trembled. It wasn't just about drawing a sword. Someone who pulls a weapon in this situation must be confident in their abilities. Moreover, the recent experience of nearly having his arm crushed by Ozian's grip was something he didn't want to imagine again. Oh, I'll guide you. He had no choice. Ozian made the gang member lead the way, following closely behind. As they approached one side of the warehouse's outer wall, a passage to another area became visible. Slanting downwards, it appeared to be a path leading underground. Just go straight down this way. The warehouse was not a simple warehouse. This was just another deception, and the real location was below. How far down had they gone? A single door blocked the path. Unlike the shabby warehouse, this was a sturdy-looking door that seemed well-maintained. Only those with a key can enter this area. From his demeanor, it didn't seem like he was lying. Ozian recalled the human trafficker he had knocked out earlier. There was no key on the driver, so it was likely the passenger had it. Unless someone from inside comes out, this can't be opened by force. The gang member's words were cut short as a brilliant white light burst from Ozian's sword, burning through the dimly lit dark space like a flame. While holding his breath and staring at that blaze, Ozian gripped his sword and stood at the doorway, taking his stance. Just at the moment of wondering what he was about to do, Ozian swung his sword from bottom to top, from left to right, and from top to bottom. A passage large enough for people to walk through was created in the massive iron door. The gang member trembled even more upon seeing this. He belatedly realized he had been taken hostage by a truly dangerous person. Keep guiding me. You won't say you don't know the internal structure, right? Oh, yes, I understand. The gang member guided Ozian. The inside was slightly brighter than the warehouse. Though relatively speaking, the interior still wasn't well lit. Then a forked path appeared. The gang member guided Ozian down the left path. This way? What's on the right? That, I'm not sure. Truly. The knights warned us not to go there, so we've been avoiding it. After walking down the left path for a while, an open space revealed itself. This is where the selection happens. The process of taking those with talent. The space beyond the passage was a moderately sized cavern. Beyond the railing, a scene of children gathered in the space below could be seen, and the kidnappers who were roughly pushing or threatening them. At that moment, a door on one side of the cavern opened, and a group appeared. Priests. Ozian pressed the blade against the hostage's neck to prevent him from making nonsense sounds, and carefully observed the unfolding situation. Leading the group was an elderly priest, followed by knights and several other priests who used holy power to examine the children's condition. The children were then separated. Out of approximately 30 children, 3 were singled out, likely the ones with the most potential. About 20 children remained in place, seemingly possessing only ordinary talents. These children were taken by lower-ranking priests. 7 children remained. These are useless, not worth a single thing. As the elderly priest shook his head, the knights signaled to the kidnappers. Dispose of them quietly. Hehe. When have we ever caused problems? The kidnappers grinned, even under the knights' contemptuous gazes. Everyone gathered here had shed any guilt about their actions. The kidnappers approached the 7 children. Even young children have some instinct. They realized they had been abandoned by the priests and that their lives were in danger, and began screaming. Please spare us. Wah. I want to go home. Priest? Save me, priest. Mommy? Daddy? Despite the children's pleas, the knights and priests did not move. Instead, they left with the other children as if they couldn't hear the cries. The human traffickers forcibly dragged the resisting children elsewhere. They pulled out clubs from their waists and mercilessly beat the children. You little shits, shut up. Want to die here? Ozian, watching this, realized something he had forgotten. This was a selection site. And selection doesn't always mean picking out talented gems. On the contrary, selection can also mean filtering out those with no talent, what people commonly call chaff. Ozian raised the blade to the human trafficker's neck. Do you know what will happen to those 7 children who were separately selected? That. The man's eyes darted around. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. If he truly didn't know, he would have immediately said so. Looks like you know. Don't think, just answer. Those without talent can't be raised by the order, and there's no need. So, they tell us to make use of them as we see fit. Surely you're not sending them back to their original place. How do you make use of them? That. What would happen if a gang that kidnaps and kills people were told to make use of young children? Seems similar incidents have happened before. Your hesitation suggests it's something unspeakable. And you, a heated emotion flickered in Ozian's eyes like a flame, were involved. Please believe me, I absolutely did not. I tried to stop it, but my colleagues. What came from his mouth was a complaint claiming his own innocence, shifting blame to others. Swish. Ozian swung his sword with a cold gaze. There was no need to listen to disgusting excuses to the end. Leaving the fallen man behind, Ozian lightly jumped down below the railing. They were taking the children to a dilapidated warehouse door. Ozian kicked the firmly closed door. Regardless of the noise or commotion, he no longer cared. Boom! The door was crushed and bent, and inside, bewildered gazes turned toward Ozian. When I broke through the door, a foul stench wafted over me. The smell of blood and violence, of anguish stained with sorrow. And beyond that, the nauseating odor of long-decaying corpses rotting. It was dark, with light barely entering. It was so dim that the place abandoned by Ozian felt relatively bright. In that darkness, a bewildered gaze was directed towards Ozian. The number was exactly the same as the human traffickers who had dragged the children in. Ozian's eyes pierced through the dark interior. Children beaten with clubs, bruised and bleeding everywhere. The human trafficking gang inflicting violence on those children. Among them, one had pulled a girl aside, grabbed her by the hair, and lifted her into the air. A child, whose cheek was swollen from being slapped, was crying and looking back at Ozian. You all. Ozian's voice rang low like a tiger's roar spreading subsonic waves. Have no right to live. What are you? The guy who was about to play with the girl couldn't even finish his sentence. Ozian had swiftly approached and kicked him directly in the solar plexus. Boom! When his flying body hit the wall, red blood splattered in all directions like a watermelon bursting. It was a gruesome scene, as if someone had been hit by a truck. Ironically, those who had been frozen by Ozian's voice could now move, shocked by the scene before them. What is this? When the door was first broken, they didn't know what was happening. They had never even considered the possibility of being attacked in a hidden location in the church's basement. Of course, they knew the church disapproved of their actions. But since they were doing the dirty work for them, the church tolerated their transgressions despite their disapproval. While it was possible that someone might intervene out of frustration, they had been doing this well so far and wouldn't suddenly change now. At least the church people involved in this knew about it and overlooked it. Therefore, it could only be seen as an act by an outsider. In fact, that was correct. A young man in a black coat had entered, not wearing the vestments symbolizing a paladin or priest. The problem was that he had crushed one of their colleagues into a lump of meat with a single kick. The human traffickers scattered and tried to grab their weapons, but they didn't have proper weapons. The only things allowed when entering here were clubs used to beat children into submission. The human traffickers thought it was better to at least grab those clubs. Of course, those clubs, which had been used to instill fear in children, were like straw in front of someone with the superhuman strength to send people flying with a kick. But grasping at straws was human nature. The human trafficker glared at Ozian and shouted loudly, "Who the hell are you?" This was meant to inflate his size and raise the opponent's wariness, and simultaneously serve as a distress signal to the paladins or priests beyond the wide-open door. Go away. Please go. If the paladins arrive here, this bastard is finished. The fact that Ozian came here without any signal meant he came secretly. Causing a commotion here would not be pleasant for Ozian himself. Part of their thinking was actually correct. Ozian had intended to secretly infiltrate this place. This was the headquarters of the Petra Church. Moreover, the priests and knights here were unnaturally strong in divine power compared to other clergy. But that was before seeing this scene. Shouldn't be discovered? Yes, rationally, Ozian shouldn't have intervened here. As a fixer, he should have thought only of his commission, even when seeing a dirty and despicable scene. He should avoid unnecessary conflicts and choose the safest path. That was the normal thing to do. But Ozian was a knight before being a fixer, and a knight never tolerates anything dishonorable. If I had more time, I would have methodically pointed out your crimes and slowly delivered punishment. But I'm busy now, so I'll end this as quickly as possible. That might be your last stroke of fortune. What the hell? Seeing that Ozian wasn't going to run, the human traffickers rushed towards him. This was now their only remaining option. Ozian clenched his fist while looking at the traffickers. Not even worth drawing a sword for. Ozian extended his fist. The face of the first approaching guy immediately collapsed. Lightly dodging the club swung from the side, he casually kicked the guy's shin. Crack! The gangster's leg bent in a physically impossible direction. After stepping on the fallen man's head, Ozian grabbed the nearby guy's collar. What? The guy grabbed by the collar couldn't resist. Ozian's physical strength was far beyond what could be overcome like this. Boom! The guy's body was slammed into the ground, leaving cracks in the floor where he landed. Ozian methodically dealt with the human traffickers one by one. The last remaining guy's hand went limp, dropping his club. He knelt and begged Ozian. Please spare me. If you spare me, I'll live honestly. Instead of listening to that plea, Ozian asked another question. You've brought other children here before. Correct. Yes. The human trafficker rolled his eyes and then immediately nodded. So what happens to children without talent? That is. Ozian didn't ask again. Instead, he grabbed the guy's arm and broke it with full force. Arg! My arm. Next will be the other arm. Answer before my patience runs out. Where are those children? Over there. The trafficker pointed with his remaining arm towards the inner space, the direction from which the foul stench had been coming. Ozian grabbed the trafficker's collar and forcibly dragged him. When complete darkness settled after leaving behind choking sounds, Ozian drew his sword and summoned starlight. The brilliant starlight filling the wide interior space caused both the children and the captured human trafficker to open their eyes wide. Regardless, Ozian cast the starlight towards the source of the stench, and afterward had to close his eyes for a moment. For an instant, he wished this was just a dream. But opening his eyes again made him realize that what he saw was not an illusion or a dream. It was the children's corpses. Children without talent, not even selected, but discarded. Children who never returned from where they were kidnapped were now cold corpses. The number was smaller than he expected, but Ozian didn't think these children were the total number of victims. Where are the children from before? Knowing the guy would hesitate anyway, Ozian brought his starlight sword close to the man's body. Terrified by the flickering white flame's heat, the human trafficker shouted with all his might. Sea corpses are processed periodically, either sent to a disposal site or pushed into the river. How many? What? How many did you send? That is, the human trafficker couldn't answer. He probably didn't know the answer. How many children died? Of course, he didn't know. He had stopped counting at some point. Even if the number was small, he wouldn't have remembered. These were children with no one to look for them. Those discarded as useless even in a place like this. Why should he care about such children? Ozian didn't miss the meaning in that gaze. I see. Wait a mo dash. That's how it was. Ozian swung his holy sword. The headless torso fell limply to the side. Ozian looked at the children's corpses. Some were rapidly decaying, likely due to the humid weather. He returned to the kidnapped children. Their condition was far from good, having been beaten during their kidnapping and transport. I was too late. The starlight in his heart wavered. Ozian started to say a few more words to the children but stopped. Instead, he walked towards the direction of the compartment beyond the broken door. Wait here. He didn't forget to leave a warning to the children. When Ozian went outside, a group of people were waiting to greet him. Who are you? How did you even get in here? The knights of the Petra Church had gathered after hearing the commotion. All of the knights were armed. White coats with iron reinforcements symbolizing the Petra Church's knights. A huge white shield in their left hand, as large as their own bodies, and a shotgun imbued with holy magic in their right hand. The knights' gazes fixed on the door Ozian had come from, and their eyes narrowed when they saw Ozian's appearance. No matter how they looked, Ozian was different from the traffickers who delivered children. Moreover, the moment they looked at him, the atmosphere had chillingly settled. These vermin have finally been caught. There were 5 knights total. They weren't the entire military force in this basement, but they couldn't be considered weak by any means, because they were knights who had stayed in the 29th district and acquired far more powerful divine power than before. So, you were accomplices too. Ozian's cold voice was directed at the knights. The knights felt their skin crawl. For an instant, they saw a massive predator's illusion behind Ozian's back. But these were knights who never neglected their training. Unlike the human traffickers frozen in fear, they raised their bodies' tension and prepared for battle. Everyone stay alert. He came here alone, and judging by his dignified bearing and attitude, he's definitely no ordinary guy. The oldest knight's words made the others swallow and nod. They were feeling the subtle anger and killing intent emanating from Ozian. Even without wanting to show it, the arms holding shields and guns were trembling. Despite becoming stronger with more divine power than before, this was their reaction. It was a kind of instinct they couldn't shed as humans. The instinct that they might die, unable to withstand the anger of someone stronger than themselves. You will die here today. Ozian overlaid white flames on the drawn sword. The knights, who had sensed the ominousness stimulating their senses, reacted quickly. Everyone, get ready. Before the knights could even take their stance, Ozian moved. Boom. The moment Ozian's leg struck the ground, the surface rumbled loudly and his body shot forward like a bullet. So fast and powerful that it would be impossible to respond, but the knights were different. The oldest knight stepped forward, raising his shield. Golden divine power flickered over the pure white shield. Divine power recently grown stronger was imbued over a shield tempered for a long time with holy water and sacred magic. Ozian's starlight sword collided with this shield. Boom! With a terrifying flash, the knight holding the shield was pushed back dramatically. The junior knights widened their eyes at this sight. For knights, a robust physique is more than essential, it's a basic requirement. When a heavily armed knight uses divine strength through divine power, they can block an approaching car. Moreover, the one who stepped forward was a mid-career knight who had trained for a long time and whose divine power had recently increased several times over. Exaggerating just a little, if they wanted, they could block a truck. Such a senior knight was pushed back with just one sword strike by Ozian. Not just pushed back. His two legs were dragged back, and even the shield imbued with divine power had deep marks where the sword had pierced and split it. How can a human have such strength? And what is that white sword? Such incredible power. While the other knights were perplexed, the senior knight coughed out blood-like words. What are you doing? Shoot. Though his condition wasn't good, he had successfully blocked Ozian's charge. The knights aimed their preloaded shotguns and pulled the triggers. Slug rounds imbued with divine power scattered towards Ozian. Underscore 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 underscore. Commonly referred to as a shotgun, it is known as a weapon with weak penetrating power for each shot, but with tremendous stopping power. Moreover, the shotgun shells used by paladins are specially manufactured slug rounds. Such a dangerous weapon had been enhanced by holy magic, and even contained divine power. Its pure destructive power was something that even a knight like Ozian could not ignore. Nebula silk. The starlight flowing from Ozian's shoulder eventually transformed into a cloak mimicking the night sky. The cloak shining in brilliant colors wrapped around Ozian's body like a cocoon and changed into a round sphere. Book. Slug rounds were embedded on the nebula silk. Although the nebula silk had not sustained significant damage from any previous attacks, the shotguns fired simultaneously by 4 paladins were extraordinarily powerful. The attack that could tear through bulletproof vests with pure kinetic energy was enhanced by divine brilliance. To put it mildly, speaking of ethics, 4 people concentrated their fire on an individual. The previously sturdy white sphere trembled after being hit by bullets, and soon part of it could not withstand the impact and was torn. Before all defenses were fully disabled, Ozian retrieved his cloak, pulled back, and equipped a shield from his bracelet with his left hand, creating a whirlwind. He blocked the bullets with this, but even a moment's delay could have resulted in injury. The coat I'm currently wearing also has bullet blocking effects, but with such powerful shotguns, I can't expect much. Ozian clicked his tongue. Paladins using a shotgun of all things. Individually, they would have been easy to deal with, but combined, they were incredibly troublesome. That sturdy nebula silk's defense was torn. It will take time to restore. Once blocked, but from the second time onwards, it would be dangerous. As Ozian raised his vigilance towards the opponents, the paladins were also shocked by Ozian's appearance. How is this possible? How can you remain unscathed after this attack? Is he even human? The weapons they used possessed the highest human stopping power, but even the paladins who used them sometimes questioned whether it was meant to be used against people. Due to their extremely powerful destructive capability, there were cases where shooting a person would make them disappear without a trace. However, Ozian remained intact even after being hit by crossfire from 4 simultaneous shots. Although he had retreated, unlike his previous stance of seemingly not stopping and charging forward, the paladins still found it hard to believe. It was their first time their attack, which they confidently believed could completely neutralize anyone, had failed. The senior knight shouted at them. What are you doing? Pull yourself together and continue the attack? He's just human after all. Keep shooting and we'll kill him. Seemingly different from other paladins with actual combat experience, he immediately chose a way they could win. Click. Click. The knights behind their shields grabbed the pump of their pump-action shotguns and performed a one-handed reload by swinging downwards. But in that interval, Ozian had already approached one of the paladins and was swinging his sword. Where? The senior knight once again blocked Ozian's path with his shield. Ozian swung his starlight sword, but the paladin did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and wrapped as much divine power as possible around his pure white shield. The characteristic of his divine brilliance was holy protection. It was a characteristic specialized in protecting colleagues and safely guarding against enemy attacks. Quang! With another explosion-like sound, the senior paladin was severely pushed back. One corner of his shield could not withstand the sword strike and was cleanly sliced off. Despite giving his all to block, he felt his internal organs shake. However, the senior paladin once again threw himself to block Ozian's attack. What followed was the volley of fire from paladins who had finished reloading. Bang, 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 bang. Ozian was forced to retreat from the renewed slug round barrage. However, he could not completely avoid the slug rounds. It was a gun that didn't fire single shots but covered an entire area with countless rounds. Ozian extended the storm shield with his left hand while simultaneously generating starlight across his entire body. Starlight armor, full armor. A mysterious white armor shining with starlight covered Ozian from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Some rounds that the shield failed to block collided with the stellar light armor. The shock energy was directly transferred to Ozian. However, Ozian did not fall and the wounds were not life-threatening. Due to the inherently low penetrative power of the rounds, they could not pierce through the coat inside the armor, but this did not mean Ozian was completely fine. The shock itself is more dangerous than the wounds. Wearing armor and a shield did not fully block the attack. In fact, rather than direct wounds, the internal shock transfer was significantly impactful. If Ozian's body were that of an ordinary person, he would have been internally shaken and coughed up blood while the armor remained intact. He was okay now, but it was uncertain how many more such attacks he could withstand. As Ozian took his stance again, the senior paladin blocked his path once more. He voluntarily became a shield to protect his teammates reloading behind him. What a troublesome fellow. While blocking my sword, he must have sustained significant internal injuries, yet he's gritting his teeth and enduring. He had no choice. His hidden disgrace had been exposed. Failing to kill Ozian would not end with just his death. In a broader sense, the entire order would be tarnished. Therefore, the senior paladin believed he must stop Ozian, even at the cost of his own life. Ozian found that resolute gaze irritating. Isn't this amusing? Those who make children die, how dare they wear the face of a virtuous person? That's... The senior paladin's eyes wavered significantly, struck at his core. Did he not know? His increasingly powerful divine power was testifying to what they were doing to innocent children. Using such enhanced power to silence those who know the truth by killing them. Ozian sneered inside his helmet and sharply retorted. Can you even call yourself a paladin after this? Even a dark magician would be more virtuous than you. Ozian had properly scratched their inner guilt. If they had even a minimum of conscience, they would have either let Ozian go or surrendered right then and there. But most people rationalize when placed in an unfavorable situation. This was true even for these paladins who had cultivated their mind and body for a long time, knowing their guilt but refusing to acknowledge it when pointed out, instead saying it was unavoidable. This was an inherent human weakness that could never be discarded no matter how hard one tried. But Ozian's words were not without meaning. His words had touched the paladin's sense of guilt, creating a proper crack in their mental state. And no, this was unavoidable. The trembling gun barrels pointed at Ozian were evidence of this. Everyone, get a hold of yourselves. Don't be swayed by his words. The senior paladin shouted with a flushed face. The four paladins, who had been shaken by Ozian's words, widened their eyes at his command. We committed sins? Fine. So what? Are we going to return to our weak past? Will we live our entire lives exiled to this criminal city, receiving no reward despite our training and efforts? The senior paladin glared at Ozian with bloodshot eyes. You wouldn't know. You, born with such strong power, cannot understand those who do not possess it. Do you know how we were at first? We believed in God because we wanted to help the world, wanting to uproot evil. But we were abandoned, in this city of criminals, full of corruption. A branch of the Petra Order exists in Tirna. However, the Petra Order fundamentally did not acknowledge Tirna, a city that recognizes ability even among heretics. This was in direct opposition to the Petra Order, which absolutely sought to exclude heretics. Therefore, beyond the order, the home country called Tirna a city of criminals. Nevertheless, they needed believers, and despite it being a city of criminals, they had no choice but to establish an order branch there. Under the pretext that not everyone is a criminal, and that criminals can repent. The paladins and priests sent there were mostly those who had not stood out even in the Petra papal court. Those who had retired from active service, had no connections, or lacked talent with no further potential for growth. They came here with the mere facade of saving criminals. Yes, they were essentially abandoned. For the believers of the Petra Order, Tirna was a difficult city to adapt to. Here, people did not respect or look up to Petra Order members. They only considered whether someone was useful to them or not. And those spreading mere lip service were not treated well by Tirna's citizens. Their only remaining path was to survive in the city of criminals by pushing themselves into suffering. Because the senior paladin carried those terrible memories, he could become more venomous than anyone. With this power, we can return to our original order. And with better treatment, we can realize the justice we couldn't achieve due to our weakness. He shouted to his subordinates, to Ozian, and even to himself. Sinned? I'll admit it, but our sins are not simply to satisfy personal desires. This is for a greater cause. To realize more justice. With stronger power, they could defeat more heretics and monsters. With stronger divine power, they could save more people. In fact, priests could now treat people they wouldn't have dared to before with their enhanced divine power. Nothing can be gained without sacrifice. The children sacrificed for this. Their souls will go to the high heavens, and the Father in heaven will save them. A light returned to the paladin's eyes. The light of misguided blind faith. Sins can be washed away by greater merit. If not, I will bear all your sins. So at this moment, fight to eliminate the infidel before our eyes. Ozian found the rising disgust hard to bear. Sacrificed children? You arbitrarily sacrificed them. And you want to cover sins with merit? No, that's impossible. Ozian's cold voice pierced the senior paladin's lungs. Sin is sin, and merit is merit. No matter how many good deeds you do in your remaining life, the dead children will not return. The pain they suffered until their death will not disappear. It's just that the pain remains as pain, and only the good deeds you take will be newly added. Whoosh. The starlight flames on Ozian's sword grew stronger. And you will never be able to earn merit, because your remaining life will cease to exist. As Ozian's momentum rose, the paladins became extremely tense. A suffocating tension filled the air. The paladins were prepared to burn their own lives. This was quite unpleasant for Ozian. If even one of them caused a commotion by throwing away their life, it would only become more disadvantageous for Ozian. They only needed to kill Ozian, but Ozian killing one of them would not end the matter. Shoot. As soon as the senior paladin's order fell, the gun barrels spewed fire. As if to completely tear Ozian apart this time, golden divine power-laden rounds covered the space. Pubut-but-book. Countless golden rounds swept over Ozian's body like a storm, wearing the stellar light armor. The paladins inwardly cheered seeing Ozian's starlight armor collapse. But the senior paladin's expression was not bright. Everyone, focus. Something's strange. The enemy who had seemed so insurmountable would not fall to just this attack. His judgment was correct. Ozian's body, swept by the golden bullets, dissolved like a mirage. Gather. The senior paladin ordered, but the other paladins did not move. Gather, I said. When he turned back, he could only freeze. The bodies of the paladins pointing their guns had turned to ice right where they stood. At the center of the ice statues that were once colleagues, Ozian was holding blue twin daggers, his eyes glowing blue. Underscore 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 underscore. Senior Paladin Werner had to bite his lips tightly from the chills running down his spine. A burning pain ran across his lips, and he felt his dazed mind return to its original state. What kind of sorcery is this? Werner stared with trembling pupils at Ozian and his frozen colleagues. The paladin's robust physique, with a trench coat and defensive gear etched with holy magic to defend against external attacks. A bluish frost covered them, rendering them immobile. Are they dead? No, not yet. Werner saw the eyeballs of the paladins trapped in the ice moving. Unable to move due to the power of the cold, they were still alive. Perhaps thanks to their divine power and holy artifacts. But he couldn't be relieved. From his perspective, it seemed more like they had merely postponed death rather than preserved their lives. One of Ozian's twin blades slowly approached the neck of the nearest paladin. Remove those dirty hands. Werner reflexively shouted like that. Even he thought he had never shouted so intensely before, but Ozian didn't even sneer. Do you know how precious my colleagues' lives are, yet you did this? Scrape. The moonlight blade beheaded one of the paladins. The cut surface froze completely white, and no blood flowed. The paladin's body, which had endured the cold with divine power, completely froze and scattered like countless ice crystals. You bastard. Werner, enraged by the death of his comrade in arms, tried to charge at Ozian. Precisely, he was about to do so until Ozian's blade touched another paladin. Werner had no choice but to stop charging. Ozian was openly showing that he would kill his colleagues if he made a move. You're quick-wit. What do you want? Where are the children you took separately? What exactly are you planning to do with those children? Are you curious about that now? Yes. I need to know exactly what you did so I can tell everyone else. Werner tightened his grip on his shield. It was clearly a mocking statement, but he could do nothing. You'd do well to answer. I'm not patient. Besides, there's no need for 3 hostages. Ozian said this and then beheaded another paladin. The freezing gaze of the dying paladin remained fixed on Werner until the very end. Now only 2 remain. You damn bastard. Werner, filled with rage, glared and let out a fierce cry. If he applied even a little force, the capillaries around his eyes would burst and he would shed bloody tears. Now only 2 are left. What do you plan to do? You. Werner bit his lips tightly. Red blood trickled between his torn lips. In the end, it was Werner who first raised the white flag. We were researching methods to increase divine power in this city. Because we were exiled here as mediocre individuals, we had to choose a way to become stronger. Was kidnapping children that method? Children are still young. Therefore, they are pure, and their prayers inherently possess holy power. This is not mere superstition. Even when the sacred choir sings to expel evil, they have young girls and boys sing, because there is such strong religious power in the pure strength of children. We select these children, and those with talent will become priests or paladins after us. Even those without exceptional talent can be sent as members of this sacred choir. And those who cannot even do that. Werner could not continue his sentence. What would happen to those children, Ozian already knew well. Sacred choir. Though Werner did not explain further, Ozian understood the situation sufficiently. Divine power summoned through children. By taking it for themselves, they gained even greater strength. Was that the reason you've been steadily taking children from orphanages? Yes. You confirmed you could become stronger through these children, and used that power to expand church operations and live comfortably. Yet you're still obtaining children, and even collaborating with criminals to kidnap innocent children? Why, that is. As Werner hesitated, Ozian snorted from within his helmet. I can guess even if you don't say it. You weren't satisfied after gaining divine power and money. You wanted to become even stronger and more magnificent. That's why you didn't stop. Ozian precisely hit the mark. If they could strengthen their divine power by gathering more children, what would happen if they continued gathering? If they became stronger than the highest priests or paladins from their home country who had cast them aside? With this power, they could take revenge on those who had scorned and ignored them. Beyond that, they could receive the recognition they had never received before. Instead of becoming obsolete by stopping midway, they would claim all honor and glory at the forefront. Ozian, who had seen through Werner's inner thoughts, asked in a whispering tone. Do you see honor and glory at the end of this path? Look at what you've done. Look at this dark, dirty underground facility where light doesn't even enter. With this scene as the primary culprit, how can you have such thoughts? If nothing else, you paladins should not do this. Clang! At that moment, a paladin trapped in ice burst out. This was unexpected for both Ozian and Werner. The paladin's rough arm wrapped around Ozian from behind. Sizzle. Frost covered his skin where it touched the full moon's clothing. The paladin tried to hold on to Ozian, squeezing out all remaining divine power to counter the cold. How foolish. Thud. Ozian grabbed one of his twin blades in reverse and deeply stabbed the side of the paladin holding him. The cold moonlight seeping into the wound began freezing the paladin from the inside. His organs froze, and steam escaped even his breath. But the paladin did not loosen his grip on Ozian. Lord Werner? Now, Sir Raoul, do not listen to the infidel's words. I am willing to do anything. Please make a decision. Werner, shining with resolute determination, pulled out the shotgun hanging at his waist. He could not let go of the opportunity created by his colleague's sacrifice, but Ozian moved one step faster. At the same moment Werner aimed his gun at Ozian, another moonlight blade thrown beforehand rotated like a boomerang and precisely pierced the gun barrel. Sizzle. Werner pulled the trigger, but the gunpowder did not ignite. The paladin realized that the opportunity he created by sacrificing his life had ultimately failed, and his face was dyed with despair. His arms went limp, and Ozian slowly grabbed the freezing paladin's face. Do you think you've become something? That you sacrificed yourself for something noble? Far from it. You're garbage who killed children and sucked their blood, and you'll meet a futile end without doing anything, just like that garbage. Crunch. As Ozian applied force with his hand, the completely frozen paladin's head shattered like glass. Now only one hostage remains. Ozian discarded the frozen gun and stared at Werner with blazing eyes. Your eyes are so hot. Didn't you do worse things? Shut up, you evil one. I will never compromise with you. Seems you've forgotten there's still one hostage left. Hostage? We never fear that. He seemed to have his head fully heated from the previous events. However, while saying this, Werner was anxiously worried that Ozian might kill the last hostage. At that moment, applause sounded from behind. Clap, clap, clap. Very good, Sir Werner. You could be called the model of paladins. Bang! Simultaneously, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Ozian quickly rotated his body, ready to slice the approaching bullet. But the bullet was not aimed at Ozian. More precisely, it was aimed at the frozen paladin beside him. Boom! The paladin's body shattered and disappeared upon being hit by the bullet. Ozian narrowed his eyes at this sight. The newly appeared person was a paladin who looked to be in his late 30s. Like other paladins, he wore a white trench coat but did not carry a shield. Instead, more than 5 guns were mounted on shoulder holsters behind his back. The rifle he used to shoot the hostage was different from the shotguns other paladins used, designed to precisely target from a distance. Yes, the paladins of the Petra Order never compromise with heretics. And we do not fear death just because we are taken hostage. Lord Alpheus. Werner's voice trembled as he looked at the newly revealed paladin. Why, Sir Werner, what are you saying now? I merely showed mercy to our colleague captured by the infidel, so they would no longer feel pain. That is, Sir Werner. Alpheus' face grew cold. Do you want to go back to how things were before? No. Good. That's how it should be. Underscore. Why are you surprised? Alpheus said this, then quickly drew his pistol and aimed it at Ozian. Although a sacred defense barrier stood between them, Ozian instinctively felt the danger. Ozian's body melted and disappeared in midair, and the bullet fired by Alpheus crossed the empty space. Despite the shot missing, Alpheus was not flustered and spoke. Even though I might not look like it, I'm someone who knows a few things. I've seen something similar in the old books of the Order. Stories about knights who use light dwelling in the sky. To people nowadays, this would be nothing more than an absurd, old folk tale, but Alpheus sincerely believed in it. The words of the elders always have their reasons. Of course, my research into knights wasn't for such old-fashioned and righteous reasons. Click. After pulling the slide of his pistol, Alpheus spun the gun stylishly with his index finger. Actually, I was interested. I thought if such a powerful force existed, I could become even stronger than I am now. So I searched hard, but honestly, it wasn't easy. Finding a completely lost power, and beyond that, mastering it myself was an impossible task. While continuing to rotate the gun, Alpheus rolled his eyes searching for Ozian's location. Even if you knew the method, you wouldn't have mastered it. Ozian's caustic voice echoed through the interior of the cavity. Alpheus narrowed his eyes while laughing out loud. Haha, I admit it. All I know how to do is shoot like this. Of course, I can handle sacred power to some extent, but compared to a real paladin, I'm lacking. Considering his current position of commanding paladins and priests, it might sound like humility. But Alpheus was being sincere. In fact, he was among the paladins with less sacred power. His disposition also didn't match that of a paladin. Even though paladins had changed their weapons to firearms in modern times, their combat methods were still somewhat old-fashioned. In contrast, Alpheus was free-spirited, skillfully handling various firearms and employing diverse fighting techniques. The fact that he could use even a small amount of sacred power was almost miraculous. Because of this, it was natural for Alpheus to become stronger faster than other paladins. Unlike those who could barely handle shotguns, he was proficient with most types of firearms, but even he soon found his limits. Because he had little sacred power, he couldn't rise above a certain level as a paladin. Moreover, his personality lacked camaraderie and he believed sacrifice was natural for practical matters, causing various large and small problems within the order. It was inevitable that such an Alpheus would end up half-exiled to the Tirna diocese. But now it's different. The sacred power that used to hold me back has become so abundant. Is that so? Ozian's voice rang out right next to Alpheus. Without even looking, Alpheus immediately drew a sawed-off shotgun from his waist. The buckshot-loaded shotgun spewed fire, and golden particles spread in a fan shape. But what shattered were only ice crystals. Ozian was not there. Pong! 2 shell casings ejected from the double-barrel shotgun. Alpheus took out gauge shells and loaded them one by one. Seeing a power I've only read about in books is fresh. I thought I no longer needed to master it, but seeing it makes me want to challenge it again. That power is too much for you. This time the voice came from further away. As Alpheus had anticipated, he had already replaced the buckshot with slug rounds and immediately pulled the trigger towards the source of the sound. But Ozian was not there either. Annoying fellow. Not only hiding within this space but also making sounds. But Alpheus was not disappointed. This fight was much more advantageous for him. Not just in numbers, but because he knew the power Ozian was using, he could respond accordingly. Wasn't it called moonlight? You're good at hiding your body and bewitching the opponent, but you can't deal with all of us like this, right? There's no need to deal with you guys. Ozian spoke as if he would escape and spread rumors outside, but Alpheus responded with a sneer. Do you think we're not prepared for that? He had already blocked the exits. Even if Ozian escaped, it didn't matter. If he spread rumors, there would be no evidence to support them, and if needed, they could cut off his trail. They had already paid a substantial amount to buy off the 29th District public official, so the guards wouldn't move. If we continue like this, the outcome won't be decided, so let's end it cleanly. Alpheus signaled to the troops behind him. As he took his stance, 3 paladins and 2 priests gathered and spread out into the cavity. One of the priests closed his eyes and raised sacred power, spreading bright light around. The ice crystals Ozian had suspended in the air began to melt upon touching that light. Won't you surrender? If you come out now, we can at least treat you humanely. Humanely? From those who let children die like this? I'd rather beg for mercy from a black magician. I hope you don't see us too negatively. This is a necessary sacrifice for the future. Even if we weren't here, children would die in this criminal city. If they're going to die anyway, isn't it better to guide them in a direction with at least some value? Ozian did not respond, but Alpheus had not said it expecting an answer. As the encirclement slowly narrowed, Ozian finally revealed himself by lifting his concealment. I didn't expect you to really come out. Of course, Ozian had not revealed himself to surrender. By now, instead of the moonlight, he was holding 2 large square shields taken from the paladins, one in each hand. Alpheus raised his hand, and the paladins simultaneously aimed their guns. The sound of guns being loaded and bullets imbued with sacred power, fired on command were heard. A golden starry field that engulfed the space and it swallowed Ozian with destructive force. Ozian cancelled the full moon form and switched back to starlight armor. Crossing the shields in his hands, he protected his body. In the merciless shower of bullets, Ozian's body shook violently. The durability of the shields imbued with sacred light was rapidly decreasing. These were bullets fired by paladins boosted by the power of the sacred choir. The paladins continued firing shotguns as they closed the distance. They seemed to have been thoroughly trained by Alpheus, quickly reloading with a double load method even as bullets dropped rapidly. Having completely surrounded Ozian, they intended to empty all their ammunition until he collapsed from exhaustion. It was at this moment that Alpheus showed a smile of satisfaction. The moment he saw Ozian's eyes subtly revealed within the shield, Alpheus couldn't help but feel doubt. How is his gaze not breaking even in this situation? The reason was soon revealed. The interior of the cavity, which was originally dark, had turned a brilliant golden color. It was true that the space had brightened due to the paladin's gunfire, but now it was as bright as if the sun had risen at midday. Alpheus felt goosebumps all over his body without realizing it. On the cavity's ceiling, an immense sacred power was surging that even paladins strengthened by the sacred choir would not dare to challenge. It soon transformed into golden flames, raining down on the paladins firing at Ozian like rain. Everyone, fall back. Alpheus gave the order. The paladins and priests immediately responded and retreated. But the team closest to Ozian was caught in the flames. Quiet. The paladins and priests caught in the waterfall like golden flames writhed. There were no screams. Even their screams were completely incinerated by the flames. This was a divine punishment from heaven. The flames of God that exist to cast sinners and heretics into the depths of hell and burn them with endless karmic fire. Sacred fire. The sacred fire, burning fiercely, split open in the center, revealing a boy wearing a white robe with a hood. With the boy's appearance, the sacred fire that seemed to burn the entire world disappeared without a trace. The light inside the cavity vanished, and so did the sound. Something drifted in the air, falling like snowflakes. It was ash of a deep gray color. Ash falling like heavy snow settled behind the boy, turning the white robe ash gray. While everyone was silently staring at the boy, Ozian discarded his tattered shield and spoke. Looks like you've finally made up your mind. Yes. The boy, Martinez, answered in a blunt tone. No emotion could be felt, but Ozian sensed countless emotions churning within that voice. This was probably not a misunderstanding. Will you be okay? At Ozian's question, Martinez extended his hand into the air. The drifting ash settled on his palm. Impurities born from the flames, the ash did not melt like snow. It simply remained in this world, pitiful. People try to erase it when they touch it because it is worthless and dirty. Martinez grasped the accumulated ash in his hand. At the edge of the boy who had made up his mind, the conversation before coming here resonated again. Are you awake? Dorothea quietly entered Martinez's room. The boy, feeling a sense of loss from such a shocking fact and even disappointed in himself, was sitting helplessly on the bed. What's the matter? I thought we could talk. I have nothing to say. You would think so. But I wanted to say this. Dorothea smiled with an unusually mature and benevolent expression. Pulling a chair and sitting opposite Martinez, she spoke. Martinez, you are an extraordinary person. After all, you're young but possess outstanding talent and hold a high position in the order. Why are you saying such things? I've only failed my mission and been demoted here. If anyone, it would be Sister Dorothea. I'm not such an extraordinary person. I told you, I just did it because I had to. That's what makes you extraordinary. Dorothea chuckled and patted Martinez's head. Martinez stared at her with a bewildered expression. You seem too obsessed with being extraordinary. Me? Yes. You pretend otherwise, but you always do this. This is amazing. That's amazing. When in fact, it's nothing special. Martinez hunched his shoulders, feeling his inner thoughts were being exposed. Dorothea's words were not wrong. While verbally claiming he was nothing after being demoted, he subtly believed himself superior by praising others' actions because he was actually extraordinary. He became the youngest 13th judge and was born with the highest talent. Though he came to Tirna following the Pope's order and claimed to willingly follow, somewhere in his heart, dissatisfaction remained about why he was here. Lowering himself was not from truly feeling his own inadequacy. He just wanted comfort and sympathy by superficially appearing to recognize his own shortcomings. You don't need to be obsessed with being special, Sister Dorothea. You don't need to be fixated on being extraordinary or doing what others can't. You don't need to worry about heavy things like righteousness or doctrine. Just do what you want to do. Why are you saying something so irresponsible? We must follow the will of our Father in heaven. That is our purpose. Our Father in heaven is great. Of course, he's God. No matter what we do, we won't even touch his feet. Because in his gaze, we are nothing but dust. Martinez bit his lip. How could the Father treat little lambs like dust? Isn't this blasphemy? But at Dorothea's next words, Martinez could only swallow his breath. But he would love even such dust. So, don't suffer from the obsession of having to be special. You don't need to be too righteous. What if you're a bit crooked? He would still love us. Dorothea showed a shameless, confident smile. We're just dust anyway. Isn't that okay? Returning to reality, Martinez opened his closed eyes, and he began to smear the ash he had grasped onto his robe and hood. Martinez, who had voluntarily become covered in ash, said to Ozian, right now, I am nothing. Is that so? Then what should I call you? While creating weapons with sacred alchemy in both hands, Martinez said, just call me something like ashes will do. Underscore 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 underscore. Alfia's lips trembled. Even he, who usually dealt with situations by smiling, found it difficult to manage his expression. What? Ashes? His face twisted mercilessly at the boy's self-introduction. What the hell are you doing right now? Alfias glared at Martinez, ashes, with a growling voice. Is he joking right now? Ashes? He should at least try to cover his eyes and pretend a little. Are you trying to antagonize someone from the same order now? Same order? I don't understand what you mean. Do I look like someone from the order? This isn't a joke. How many people in this city can handle such a vast divine power and sacred flame? Well, the world is wide, and Tirna is a very large city, so such a person could exist. Is that so? Ozian also chimed in, taking Martinez's side with a sneer. Alfias furrowed his brow and gave orders to the priests and paladins. Fine, if you want to hide your identity until the end, you can die nameless for all I care. Change formation. From now on, defend this passage as much as possible. Alfias decided to stage a siege in the large passage connecting the underground to the outside. His sense, which was outstanding in battle, was telling him something. The knight and paladin in front of him have no intention of retreating. They will move forward even if it means burning their own bodies. Then all that was left for Alfias was to buy time until additional support arrived. You will never break through here. No, you'll die here before that. We'll see about that. Ozian equipped the Starlight Sword in his right hand and Storm Shield in his left. Martinez also held a massive golden mace made of sacred alchemy in his right hand and a huge golden cross in his left. They were just 2 in number, but their momentum was overwhelming the more than 20 priests and paladins. Even the paladins who had prepared with devout hearts and resolve felt their lips parched and their mouths dry. Have they ever been this tense before? One of them was even spreading an enormous amount of sacred flame that only the Order's top experts could handle. Could the headquarters have noticed this already? It was natural for such anxious thoughts to plague their minds like a plague. Everyone get your act together, Alfias shouted. He realized his subordinates were already shrinking. If they came from headquarters, they would have revealed their identity. The fact that they didn't means this is clearly a sudden, secret operation? Without those two, no one would know about this. But. Or do you want to go back to how things were before? Don't forget what we prepared ourselves for. The paladins nodded with hardened faces at Alpheus' blazing gaze. The priests lined up behind them were the same. Though weaker compared to the paladins, they were not unaware of the severity of the situation. They knew the feeling of being cast aside. That's why, knowing it was inhumane, they still participated in this operation. In the end, everyone here was an accomplice. There would be no distinction between who dies and who lives. Live together, die together. They had become an inevitable community of fate. How troublesome. Ozian muttered lightly while watching the enemy's resolute determination. If they had pushed forward with this momentum, they could have easily swept them away, but now it was too late. Like a cornered rat trying to bite a cat, their expressions became heavier and more solid than before. A twisted faith. No, what they were showing was no longer even faith. They did this not for God or any reason, but simply to make themselves stronger. But no matter how wrong their intentions and methods were, the power they possessed was real. Until Martinez came to help, Ozian couldn't easily break through their offensive. Different from the enemies I've fought so far. The enemies Ozian had fought were a disorganized mob. Most were gangs or groups, and at most, some soldiers might be considered slightly strong. But the paladins were different. Though individually weaker than Blood Brotherhood, Lupona, or the Creeping Sisters, they moved with perfect coordination. Weapons enhanced by sacred magic, bodies hardened by long training and divine power. Add to that the protection and support of priests, and Alpheus' systematic commands. As if that wasn't troublesome enough, they were also receiving a choir home buff that amplified divine power. Strong individuals grouped together, creating a feeling like a massive mountain standing before him. And those eyes prepared to die. He had to admit it. As a collective, Alpheus' Paladin Order had reached a certain realm. Paladins are originally strong in one-on-one duels, but gathered like this, even I would have a hard time. This was fundamentally a matter of compatibility. It would have been easier if this were a single massive monster or a superhuman with this combined power. Still, it wasn't completely hopeless because he had a reliable ally on his side. As if reading his thoughts, Ashes turned to Ozian and asked, "Do you have a strategy?" That. As Martinez pondered what to call him, Ozian smiled and said, "Call me Wandering Knight, young Ashes." Wandering Knight. Is there a way to break through them? A way to break through? It seems you want some brilliant strategy from me, but there's just one. What is it? Direct confrontation. It was not a joke in the slightest, but Ashes read the sincerity in Wandering Knight's eyes and nodded. That might be better. I haven't thought of anything else either. Yeah, if you really wanted to compare, Martinez was from a similar school. Some would even say he was more reckless than Ozian, who thinks while solving cases. In a way, they were a well-matched pair. Sometimes the simple is more certain than the complex. Now is that moment. Yes, I agree. Let's go then. Ashes. Yes. Wandering Knight. They stepped forward simultaneously. Alpheus, entirely tense, shouted, "They're coming? Prepare." As Alpheus shouted, he aimed his gun at Ozian and Martinez. Sacred slug rounds with holy water on the bullet's surface and divine magic imbued the double-barreled shotgun. It was a special ammunition that consumed significant time and divine power to create, typically avoided except against special enemies. But Alpheus judged this was not the time to be conservative. After holding the special rounds between his fingers, Alpheus indiscriminately fired at the approaching Ozian and Martinez. Bang, 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 bang. The process of shooting the shotgun, pumping, ejecting the cartridge, and reloading took less than a second, flowing like water. The speed was so fast that the single-shot shotgun looked almost like a machine gun. Alpheus' shooting skill was almost divine. Even a strong warrior, or even an armored unit, would find it difficult to break through such an offensive. But what Alpheus was facing now was not some moderate strong warrior. One was a knight-handling ancient, now lost powers. The other was the paladin of the century, who had become the 13th judge at a young age and could use all three divine praises. Swoosh. The wind whirled. A wind impossible to appear in an underground, disconnected from the outside. Swoosh. With that wind, a golden field stretched from the underground passage to the passage where Alpheus stood. What is this? The golden ears of wheat swayed. Yellow powder drifting in the wind beautifully embroidered the entire underground passage like fireflies. The special rounds fired by Alpheus crossed the golden wheat field, turning into ordinary ammunition with their divine power depleted. Unable to penetrate the greater divine power, the divine energy in the bullets had vanished. Despite this, the kinetic energy in the bullets was not negligible, but at least Martinez and Ozian were not people who would care about such things. Let's go. With Martinez's mumble, the golden wheat field split left and right. Crossing the wheat field was a knight wearing a snow-white armor with a snow-white sword in hand and a snow-white cape fluttering behind his back. Streaming a gaze filled with starlight from the sky, Ozian easily pierced through the bullet rain. Bullets without divine power could never pierce the starlight armor. As Ozian approached in an instant, Alpheus felt a chill down his spine. The pressure he hadn't felt when firing concentrated fire from a distance. Simultaneously, some sentences from ancient texts suddenly flashed through his mind. Why did the ancients say never to face a knight head-on? Alpheus had thought this was a limitation and problem from a barbaric era without established combat systems. But experiencing it directly, he realized that wasn't the case. Block. Alpheus gritted his teeth and shouted. The moment the order fell, paladins stepped forward. They stood in front with shields as large as their own torsos. The shields interlocked without a gap, transforming into a wall. Divine power imbued the shields, and a massive barrier-like shape appeared above them. The paladins gritted their teeth. They were prepared that no one could break through, no matter who the opponent was. Ozian, now approaching, saw the barrier and instead increased his speed. At that moment, the paladin's eyes widened in surprise, and Ozian thrust his starlight sword. It was an ultimate thrust focusing all strength on a single point. Flickering starlight burned intensely and pierced the golden barrier. Quaya! With a massive impact, light exploded. The golden field was swept by the shockwave, laying down before returning to its original state. The paladins gritted their teeth and injected divine power into their shields. It felt like massive rocks were crushing them. Retreat! Please retreat! Despite the paladin's wishes, Ozian did not withdraw his thrust sword. Although he would be feeling the same repulsive force, Ozian pushed the starlight sword even deeper, as if nothing was wrong. At this rate, an equally matched struggle would continue unless one side exhausted first. But Ozian had a reliable ally right now. Whoosh! Golden divine power was drifting in the field rode the wind like powder. It drew a flow in the air, then began seeping into Ozian's armor everywhere. Amid the flickering and colliding light, some paladins clearly saw Martinez's divine power being added to Ozian's starlight sword, burning even stronger. Flash! The pure white starlight responded to the divine power. The two powers did not push each other away. Instead, they mixed together, becoming stronger as if following the will of their masters. Golden starlight descended in the Order's underground, unnoticed by anyone. The starlight was warm and beautiful, yet also ruthless and merciless. Crackle! The barrier the paladins desperately tried to protect split helplessly in half under the starlight. A path opened in a defense they thought would never be breached. Stop! The priests lined up behind gritted their teeth and activated sacred magic. What would have been impossible before was now possible, thanks to the choir's blessing, allowing them to manifest more powerful sacred magic faster and more accurately. Golden divine power began to rise on the path Ozian had split, trying to create a new wall. Your turn. Before Ozian's words finished, a gray shadow burst from behind him. Focused on Ozian rushing at the forefront, they had forgotten the existence behind him. Ashes, Martinez, swung his golden cross toward the sacred magic about to be completed. Quaching? With a clear sound, the divine power barrier shattered like glass. Martinez didn't stop there and swung the mace in his right hand wide. Though called a mace, its size was closer to a pillar more than 3 times larger than Martinez's own body. As the massive mace swung, paladins were flung away with their shields. The formation didn't just crack but completely collapsed. Martinez leaped into the center and raised his sacred flames. The divine judgment discipline. The fire of purification. Underscore 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 underscore. The walls crumbled and the formation collapsed. 3 paladins who were bravely trying to block the offensive in the front line instantly disappeared, turned to ash swept away by holy flames. The ash dust, in stark contrast to the surrounding golden hue, looked even more desolate. The scene made the paladins and priests feel a chill. They had become stronger, now possessing a power that would make people look up to them wherever they went. However, they could not accept the fact that they, in their current state, would die reduced to mere ash piles. The disaster would not stop just because they could not accept it. Martinez tried to swing his weapon imbued with holy flames once more. At that moment, Alpheus stepped forward. Bang, 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 bang. He emptied all the shotgun shells, then pulled out another gun from his back. It was a white grenade launcher. With a thud, grenades were fired towards Martinez. Ordinary explosives would not stop Martinez. He had survived being directly hit by a steam train. However, what Alpheus used was not an ordinary grenade. What was fired was a golden sphere, a capsule. As the capsule burst open, condensed ether water appeared, and the inscribed magic was activated. Explosive flames and cold, wind and rock fragments. This alone was not enough to knock down Martinez, but it was sufficient to push him back a step. Everyone form ranks. Hold out as much as possible. Alpheus quickly distributed the personnel, then he looked at the fastest paladin. The paladin, understanding his role, nodded and disappeared beyond the opposite corridor. He was going to call for reinforcements from the ground. Martinez could only watch this scene. Is it okay to let them go like this? Since we've come this far, we'll have to deal with everyone. It's just a bit expedited. That's true. Ozian and Martinez said nothing more. Instead, without anyone going first, they simultaneously kicked off the ground and charged forward. They're coming? Priests, block them. Give us your blessing. The priests activated the holy magic they had prepared in advance, and the paladins shot their guns beyond their shields. With a flash of light, golden spears appeared in the air and fell. A massive hammer of light dropped in the void, and bullets imbued with divine power covered the space. However, this was not enough to stop Ozian and Martinez. It was the joint attack of the strongest knight and the paladin who could become the strongest. I'll block first. Yes. Ozian widely swung the nebula silk he had regenerated. The snow-white cloak rippled like an aurora in the dawn sky and expanded. No matter how much nebula silk it was, it could not block such an attack. However, if Martinez's support was added, the story would change. Golden divine power settled on the snow-white nebula silk. Just as when Ozian had pierced through the paladin's attacks, the starlight mixed with gold was realized in an even stronger form. Brilliant golden patterns etched on the snow-white cloak. With just that, the external attacks disappeared as easily as if they had no strength at all. The nebula silk and divine alchemy that Ozian and Martinez collaborated on could not be pierced. After blocking a wave of attacks, Ozian was enveloped in a strange sensation. This is my first time. For Ozian, the experience of fighting together by combining forces was entirely new. Even when he had helped Balad and fought against the entire North Blinders, they had not handled each other's powers so closely. It was the same when playing games. The games he played were ultimately single-player open-world games. While it was possible to invite other users to his world to defeat bosses together, Ozian had never done that. For him, fighting had always been a solo endeavor. Therefore, fighting alongside Martinez now felt unfamiliar. The power of starlight and the power of divine alchemy. The two powers move in harmony as if becoming one. The two powers that would collide most violently when meeting as enemies now perfectly complemented each other's weaknesses when fighting together. Power and power. A close, mutually complementary interaction of energies. For Ozian, this was providing a glimpse of a pathway to the next stage. For a knight, the path was not limited to starlight. Of course, it was not limited to the moonlight, nor would it be limited to the sunlight he might use later. Beyond that was another realm that did not exist in the game due to system limitations. Just the thought that such a thing might exist made his heart swell with excitement. It's your turn. Before the cloak could be withdrawn, Martinez, who had been waiting inside, burst out. His small frame shot out like a bullet, crossing the golden field. Unlike the armored Ozian, Martinez was lightly dressed and small in stature, so just lowering his body and running through the golden field made him difficult to spot. Therefore, the enemies momentarily lost sight of him, and by the time they discovered Martinez, he had already approached within arm's reach. Flash! This monster! The paladin pulled the shotgun's trigger. Martinez naturally extended his left arm. The divine alchemy engraved on his left arm quickly formed a shield, but it was not enough to withstand the shotgun charged with holy magic. The shield shattered, and beyond it, Martinez's arm was torn to shreds. A look of triumph crossed the paladin's face before twisting into horror. A golden thorn crown appeared above Martinez's head. The torn arm of Martinez restored itself as if rewinding time. The flawless, smooth arm grabbed the paladin's face. Although the palm was less than half the face's size, that didn't matter. The blazing holy flame immediately spread across the paladin's face and body, turning him to ash. Behind Martinez, who had dealt with another paladin, a priest stealthily approached with a shotgun. The target was a monster with incredible regenerative abilities. So, they needed to end it with one blow before he could heal his wounds. To do that, the primary target had to be the head. At the moment the priest's finger was about to pull the trigger, a white flash flickered before his eyes. The paladin felt his field of vision shift up and down. The reason was simple. Ozian's sword had cleanly sliced him from crown to groin. Ozian said to Martinez, who saw the fallen paladin later. The rear was exposed. At that moment, Martinez created a spear over 3 m long in his right hand and threw it behind Ozian. Whoosh! The priest who was about to cast holy magic on Ozian was impaled by the spear and hung far away on the wall. I'm repaying the debt. Ozian did not answer, but Martinez was certain he was smiling. The two moved again, without anyone going first. Once more, they took down each other's potential attackers. Martinez burned the enemies before his eyes. Immediately after, light arrows poured from the side, but Ozian appeared and blocked them with the storm shield. When Ozian's sword was about to split the opponent, bullets flew. Then Martinez would step forward, swinging the cross made of divine alchemy to deflect the bullets. The two were like perfectly meshing gears, without a single error per minute and second. They blocked each other's attacks, covered blind spots, and complemented each other's weaknesses. Just as Ozian had felt something different, Martinez felt a similar emotion. Is battle really this easy? Martinez had hunted numerous heretics. Born with divine power and able to handle all 3 sacred rules, he could achieve victory against heretics even alone. However, it was not always smooth. Sometimes he fell into traps, and he suffered many wounds and pain from the powerful forces possessed by heretics. He had only overcome such traps and crises and won because his divine power was strong and his regenerative abilities were excellent. He did not wish for anyone's help. He thought every journey was a solitary path of asceticism and fought by enduring it himself. Those who came from the headquarters only helped by identifying the heretic's location or providing minor, non-combat assistance. That was all Martinez had wanted. But everything changed when he came to Tirna. To the boy who had been walking only the path of faith, a nun appeared who could advise him on his values and younger siblings he needed to protect. And he met a knight who showed him his first defeat, yet also tried to solve his difficulties in his stead. He learned what it meant to be alone and began to feel loneliness. He came to know pain by witnessing truths he did not want to know. Learning and knowing something was a painful experience. If only he had not known. If he had lived blindly like before, it would not have been this difficult. Most people would probably think like Martinez and try to avoid the truth. Because it's comfortable. Because it's less painful. But Martinez realized. Now I understand why the Pope sent me to this city. He was not sent to the city of sinners to be punished. At a young age, he was concerned that a child with outstanding talent was living too simply and blindly, so he was sent to see a broader world. He was aware of the pain that would follow, yet he had to send him, knowing this. For a bird to fly in the sky, it must first break out of its own eggshell. And when it finally faces a wider world, it realizes that it's not just full of sin and pain. Being with someone, playing around, laughing, eating delicious food, sometimes getting angry and frustrated, but ultimately rising, having a reliable colleague by one's side to fight together. This world is certainly cold and painful, but at the same time it was also very warm and beautiful. Martinez did not express gratitude to Ozian. Instead, he showed it through actions. Using the holy power that had only burned people before, he warmly enveloped Ozian's body and strengthened his cloak and armor. Ozian also blocked threatening attacks coming towards Martinez with his shield or cut down enemies targeting him with his sword. A wandering knight and a paladin. The two, who were like water and oil, blended together as if becoming one. The paladins and priests crumbled helplessly against Martinez and Ozian's joint attack, which was as natural as breathing. Alpheus watched this, feeling his insides burning. What is this? It's just the two of them. So why aren't they falling? This side was exercising collective power. Moreover, with the support of the Holy Choir, they even had more than twice the usual divine power. Yet they were being pushed back. Not even at an equal level. They hadn't even managed to land a proper wound on the enemy. Alpheus felt a chill down his spine. Are we losing? After coming this far, because of an unknown knight and one of the 13th judges. Until now, he had never even considered defeat. It had seemed too small, like a dot. So he had ignored it because he was going to win anyway. But when he came to his senses, defeat had approached close by, baring its sharp teeth at him. It's time to accept the limits of your talent. You can only go this far. Suddenly, a memory of a paladin's words from the past resurfaced. He couldn't understand why forgotten memories would appear at such a moment. Regardless, once etched, the memory reproduced the conversation without a single error. Your innate divine power is weak. For someone like you with weak faith, using this level of divine power is a miracle, but that's now over. Accept your limits and give up. He still remembers the look in the eyes of the one who spoke, seemingly sympathetic yet with a hint of vindication. No matter how well you handle guns or use your brain, what of it? Nothing changes anyway. Alpheus gritted his teeth. Nothing changes? No, everything changes. The divine power he now possesses proves that. Don't make me laugh. How far have I come? I'm not someone who will fall here. Alpheus pulled out a massive pistol from the holster on his back. Damn you bastards. It was far too large to be called a pistol. It was closer to a small cannon. The bullet caliber was grotesque. It used 50 caliber ammunition, far larger than typical pistols. Essentially, it was more of an anti-material rifle named after a pistol. The barrel was so large that an ordinary person would struggle to hold it with one hand. Even Alpheus, who had enhanced his body with divine power, could hardly control its recoil after firing a single shot. Therefore, each magazine contained only one bullet. It was a last resort weapon, designed to end the opponent with a single decisive blow. Two specially modified pistols spewed fire. Bang! Alpheus' hands were violently thrown back by the recoil as the ammunition was fired. The timing was perfect. He fired precisely in the gap when Ozian was about to swing his sword. It was an attack that naturally forced the opponent to block with a shield. That was exactly what Alpheus intended. No matter how strong the shield, this would punch through it. Ozian knew these bullets were dangerous. Bloodstain. Just by calling his name, Martinez immediately responded. The golden holy flame swirling around his body gathered around Ozian like a whirlpool, concentrating on the storm shield. Ozian also wrapped the power of starlight as much as possible over the storm shield. White and gold intertwined, brightly illuminating the underground where no light entered. The golden star that Ozian had used to break through the paladin's wall was spread out again. The large caliber ammunition imbued with holy magic turned to dust, blocked by the golden star. Eventually, the blade made of starlight and divine alchemy cutting through the gaps of the golden star came into Alpheus' view. Damn it. This was the last scene Alpheus saw. Underscore 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 underscore. The commander of the paladins and priests, Alpheus, collapsed and the survivors lost their fighting spirit. Just seeing Ozian and Martinez walking slowly towards them, burning with an unimaginable battle spirit, made their breath catch in their throats. For a moment, the two appeared like giants, giving the impression that they were looking down on them. Even the paladins, who should have fought most courageously, were pushed back, breaking out in cold sweat under their overwhelming presence. We can't win. How can we stop them? Where did these monsters even come from? Unable to bear their fear, the paladins and priests fled. Ozian and Martinez did not deliberately chase after them. Anyway, as long as they continued to move forward, they would inevitably meet again. Ozian picked up the firearms from Alpheus' corpse. From a sleek white pistol to a shotgun and a sniper rifle, they were all custom-made firearms that had undergone special processing by the Petra Order. Even Ozian, who didn't use guns, found them somewhat interesting and intriguing. Especially the large pistol Alpheus had fired last seemed to exude a sense of romance, despite being a firearm. It's in better condition than I thought. Although firing large caliber bullets inside would typically cause significant wear and tear, it seemed undamaged, perhaps due to the divine power imbued in it. It can't hurt to take it. I won't use it myself, but there's someone who can use it better than anyone. Ozian thought of Lorraine. Her previous injuries were probably almost healed, but he knew there was an indelible scar in her heart. Although she tried to put on a bright face and say she was okay, he knew that wasn't true. He was worried about not being able to do anything for her, and if this could provide some comfort, it wouldn't be bad. Ozian placed the firearm in the subspace of his bracelet. Shall we go? To rescue the children? Yes. As they continued walking towards the direction where the paladins and priests had fled, a large door blocked their path. It was a door boasting excellent security and durability to control entry, but it was useless before Ozian and Martinez. Kwang! The door panel fell off, unable to withstand the impact. Stepping over the fallen door, an entirely different scene unfolded. The underground facility from just moments ago had been dirty and damp, invisible to most eyes. But from here, it was as if the order was boldly declaring its territory. Suddenly bright light poured down from the ceiling, and the walls and floor were made of smooth marble. How dare they? At that moment, Shchil Malaspina, the head of the 29th district and the mastermind behind all of this, appeared with a furious shout. Around him were the paladins and priests who had just fled, along with newly deployed personnel. Upon seeing Ozian and Martinez, Shchil's wrinkled face contorted with rage. While these infidels were coming here, what were you all doing? Where is Alpheus? Where is he? Lord Shchil. Ah, Lord Alpheus is dead. With the news that their most reliable Alpheus was dead, Shchil's face subtly changed. Alpheus is dead. The word was hard to believe. Alpheus was nowhere to be seen, and instead, these two intruders had arrived. Shchil had to face reality. I'll commend you for not running away and making it this far. Though they had lost Alpheus, Shchil's voice was relaxed. Around him were the clergy of the 29th district. Their number was more than double those Ozian and Martinez had fought underground. However, you dared to come to the order and do this. The pain you'll experience from now on will be too much for just the two of you to bear. You must take responsibility. Martinez rebuked Shchil in a cold voice. Arbitrarily kidnapping children, sacrificing them in suffering, committing such evil acts under the name of the order. You will suffer in the flames of karma even after death. Well, I didn't expect you to come directly here. Shchil remembered Martinez's voice from their previous encounter. He was none other than the youngest 13th judge. He was covered in a blood-stained robe to hide his face, but he couldn't hide his voice, physique, or even his gaze. Or were you planning this from the moment you came to Tirna? Did headquarters detect our suspicious movements? Shchil couldn't help but think Martinez had some ulterior motive for coming here. Their underground facility, which had been well hidden, was now exposed, and enemies had even burst in. From the start, it was suspicious that a paladin who was once the 13th judge was staying in the 41st district. I am nothing now, just ashes. Haha, is that so? Conscious of others' gazes, handling things secretly? The Holy One seems to have quite an insidious side. Shchil was misunderstanding something, but Martinez didn't bother to correct him. It was not strange that Shchil thought this way. The actions of Ozian and Martinez had been beyond his comprehension. If they had killed Alpheus, they could have escaped and reported everything about the 29th district to headquarters. But they didn't. Instead, they boldly burst in here. Why? If they had captured even a slightly suspicious circumstance, their mission would have been complete. In any case, Shchil had to kill these two. Just tell me one thing. What confidence brought you here? Just because you killed Alpheus, did you think we were easy? Shchil thought Martinez was arrogant. Having become the youngest 13th judge, he probably thought he could solve everything by force, as he had done before. But Martinez's response was entirely unexpected. To rescue the children. Shchil momentarily thought he had misheard. Rescue the children? The children used as a choir in the order's underground? The other paladins and priests also found it unbelievable that they would risk their lives coming here for such children. They couldn't believe they had stepped forward for seemingly insignificant children. Are you asking us to believe that now? Or are you trying to deceive us? You're quite the suspicious old man. Ozian interjected in their conversation. Shchil's wrinkled face turned towards Ozian. Though Martinez, who was the 13th judge, was also to be wary of, this white knight was the real person of interest. His outdated attire could not be taken lightly. Martinez had not brought a crowd but only one person. And most of the underground forces, including Alpheus, were dead. He had to consider this knight's skills as equal to or close to Martinez's. Who are you? A wandering knight passing by. Heh. One's ashes, the other a wandering knight. What an unusual combination of nobodies. What brings a wandering knight here? As you can see, for the same reason. To rescue children? Are you planning to make our 29th district an enemy for such a reason? We already made you an enemy. The moment they attacked the underground facility and killed Alpheus, Ozian, and Shchil's relationship had crossed an irreversible line. And saying it's just for such a reason. Ozian gazed through his helmet at the paladins and priests assembled around Shchil. When someone is abusing children, someone must rescue them. Though he didn't display any murderous intent or hostility, some paladins and priests couldn't meet Ozian's eyes. Deep within their inner selves, the conscience they had suppressed with rationalizations was crying out in painful anguish. But feeling pangs of conscience wouldn't change anything. They had made their choice and committed irreversible acts. From that moment until now, this conflict would not end unless one side was eliminated. Yes. These words sound so noble. Chil half sneered at Ozian and Martinez. Their claim of coming to rescue children seemed like nothing more than a bluff. Those intoxicated with a trivial sense of justice, believing themselves to be right. Even if Ozian and Martinez's words were true and sincere, nothing would change. Prepare. At Chil's signal, the waiting priests began to move busily. They held large cross-shaped staffs. After standing at certain intervals and planting the staffs into the ground, a golden divine power began flowing from the cross ornament at the staff's end, spreading out in waves. Ozian and Martinez frowned, feeling these waves. What is this? This is a sacred formation. Just hearing the name, it seems like a superior version of a sacred formation performed by multiple people. Yes, that's exactly right. Multiple priests gather and resonate their divine power to exert an incredibly powerful force. Originally, it would be impossible with these priests' abilities. Is it different now because they're receiving support from the choir? If one were to be precise, it was similar to the golden barriers previously deployed by Alpheus and the paladins. Combining powers to create a unified ability was the basic principle of the sacred formation. If we don't block this, it will be dangerous. Then we'll have to break it. Ozian moved first. He intended to strike the enemy's necks before the sacred formation could fully activate. But the enemies had no intention of letting that happen. They were well aware of the vulnerabilities of priests activating the sacred formation. However, this time, it was not the paladins who stepped forward. With a clicking noise, something walked out, surrounded by pure white steam. Indeed, Ozian stared at the massive figure blocking his path. 3 steam suits appeared, each holding large hammers. The paladins are shooting guns, so there's no rule against using steam suits. Still, to have 3 of these hidden underground, that's quite a peculiar taste. Steam suits, no less. These weren't something one could simply own by having money. In the 29th district, which wasn't even a high-crime area, secretly bringing these in meant there was an external supplier. The 29th district consistently earned massive amounts of money and lobbied various district officials. Thus, acquiring steam suits was no big deal. Moreover, these steam suits were different from standard models. Unlike other bronze-colored steam suits, these were painted pure white, with several additional heavy armor plates added. It wasn't just a simple paint job, subtle divine power could be felt flowing across the machine's surface. They had even modified the supplied steam suits to suit their needs. Ozian had deeply felt the synergy between paladins and science while fighting Alpheus, but he never expected something even more advanced here. Ozian spoke to Martinez. Ashes. I'll handle this. Your role is to block the sacred formation. Can you do it? Of course. Wandering Knight. Then let's go. To rescue the children. Ozian approached the Order's steam suits. The paladins inside the steam suits burned with fighting spirit while looking at Ozian. Revenge for Commander Alpheus. We'll settle this here. It seemed the paladins who had previously fled were now inside these suits. Ozian silently gripped his sword and shield, facing the steam suits. Leaving Ozian behind, Martinez held divine alchemy weapons in both hands to block the sacred formation. The paladins swallowed hard looking at Martinez. At that moment, Chil walked forward, passing through the paladins. How unexpected. I thought you'd just give orders from behind and watch. As you age, you sometimes need to move. Besides, having come this far, I'm uneasy about leaving it to others. Alpheus was dead. That loss alone was painful for the 29th district. To prevent creating more casualties, it was right for Chil to step forward. This wasn't about not wanting to lose subordinates. It was simply about preserving pieces to be used for future plans. And it's best not to underestimate me. How do you think I got here? They might say I'm past my prime, but I'm still a high-ranking priest of the Petra Order, holding the position of district leader. Chil now had the choir's power backing him. Powerful divine power began swirling around Chil's body. Even in sheer scale, it was larger than Martinez's. Right now, I'm stronger than the Holy One. His voice was full of self-confidence, but Martinez was entirely unmoved by this display. He simply regulated his breathing, recalling his first meeting with the Holy One. How coincidental. And the praise the Holy One had given him about his talent. You will surpass me. I think so too. Underscore 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 underscore. Oh, Martinez was surprised by the words he had spat out. A bit of playfulness mixed into a retort to the other party's provocation. It was something he would never have done in the past. Of course, being playful didn't mean it was a lie. The fact that he was stronger than the Pope was something the Pope himself had acknowledged. From the beginning, the position of Pope was not something one could sit in simply by being strong. More than immense sacred power, it required insight and inclusiveness to understand the other's heart, and innate political skills. So when Chil made the arrogant claim of being stronger than the Pope, Martinez felt no particular emotion. Instead, he thought Chil didn't know much about the Pope. If someone truly understood and contemplated the church, they wouldn't have said such words, even if intoxicated by power. You must take responsibility for your actions. Responsibility? Who would even ask me about that? You, the 13th judge. I am not part of the order. I am neither a saint nor a paladin. I'm just a novice with nothing but power. Martinez, facing a new world and experiencing various events, realized how insignificant he was within his own well. Brilliant golden flames. Vast sacred power. Innate talent. What use were they? He was just a novice who liked to run wild using his power, claiming to punish evil. This was not who he truly wanted to be. More than the brilliantly burning flame, he hoped to be the ash that appears after the flame burns and then disappears. Wanting someone to pay attention to and care about such ash, like the Father in heaven who loved everyone. Acknowledging this made him feel at peace. It was strange. He had always thought he maintained a calm mind during his heretic hunting days. But now, truly feeling calmness, he realized he was not calm back then. His past self was always moving as if chased by something, killing heretics, proving faith, maintaining his position in the order. He disguised this as a path of devotion. It was shameful. Come at me. You will die by the hands of a nobody. How arrogant, young man. Jchiel, the bishop, frowned. His face, already wrinkled, was now completely filled with wrinkles. It seemed the ugliness within him was completely seeping out. Martinez charged towards Jchiel, creating a cross-shaped spear in his right hand and a massive shield in his left. Jchiel let out a sneer and extended his hand. Following his hand movement, massive sacred power surged and shot directly towards Martinez. Martinez raised a shield made of sacred alchemy to protect himself. Boom! With a massive explosion, the sacred alchemy shield shattered. The hastily created shield behind it also cracked. Martinez was pushed back. Strong. Jchiel's attack wasn't even truly serious. If anything, it was just a level of pushing back someone trying to approach. Yet this much power. It was the first time he had been defeated in a pure sacred power battle, where he had never been pushed back before. His past self would not have accepted this. Instead, he would have made excuses about insufficient training and mindset. Martinez now accepted his own shortcomings and acknowledged Jchiel's strength. Thinking about it, it was only natural. Jchiel was also a clergy member who had lived for a considerable time. Originally possessing powerful sacred power, which allowed him to become a regional bishop, he had accumulated sacred power for a long time through the power of the sacred choir. His claim of being stronger than the Pope was not empty words. Martinez cleanly acknowledged this and therefore did not feel despair. Is that all? Jchiel extended his hand towards Martinez again. Golden sacred power rose and shot out long towards him. Martinez gave up blocking with a shield and quickly moved his legs. The moment his body shifted, the sacred power wave swept past where he had just been standing. The marble floor didn't just crack but crumbled into powder. Not even a sacred law, just a simple sacred power release was this powerful. Martinez pondered. He had always burned opponents with overwhelming power, but now he had to fight someone with even stronger sacred power. Though Martinez had faced numerous heretics, he had never experienced such a fight. It was unfamiliar and disadvantageous. My experience fighting heretics is meaningless. Evil black magicians, magicians conducting secret experiments, pagans about to offer sacrifices, witches using unique witchcraft. His experience of winning through compatibility and power would not help him here. I need to fight in a new way. Martinez's expression changed. Jchiel's eyebrows shot up when he saw this. Unlike expecting him to despair from the power difference, Martinez seemed more determined to fight. This irritated Jchiel. He had disliked him from the first meeting. The memory of his unilateral attitude, forcing an apology from a priest who had assaulted a mere nun, surfaced. Fine. I'll kill you as you wish. Jchiel raised his sacred power. This time, he did not wastefully release power. Instead, Jchiel activated a sacred law, an attack a holy priest could use to defeat an enemy. As Jchiel raised his hand, the marble ceiling was dyed with a sparkling light. Immediately after, a pillar of light fell like lightning, targeting Martinez. Martinez charged forward, his grey robe fluttering. His body, enhanced by sacred power, wove through the gaps of the falling light streams. Though he tried to protect himself with sacred alchemy, the light pillars were not so easy to penetrate. The sacred alchemy crumbled, and the skin touched by light began to burn, muscles melting to reveal bone. The momentary pain widened his vision, but Martinez did not stop moving. Grabbing onto his consciousness as it was about to fade, he injected sacred power into his body. His wounds quickly healed like reversing time, the burned skin returned to normal, and the melted muscles were restored. A paladin could restore their limbs even when torn apart. Knowing this made Jchiel feel bitter. No matter how he tried to definitively destroy his heart or head, Martinez persistently protected those parts while approaching. The distance was now just over 10 meters. Getting close will be disadvantageous. Jchiel extended his arm towards Martinez. Spears made of light formed around him and shot towards Martinez like a shower. The legion of countless spears was reminiscent of a bullet rain. Martinez swung weapons made of sacred alchemy in both hands, striking down the spears one by one while advancing. When a weapon's durability was exhausted and broke, he immediately created a new weapon to fill the gap. Even while swinging and striking, the number of spears was so great that some began to graze his body. Though merely grazing, the strong sacred power made each wound feel like it would necrotize. But he had no room to care about the pain. The moment he was distracted, one of these countless spears would pierce his heart or head. Martinez had to raise all his concentration. At this moment, he was using all the capabilities he possessed. It wasn't easy as he had never done this before, but with his life at stake, his brain spun quickly. The light spears obscuring his vision seemed to be approaching slowly, thrusting weapons at them, restoring broken weapons, creating shields to block. Repeating this, he slowly took one step at a time. A sense of urgency appeared on Jchiel's face. While he could strike with sacred laws from a distance, as the distance closed, his sacred laws would not be as effective. No priest could defeat a paladin in close combat. Chil knew this and tried to push Martinez back. But no matter how persistently he pushed, Martinez was gradually, albeit slowly, getting closer. Retreat? I said retreat. Sacred power gathered in Chil's hands. Collecting sacred power as if clapping, Chil extended both hands forward and shot towards Martinez. A golden wave was emitted, but Martinez created shields in both hands. Not the cross-patterned shields he often made, but a unique design with sharp spikes on the shield's lower section. Martinez directly planted the shield into the ground. Immediately after, high-density sacred power engulfed Martinez and the shield. Crash. His two hands holding the planted shield trembled. Martinez gritted his teeth. He felt an instinct that the moment he relaxed even slightly, the distance he had narrowed would infinitely widen. The moment he couldn't endure here, it would be the end. But realistically, he had no viable method. What could he do? Experiences of victory were unnecessary. Instead, Martinez recalled his first experience of defeat. That moment when he first lost. The battle with the knight surrounded by starlight from the sky. He was clearly stronger. He didn't think he was at a disadvantage in compatibility. But he had lost. It was a defeat with no room for excuses. Recall the memory of that day. It wasn't that long ago, and the defeat was so vivid that it still remained in Martinez's memory. How Ashen moved, how he swung his sword, and how he handled his strength. Yes, he had always charged forward stubbornly. Martinez raised sacred alchemy. It wasn't his usual method of creating a massive spear with vast sacred power and breaking the opponent head-on. Golden wings sprouted behind him. It was the first time Martinez had created wings. It was implemented with sacred alchemy the way Ozian had used the cloak when he first brought out the nebula silk. As the wings fluttered, Martinez's body soared high. Immediately after, the place where he had planted his shield collapsed, unable to withstand the impact. Martinez, who had risen after fluttering the golden wings once, looked down at Chil. The improvised wings had exhausted their effect with this single wing beat. Martinez, who had narrowly succeeded in avoiding the attack, landed on the ground. And with all his might, he bent his body and shot towards Chil like an arrow. Chil opened his eyes wide. His already impatient heart became even more urgent. Chil raised sacred power throughout his entire body. Countless light pillars rose to blow Martinez away. Martinez, seeing the sacred law flying towards him, raised his sacred alchemy. Recall the scene of that day. The sacred alchemy he raised this time was different from how he usually used it. The power that had embodied massive and heavy strength was now surprisingly small. The form created by the compressed sacred power was a two-handed sword, a golden sword made of sacred alchemy. A scene appeared before Martinez's eyes. The back of a knight advancing boldly in pure white armor. The figure that broke through enemies while fluttering a cloak like the night sky, holding a sword mixed with pure white and golden light. At this very moment he implemented it in the most optimal form he could. He didn't think with his head. He moved only by instinct to realize the scene he had seen. Martinez swung the sword. Despite having no proper practice, the movement was surprisingly natural and smooth. Chil's sacred law was cut helplessly beneath the sword. He deflected the light pillars flying after cutting by tilting the sword. His body narrowly slipped past the light pillars. Martinez's body dropped low. The light pillars crossed the empty space above his head. Keep moving your legs. Swing the sword. Don't pause for a moment. If you saw the scene drawn in your head, move to catch up with it. Finally, Martinez caught up with Ozian's back that he had been imagining and reached precisely beside him. At that moment, the world that had been pitch black became bright, and a reality beyond phenomenon appeared. Chil's eyes, staring at him, were so close that even a single wrinkle was visible. What needed to be done here was simple. Didn't I tell you? At the moment Chil opened his mouth to say something, the golden sword line split his waist. Underscore 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 underscore. The golden sword of punishment sliced through the body of a corrupted clergyman. Chil's divine power, which had been gushing out like a storm, vanished helplessly like a mirage. A dark cloud fell upon the faces of the priests who were about to activate sacred law, without doubting Chil's victory. Lord Chil. An incomprehensible event had occurred. How could Chil, the bishop with the support of the choir's power and massive divine power, be defeated? No matter how skilled Martinez, one of the 13th judges and an extraordinarily talented individual, this was impossible. On the contrary, because Martinez was inexperienced and lacked maturity, Chil believed he had the advantage. But the result was exactly the opposite. Reality had beautifully denied the ideal they had imagined. That guy. Ozian chuckled inside his helmet while looking at Martinez, who held a sword rippling with golden divine power. How could he not know? The last thing Martinez showed was, even if momentary, something he had imitated. It wasn't just a superficial imitation. The sword technique he wielded definitely contained some kind of knight's conviction. He had seen Martinez catching up behind him for a moment. A boy who had only seen someone's back had now gone beyond that and seized a world only he could see. I knew he was very talented, but I never thought he would be exceptional in areas other than being a paladin. Martinez had the potential to become an excellent knight. Although he felt a subtle regret that someone with such talent had become a paladin, Ozian decided to think of it positively. Ho, how? From Ozian's front, a voice filled with despair came from inside the half-destroyed steam suit. Ozian turned his head and stared at the paladin inside the steam suit. This can't be happening. Looks like you can't believe your defeat. Of the 3 steam suits that had blocked Ozian, 2 were so completely destroyed they were rolling on the ground. The paladins inside were also following the fate of their machines. This is a machine enhanced with sacred law, not just a steam suit, but one directly infused with divine power. A new entity created by applying cutting-edge magical engineering and sacred law, the paladin suit. It could be considered the original work of the 29th district. However, even such a paladin suit could not stand against Ozian. If you wanted to face me, you should have pressured me with more manpower. Instead of increasing strength by reducing numbers, it was like offering one's neck to a knight who would exert tremendous power in close combat. This. The paladin's face became blank. At that moment, he caught sight of Chil also falling to Martinez. With even Chil, the bishop, being defeated, he felt fear creeping into a corner of his heart. It was hard to accept the reality that their disgrace was exposed and they would ultimately be punished as evildoers. As he usually would, the paladin tried to fold his hands in prayer. He thought that if he earnestly prayed to the Father in heaven, his painful heart might be somewhat relieved. But Ozian did not let this happen. Swish. With a flash of light, the paladin's hands, which were about to be clasped in prayer, were cut off. Ozian pointed a sword without even starlight at the paladin's stunned face. Don't tell me you were about to pray to God? To turn away from this cruel reality, trying to wear the false mask of faith. Staring intently into the paladin's trembling eyes, Ozian spoke. No, absolutely not. You do not qualify for that. The children kidnapped by you. The children who died after being abandoned even by you. When those children desperately prayed and begged, did you help them? No, no one helped. The light inside the helmet flickered with a subtle anger. The children died without receiving anyone's help. It was a catastrophe committed by those who claimed to believe in God. Having committed such a terrible act, and now wanting to pray to escape this crisis? You should be shameless only to a certain extent. Ozian blocked the paladin's prayer. He cut off his hands and denied his faith. You cannot pray. The same goes for the others. Your sins will not be forgiven, and your evil deeds will be thoroughly exposed and talked about by everyone. This was more terrible than simply dying. The fact that the cruel acts secretly committed for the greater cause would spread throughout the world. Dying not as a faithful believer but as a disgraced traitor was the most feared punishment for them. You will not even be buried in a grave. You will just disappear, turning into ashes. Like those children you killed. The paladin's face crumbled tragically as he realized what Ozian was saying. He wanted to beg, to sincerely apologize and repent of his wrongs. But what had been done could not be undone. After all, good and evil were separate things. No matter how much good they had done, their sins would never disappear. They simply did not know, or they knew but deliberately ignored the fact, but now they had to pay the price. Arg. Unable to accept reality, the paladin charged at Ozian like a demon. Divine power surged through his body. It seemed like an attempt to land a blow, but Ozian immediately saw the essence of his action. Now you want to die fighting bravely in your last moment. Ozian blocked the paladin's rush with the storm shield. The paladin, with both wrists cut off, tried to crush Ozian with his massive body, but what he couldn't do with a paladin suit, he certainly couldn't do barehanded. Keep your eyes open. It'll be over soon. Ozian struck the paladin's temple with the sword's handle. The paladin's eyes went blank, and his body collapsed to the floor. After finishing the cleanup, Ozian looked at Martinez. Martinez was quietly staring at the golden sword he had created. It was a kind of awakened state that came from being completely immersed in the battle. What broke that silence was the cry of priests preparing the sacred law. The sacred law formation is complete. Activate it quickly. At the priest's cry, light returned to Martinez's eyes. He had momentarily forgotten in the excitement of battle, but he still had many more to judge. Just as Martinez was about to move, a hand grabbed his ankle. Hick. It was Bishop Chil, who had been cut in half by Martinez. His attack had enough power to instantly kill even a robust person. However, Chil currently possessed vast divine power. No blood flowed from the severed wound, and divine power squirmed, trying to quickly regenerate the cell tissue. While the severed body would not reconnect, it kept him alive for the moment. It was truly a miracle-like vitality. Chil had committed such terrible acts to secure this. Chil's hand grabbing Martinez's ankle was that of a withered old man, but Martinez could not easily shake it off. The vast divine power stubbornly held his ankle and would not let go. You cannot go. The sacred law formation is almost complete. Martinez's gaze turned to Ozian. Recognizing that look, Ozian immediately kicked off the ground and rushed towards the priests trying to manifest the sacred law formation. His speed was unprecedented, but the problem was that he was already too late. Chil knew this too, and laughed with his remaining upper body. When the sacred law formation activates, all of you will be finished. The divine law is implemented through the massive divine power created by the choir's strength. The inexperienced priests might not be able to use complex and high-dimensional sacred laws, but what did that matter? With this much divine power, even a simple sacred law would be more than enough, overflowing with power. He could feel the massive divine power gathering at the center of the sacred law formation. Ozian could feel that power on his skin. This is dangerous. If this were magic or black magic, he would have been less annoyed. Handling this level of power meant that its aftermath would sweep away even his allies. If he were to use magic of equal power, it would not only obliterate this underground facility but also completely dismantle the church and surrounding buildings above ground. But divine power was different. While other powers might not distinguish between friend and foe, this power is incredibly distinguished between them. This vast divine power would kill the enemies and heal the allies. That was the power of divine power. He understood why Chil was shouting like that. When this activated, Ozian and Martinez would disappear without a trace, and Chil would experience the miracle of his severed body reconnecting. The final blow that would overturn the entire battle in an instant. Chil's expression was filled with joy. Divine power gathered in the air and soon formed a sphere. At that moment, an unexpected intruder jumped in. The newly appeared person, wearing a pure white robe, leaped high and rushed towards the divine power sphere like an artificial sun. Chil, Martinez, and Ozian all witnessed this scene. Seal vessel opening. Between the fluttering robe, what the hand was holding was a metal probe about 1 m long. Made of gold, it looked like an enlarged needle with a handle that resembled a key in its bizarre shape. The probe was stuck into the divine power sphere. Despite the high-density divine power that should have strong repulsive force, the probe penetrated as easily as a needle piercing a balloon. The divine power that seemed about to explode had been momentarily halted. The activation of the sacred law formation was being delayed. But not yet. The divine power is still reacting intensely. It seemed difficult to suppress the divine power with just one probe. At that moment, the robed man spoke in a low voice. Sacred relics. Using 1 through 6. As soon as those words ended, 5 golden probes shot out from beneath the robe. Puck, puck, puck. Each probe moved as if possessing its own will, automatically embedding itself into the divine power sphere. Light emerged from the handle of the probes, and then golden threads connected the handles of each probe. As the threads connected, an octahedral solid was completed, and the divine power trapped inside gradually stabilized. That was it. The revival sacred law formation ultimately failed to activate and disappeared. More precisely, it would be correct to say it was absorbed and vanished into those probes. How? Chil's face became stunned as the sacred law formation was invalidated before his eyes. The sense of loss he felt was immeasurable, especially since it happened right before activation. He had even let go of Martinez's ankle, which he had been gripping tenaciously. Even Martinez, who had regained the freedom of his legs, was equally captivated by the scene unfolding before him. Something that absorbs divine power. Could it be? At the moment Martinez's eyes widened, people in pure white robes rushed in en masse. Everyone stop. Any further action will be considered heresy. They instantly subdued the priests who were unable to collect themselves after the sacred law formation collapsed. Their movements were swift and coordinated, as if they had been doing this for a long time. Ozian gripped his sword and stared at the newly intrusive individuals. They paid no attention to Ozian, focusing solely on suppressing the priests of the 29th district. Thud. The probes that had absorbed divine power from midair fell weakly to the ground. Though the divine power connecting the probes had disappeared, the probes themselves were filled with massive divine power, radiating heat as if they had been heated. Even though I used 6, thinking it might not be enough, it's only this much. I won't be able to use them for a month. The man who muttered this waved his hand at Martinez, who was staring blankly at him. You've become a good-looking man. More manly than when I saw you before. Why are you? Well, I'd like to exchange a joyful reunion here, but given the circumstances, that's impossible. And you still have things to do, don't you? The man was one of the 13th judges, an inspector monitoring internal deviations within the order, the one who has been active longer than anyone else, and a role model for all paladins, Hermit Bummer. He had appeared, leading his subordinate reflection unit. Martinez did not ask the reason. Instead, he recalled the more important, immediate task that needed to be handled. As Martinez left, Hermit turned to Ozian with a smiling face. The moment Ozian met his clear and upright eyes, which seemed to be in his 50s, he realized this was no ordinary person. So, who are you? Who has been guiding this not yet fully matured child? Underscore. A dim light permeates the wide space. Kallio bowed his head with his hands together, praying. He didn't know how long he had been praying. With his head bowed, he read the letters written in the book beneath him countless times. He was not alone. Throughout this space, children of similar ages to himself, as well as younger and older children, were gathered. Everyone had their hands together, quietly reciting the contents of their books. Even though it was clearly a prayer to praise God, Kallio found it eerily frightening. Whenever that happened, the golden light subtly moving around him did not feel beautiful at all. The golden light Martinez had shown was more beautiful than anything in the world, yet this same power felt terrifying. He even reduced his meal and sleeping times to continuously sing hymns and recite prayers. If he didn't, a sharp cane would fly. Children who cried and said they couldn't endure it were dragged somewhere and never returned. Because he had seen this, Kallio gritted his teeth and continued this meaningless repetitive task. It was strange. While praying to God with priests, he felt a fear of not knowing when he might die. He didn't need the splendid and elegant atmosphere of the cathedral. What was precious to him was the rundown orphanage and small church that seemed about to collapse. If this is truly a prayer sent to God, oh God, Heavenly Father, please, hear my prayer. I want to see Sister Dorothea. I want to live with my siblings like before. I want to see my mother. And I want to meet Brother Martinez. Kallio pleaded earnestly, pouring in his true feelings. Please, let me escape from this terrible hell. At that moment, the door creaked open. Inside was not dark due to the subtle golden light, but an even brighter light poured in from outside. The children stopped praying. Who are you? The priest managing the children approached the intruder with an irritated voice. At that moment, the intruder grabbed the priest's neck and slammed him directly to the ground. Frothing and unconscious, the priest was left behind as he walked with unsteady footsteps to the center of the choir. All the children watched the scene, holding their breath. The boy, who looked to be around Kallio's age, was wearing a dirty robe covered in ash. Looking around as if searching for someone, he turned his head in Kallio's direction. Oh. Kallio unknowingly opened his mouth and made a sound. There you are. Kallio. Seeing the person who approached and extended his hand, Kallio asked with a trembling voice. Are you really, brother? Yes. Are you real? Is this not a dream? No, this is not a dream. Martinez smiled at Kallio, telling him not to worry. I'm here to save you. Martinez's smile, which Kallio had never seen before, was somewhat stiff and awkward, but precisely because of that, Kallio felt enormous relief. The child who had tried to be strong and mature finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. While Martinez was rescuing the children, Ozian was facing Hermit. Ozian had never seen Hermit before, but based on the brief reaction Martinez showed, he seemed to be a quite famous paladin. Perhaps he's one of the 13 judges. He seems to know Martinez well too. Was it because he was one of the 13 judges? Hermit Bummer was a person without any visible gaps. He was like a perfectly grown tree without any cracks or flaws. He was smiling in a friendly manner, but Ozian couldn't predict whether he could be subdued in one strike if he were to draw his sword. I am Hermit Bummer. Would you tell me what I should call you? As if introducing himself, Ozian naturally responded. Call me Wandering Knight. Haha, how interesting. Wandering Knight. Though such an attitude might have seemed presumptuous, Hermit burst into laughter. In fact, he rather liked Ozian's confident demeanor. Until now, no one had approached him so naturally. All right, Wandering Knight. It seems you've helped our young one. I'll convey our gratitude in his stead. I simply did what needed to be done. Is that so? I noticed our young one has become quite mature in my absence. Was that perhaps thanks to you, young one? No matter how young Martinez was, there probably wasn't anyone who could call him that, especially as a purification judge. However, Hermit Bummer was capable of doing so. Moreover, it seemed he spoke like this habitually. He's a paladin, but his demeanor is quite soft. But he couldn't let his guard down. He had ruthlessly arrested people from the same order. It was natural that violent force was used in the process. At that moment, a subordinate approached and whispered something to Hermit. Ozian observed the subordinate's attire. Both Hermit and his subordinate were wearing pure white robes. They're different from other paladins. Most paladins now wore pure white trench coats. These were not just clothing but defensive gear enhanced by holy magic. However, Hermit and his unit were wearing somewhat outdated clothing. Just comfortable adventurer clothing covered with a pure white robe. Oh, my. I nearly forgot something important. Hermit immediately walked towards a certain direction. There was Jchiel, the archbishop, breathing heavily with only his upper body remaining. Hermit Bummer. How are you here? Jchiel looked at Hermit, who had nullified his holy magic barrier, with a despairing look. His expression suggested he couldn't understand how Hermit could be here at all. Could the purification judge have already sent word? Word? That's impossible. Hermit denied that statement. He said they were not summoned by Martinez. From the beginning, the Holy Lord was suspicious of you. He had been steadily gathering information. Ozian was slightly surprised while listening nearby. It was surprising that they knew this, and even more so that they were casually sharing this important information with an outsider like himself. We were planning to officially begin an investigation soon, but an incident suddenly broke out, so we had to move earlier than planned. Hermit's gaze turned to Ozian. Of course, it wasn't meant as a reprimand. Rather, it contained gratitude that things worked out well. In fact, we're grateful. If we had moved according to plan, we might have been in danger ourselves. Who would have thought you'd use children as a choir? Now I understand why there were suddenly many brothers with enhanced holy power in the 29th District Diocese. KRH. All this because of just 2 guys. Jchiel laughed as if in disbelief. His face was rapidly withering like someone dying. Jchiel was feeling it. The holy power of the choir that had been his strong support was quickly diminishing. This meant Martinez was rescuing the children. No matter how he thought about it, it was frustrating. Why did he have to die so miserably? He would have preferred dying immediately when Martinez's sword had cut him. Instead, he had desperately tried to survive, missing his chance to die and showing an even more pathetic sight. It's not just 2. At that moment, Ozian corrected Jchiel's statement. The children you've left to die. You're dying because of those children. Damn it. Jchiel couldn't offer any rebuttal. His consciousness was gradually fading. Dirty main faction bastards. In his very last moment, he glared at Hermit and spat out a curse. While you guys monopolize all honor and glory in the home country, we've been fighting desperately in abandoned lands. And you want to label us heretics and eliminate us. Oh, Archbishop Jchiel. You seem very tired. Spare me your mockery. Yes, you've always been like this. Pretending to be fine while looking down on us with your eyes. Just tell me this, will this end with just me? The other brothers and sisters suffering, being chased around under the pretext of missionary work, won't stay quiet. Jchiel's words were not logical. If he had truly been motivated by the pain of persecution, he should not have committed such acts against Sister Dorothea or others. In the end, this was just an old man with ugly desires spewing shameful words. Though the words were not worth responding to, Hermit nodded, saying, "I see. That's why our reflection squadron must work harder." Seeing Hermit speak righteously to the end, Scheel trembled. But with his life force depleted, he couldn't even move his mouth. "Ah, my body is getting cold. My strength is draining. My power. My holy power. Why aren't you giving me more power? God, I truly hate you." The light disappeared from Scheel's wide-open eyes. After confirming his consciousness had sunk into endless emptiness, Hermit shook his head. Truly a sad affair. Someone who should be most devout, being swayed by his own desires. That's why I'm truly grateful to you. How unexpected. I thought you'd try to silence this exposure. At those words, Hermit's eyes widened. He had just boldly spoken these words right in front of the Reflection Squadron and Hermit himself. Would they try to silence him if he spoke like this? Hermit looked at Ozian. Though he was wearing full armor and a helmet that obscured his face, he could sense something from his voice. What a strong young man. And his eyes are alive. If they tried to silence him, he seemed entirely ready to fight. It suggested confidence in his abilities. In fact, before he had interfered with the holy magic barrier, Ozian had single-handedly defeated 3 paladin suits. Just as Ozian had assessed Hermit as formidable, Hermit was thinking similarly about Ozian. Haha, that's an interesting thing to say. We are not such a scary group. Hermit paused in thought, then corrected his statement. Well, to be honest, we are a scary group. Stroking his bearded chin, Hermit chuckled. Of course, that only applies to internal matters of our order. You're an outsider, aren't you? Our reflection squadron doesn't pick fights with outsiders. We just do exactly what we're supposed to do. Furthermore, Hermit continued, I've never seen Martinez fight alongside anyone, but he showed quite deep trust in you. So, I thought, since he trusts this person must be trustworthy. Ashen chuckled inside his helmet. It was a statement that seemed stubborn yet felt flexible. Martinez, I don't understand what you mean. I simply fought alongside an ash-covered boy. Oh, my. I made a mistake. I mistook him for someone I know. Hermit was indeed quick-witted. He deliberately acted and played along with Ozian's banter. More guests seemed to be coming. Hermit stared down one of the passages, as if sensing someone's presence. Ozian also looked in that direction because he sensed it too. There were guards in bronze masks and uniforms approaching. Their orderly formation and slow approach were extraordinarily imposing. They were guards from Tirna, and at the head of the guards was a face familiar to Ozian. Alencia Hare, the executioner. She walked slowly, wearing the same metal boots he had seen before. Hermit greeted her. Nice to meet you. I am Hermit Bummer. I am Alencia Hare. Oh my. I didn't expect to meet the famous white beast. I also didn't expect to meet one of the 13 judges of the Petra Holy Court here. Alencia's gaze momentarily fell on Ozian before returning to Hermit. So, what exactly is happening here? Alencia didn't know the details of the current situation. Her report only indicated that something suspicious was happening at the Petra Diocese's church in the 29th district. And the moment she saw a series of paladin units approaching, her suspicions became certainty. Something was happening there. Since this occurred within Tirna, she, as an executioner, had no choice but to step in. That would be difficult for me to explain. As Hermit deliberately avoided answering, Alencia frowned. It was an action that could easily be perceived as a confrontation. The guards seemed to sense this too, and stared sharply at the Reflection Squadron. The Reflection Squadron standing behind Hermit remained silent, as if they couldn't care less. This alone made the atmosphere suffocating. Oh, it seems I've said something that could be misunderstood. I'm not stepping forward because I'm not the person in charge of this scene. One of the 13 judges claims they're not in charge? That's quite the joke. Haha, it might seem that way, but it's true, because there's an even more distinguished person here. A more distinguished person. At that moment, Alencia's gaze turned backwards. An elderly man was slowly walking from the path they had entered, but just by his presence, it felt like the entire world was revolving around this old man. Recognizing the old man, Alencia's eyes widened. The Holy Lord. The Holy Lord, who should have been in the Petra Order's Holy Court, had revealed himself in Tirna. Underscore 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 underscore. The atmosphere stirred greatly with the appearance of the Holy Lord. Even the guards under the command of Alencia Hare could not hide their perplexity. They maintained their composure in any situation and did not back down even against the Reflection Unit. But if it was the Holy Lord, the story would be different. The Reflection Unit knelt on one knee with grace and bowed their heads the moment they saw the Holy Lord. Hermit, however, simply lowered his head slightly instead of kneeling. The atmosphere. Alencia furrowed her brow. She could feel the subordinates of the Blood Iron Unit behind her wavering. Although they were trying to endure, Alencia also felt that she was being shaken by something invisible. This alone was enough to understand how great a being the Holy Lord was. Looking at his appearance, he seemed like a kind old man, but his mere appearance changed the atmosphere. The air, which had been full of tension, loosened lifelessly as if someone had deliberately squeezed it. As if he was the center of the world, all attention and senses converged as if being drawn in. Holy Lord Just Melchior. He was a giant. He was powerful because of his immensity, and thus he absorbed everything around him like a black hole and made it his own. The more terrifying thing was that he had no intention of doing so. How on earth did he come to Tyrna? Alencia could not understand this. If someone of Holy Lord's stature were to come to Tyrna, they would receive a national-level VIP treatment. Various guards and security personnel would come out to protect him, and even the mayor along with high-ranking officials would personally step forward. But he suddenly appeared before her eyes without any sound or rumor, and Alencia's bewilderment was extraordinary. Nice to meet you. Jusp greeted Alencia politely. He was wearing ordinary clothes that could be seen anywhere, not elaborate attire. He had disguised himself to hide his identity. Holy Lord. Alencia forcibly opened her mouth that was hard to part. This was thanks to the executive's pride that she should not stop him here. What brings you here? As you can see, I've come to resolve an internal issue within our order. Of course, it seems I'm a bit late. How coincidental. I was just about to come after hearing such news. Where is the coincidence? You were trying to do her job, and Lord Hermit and I were trying to do our own. Right. Holy Lord Jusp's words were not wrong. In the end, the incident had come this far because of what happened in the 29th district. If the Holy Lord and a purification judge have come, it means something extraordinary must have happened in this underground. It would have been stranger if they had not noticed this until now. I've known about the lobbying situation among public officials in the 29th district. The public officials would have been used to taking money and would have let it slide. But if the matter has grown to this point, they would not escape discipline. Alencia's mind was racing. If it were her usual self, she would have completely dismantled the 29th district and arrested all the order's people, but if the Holy Lord has stepped in, the story changes. Even as one of the few executioners in Tyrna, her name would lose its luster before the Holy Lord. Am I supposed to give in? Since they have directly intervened, the incident in the 29th district will be buried in darkness without being known to the outside. She did not like the fact that such a thing was happening in Tyrna, but Alencia could do nothing. Although she held a high position as an executioner, she could not make such a big decision arbitrarily, and her superiors would also tell her to step back for now. However, there was someone here who was unrelated to Alencia or the Holy Lord. So you're going to keep this secret? Coming uninvited and quite rudely, Ozian stepped forward confidently and spoke. Jusp's gaze turned to Ozian. Alencia was also surprised and looked back at Ozian. Did he just call the Holy Lord rude? And right to his face. Even Alencia could not help but be surprised this time. Hermit seemed to have similar thoughts, as he stared at Ozian with wide-open eyes. Although his emotions were not greatly revealed, considering his position, this was quite a remarkable reaction. As soon as Ozian finished speaking, an incredible momentum poured from the reflection unit towards Ozian. Because he had dared to insult the Holy Lord, the reflection unit's gaze towards Ozian was not kind. In an atmosphere where they seemed ready to kill this ruffian right away, Ozian continued to stare only at the Holy Lord. Their gazes intertwined in the empty air. The moment Ozian looked into the Holy Lord's eyes, he was inwardly impressed. Remarkable. Was it because he was the leader of an organization that dominated the continent? Jusp's eyes were so deep that it was difficult to measure their depth. No emotions could be discerned. While Hermit would put a mask over his emotions to hide them, Jusp was the opposite. He did not try to hide anything. He simply showed things as they were. Yet they could not be read because he was too vast. Ozian saw the shape of something enormous behind the Holy Lord's back. This was Jusp's appearance when seen from another perspective. A giant who commands the world. This was the true form of the leader of the Petra Order. I've never met someone like this before. Among the people Ozian had met, even if he were to pick someone strong or of high status, it would only be District Governor Alberto, the master of the Blood Brotherhood, Grace. She had a presence, but it was not comparable to Jusp. If I were to swing my sword, would it reach? If others had heard this inner thought, they would have tried to kill Ozian for being blasphemous. But Ozian was sincere. The physical distance between Jusp and himself could be narrowed in one leap, but Ozian did not think he could cut him down even if he drew his sword. It was not because of physical strength. Something invisible was felt beyond that. Oh, how enjoyable. A faint smile curved at the corner of Ozian's mouth beneath his helmet. It was a smile that Ozian himself was not even aware of. Like Ozian, Jusp also saw him and could evaluate him. There are still such young people in this world. Though wearing armor, it was easy to tell from his voice that Ozian was young. What caught Jusp's gaze was Ozian's eyes, gleaming from within his helmet. How long had it been since he had seen such clear and strong eyes? Even the paladins of the 13th divisions would find it difficult to give an impression of being more robust than him. And that armor he's wearing. The position of the Holy Lord allows him to see and hear various things. With such broadened insight, he knew that Ozian's armor was not simply worn for appearance. This was not an ordinary armor. It was closer to a crystallization created by some power. Moreover, the cape flowing below his shoulders was white on the outside, but the inside looked like a night sky full of stars, as if cut out from a starry sky. He could not mock it as outdated. Ridiculing that would be the same as looking down on everyone else. I apologize for the late introduction. I am just Melchior. May I ask your name? Wandering Knight. Ozian introduced himself just as he had to Hermit. Not a name, just a simple answer that he was a knight. Walk. Several members of the reflection unit could not contain themselves and leaked killing intent. If Jusp had not spoken next, someone would surely have moved. I see. Pleased to meet you, Wandering Knight. Jusp did not feel displeased with Ozian's words. Instead, he sincerely called him a knight. When Ozian introduced himself as a wandering knight, Jusp felt the conviction and pride embedded in his voice. This was not a false identity to hide his name, but rather a statement of what his essence was. Just as Ozian saw something enormous from Jusp, Jusp also saw something from Ozian. This was a scene that no one else could see, visible only to Jusp, who had risen to his position. It was the universe. A beautiful scene beyond the vast black sky, filled with sparkling lights. Though he was a giant overlooking the world, even such a giant must look up to the sky. Ozian was that sky. For Jusp, who had lived for many years and thought he would no longer be surprised by anything, this was a fresh shock. Even more surprising was that he had not yet fully realized his own potential. Wandering Knight, you asked me if I would keep this matter secret. Ozian listened quietly to what Jusp would say. I intend to disclose this matter to the outside world. At that shocking statement, Hermit stepped forward unconsciously. Holy Lord. About those words. I understand Lord Hermit's thoughts. If that happens, our Petra Order's image will suffer a critical blow. It's not just a blow. The clergy kidnapping children and committing such acts would not be merely a stain on the name. Those who have long looked down on the Petra Order would seize this opportunity to tear them apart indiscriminately. Although this incident is unrelated to our order's will, we cannot say we bear no responsibility. Jusp already knew what had happened in this underground. As a representative of all Petra Order members, he felt an immense sense of responsibility. This is my negligence in proper management. That's why it must be revealed. Otherwise, the Order's long-accumulated bad practices cannot be erased. Ozian, listening quietly to Jusp's words, realized he was sincere. I thought he was someone who ruled such an order and had a foul background, but was it the opposite? Jusp did not seem to have the authoritative consciousness that a holy lord of the order should possess. He appeared to be anti-authoritarian, and from his words, it seemed he believed the order needed reform. If he had said he would hide this matter here, what choice would he have made? Well, I would have done as usual. No matter how positively he tried to think, a good future could not be drawn. He probably would have drawn his sword, unable to contain himself, but there would definitely be no regret in that action. Is it fortunate that the other party is reasonable? Ozian's gaze naturally turned to Alencia. Holy Lord Jusp had stated his position, but Alencia had not yet said anything. As someone closely associated with Tyrna, she was also qualified to give her opinion here. Considering Alencia's personality, she would likely choose to inform people about this matter. But Ozian knew that unlike himself, she was merely an individual bound to this city. Actually, Alencia left to communicate with her superiors. When she returned shortly after, her expression was not good. The higher UPS wished to meet the Holy Lord directly. This is quite troublesome. I came as just an ordinary old man, not as the Holy Lord. They say they will take that into consideration as well. In other words, this meeting would proceed completely unofficially. They would likely discuss this incident and future countermeasures. I see. If you've come to Tyrna, you must follow Tyrna's laws. Jusp agreed more easily than expected. Since the 29th district had committed the act, the Petra Order was at a disadvantage. Even as the Holy Lord, he could not arbitrarily force his way here. Moreover, having come secretly, Tyrna was essentially showing consideration. If he did not accept this, the negotiation would not be established. I should be going now. Holy Lord. Is that all right? Hermit asked. You don't need to see that child. The child he spoke of was, of course, Martinez. How could Jusp not know? He himself had sent Martinez here. It will be fine. But Jusp smiled, saying he was not worried. Martinez, with outstanding talent, was so straightforward that it often caused concern, but not today. I see. Hermit nodded, understanding. He suddenly recalled Martinez's gaze. The boy who knew nothing had grown slightly more mature. Wandering Knight. Today's meeting, unfortunately, ends here. I see. Still, I'm glad. I never thought the starlight I believed had disappeared would reappear here. Someone might see this as a good omen. But I suddenly have this thought. Jusp's gaze at Ozian seemed somehow heavy. Perhaps, there might be events so significant that such starlight needs to reappear, a kind of warning. Ozian did not respond. He could not guess Jusp's intention behind those words. Jusp soon showed a kind smile. I only hope it's my misunderstanding. As you age, unnecessary worries only increase. Jusp slightly bowed to Ozian, then left following Alencia's guidance. Ozian quietly watched his receding back, until his figure disappeared from view. The meeting with Jusp was not long, but Ozian could feel many things, especially the last words Jusp had uttered. Although he had dismissed it as mere delusion of an old man, the momentary look in his eyes was completely different. Is he aware of something? Jusp had already left by the time Ozian could ask what that was. Instead of forgetting these words, he decided not to dwell on them too much. Rather than worrying about such things, taking care of the immediate tasks is the priority. Just then, Martinez arrived, bringing the rescued children. The children froze in place when they saw Hermit and the reflection unit. Martinez tried to guide them, saying it was okay, but the children remained immovable. No matter how deep their trust in Martinez was, the fear of the clergy instilled in the children was even greater. Martinez knew this and made a complex expression that was hard to put into words. If it were his usual self, he would have been at a loss for how to comfort such children. All he knew how to do was burn enemies with holy fire, but now he knows that his power does not exist only to punish someone. Children. When Martinez spoke in a soft voice, the frightened children's gazes all focused on one place. Look at this. Martinez raised his divine power on his palm. The soft golden light changed like flames, and then transformed again. It was a small, cute-looking doll. Martinez had created dolls equal in number to the children using holy fire and divine alchemy. The dolls walked awkwardly according to Martinez's intention and approached each child, extending their hands. The children looked at the dolls with curiosity and held their hands. Wow, it's warm. Smiles appeared on the faces of the children who had been overworked. The dolls naturally guided the children, and the children moved along with that guidance. The dolls led the children to the reflection unit. Some children shivered as they got closer to the reflection unit, but when the doll turned with a cute face and nodded that it was okay, they soon found courage. The doll that arrived in front of the reflection unit held out its other hand, not holding a child's hand, to the paladins. The paladins of the reflection unit silently extended their hands and held the doll. The doll's form melted in midair and became golden threads connecting the children and the paladins. Only then did the children realize that these were not bad people, and they joined the paladins. Hermit, who had been watching the scene from beginning to end, said to Martinez, who had approached him, "You've rescued all the children." "Not all." To Martinez's response, Hermit nodded with a bitter smile. "That's right. Not all. That is clearly my negligence. I should have paid more attention to internal matters. It is not Hermit's fault. Isn't this something that happened in Tirna, where the Petra Order's influence hardly reaches?" Tirna was the city least influenced by the Petra Order. No one, whether Hermit or someone else, could have prevented such terrible acts in the 29th district. "I will take responsibility and send the children back to where they originally were." "Yes. But there are children with nowhere to go. Most of the kidnapped children were orphans with no definite place to live. They were struggling day by day, barely surviving. Because of this, they were easy targets and were only used. Do not worry. I will think about all of that." Of course, the success of this would depend on how Juzb, the Holy Lord, would make the deal. But Hermit was not worried at all, because he believed that once the Holy Lord intervened, this matter would be resolved well. "If you do it that way, I could not ask for more." In response to Martinez's words, Hermit stared at him and spoke. "Ash-covered nobleman. Yes. In the past, I knew a kid." Hermit used honorific language towards Martinez. He drew a line there. "You are not the 13th Purification Judge Martinez, but an ash-covered person." However, this was not an act of denying Martinez. Rather, they were words spoken to match what Martinez wanted. An incredibly shining gemstone. A gemstone so bright that it was almost blinding, and I could hardly imagine how brilliantly it would transform if properly polished. Martinez listened to Hermit's words in silence because he knew very well who Hermit was talking about. But that child was, how should I say, was somewhat stubborn, in vulgar terms, frustrating. That wasn't bad as a clergy member, but anything excessive is ultimately not good. So I am often worried. Of course, I didn't show it, and I would often tease that child playfully, calling him a young man or a brat. Is that so? One day, I heard that the child had failed his mission. I was surprised, but at the same time, I understood. There are no people who only succeed in the world. Even I went through many trials and errors to get here, and I still make mistakes, so how could that child be any different? And that child was sent, not quite in exile, but to the city of exiles upon the Holy Lord's orders. He was sent to the city of criminals that the child had so hated. The Holy Lord said it was for that child's sake, but I was inwardly worried. I was unsure if that child, who would rather break than bend, could survive in this harsh city. Hermit looked at the ash-covered Martinez and gave a faint smile. "It seems I've been seeing that child wrong all along." Martinez was deeply moved by those words. There were times when he thought Hermit, who used to tease him, might hate him. Having been taught by him, it had been a wound and trauma for Martinez. But realizing it was all out of concern, he was overwhelmed with emotion. However, he shouldn't react. He was now not Martinez, but just an ash-covered nobody. "Why are you telling me this?" "Confession. Aren't you the one who usually hears confessions?" "That's right. But sometimes, the person who listens also wants to tell someone something. I'm not sure if I can hear this. I'm just a person covered in ash." "That's exactly why." As Martinez looked puzzled, Hermit looked at him directly and answered carefully. "Because you are nothing, because you are covered in ash, that's why I'm telling you. Because you carry what others don't care about, because you understand its preciousness." Hermit turned his back. "So, I thought you would remember and not forget even my complaint." Asterisk. Martinez came out with Calio, but the drizzling rain had already stopped. The 29th district will be well organized by Hermit and the reflection unit. The rain has stopped. Indeed. Ozian also looked up at the sky and responded. Ozian, who had released his sacred armor, had returned to his original form. "I felt for the first time today how clean the air in this city is." The air in Tirna after the rain was clear. Until then, even breathing had felt painful. The air was full of dirt and murkiness, as if it symbolized the city's own sins. But that wasn't it. It was the same here. There was nothing different from the outside. Martinez recalled the events of the day. A black magician who helped find people, vagrants, mafia, and clergy who kidnapped and exploited children. What felt different was simply that he had been looking from a different perspective. He had tried to see only the evaluated appearance, not its essence. He realized that was wrong. Tirna, called the city of criminals, was not fundamentally different from other countries when viewed broadly. Let's go back. At Ozian's words, Martinez nodded. Callio did the same. But it seems there are no trains because it's late. Indeed. To get from the 29th district to the 41st district, they had to use transportation. If they tried to walk, it would take a very long time. You don't need to worry. I have a method. Ozian spoke this way while raising starlight on his palm. At the beautiful starlight softly illuminating the dark street, Callio involuntarily let out an exclamation. Martinez's divine power was beautiful, but Ozian's starlight also gave a different feeling. When Ozian scattered the starlight on the floor, the light dispersed as if constellations were spreading in the air. The scattered powder gradually took the form of a massive warhorse. At the sudden appearance of the large horse, Callio and Martinez opened their eyes wide in surprise. We'll ride this guy. The warhorse looked at Martinez and Callio, then gave Ozian a slightly disgruntled glance. Having been summoned after a long time, it was dissatisfied with having to carry 2 children instead of going into battle. Don't complain. Next time, I'll call you to a glorious battlefield where you'll be exhausted. Purung. The horse bowed its head quietly as if to say, then I have no choice. Ozian first sat Callio on the saddle and then naturally sat behind him. A horse. Unlike the somewhat excited Callio, Martinez looked uneasy. In a world like this, riding a horse was not an experience easily had, especially in the middle of a city, not in a vast prairie or pasture. But Martinez, while looking hesitant, sat behind Ozian. Let's go. As soon as Ozian's words ended, the starlight warhorse started running. The clattering hooves pushed away the humid night air with a resounding sound. Some people opened their windows to check what the noise was, but all they could see was the faint light trail left by the warhorse. The horse was that fast. Soon, the horse running on the road leaped high and reached the rooftop of a building. Then it ran lightly across the rooftops. It was truly a miraculous experience, running on the rooftops without breaking them. The horse had controlled its strength and despite the speed, the surroundings flew by quickly. But they didn't feel afraid. Instead, they felt unprecedented refreshment. It was the first time they realized how pleasant riding a horse could be. Then Ozian spoke. Can you see? Even while running like the wind, his voice was clear. Yes. The sky. Instead of the uncomprehending Martinez, Callio responded. Oh, the clouds are clearing. After the rain stopped, the dark clouds that had filled the sky were pushed away by the wind, revealing what lay beyond. Martinez and Callio were captivated the moment they gazed at the landscape beyond the clouds. It was a beautiful night sky. The stars, which they had never seen due to Tirna's pollution, were densely scattered, embroidering brilliance like a beautiful jewelry box. Didn't you just say you realized the city's air was clean? That's right, yes. It could only be the same. Callio stared at Ozian, who was gazing at the sky, as if entranced. Ultimately, it's the same world under the sky. At that moment, Martinez felt a fresh shock. He had been vaguely comparing himself with Ozian, wondering what was different about him. Certainly, he had his own firm beliefs and used a pure and powerful force. But fundamentally, something was different. Martinez hadn't known this and felt a frustrating inability to scratch an itch. However, at this moment, he realized. He lives while looking at the sky. What about himself? He had always bowed his head to offer prayers, believing that was right. Saying the world was dirty and needed purification, he had lived looking only below, not above. But that wasn't it. Those truly living in this world should look at the sky, not the ground. Martinez let out a small laugh. Yes, that's right. It's a truly beautiful sky. The not yet matured boy seemed to have grown up a little that day. Underscore 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 underscore. The dreary rainy season has finally ended. As the rain stopped, Tirna's day began just like always. Workers walking the streets, protests breaking out, and fixers running wild in the alleys. As if to release the pent-up frustration of doing nothing during the rainy days, the city's vitality rose several notches higher than before. However, within such a day, Violet Fox remained calm and quiet. The place would be bustling with people coming to taste ENA's alcohol and cooking at night, but the morning was not like that, because no one comes to the tavern right after sunrise. Therefore, Ozian could leisurely unfold the newspaper and look through the events of the past days. Is the incident in District 29 going to be kept secret? Even the daily newspaper primarily covering the events of District 29 did not have a single line related to this situation. Considering that it occurred in a place beyond people's gaze, this level of silence seemed strange. It appeared that Tirna City intended to completely conceal this incident. If the governor suddenly changes his mind like flipping his palm, I wouldn't know, but that's unlikely to happen. At least Holy Lord Just that Ozian saw was not shameless enough to retract his words. He could feel this from the moment he first met him and looked into his eyes. That means Tirna City intends to keep this matter secret. Anyway, the details were not properly caught, and revealing it would only raise residents' anxiety, so they would want to conceal it. Of course, they wouldn't have simply covered this up. There must have been many discussions between Holy Lord Juzb and Tirna City. Various interests would be intricately intertwined like a spider's web. But that's not my concern. The commission is over. Kallio was safely rescued, and the missing children had returned to their original places. The orphaned children were to be taken care of by the Petra Order. Ozian recalled the conversation he had with Martinez before parting. The commission is over. Good work. What about the commission fee? Martinez knew that when requesting a fixer, they must provide corresponding compensation. Therefore, he was unsure how to compensate Ozian. Would it require a large sum of money? But he didn't have the money to pay immediately. If he were still one of the 13 judges, he might have offered a sacred artifact. At that rank, the order would support sacred artifacts, and how they were used was entirely at the discretion of the paladin. But now, he was no longer a purification judge. Just a boy wearing a robe full of ash, nothing more. The commission fee, right. That was a thing. Ozian wasn't particularly fixated on the commission fee. From the beginning, he didn't expect Martinez to provide proper compensation. So he tried to let it go, but that was exactly what Martinez didn't want. Right now, I don't have much to offer, but I can still do something. Something you can do? There will be a time when you need help. When that time comes, regardless of the situation, I will definitely come to help you. In Martinez's straightforward gaze, Ozian thought the guy he had known before had grown a lot. What if I ask for your help when I'm doing something wrong? Regardless of the situation. It was a playful question meant to suggest he shouldn't say such things lightly, but Martinez was resolute. You won't do that, will you? At those words, Ozian chuckled and nodded. Right. A former purification judge helping me. I've received quite generous compensation for this commission. Ozian finished his reminiscence and slowly folded the newspaper he had been reading. Kallio had returned safely, the commission was completed, and the incident in District 29 was wrapped up. However, this matter was not yet over. Tirna City had decided to cover up this incident. From the point of deciding to cover this up, the events in District 29 have become the embarrassing secret of both sides. Tirna and the Petra Order have reached an agreement, so they won't dig into each other's secrets. Ding! The door opened, and someone entered. The first thing visible was a neat, unwrinkled uniform and above it, white hair flowing like a waterfall. I'm different. I'm involved in the core of that incident and know all the details. The one who entered Violet Fox early in the morning was Tirna's executor, Alencia Hare. She looked around the tavern's interior and discovered Ozian sitting and staring at her. Their gazes intertwined silently in the air. Alencia approached Ozian with light steps. As seen before, the shoes she wore were boots made of metal. These were not just for style or intimidation. They were Alencia's weapon. Her specialty was close-quarters combat kicks, and these special material boots maximized that skill. She always wore them, but seeing them in this unfortunate situation made it feel like she was fully prepared for battle. But Ozian was not tense because of that. So, what brings you here? I know an executor of Tirna wouldn't request a commission from a mere fixer. Ozian placed the neatly folded newspaper on the table. Alencia watched his actions and then threw a glance at the sword hanging from his waist. Ozian continued speaking. Or is it that you need to silence the incident in District 29? Ozian's gaze toward Alencia suddenly turned sharp. With just that, it seemed countless blades grew from his body, aiming at Alencia's vital points. A chilling atmosphere that made the skin tingle even while standing still. Alencia closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them, maintaining her composure. You don't need to worry about that. Ozian retracted his intimidating presence. The suffocating, razor-sharp atmosphere dissipated weakly. How can I believe that? In the first place, Ozian wasn't present at that scene. Instead, there was only an unidentified wandering knight wearing white armor. Is that how it's going to be? That's a problem too. How many people in this city wear such conspicuous armor? To Ozian's point that at this point there's only one suspect, Alencia stared at him with a slightly ambiguous gaze. The look seemed to ask, do you really not know? It seems you don't know. What do you mean? In this city, it's not just one person wearing armor and doing such things. In fact, their number has been increasing lately. The number is increasing. Ozian looked puzzled but Alencia shook her head. It might be better for you to see directly soon rather than me telling you. In any case, the result is that the things you're worried about won't happen. Then why did you come here? It would be an excessive waste of personnel for an executor to come just to reassure me. You're not here to request a commission either. That's right. Ozian momentarily thought he had misheard. Alencia repeated her answer to assure him that he heard correctly. It is correct that I'm here to request a commission. Please have some. Ena, who had brought welcome coffee on a tray, placed one cup in front of Ozian and another in front of Alencia. Then she quickly disappeared into the kitchen with hurried steps. She slightly poked her head out through the door crack, watching Ozian and Alencia. Hehe. Miss Ena, why are you hiding? Ronan, who was already waiting in the kitchen, spoke with a smiling face. Why, of course, I can't stand being in such an atmosphere. Just look at Ozian and Alencia sitting facing each other right now. Both were taciturn in personality, and their expressions were heavy and charismatic, creating something that could make an onlooker breath stop. Ena, questioned, slightly furrowed her brow and asked Ronan. And why are you here, Mr. Ronan? I came down for a change and the atmosphere seemed strange. So I took refuge right here. Aren't you the owner of this place? Can the owner leave the area? Ha ha ha. Even I have people I want to avoid sometimes. Looking at Ronan's suspicious smile, Ena shook her head. She thought Ronan was making an absurd excuse but Ronan, as always, was sincere. Even for Ronan, sitting in that place was unbearable. Moreover, who was Alencia? She was an executor of Tirna, the ultimate guard of those belonging to Tirna. If pressed, she could be called a high-ranking government official without any problem. For individual business owners, a government official's presence was incredibly troublesome. Just a slight irritation or discomfort could immediately trigger a tax investigation. Who in the world has no dust when shaken? If anything caught related to tax evasion, one would face an enormous fine. Furthermore, Alencia was famous for being uncompromising in such matters, so for Ronan, taking shelter in an underground bunker during a downpour was the right decision. In any case, Ronan and Ena shared the common point of not wanting to get involved in that situation, so they conspired to watch the two. Alencia had been looking down at the steaming coffee in front of her. Her gaze soon moved to the cup in front of Ozian. Could it even be called a cup? Normally, coffee is served in a mug, but Ozian had a considerably large glass, even without a cup handle. The surprising part was that ice was floating on top of the coffee. Ozian picked up the glass and drank the coffee using the straw stuck in it. Not drinking directly from the cup, but sucking coffee through a straw? Such eccentricity was hard to match. Watching the scene, Ena's fist trembled. Oh my goodness, how could you have coffee like this? Already being the one making coffee, the shock she felt when Ozian asked to put plenty of ice was indescribable. But Ozian committed this eccentricity and was even drinking it nonchalantly. His demeanor was so confident that it almost made him seem normal. Feeling disgusted by his appearance, Ena hoped the Tirna executor would say something. At this moment, she was confident that if Alencia handcuffed Ozian for coffee blasphemy, it would be justified. Alencia, directly facing Ozian, had a complex emotional expression. She picked up her own cup and quietly took a sip, then immediately frowned. Hearing the sound, Ozian asked, "Doesn't the coffee suit your taste?" "No, it's just. Alencia seemed embarrassed, hesitated slightly, and finally spoke. "It's hot. I can't drink hot things well." This was unexpected, so Ozian opened his eyes wide and said, "Quite the cat's tongue. I'm a rabbit, though." "Huh? What?" "Oh, I was wondering why the rabbit talk suddenly came up." When Ozian looked completely puzzled, Alencia asked what he meant. "Isn't it natural because I'm a rabbit beastkin?" "Beastkin? You were a beastkin?" When Ozian asked sincerely, Alencia also looked perplexed. "You didn't know?" "I didn't. I thought almost everyone knew." Alencia said this and took off the hat she was wearing. Then rabbit ears, laid on top of her head, rose up breathing the outside air. The ears were white, the same color as her hair. Underscore 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 underscore. Really a beastkin? From the reaction, it seems you didn't know. Because I wasn't particularly interested. At Ozian's response, Alencia felt a complicated mix of emotions. She felt both disbelief at Ozian's words that he didn't know she was a beastkin and had no particular interest, and gratitude that he showed no special reaction upon seeing her reveal her identity. Usually, when people found out someone was a beastkin, their reactions were mostly guarded or disgusted. Ozian did not discriminate against someone just because they were a beastkin. However, he was quite surprised that Alencia was a beastkin, though it didn't show outwardly. Not just anyone, but someone who had become an executor was actually a beastkin. Is this why she used kicks instead of weapons as a martial artist? Ozian nodded internally and was impressed. Beastkin were evaluated as barbaric like the northern barbarians. They were natural warriors, but in a developed era like now, such outdated warriors were unnecessary. Moreover, Beastkin possessed a beast transformation ability, which dramatically increased physical abilities when used, but also increased wildness, making them become violent. Average Beastkin often failed to control this beast transformation and caused many accidents. That's why they were the second worst evaluated race after orcs. How talented must a Beastkin be to rise to an executor position in Tirna? Talent was talent, but without effort, they wouldn't have reached this position. Furthermore, in an atmosphere of widespread Beastkin discrimination, Alencia still managed to earn genuine respect from her subordinate soldiers. In any case, she's not an easygoing character. Ozian thought this and lightly sipped his iced coffee. Alencia looked at him and cautiously asked, "Is it tasty?" "It's coffee. What different taste could it have?" "You added ice." "It's nice because it's cool." Originally, Ozian was the type to buy takeout iced coffee even during midwinter snowstorms. So he was quite shocked that Tirna didn't have such coffee. But if it doesn't exist, you can make it. Anyway, it was just a matter of adding ice to existing coffee, so it wasn't difficult. Alencia stared at Ozian, then slightly pushed her glass in front of her and said, "Then I'd like to have one of those too." Clank. As soon as those words ended, a sound came from the kitchen. Alencia's rabbit ears perked up automatically. When Ozian looked at this with curiosity, Alencia, seemingly embarrassed, put her hat back on her head. "Ahem. Anyway, can I try one?" Alencia asked, clearing her awkwardness with a cough. Ozian was about to call Ena in the kitchen. But Ena, who had already prepared something, brought an iced coffee on a tray and placed it in front of Alencia. "Enjoy your meal." Ena used an awkward, stiff smile and broken speech before disappearing back into the kitchen. Alencia looked at Ena's back before taking a sip of the iced coffee through the straw. "Oh, it's okay." Alencia's eyes widened. The taste was better than she expected. Of course, compared to the deep taste of regular coffee, it was somewhat bland, but it wasn't a bad feeling at all. Especially now, after the rainy season had ended and the weather was hot and humid, she thought it would be fine to drink this often. Is that so? As expected, you know something. Ozian nodded proudly, looking at Alencia, who recognized the true value of iced coffee. How were the looks of those who stared at him like he was a heretic when he said he wanted to drink iced coffee? Who? These guys who don't even know the first letter of coffee, what would they know? I'll just let it slide. Ozian passed over those thoughts, but deep down, he harbored a desire to find someone with similar tastes. Just then, someone with the same coffee preference appeared before him. Ozian thought this was a calling of fate, and asked in a softened tone, "So, why did you come looking for me? I can listen to your story to some extent." Alencia felt slightly bewildered by Ozian's strangely friendly demeanor towards her. What's this? Is it because I showed my ears? Could it be? An uneasy thought crossed Alencia's mind. While beastkin were generally discriminated against, there were people in the world who peculiarly liked beastkin. They were individuals with a unique preference, especially for beastkin who had undergone beast transformation. And surprisingly, they often held high social positions and possessed suspiciously vast wealth. No way. Although she thought so in her head, the sudden anxiety was not easy to wash away. Alencia, maintaining a slight wariness, brought up her reason for coming. This time's rainy season brought a lot of rain. You probably know this too. This year, there was more rain than before, and the flood damage is not insignificant. Well, that's true. The long-lasting weather would have been quite fatal to the entire city. Moreover, such a rainy season is not something that can be simply ignored just because it has ended. The various problems that arose during the rainy season were still scattered throughout the city. Among those, the most serious would be the underground waterways. Underground waterways. Normally, water flows out to rivers through sewage treatment plants, but this time so much rain fell that the rivers actually swelled. As a result, nearby residents' dwellings were flooded, and some functions of the sewage treatment plant were lost due to water being discharged beyond the standard limit. What Alencia was trying to say was that she was gathering people for flood recovery. I understand. Due to flood damage, the damage is severe, so you'll need a lot of manpower to restore it to its original state. But is it really necessary to call me? Usually, such flood recovery work is done by city officials and contracted laborers. Ozian was neither of those. He was simply a knight who wielded a sword and a fixer. While fixers are said to take on all sorts of miscellaneous tasks, that's typically for hard-up fixers who need money or work. Someone like Ozian was qualified to choose his commissions. There seems to be a misunderstanding. What I'm asking isn't simple work like clearing excess mud or removing collapsed debris. Seems there's something more. If the city's manpower is concentrated on one side like now, it will create a big hole in the system that has been well maintained so far. It'll be the time when the crime rate in Tirna peaks. Ah, is that so? Ozian nodded, understanding. The criminals will run rampant, so you hire people to supplement the forces in areas lacking manpower. That's right. Especially, there are reports that criminals who were hiding through the underground waterways will resume their activities. Ozian recalled the underground keeper he encountered in the underground waterways while escaping with Princess Orlia. Tirna was a massive city standing tall above ground, but beneath this city's surface, another massive city lay sleeping. People live underground too, right? What's the reaction of the residents? When Ozian mentioned the residents, Alencia's eyes widened. Do you know about them? I just happened to find out. Just happened to find out. How modest. They are those who live in another city existing beneath Tirna's underground. They belong to Tirna, but at the same time, they are not from Tirna. If it's related to the underground, won't they step forward? It's not that simple. Compared to Tirna on the ground, the underground's size isn't that massive. Relative to the wide space, the area actually inhabited is limited. So even if a problem occurs, they'll only handle matters around their immediate vicinity. We'll have to take care of incidents in other spaces. That's right. Ozian fell into thought. It was natural that flood recovery work would require massive manpower. Moreover, it seemed the city was currently experiencing a significant labor shortage. The fact that someone like Alencia directly sought out Ozian to commission him was evidence of this. Of course, she also intends to tell me to keep quiet about the previous incident. But the real purpose is probably needing military power. He thought what military power could be needed for flood recovery, but considering the city's scale and the criminals hiding within, he could understand. It's not a commission I absolutely must accept, but accepting it wouldn't be bad. After all, it's an official request from the city. An offer directly brought by Executor Alencia. Just by accepting this, the city could provide various benefits. Tirna was infinitely generous to those with abilities. The fact that she knows about the incident in District 29 and is requesting a commission, rather than trying to silence me, seems to mean she wants to maintain a good relationship. It felt a bit like an over-interpretation, but the flow was likely similar to this. He could refuse the commission, but without a plausible reason, the city wouldn't view it favorably. Moreover, it's about the underground waterways. Ozian recalled the underground keeper he had encountered previously. Having coolly finished his iced coffee, Ozian put down the glass and asked, "When should I start?" "It won't take long. I'm already organizing the list. I'll send someone to inform you about the detailed location and schedule soon." Alencia said this and stood up from her seat. "Oh, and can you tell them I enjoyed the coffee? It wasn't bad. I'd like to drink it again next time. By all means. Ena herself would be pleased. Rather than being pleased, she would have been furious that another person with a bizarre taste had emerged, but Alencia had no way of knowing that. She's gone. After Alencia left, Lorraine peeked her head out from the stairs leading to the second floor and asked. Because of her injury recovery, she had been staying on the second floor recently, so she knew everything about Alencia's recent visit. Yes. Wow. Junior is really something to have the city of Tyrna send an executor to request a commission. Weren't you still pointing a gun at her? At Ozian's words, Lorraine opened her eyes wide and then laughed, showing her teeth. What? Was I caught? Lorraine took out the pistol she had hidden in her bosom and waved it. Was it in preparation for Executor Alencia forcibly arresting me? Isn't that right? Especially if you were mixed up in some dangerous work that shouldn't be known. I thought a rigid soldier would definitely do such a thing. If she did such a thing, we would become irredeemable criminals, wouldn't we? That's right. But how could I just watch a colleague being dragged away? In the end, it all worked out safely. She was joking, but Lorraine was serious. If Alencia had used her authority to forcibly take Ozian, she would have surely pulled the trigger. However, honestly, even if I pulled the trigger, I didn't think I could win. That woman knew I was aiming at her right before she left. Though she thought she had hidden her presence as much as possible, Alencia was already aware of Lorraine's existence. The moment of pulling the trigger, Lorraine herself might have been the one to die, but she would have pulled it anyway, because that's who Lorraine Ponk is. Ozian chuckled and nodded. I see. What's with that reaction? At least be a bit more grateful. I'm grateful enough. That's why I prepared a gift for you. A gift. Ozian took out a weapon from the subspace of his bracelet and placed it on the table. Lorraine's eyes widened as the special material weapons imbued with the magic used by Alpheus appeared. The weapons used by the Petra Order's paladins. They're special models, so feel free to choose what you want. Lorraine first picked up a shotgun. With trembling hands, she stroked the barrel and carefully examined the weapon's condition. It was neat and perfect. She had only seen such a beautiful gun before, never touched one like this. Lorraine was overjoyed. She felt that when an emotion rises to this level, expression becomes awkward. So, within her capacity, she expressed her joy with the utmost sincerity. Marry me. No. Underscore 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 underscore. Despite Ozian's cold rejection, Lorraine did not have a hurt expression. This was because the words she just spoke were merely words that burst out from being unable to contain her joy, so she did not attach much meaning to them. Lorraine checked all the guns with great delight. Is this really all for me? Yes. Consider it a gift. I don't care what you do with it, whether you modify it or not. Yay. Lorraine packed the guns tightly and ran up to the second floor. Looking at how well she carries the guns despite their weight being heavier than expected, it seemed her injuries had completely healed. After Lorraine left, Ronan, who had been watching the situation from the kitchen, came out. Hehe. I'm glad she looks happy. More importantly, those weapons look like they belong to the paladins. Won't there be potential issues later? There won't be. The original owner is dead. The order won't say anything about it either. Well, if you're worried about appearances, modifying and repainting might work. Lorraine will handle things appropriately if she has any thoughts, so there was no need to worry. More importantly, will you be okay? Flood recovery work is considered quite difficult even within Tyrna. They showed sincerity when requesting the commission. How could I refuse? Hehe. If it were Ozian, refusing wouldn't have been strange. Well, that's true. But a city official came directly to request it, so I thought it would be appropriate to accept for the sake of the relations. Refusing would create awkward relations, but accepting would seem to motivate the other side to provide various conveniences. Strictly speaking, it was a transaction with no disadvantages. Of course, this would depend on how difficult the flood recovery work actually is. Ozian is gradually entering the stage of becoming famous. I didn't expect a mid-level city official to come and deliver this message. Well, that's part of it, but perhaps the previous incident is related. In the 29th district, Alencia recognized Ozian. She was the one who had seen Ozian wearing starlight armor to save Princess Orlia, so there was no need to hide or conceal his identity. Knowing this, Alencia deliberately pretended not to know. Though she could have brazenly left using her not recognizing him as an excuse, Ozian didn't want to do that. How were the previous flood recoveries? Generally similar. There were always casualties. Ronan's voice was so calm, it sounded as if he was talking about a neighborhood dog dying of old age. Casualties during flood recovery? Catching the question in Ozian's gaze, Ronan continued his explanation. Although it's called flood recovery, most are going to handle problems that have occurred underground. I see. Damages on the surface would be organized or cleared by city officials and contracted laborers. The real work is in the underground waterways. Tyrna's underground waterways boast massive size and scale. They are designed to withstand massive water discharge, but the rainy season is not so easy to handle. The vast amount of water pouring down was enough to paralyze even the massive facility and disrupt the city's overall functioning. The robust sewage system breaking down made repairs essential to prepare for next year. Moreover, this year the rain was exceptionally heavy, causing more damage than the previous year. Tyrna's crime rate skyrockets after the rainy season ends. During this time, guards are busy rebuilding the city, creating many gaps in security. Seems like gangs are actively moving. Are gangs the only ones? terrorists and rebels, illegal and black magic users, heretics, and fanatics. Additionally, many refugees are entering the city. With all sorts of people gathering and causing problems, chaos was inevitable. If even one high-tier powerhouse were mixed in, the damage would be indescribable. It would seem much more peaceful if just mediocre people gathered for a strike protest. Aren't they hiring more people? Due to the temporary situation, hiring would be a waste of labor costs and budget. How very Tierna-like. This disaster was occurring because they were cutting corners by not hiring new people to save budget. That's why it's said that fixers, mercenaries, and contract workers are thriving during this period. Though it's a dangerous job, since it's an official commission from the city, there was no worry about not getting paid. It'll probably be a chaotic time for a while. Things will be exploding and breaking out everywhere. The occurrence of such incidents also varied significantly by district. Districts 10 to 20 had fewer such cases, but from District 30 onwards, the crime rate sharply increased. Whatever happens, we can't let our guard down. Ozian said this after drinking the remaining iced coffee and placing the empty glass on the table. Ena, can you give me one more? No way. Ena's voice of dissatisfaction came from inside the kitchen. Looking at Ronan with a face of not understanding, Ronan just shrugged with his usual smile. Oh, I respect personal preferences. Asterisk. As Alencia had said, it didn't take long for someone from Tierna City to come looking for him. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Adela, an 8th grade city official of Tierna. Standing before Ozian was a woman in her mid-20s with a navy blue bob cut. She had a cold-looking face with rimless glasses and a wrinkle-free, neat uniform. This alone was enough to understand her personality. Ozian. Yes. I've already heard about you. Time is short, so I'll go straight to the point. She doesn't seem interested in small talk. Adela handed over some pre-prepared documents to Ozian. You will be in charge of special processing for this flood recovery operation. The details are written inside, but I'll briefly explain just in case. I'm listening. As I said, you'll be in charge of special processing. Special processing. What exactly do I need to process? Simply put, you'll be eliminating elements that pose a danger to the city. Ozian scanned the first page of the documents and nodded. Looks like they've prepared something I'm good at. Special processing roles are only given to superhuman-grade individuals recognized for their abilities by the city, and their number is not large. So, where and who am I supposed to eliminate? Identifying dangerous elements is originally the job of the city's guards. You and other assigned personnel are like insurance for potential situations, so you don't necessarily need to take the lead. You can check the details on the 4th page. As Adela said, the 4th page detailed what needed to be done. Ozian's eyes quickly scanned the contents. Helping repair workers at the underground sewage treatment plant. This is different from a simple escort mission. The underground is especially where many criminals hide, making it the most dangerous place. Yes, I already know that. Ozian's response was surprisingly light, as if he was already aware. Adela slightly furrowed her brows. Most people, when faced with such a commission, would either look for ways to back out or try to show off unnecessarily. But Ozian was neither. He was excessively calm. It felt like he hadn't properly recognized the severity of the situation. I heard he's a rising star fixer watched by the city. This was a mystery to her since there were no clearly organized records of what commissions Ozian had successfully completed. As an 8th grade city official, she couldn't know everything. The commission where he brought Ena, his fight with Martinez the purification judge in between, were not included. Moreover, the incident where he helped Princess Orlia and almost prevented a war was also information blocked by the district administration at the time. The same went for the Gold Iron family incident, the incident in District 45, and the case in the 29th district. However, excluding those, Ozian had quite a few successfully completed external commissions, more than enough to be called a rising star. Naturally, Adela thought Ozian was receiving more attention than he deserved without having done much. Is it because of his looks? She wondered if there might be something behind Ozian. From his birth, he looked somewhat noble. If she had met him without hearing he was a fixer, she might have believed he was a high-ranking aristocrat. So Adela could draw her own, somewhat rational inference. Well, seems like a rich family's son doing a hobby. Adela was convinced Ozian was from a wealthy family. In fact, such cases were not uncommon. Young, ignorant people starting work as vigilantes or fixers in the name of pursuing freedom and romance was more frequent than one might think. But since they lacked skills, most of their reputation was built on money and connections. So when seeing so-called rising stars, they were mostly just mannequins created to forcibly utilize an image. Adela thought Ozian was of this type. Whatever. There are more reliable people anyway. Adela decided to disregard Ozian. His looks were fine, but without skill, there was no need to pay attention. You're the last one, Ozian. Will you head out right now? I will. Ozian walked following Adela. Adela felt dissatisfied while walking. Ozian's outfit looked too casual. Over his regular clothing, he wore a luxurious coat, with just one strange sword hanging at his waist. Does he think he's going out to play? At the very least, he should have brought numerous weapons to match the occasion. She knew, of course, that many weapons don't necessarily represent one's skills. Even so, she thought one sword was taking it too far. Forget it. I'm a government official. Getting into an argument would only tire me out. Adela was only an 8th grade city official. Being an 8th grade city official in Tirna at such a young age was quite impressive, but quite impressive was still insufficient in this city. The two arrived at the scene and joined the people already waiting. Repair workers prepared to descend into the underground waterways were gathered, and on the other side, several guards and hired personnel were ready to escort them. The hired personnel were mostly people who had proven their skills in the industry, creating a distinctive atmosphere. Seeing them, Adela felt her slight unease about Ozian dissipate. Some of the people waiting at the scene who recognized Ozian began whispering among themselves. Ozian, unbothered, stood quietly to one side with his arms crossed. Quiet down, everyone. Adela, who had changed into work clothes, cut off the chatter and went straight to the point. Today we'll be checking the valves and sewage facilities from section 34 to 39 in the underground waterways. If something happens inside, we don't know how much time might be delayed, so if you want to finish today, please follow instructions and move in coordination. Adela's voice was official and rigid. Then someone raised their hand and asked a question. Are you coming down too, miss? The one who asked, looking at Adela's outfit, was a middle-aged man who appeared to be older. His body was muscular like someone who had eaten from a knife's edge, but more notable was the faint blue magic rising over his skin. Isn't that Hammond of the blue eyebrows? A high-level mana user is coming. I can't tell if that's reassuring or indicates how dangerous the job is. For Ozian, this was the first time seeing this person, but from the conversation, he seemed to be somewhat famous. Yes. As a manager, I'm also descending. So don't get distracted or do anything unnecessary. Following my instructions will make the work proceed quickly. Well, I'll do that. But be careful on site. Tirna's underground is an extremely dangerous place. Adela didn't even listen to Hammond's warning with the edge of her ear. Hammond also didn't seem to expect her to listen carefully. This was just a simple check. It was a roundabout way of saying that an office worker like her doesn't know the site, so she shouldn't talk too much. We're going down. The lead repair worker opened the door to the stairs leading to the underground waterways. Inside, dim gas lamps were lit, creating an even more desolate atmosphere. People began descending the stairs, with Ozian following behind. It felt like entering the mouth of a massive beast. The plumbers led by Adela had to descend a long way down the stairs. It was called a sewer, but it was not a place you could easily reach just by opening a manhole cover. The place where Ozian took Princess Orlia to hide was, if you had to say, an embarrassing place to even call a sewer. On the other hand, the place they were heading to now was a massive facility that had to deal with the enormous amount of water flowing into the city. Naturally, the facility was deep underground, and to reach it, they had to take a special route. It's disgustingly humid. Not only was it underground with poor ventilation, but the water from the rainy season had not completely drained, and the air itself was suffocating. Maybe the plumbers weren't wearing masks for nothing. The stench was one thing, but in such a humid environment, just a little movement would cause sweat to pour down. In fact, the others were already wiping off their sweat and catching their breath. Of course, Ozian was unaffected. This kind of environment felt like nothing more than a minor inconvenience to him. A few of the guards who participated were keeping watch. They didn't know what kind of danger might be lurking in the vast sewer. We're supposed to check valves 34 through 39 today. They arrived at the first underground space with valve 34, which could be the first target. It's incredibly huge. Ozian looked at the valve, which had a diameter as big as an adult man. The pipe attached to it was even bigger. At this point, it seemed less like a pipe for draining water and more like a tunnel for people to pass through. Not just one such pipe, but 5 of them were lined up to fill one side of the wall, making for a visually overwhelming sight. It looks like it wouldn't even get a scratch from most attacks, but apparently, even these pipes need regular maintenance to avoid breaking down. That was a sign of how crazy the rainfall in Tirna during the rainy season must have been. Ozian watched as the plumbers checked the pipes and valves. After all, that was the plumber's job. What Ozian had to do here was to be prepared for any potential external dangers. Fortunately, there's no sign of anything coming out. A bit of time passed, and the plumbers returned. It's fine here. This is a good start. The next pipe should be fine too. I see. Then, let's move on. Adela spoke in a businesslike and stern tone. Even though she probably wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, she was adamant about not straying from principles. Despite wearing work clothes and a brass mask, Adela was still an ordinary person. Spending even a minute or second in this environment must have been a struggle for her, but she was managing to endure it well. It makes sense that she became an 8th-level official in Tirna at such a young age. She was the type not to neglect her work, and it was likely that determination that helped her rise to this position. It doesn't seem like she's satisfied with just that. She seems to be pushing herself a bit to get promoted. The desire for advancement is a common human trait. Ozian had no intention of scolding her for that. The process of checking valves 35 and 36 was also going smoothly when they finally reached valve 37, which was located farther away. They were following a side path of the sewer. At that moment, something was flowing down the sewer. Everyone, stop. One of the mercenaries, who was leading and assessing the situation, signaled. There's some unidentified debris coming towards us. The sewer was dark since no light could enter. The gas lamps they had set up were too sparse to cover the vast area, so the interior was inherently dark. From a distance, all they could make out were vague shapes of something flowing, but they couldn't clearly tell what it was. Clank, clank. The armed people immediately checked their weapons. Magic users gently activated blue mana in their bodies, and others checked their tools. Everyone was tense when a man wearing sniper brass goggles spoke. That's a corpse, I think. Really? The lenses of his goggles elongated, magnifying the distant object. Yeah, it's definitely a corpse. Looks like a drowned body that's washed up here. His statement quickly proved to be true. As the debris slowly came closer, others could confirm it with their own eyes. It was a bloated corpse, swollen from drowning. Hammond, known for his blue eyebrows, grabbed the body and dragged it ashore. Judging by the clothing, it seems like a laborer swept away by a strong current. What are you doing? Adela asked coldly, and Hammond replied nonchalantly. What do you mean, what am I doing? In a situation like this, we should carefully inspect even a drowned body. I guess this is your first time seeing a corpse, huh? I apologize, I should have been more considerate. Forget it. If there's no danger, please just stick to your duties. Don't waste time. Hey, it's not a waste of time. This is part of the mission. It's just unfortunate. If we knew the identity, we could have informed their relatives, but it'll be tough to verify now, what with the body all bloated like this. His words were insincere. Hammond just wanted to assert some authority on the scene, trying to undermine Adela. Adela, knowing this, chose not to respond. Her stomach is stronger than I thought. Not flinching even when he sees a bloated corpse. Hammond clicked his tongue in frustration and moved on. Let's not waste time and move on. As Adela was about to lead the group again, the bloated corpse suddenly opened its eyes and reached out towards her. It all happened so suddenly that neither Adela nor anyone else around her could react. Who would have expected the drowned corpse to suddenly rise and try to attack them? Except for one person. Ozian. Swish. A white flash moved through the gap of time, slashing the drowned corpse's neck. The headless body missed its target, its bloated arms flailing. A guard protecting Adela quickly stepped forward and kicked the corpse's chest. With a splash, the body fell back into the sewer. Adela's face turned pale, and her legs gave way, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Seeing a drowned body was already difficult enough, but the sight of it suddenly getting up and charging at her felt like a nightmare. How did this happen? The mercenaries and guards nearby all turned to look at Ozian. Everyone realized it was him who had swiftly reacted and decapitated the zombie-like drowned corpse. He reacted in that split second. Or had he been suspecting something from the start? Regardless of that, Ozian's gaze was fixed on the spot where the corpse had fallen into the sewer. Everyone, prepare yourselves. His words were unexpected. It seems like we have some uninvited guests. There was no need to ask what Ozian meant. The water inside the sewer began to bubble, and suddenly, dark shadows started to rise. What is that? Zombies? This is insane. Necromancy. What emerged from the water were all moving corpses. And there were more than just a few. The bloated bodies, having been submerged for a long time, were now rising and wriggling in the water, making one's stomach churn just by looking at them. Everyone, prepare for battle. The mercenaries and guards immediately readied their weapons. Tat-tat-tat-tang? Bullets flew, and blood splattered from the zombies' bodies. However, due to their swollen flesh, the zombies didn't fall easily. Idiots, aim for the head. Push back those coming closer. Some of the guards stepped forward with shields, trying to maintain their line by pushing back the approaching zombies. Meanwhile, the rear units aimed at the zombies' foreheads and fired. If things stayed this way, it seemed like they would be able to fend off the attack without too much trouble, but the reality was far from that. Clank, clank. Several mercenaries' guns began to misfire. Damn it. Misfire. Same here? The gunpowder got damp in this humid air. The humid environment of the sewer was causing the bullets to fail. It was an unavoidable issue, even with constant maintenance. Damn it. Could it be that they planned this, waiting for this moment? Judging by how they attacked when the gunpowder was starting to get wet, it seemed that the enemy had been waiting for this precise moment. Those without guns, take out your suppression weapons. These are just simple zombies? Just smash their heads in and they can't do anything. The mercenaries who had discarded their guns grabbed close-range weapons. Most of them were modified clubs meant to beat down opponents. After all, the enemy was slow-moving, bloated zombies. Breaking their heads before they could even get close was a simple task. But when one mercenary tried to approach a zombie, he couldn't react quickly enough as a shadow suddenly rushed toward him. Crack. The mercenary's head was torn off. His lifeless body fell like a puppet with its strings cut. His comrade, watching the scene, widened his eyes in shock. This crazy thing? It's a ghoul. A ghoul. It was a higher-tier undead than the regular zombie, capable of moving faster and being much stronger. Its skin was tougher too, making it less vulnerable to bullets. Kaya. The ghoul, with its milky white eyes, looked for new prey. Its body shot up to the ceiling of the sewer and, using its powerful legs, it dove down like a hawk hunting its prey. Swish. With a clean cut from the crown of the head to the groin, the ghoul was split in half. Ozian, who had finished off the ghoul with a single strike, frowned at the corpse. Stronger than a regular ghoul. It seemed that the necromancer controlling this undead army was quite skilled in necromancy. The faint green glow of necromantic energy around the ghoul's body was all the confirmation Ozian needed. The personal color of necromancy. The darker the color, the stronger the necromantic magic. Ozian's gaze swept over the zombie corpses. He could see more ghouls hiding in the shadows, crouching down. One of them sprang out, targeting the group again. Not so fast. Hammond stepped forward. His body was shimmering with blue mana, as if engulfed in blue flames. Kaya, the ghoul, which could tear people apart with its bare hands, was grabbed by Hammond. Hammond, using both his arms, tore the ghoul's limbs off as if they were insect legs. The ghoul, now armless, fell to the ground, its head crushed under Hammond's boot. Crack. Hammond's eyes gleamed with overflowing mana, and his thick eyebrows glowed with blue mana, leaving a bluish afterimage. It was clear why he was called Blue Eyebrows. A few ghouls tried to take advantage of the situation, but they couldn't escape Ozian's sharp senses. Every time he swung his sword, the ghouls' heads fell to the ground like ripe fruit. The mercenaries and guards, who had been watching, shivered in fear. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't understand it. How could such terrifying undead be so easily neutralized? The way the ghouls' bodies fell with a few sword swings made it look like Ozian was performing a magic trick. Everyone, take formation. Aim for the ghouls first. Thanks to the efforts of Ozian and Hammond, there were no more casualties caused by the ghouls. Without the ghouls, the drowned zombies were not even worth bothering with. Grumble. Just when they thought they had nearly wiped out the zombies, the water inside the sewer began to ripple even more violently. Whoosh! It was as if an explosion had occurred underwater, as a massive something shot up from the depths. It was a giant undead creature made from human bodies stitched together. It's a flesh golem. The flesh golem, unlike other golems that were made from rocks, sand, or steel, this one was made by stitching together human flesh. Since it was a living creature rather than something built from inorganic materials, its durability was weaker, but it was not something to be taken lightly. The massive, flesh-like body of the creature was heavily reinforced with dark magic, making its tough hide impervious to even spears and swords. Damn it. No matter how I look at it, that's too much to handle. Even Hammond, who easily subdued the ghouls, took a step back, seemingly unwilling to engage with it. While it might have been manageable in a large, open space, fighting in the confined sewer was a major disadvantage. Move aside. At that moment, Ozian stepped forward. With a single, brief command, Ozian drew his sword and swung it widely. A white streak etched across the air. Anything caught in that line was immediately severed. The bloated zombies and even the flesh golem, which had been stitched together and enhanced from those zombies, were no exception. The monstrous form made by stitching together multiple human corpses was cut in half with a single strike, its contents spilling into the sewer as it sank. It was one blow.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.